Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Now, this year commemorates the 400th anniversary of the first documented arrival of African slaves to the American shores. Important to remember as 2020 Democratic hopefuls continue to accuse President Trump of stoking racism. Black American author Casey Gerald reflects on this grim anniversary with an article for New York Magazine. It's called The Black Art of Escape, A New Vision for Black Americans. A Yale and Harvard graduate who grew up poor in Texas. He says being respectable has little to do with being respected, especially for the Black community. And he's been telling our Michelle Martin about the importance of remembering and his hope to go from resistance to renewal.
Casey Gerald, welcome back to the program. Thank you for joining us once again.
Thank you for having me.
The 400th anniversary of the arrival of people of African descent in the United States is this year. And there are commemorations, particularly in Virginia, but also elsewhere. And this occasion has brought up a lot of things for you, to the point where you've written a very extensive 8,000-word piece for it, for New York Magazine. So I'm going to ask you to tell us, like, what this brings up for you.
My father's mother was born in a town called Pelham, Texas, which was one of the first communities founded by freed, formerly enslaved Texans. It was first called Twin Forks of the Creek. And she passed last year, and she's been so heavy on and with me. We'd go down every year for the family reunion, and she'd make us pick cotton and do all this kind of stuff. And there was a little museum, and she'd say, and we get so annoyed by it, she said, "You have to know your history." And long before I even started writing this piece, I knew that I and so many of my friends who were, obviously losing those people in our lives who had direct connection to formerly enslaved people, we had to remember. But I also wanted to go beyond remembering and honoring those people. I wanted to try to figure out where we go from here, and that was where the essay was birthed.
One of the things that you say in the piece is that you have a lot of friends who have no interest in remembering. And so I wondered if I could ask you to read a section of the essay where you acknowledge that, where you talk about that, and how you talk about how you've grappled with that idea.
I'd love to. I've come across more than a few of us who have no interest in remembering 1619 and marking our 400 years at all. Why, one asks? Well, we celebrate becoming slaves. We're not, I told her. We are marking the birth of a new race of people, our people, enslaved and all. We take a backward glance at them to enact a future vision for ourselves, to learn how to access that gift Miss Fannie Moore's mother embodies, to stand inside oneself in another dimension, on another plane that might help us endure, if not transcend, this plane we cannot fully escape. I do not believe that we are our ancestors' wildest dreams. I do believe they are our greatest hope.
There have been a few public figures in recent years who take great umbrage at the idea that anyone might not welcome their arrival in the United States, no matter how they got here. In fact, some have even gone so far as to say that Black people should be grateful for slavery because it brought them to the United States. So that's kind of one point of view. And then there's the other point of view that you describe here, which is that the sense of, there has been so much pain, so much degradation, that, why would you acknowledge that? And I want to know how you kind of threaded that needle for yourself, how you started thinking about that.
First off, is this very strange moment we're in of a sort of reimagining the historical record. You think about Black Panther, which is a great movie. I love Ryan Coogler. But you read Zora Neale Hurston's Barracoon, and one thing that Cujo makes clear, he says, everybody's talking about kings and queens in Africa, wasn't but one king and one queen. I didn't have, what do you say? I didn't have the ivory on the door. So I think the reality of this moment and why it's so important for us to remember is there's a kind of shame, I think, at the reality of where we've been and where we come from. The reality that over 90% of Africans who were sold into slavery were sold by other Africans, right? The truth of our people is much more complex, and I think there's a sort of resistance to acknowledging that we're humans. Just because we're Black doesn't mean we're saints. That's one. The other piece, and this goes to that deal that I'm sure you probably heard growing up, and I heard growing up, you've got to unlearn that slave mentality. So many people have said that. And I thought I listened to that for a long time, and then I said, wow, what a curious thing to unlearn. Think about our people. My grandmother's grandfather was born a slave. You think about, how did these people survive? Okay. So the artist, Jatavia Gary, totally changed my life. She had a video installation that was a reinterpretation of a deal that Ruby Dee recited in the 60s of the Federal Writers Project, went around talking to formerly enslaved people. And one of the folks they talked to was Miss Fannie Moore. This was down in Georgia. And she told the story of her mother, who one day on the plantation started getting happy. She was sort of shouting and praising all this kind of stuff. And the master comes down and he says,
"What's all this going on out in the field? You think I sent you out here just to hoop and yell? No, sorry. I sent you out here to work. And you better work. I'll put this cowhide across your black back."
And Miss Fannie Moore's mother, she stops and she says, "The Lord has shown me the way. And one day, no matter how you all treat me and my children, we ain't never gonna be slaves no more." And then Master starts whipping on Miss Fannie Moore's mother.
Because he did not want to hear that.
Didn't want to hear it at all. And
didn't want anybody else to hear that.
you see? And you would think that shut her up. And all of a sudden, Miss Fannie Moore says her mother, this big smile came across her face. And she started shouting, "I'm free, I'm free, I'm free." So what I'm trying to say in this essay, The Black Art of Escape, is that we've been given sort of strategies to make it in this country, to endure this land. And I sort of very simply might say one of those strategies might be the John Henry strategy. If you work hard enough, you can make it. We know that is simply limited. Another strategy might be the Nat Turner strategy, give them hell, kill them all, burn it down.
That hasn't worked.
Okay. But there is a third, I think, very important tradition that each of us has the right and the opportunity, and perhaps at this very urgent moment, the responsibility to reclaim. And that's the strategy of flight, of escape, of Miss Fannie Moore's mother, who in the face of such brutality, of such the logic of despair, says, "I'm free."
Where are we going? Where are we going?
Well,
where are we flying to? Where are we going?
Well, I try to offer some what I call it a buffet of options. Now, some people might physically leave, right? But that perhaps is not practicable for everyone. But it's less about a physical thing. It's an inner resource. I talk about how so much of our time right now has been focused on resistance. I have no interest in that. What I want us to focus on is renewal. How do we build that inner resource? Some of it might look like what Miss Fannie Moore's mother did. Some of it might look like what Lauryn Hill did when she went on stage and said she's renouncing her fame and she's disappearing. And she said, and everybody said, "Well, she's mad."
Man,
crazy.
you know what? She was
said,
actually kind of
ever
cute when
since
she was
people
young.
thought I was deranged, I've had total peace.
One of the reasons that people are always so interested in what you have to say is that so much of your story tells what a lot of people think of as the American dream. I mean, you raised in precarious circumstances. Your mom struggled with mental illness. Your dad struggled with addiction. You were raised by your sister and your grandmother, and somehow you get to 2 Ivy League institutions. You start a business and a nonprofit and so forth. And yet, at some point, you stepped back. You stepped back and said, "We need to rethink this. We need to revisit all of this." And I think a lot of people are still kind of confused by you, right, and your story and what it is that you're really telling us. So why don't you tell us what you want to tell us, not just about yourself, but also about how you think we should think about this 400 years of history.
Absolutely. Well, first off, we should think about the 400 years of history by thinking about it. I remember that great story Oprah would tell when she called Maya Angelou once. She was weeping and weeping and weeping and weeping about something that happened. And Maya says, "Stop it now, stop it and say thank you." So the most important thing each of us as Black people in this country have to do this year and every day is stop and say thank you. There was an enormous price that our people have paid to live here, to make it possible for us to.
That's a really good point. And I hear almost no one make that point, including myself. Yeah, you know what? It's kind of like thanking your parents every now and again. I can remember, and might have told the story, and I'm not going to tell it now if I haven't. There will come a point in time, if you've had good parents, that you will probably somewhere in your 20s go, gee, you know, I'm glad you had patience, and it'll happen maybe twice in your life, at least if you're like me. I didn't have a child until I was in my till I was 41, and it kind of did that thank you thing from, believe this or not, a payphone in Egypt. I called my parents, from Hurghada, Egypt, on a damn payphone, and we got to talking. And anyway, I think my father asked me, "Well, how do you like the Navy?" And I told him, and it actually came up that I kind of said, "Hey, you know what? I want to thank you for all you and Mama have done." But then I really started like having a kid or two or three or whatever the number is. You will infinitely start appreciating your parents. Now, there will be things you didn't like growing up that you won't do, but that's a lesson in and of itself anyway. But you will often. There have been times I'm like, gee, you know what? I remember doing that, and how did my father react, and how did he not just blow up and beat me to a pulp? So anyway, I digress. Of course I do. That's pretty much what I do.
To live here. And until we say thank you for that and carry them with us as we sit on a stage with another Black person trying to live free and know the enormous price that so many people have paid on our behalf. That's the most important thing as it relates to the year 1619 today for me. And then we have to think very seriously, not in a dismissive way about the strategies we've employed, but very earnestly about what it is that we've learned from those strategies. So take respectability politics. And I write very critically about respectability politics while also acknowledging that I have respectability so deep in me, as you do too, Harvard graduate, okay? A master's in theology, all right?
Me out. Okay, stop telling my business.
We wouldn't be here if we had not, you see what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to dismiss it, but all I'm trying to say, as I write in the piece, is being respectable has very little, if anything, to do with being respected. We have spent too much time investing in this delineation between respectable Black people and not respectable Black people, and it hasn't gotten us anywhere. It's limited. So that's the first piece. The second piece is protest. Now listen, I was on a panel with Kiesa Lehman in Los Angeles a few months ago, and one thing we said after, we said, listen, man, we have to be very humble as we talk about this because nobody in 400 years has figured the exact way to be free. So all we're doing is shining little lights in the darkness, saying, "Hey, y'all, this is what I found. This might be useful." Protest is clearly important. The whole lineage of the Fannie Lou Hamers and the Ella Bakers, all of these people who have done extraordinary work. But at the same time, when I think about my dear friends in the Black Lives Matter movement, what matters to me is that they are alive. You think about the great U.S. Army military general, George Patton. He said, "No man ever won a war by dying for his country. The point is to make the other poor dumb bastard die for his country." So I have no interest in another Black person dying for America. None. That is not at all to dismiss the extraordinarily important work that my friends and comrades are doing in terms of protest, but it is to say that while we consider that a real option to be part of the resistance, another real option is what I'm advocating, not replacing anything we've done, but adding to the menu of options, which is renewal, which goes everything from every Black person in America ought to be in therapy. You talk about Marianne Williamson's great 200, 500 billion reparations package. There ought to be free first class.
A lot of that should go to therapy. Yeah.
Listen.
Yeah. Why do you say that?
Well, listen, to have lived in this country as a Black person is to have ingested a great deal of toxicity.
It's a very interesting
Not just
point.
your toxicity, your parents' toxicity, their parents, right? Intergenerational trauma. Now we want to talk about. And
What's up, DiCapriono? How you doing?
We want to talk about. Oh, let's get the right
Is there
policy.
Am I
Those are
going to
topical
insult you by
solutions.
saying
Healing is
Happy
from the
Monday?
inside out. Now, that's not Casey Gerald's idea. That's a multi-thousand year. Those people have always said this, so
Oh,
we know
by
that
the
to be true.
way,
What about white people? What do you want them?
by the way, thinking of this, there is, well, somewhat of a reason for this show. Somebody made a comment about, she wanted to get paid, some random woman, some random, black manosphere misogynist point. Oh, happy day. Well, and then for some odd reason, I remembered Alexander Pope. And, it's kind of funny. He was actually funny. And I don't think he's appreciated enough. I first encountered Alexander Pope in an English class in 10th grade. It was Father Bryant's. Actually, it was a composition class, if I recall. But he was possibly the best English teacher I've ever had. It was supposed to be like grammar and composition, and I basically learned from him that generally you don't need any punctuation in sentences more complicated than a comma or a period. Everything else is just, kind of specialized. But anyway, Alexander Pope, we might do a week of Alexander Pope. I know tomorrow I have something planned, but since everybody thinks that I'm kind of boring anyway, I might as well put some icing on the boring cake and talk about some 18th century poet. Some 18th century English poet.
To do or think or say or think about.
I find teaching and edifying and prescribing things for white people to be extraordinarily boring and have no interest in it. I'm also a queer person, and I feel similarly about straight people. So this is not just an anti-white thing. It is a sense that folks with power have the responsibility to educate themselves and use their power responsibly. And I have no sympathy for you.
And this is a
your
great
8,000
point.
word essay for New York Magazine.
And you know what? He said it, somewhat better than I do, but there are some, white shades, the white shades who build outhouses and are so prideful that they built something. Bottom line is, if white people are so great, they are the arbiters of Western civilization and the stewards of making sure Western civilization in America stays great. Why aren't they better educated? Why don't they know shit? And YouTube is particularly bad about this. I come across so many people who, and by the way, a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. I don't think that's the exact quote, but Alexander Pope actually, I'm sure he didn't invent it, but he has a famous take on that little knowledge is a dangerous thing, which we may or may not talk about later in the week. But the bottom line is there are a lot of people in this nation of white people. What is it? This is a white man's nation or whatever. There are a lot of white men out there who know nothing about their own history, let alone anybody else's. And they talk a good game, but they get pissed off when you start asking them questions. And I'm hoping that my favorite white shade will hear this little piece that I'm speaking.
And you're talking to yourself, and other folks can listen if they want? Or what's the point of writing if you don't want to communicate?
The point of writing is to write to Black people. I told the editor, I said, listen, I was going to put this on Tumblr. Okay, I didn't write this to be a published author. I wrote this. Nobody commissioned it. I didn't care who was paying for it. I
The
wrote it
fuck
because
is
I wanted
Tumblr?
to talk to my people about something that
Let's
I
look
have been
that
thinking
up.
about for a long time. And I told him, I said, hey, my only goal is to get as many black people to read this thing. If anybody else reads it, that's fine. But I think it was Stanley Crouch who said, all you get from the Negro is an intensification of the central ethos of the country. Here we are at this moment
Actually,
where
Stanley
folks think
Crouch
there
is
has been
probably right about that.
a pop-up shop of white nationalist terrorism that just came out of the blue. The reality is that white nationalist terrorism is the central ethos of the society from the time the people first get here. Otherwise, we don't have a country. So I think if people take seriously the things that I'm trying to articulate and trying to engage and understand in this piece, whether they're black or not black, I think they'll get something from it. But I wrote it for black people, and my sole intent is to try to bring about that day when to be a black person in this country is to be at peace.
There's a persistent mythology that the people of African descent came here with the ability to fly, and that at some point that people could, particularly the enslaved, could reclaim that ability and fly and disappear. Why was that so important to you to write about that?
In part because, you know, I grew up with people in the church, and I'll never forget when my grandfather died in 1998, and we went out to Lincoln Memorial Cemetery to put him in the ground. It was an all-black cemetery because it used to be you couldn't bury black and white people together, of course. And it was still pretty much an all-black cemetery in 1998. And we went out there, and he was a pastor, and our choir showed up, the Community First Baptist Missionary Baptist Choir. And they had already lined up around the big hall, and they were singing in this very hushed tone, "Some glad morning, when this life is over, I'll fly away, I'll fly away." So all my life, this sort of notion of flight had been in there. And then you get to somebody like Toni Morrison, Song of Solomon. You get somebody like Virginia Hamilton, and The People Could Fly. You get to this great scene, I think, in Revelations by Alvin Ailey and Centerman, and those three male dancers are dancing, and then the stage clears, and that one dancer, he comes and he leaps. There's something about transcendence, about ecstasy, about escape, about the embodied illogical freedom that I think is core to our survival as a people, not just over these 400 years, but in the time to come. I did a podcast when my book came out, and we titled it How to Make Free People. Because I had gone back to Yale, and I was talking to a group that I founded when I was there, co-founded the Yale Black Men's Union. And I said, you know, we got really good at making great men, great people. What we've got to learn how to do is make free people. And then I thought about it for some months. I thought about it for some months, and I realized you don't make free people. You stand and believe that we are free people. And if everything we do every day starts from that perspective, no matter what the data is telling
Not
us,
sure I
we move
agree
through the
with
world.
that exactly.
If I teach my 14-year-old niece to move
I
through the
think
world
people
as if
don't
she
exactly
were
know what
a free
freedom
person,
is.
and we learn what it takes to do that. That, I think, is the greatest challenge and the greatest adventure that Black people can take for the next 400 years in this country, which, by the way, I'm not sure the country will exist for another 400 years. But however long we're going to be here, I think that ought to be our goal.
Casey Gerald, thank you for talking to us.
Thank you.
All right. Well, hopefully somebody got something out of that. I have, as usual on Monday, a plethora of news stories, and who knows what'll break between now and the time we get to the end of the news stories. And then I have some, breaking up videos, commenting on some of the news stories I'll do. Let's see. What does DiCapriono have to say? I'm starting to believe that the brain drain talent imported could be more of a detriment than it's worth. You mean, can you be more specific? The brain drain from the United States? You mean, the deportation sort of thing? in academia? Just be more specific, and I can address it to Capriono. Bobby, good morning. How you doing? Hey, I have a question since DiCapriono and Bobby are here. How do y'all feel? John Galt and I talked over the weekend. Me, Portia, and John Galt talked about AI readers. Now, I have a plan basically to digitize my voice. So, hopefully it's a little bit less harsh on the ears. I personally don't have a problem with AI readers, because my voice gets dried out and I get all coffee if I start talking a lot. Um, I don't know. Apparently, what do you guys in the chat feel, even though there are not too many of you? Just put in long form. Do you have a problem with AI readers or not? I think AI readers are fine. I don't know. I don't know why John hates them. So let's see. Maybe the empires of the past. Maybe. It could be, but you know what? We could probably talk for an hour on that. I don't believe America has always been an amalgamation of cultures. We have never been Norway. So I don't understand what this fear, really what it is there is a fear of non-Northern European cultures. The quote, Amy Wax talks about Western civilization and bourgeois values. But we've always been an amalgamation of cultures. Even within the Western tradition, I've talked constantly about 12 nations of America, where America is really sectionalized culturally. New England, back during pre-colonial or pre-America, New England was nothing like Georgia. New England, there were differences even within the English people, whether it was by class, whether it was by religion, or whether, hey, let's just look at Northern Europe. Germany was different than England. Spain was. Bottom line, I think the fear of cultural influence, we are not Rome. Whether we want to make comparisons or not, we know a lot more than the Romans did. We have, especially in America, there are places you can go like out in nowhere, Idaho, where you don't have to see anybody. So I think that, this worrying about cultural influence bleeds into actual xenophobia sometimes. Thank you, Dave. I will seek to get my voice digitized. Portia's going to help me with that project. Trojan horse. I don't know, DiCapriono. That is definitely possible. Trojan horse or Manchurian candidate, which is kind of the same thing. I don't know. Anything's possible. But anything's possible in a free and open society, which America has survived, 250 years. So, it's a free and open society. Anything is bound to happen. But I would argue if we survive this second term of Donald Trump, we will at least be a little bit more armored, as to like Trojan horses. And we'll get into Trump inevitably. So the most interesting story I saw over the weekend was this. Gunmen started Idaho blaze and then fatally shot 2 firefighters in ambush attack, officials say. And I'm looking for the white shade who builds outhouses. That's his Native American name. White shade who builds outhouses. I would be curious to know what his take on it is. It says here, an armed man with a rifle started a wildfire Sunday and then began shooting at first responders in a northern Idaho mountain community, killing 2 firefighters and wounding a third during a barrage of gunfire over several hours, authorities said. The shelter-in-place order was lifted Sunday night after a tactical response team used cell phone data to hone in on a wooded area where they found the suspect's body with a firearm nearby as flames rapidly approached. Kootenai County, that's a great name. County Sheriff Bob Norris said. Officials did not release his name, nor did they say what kind of gun was found. We believe that the suspect started the fire, and we do believe that it was an ambush and it was intentional. Really? Norris said at a Sunday night news conference, these firefighters did not have a chance. Sheriff's officials said crews responded to a fire at Canfield Mountain just north of Coeur d'Alene. I can't remember how you pronounce this. Coeur d'Alene? Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Around 1:30 p.m. and gunshots were reported about half an hour later. So you can see the little picture with the fireway in the background. Man, that's a lot of green grass. I didn't think Idaho was that green. Of course, it's a neighborhood. It may be artificial. Investigators said the gunman acted alone. We believe that there was only one shooter that was on that mountain at the time. Three victims were brought to the Kootenai Health. Kootenai Health and hospital spokesman Kim Anderson said, Kim Anderson, 2 were dead on arrival. The third was being treated for injuries. The wounded firefighter was fighting for his life after surgery and was in stable condition. The scene was sheer pandemonium as the brush fire burned and firefighters rushed to the scene only to come under heavy fire. Wow. So this is what happens out in the land of the white shades. Interesting. Well, I don't know what to say other than I subscribe to the whitehouse.gov mailing list. So occasionally I get like emails. And this was something that got that hit my my email today, and it has one big beautiful MAGA minute, and it's got damn, I can't even what's her name? I can't even remember her name. My old man memory. I'll remember her name in a minute. But anyway, she will tell us with these horrible orange fingernails, what is up with that? About how great Trump is. Let's see, can I shrink this a bit so we can? There we go. So let's listen to one big, beautiful Trump minute.
It's another week in the books here at the White House, and let's break it all down in this week's MAGA Minute. President Trump started the week by completely and totally obliterating Iran's nuclear program and securing a peace deal between Israel and Iran. President Trump then traveled to the Netherlands to attend the annual NATO summit, where he secured a historic agreement for its members to raise defense spending to 5% of GDP. The S&P and the NASDAQ both hit all-time record highs on Friday morning, and summer gas prices have reached their lowest points since 2021. The Supreme Court also issued a landmark ruling ending nationwide injunctions by lower district court judges, putting a stop to activist judges who have stood between this administration and the safety and prosperity of the American people. President Trump also held an event here at the White House to showcase the One Big Beautiful Bill and the stories of everyday Americans who will see tangible life improvements as a result of this critical piece of legislation. This bill delivers on no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and many other key campaign promises the president made on the trail. And we expect to see this bill on the president's desk by July 4th. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next week for One Big Beautiful MAGA Minute. It's another week.
Well, two things. Her voice sounds amazingly like Grace Thorpe's. And the other thing, I could have closed my eyes and imagined that this was a used car commercial. If you've ever seen these local and sometimes new car commercials, they'll get some beautiful blonde woman to hype up the cars. That's exactly what this reminded me of. So apparently this is something new. And since I'm subscribed to whitehouse.gov and I will get these emails. Hopefully they do it every week so I can greet you all on Monday with what Trump did the week before. And by the way, nationwide injunctions are not quite ended. There are ways to do it de facto. I'll get into the workaround, and in a way it might work out better. So who knows? Trump might have done us a favor, and that's what presidents do. They make things better. So let's see. Of course, my stories are out of order. Well, I was gonna go into the big beautiful bill since we had the big beautiful minute talking about the big beautiful bill. Basically comparing how the House and Senate bills deliver on Trump's agenda. And let's see here. There are a lot of charts and stuff here. So I'll just read the highlights. What was that? Oh, wow. Wow, they went all in. So they've kind of categorized it. So Republicans are racing to deliver a sprawling domestic policy package for President Trump that cuts taxes, boosts spending on the military and immigration enforcement, and slashes social safety net programs to help pay for it. The House passed its version last month, and senators released their latest draft just after midnight on Friday, hoping up to tee up votes in the Senate in the coming days. There are big differences between the two chambers' bills, and Republican leaders have toiled to resolve their disputes about critical pieces to keep the package on track. The measure must pass the Senate and then win final approval in the House to clear Congress. Here is a look at some of the key provisions in the bill and major differences. I don't know that I care that much about the differences, but key tax cut extensions. The House is more generous here. Let's see. Both bills could raise it above its current level of $15,000, $30,000 for couples, with adjustments for inflation each year. The House adds $1,000 to the child tax credit. The Senate adds a one-time permanent. Let's see, a one-time permanent boost of $750 in 2025. I don't know what one-time permanent boost means, but it looks like the House is going to do it through increase by 1,000, 2,000 for couples through 2028. Senate is less generous, a boost just in 2025. I see what it is, but they may carry it forward. It'll be less, but it will last longer. So, child tax credit. House wants to temporarily do the child credit. Senate wants. Oh, I'm sorry. The first category I was talking about was standard deduction. So the Senate actually looks like a better deal. It's permanent, but it's less. Starting in 2025, 750 for individuals, 1,500 for couples. Child tax credit. Senate wants to make it permanent. The House wants to do it through 2028. Estate tax. They want to basically exempt estates estates worth less than 14 million. Increases to 15 million in 2026 with adjustments for inflation each year. Well, I'm kind of neutral on that. I'm not gonna yell at that. However, I will say this: there are a lot of people who think that estates should not even exist, because it creates trustafarians. Kids who are lazy. You never hear about people going in on that. You'll hear about lazy people getting handouts from welfare and stuff. We never hear about the lazy kids who get inheritances. I wonder why that is. State and local tax deduction raises the cap to $40,000. Deduction for business owners. Keep House 23%. Senate keeps it at 20%. Tax breaks for corporations. Tax breaks. The House is going to do it 2025 through 2029. Senate wants to make those tax breaks permanent. And there's a reporter note. This is a big win for business and economists who widely believe that these investment incentives can actually help strengthen the economy. Restoring tax breaks has been a priority for corporate lobbyists for years. Tax breaks permanent. I wonder what Ryan would say about that. I bet he'll like it. New tax cuts and policies. Mr. Trump also campaigned on a number of tax cuts and has pushed Republicans to include measures core to his policy agenda. Both bills create an addition to the standard deduction for Americans 65 and older from 2025 through 2028. The deduction would decrease for those who earn more than $75,000 a year or $150,000 for couples. So basically, seniors, which I will be 65 one day, adds $4,000 in cuts for. Adds $4,000 to the standard deduction for 65 and older. Senate adds $6,000. One of Mr. Trump's signature campaign promises was no tax on Social Security because actually eliminating taxes on Social Security benefits was too costly and procedurally difficult. Republicans instead settled on upping the standard deduction for seniors. Oh, that's just bullshit. So they're not going to cut taxes on Social Security. Gotcha. Both bills create a new tax deduction for income from tips from 2025 through 2028. Oh, they're not going to make that permanent. But they'll make the corporate taxes permanent. Love it. Love it. Who is happy? Bobby, was it you that was you're only going to be happy through 2028 at this point? Ryan, if you want, hit the link. Estate tax is the best way to fix historical wrongs and inefficient, lower to $2 million per child. I'm kind of neutral on the estate tax. I think you're actually right about the estate tax, but there are some problems with your theory. But that everything's negotiable. And let me know if this is boring you all. Sometimes going through these numbers and stuff like that. Trump account. In both bills, babies born between the start of the year and the end of 2028 receive an investment. Trump administration is pursuing several options to encourage Americans to have more children. So the House says $1,000 in a new tax advantage Trump account. The Trump account. Tax on university endowments. Ooh. Now, the House wants to tax university endowments up to 21%. The Senate increases up to 8%. It says here, reporters note, much of Trump's crusade against elite universities bogged down by legal questions or caught up in court. A tax increase passed by Congress, though, won't face the same legal hurdles, while still imposing a substantial new cost on some of the nation's leading research universities like Harvard. Yeah, if they pass it into law, I'm not sure it can even be challenged. Taxes are taxes. Charitable contribution deduction. Both bills allow taxpayers to take the standard deduction to deduct charitable donations. Historically, only those who itemize have been able to claim this deduction. House allows deduction up to $150. Really? And that's just through 25 through 28. Wow. Senate allows deduction up to $1,000, $2,000 for couples starting in 2026 with no expiration. Wow. Only $150 the House for your charitable donation. Because the Republicans expanded the standard deduction so much, far fewer Americans have been itemizing their deductions, including their charitable donations. Some nonprofits argue that without a charitable deduction, Americans are not as generous of donors. This bill would again let many Americans write off their donations on their taxes. Cuts to health care and food benefits. To offset Mr. Trump's desired tax cuts, both bills propose steep cuts to health care and food assistance benefits for low-income Americans. Both bills impose a work requirement on most adults in order to qualify for benefits. States would also be required to check recipients' eligibility twice a year instead of once. House requires most adults without children to document 80 hours of work or prove they qualify for an exemption. Senate expands the housework requirement to include adults with children who are 15 and older. Expands the House to include adults. Interesting. I guess they figure if the kids are 15 and older, they have more time to work. Medicaid, provider taxes. Both bills limit strategies that states have developed to tax medical providers as a way to draw extra federal money into their budgets. House freezes the amount states can raise. States can raise. So they don't want more taxes. Senate reduces the maximum amount that states that expanded Medicare under the Affordable Care Act are allowed to raise to a lot of stuff there. I'm not going to even bother trying to comprehend it this early in the morning. Affordable Care Act. Both bills make it harder to sign up for coverage or to qualify for tax credits to pay for it. And speaking of the Affordable Care Act, we will talk about that in a Supreme Court ruling here in a bit. Food stamps. Both bills impose a work requirement on most adults in order to qualify for benefits and shift some of the costs from the federal government to states starting in 2028. So, you know what? Basically, it's, if you're working, they're going to basically make it harder to get food stamps. Essentially, they're trying to eliminate food stamps. And that's actually people really need to like be reoriented. Um, I'm a veteran, and I don't think that this money that we're spending on defense, we shouldn't be ramping it up every year, or every time there's a budget passed. There's a problem there with priorities, and I just think if America is first, I think American people should be first. And there aren't too many countries, at least right now, that can reach out and touch America. Now there is the 9/11s, but I don't think you need like a nuclear arsenal to deal with domestic terrorists or foreign terrorists. You get what I mean. I have a problem between the estate taxes, the amount we spend um, on defense, and now Department of Homeland Security. I have some problems with priorities, but you know what? That's a white people problem. Eliminate clean energy programs. Mr. Trump also campaigned on rolling back tax credits for clean energy contained in the Inflation Reduction Act 2022. Both bills do this, but the Senate has proposed a more gradual phase out for certain technologies. Basically, wind and solar are going to cost more, and that's by design. We want to keep burning gas, and you know what? Did I do a story on black lung disease? Black lung disease is now a thing again in West Virginia. Believe that or not. Kind of shocked me. I'll drop the link in a minute, Ryan. Residential energy tax credits, both bills and tax credits. Oh wow, for rooftop solar, electric heat pumps, and other energy efficient home. Oh, really? Electric vehicle tax credit gone. Oh wait, hold it. Ends the tax credit by 2025. Shit, by September. Ends the tax credit at the end of 2025. So you know what? Get your cars now, folks. Your electric cars. Tax credits for companies that produce clean hydrogen fuels. Companies must begin construction by the end of 2025 to claim credits. Companies must begin construction by the end of 2027. So they're basically going to do some sort of grandfather. You need to do it by this date or you don't get a tax credit. Tax breaks for factories that make clean energy components like electric cars or solar panels. Both bills terminate the credit for wind power components after 2027. So goodbye wind. Trump has commented on how those windmills like kill off birds. Apparently he has a thing for birds. He doesn't he talks about the tragedy of the birds that wind farms cause. And it's touching to know that he's Mr. Animal Planet. Increased spending on immigration enforcement and defense, but of course, Customs and Border won't even go through all that. He's just going to jack up. He's going to jack up the costs. Let's see what else do. And then of course, military readiness, munitions, shipbuilding. Which you know what? Nothing wrong with ships, but come on now. Let's not overdo it. And Trump calls Golden Dome. He wants, let's see, architecture for missile defense shield system. Mr. Trump calls Golden Dome. You know what? This is the Star Wars of 2025. So that is, if anybody wants this link, by the way, I can drop it. If you want to get more in detail. This is actually a very comprehensive article, and I'm just doing the front page. They talk about reconciliation explained. This is actually a pretty detailed article, and I know I've been fussed at about reading through detailed articles. I like them. And if they get boring, if they're boring, you know, they're boring. Sometimes knowing shit can be boring. Let's see, copy link. And then I am going to drop the link. This is the Washington Post article link. And I'll drop that in both chats, which doesn't seem like anybody's on my channel. We're lonely on the Stanley Cross channel. Come visit us, please. Pick me. And then I will drop the chat link. Or I'm sorry, the panel link. Let's see here. Here we go. And there we go. All right. So that is that. And then, of course, Elon Musk has ideas or opinions of this bill. Musk condemns latest Senate bill that would destroy millions of jobs, raises taxes on wind and solar projects. So I actually read over the weekend that Elon Musk is getting a little bit more testy. Elon Musk criticized the White House's latest tax and spending legislation, expressing concerns about its potential impact on jobs in emerging industries as senators prepared to vote on the measure on June 29, 2025. Musk renewed his criticism because he believes the bill would destroy millions of jobs and cause strategic harm to the U.S. economy. Just like he did when he was head of Doge, he just got rid of jobs. He condemned the bill for providing subsidies to outdated sectors at the expense of emerging industries and warned that supporting it would be a political disaster for Republicans. He's probably wrong there. I don't agree with that point. If anything, it'll be neutral, probably a plus. Musk criticized the legislation on X, stating it increases the nation's borrowing limit by $5 trillion, a historic spike that he believes will lead the U.S. towards severe financial dependency. Then go back to South Africa. The vote's outcome may impact Musk's political influence and business relations with the administration amid his recent public feud with Trump. I think that damage has already been done. Ryan, how are you doing?
Pretty good.
Good.
Pretty good. This is I don't like how I want to know how it's gonna mess with jobs. His main objection should be
Well,
that
the jobs I see going are basically going to be jobs in the clean energy sector. Of course, I haven't read the whole bill. There's more to it. I just read kind of the highlights, so it may be deeper than that.
I mean, my frustration with the bill, okay, and his objection and the objection of everyone should be it creates more deficit, okay, and it's like,
Well, yeah, but nobody's really talking about that. And you know what? The Republicans have lost any credibility they had back, in 2017 from being like deficit hawks. Like none of those guys are none of
oh,
those
that's been
guys are
gone for
deficit hawks.
years. That they destroyed that or way before that. I mean, they've got two tax and spend parties that just it's like children. I mean, I understand. Look, I'm okay with some deficit spending, but it's like when you borrow against your house, you can't like it should be a percentage of your income. You don't buy a house that's 70% of your paycheck, right? If that's what it costs you, and that's what these idiots are doing. And I'm telling you, once they're all out of office, it's going to cost every one of us far more money because of the interest costs, and that's
Right.
I'm so irritated with these fucking idiots. So, yeah, I mean, overall, there's very little changes to taxes. I mean, that estate tax is an inflationary bump basically because it was 11 million, which I'm against it. That should be 5 million, right? Like it really should. Anything over 5 million, like it's dumb that
Well,
it's as high as it is.
DiCapriono says Trump or Musk wants his Space Force Tesla money. He does have a Tesla in orbit, right?
Yes. I mean, the thing about Musk is he does get a lot of government money, but he does save the government a lot of money. And like NASA's a hell of a lot more than his stuff. You know what I mean? So, savings wise, he saves us money overall. Even though he receives a lot of money, he saves us a lot of money. So, but he is right in a sense that a lot of the clean energy stuff, um, it's going to impact that, and we've built a infrastructure for that. So why the fuck don't we just stay with it? But the food programs, I don't know what his cuts are, but the Medicaid programs really aren't actual cuts. But current, so he's saying, so like in other words, they're calculating right now everyone gets Medicaid. What they're saying because of the work requirement, XYZ will be eliminated. But if those people work 20 hours a week, they get Medicaid. So if they're physically capable, right?
Well, I thought I saw 40 hours. You have to document like 40 or 80 hours. Like
It's 80.
they're
It's 80 a
expecting.
month.
Oh, was it 80?
It's
Okay, I'm sorry. I misread it. I was thinking like, regular 40 hours, but 80 a month. Yeah, it's 20 a week.
not bad. I mean, I don't mind that. And I mean, it basically rolls back to 2019.
Well, I mean, a lot of jobs. Apparently, it's easy to get a part-time job these days because people don't want to pay health care.
And you got to check in twice a year to say, I have it. So you just, they're going to inquire, yes, I've worked. Even if you
But it
just get
just
the
means
job.
I don't know. I have some problems with that because it basically means you're locked into maybe a job you don't like. I think
You
in
can
a
switch.
way, we talk a lot about freedom, and I don't see that as freedom. If you have to work a job, that you don't like, and you genuinely qualify for these benefits, that's not freedom.
Well, think of it
So,
this way. You can get it like I'll just share personally. My wife, her mother was on certain, she never really worked consistently. She would go get a job at McDonald's for like a week, check in and say, I have a job. It used to be you had to check in once a year. Okay. And about 2 weeks a year, she worked at McDonald's.
at the same McDonald's,
Yeah, she would go. Well, or I think she worked.
she must have known she must have known the hiring manager.
Yeah, so she'd go up there. I mean, maybe a month, whatever. But you'd have to check in once a year. She'd get the job, and they would check it. They would inquire, and yes, she works here. So then she would get the services. It was food stamps at the time. But so basically,
And
that's all you.
what's your upshot? You saying she was swindling? Did she really need the Medicare?
Well, I think it was for food stamps at the time. I know that my
Or
wife
did
told
she
me.
really need the food stamps?
Yeah, absolutely. They were third court.
Okay. Well, I mean,
But it's
so
not that hard to get it.
what's your point?
Uh, a lot of this stuff, the changes that Trump's trying to make, which
Mhm.
I hate the whole bill overall, um, but it's not that difficult to get the stuff. And they're saying it's a cut when reality is most people are just going to go work part-time a few weeks a year. So it's not that
You
hard.
think so?
Yeah. I mean, it's because of COVID, they took away any requirements for work overall, right? Like they
Mhm.
just took it. So basically, oh, you don't have to work for any of this government stuff.
Why? Let me ask you a question. Why does work matter?
I think it's spiritual. I think it's If you don't
Okay,
make
it's see, then you've lost me. You don't need to get deeper. Legislating morality is what they're trying to do.
well, okay, so let's just say this. You know, I do think that it is corrosive to a human being to not do anything and get stuff. I think
Well,
it's
then why
corrosive.
do we have retirement?
Well, so you retire, but you pay into that. You're saving up your acorns to eat
Well,
them in the winter.
no. If not doing anything is corrosive, why do we why do we even let people retire?
But no, think about it like this. When you retire, you've saved up all your acorns in Social Security or whatever, and then you retire, right? In this situation, you've gathered no acorns. They're just giving you acorns. I don't know if that helps people. I don't think it does.
I basically want to concentrate on not doing anything is corrupting to the soul. Why do we have retirement? Why don't we just make old people save more acorns, which you can argue raising the retirement age actually does that. We just need you to save a few more acorns because your soul will be corrupted if you retire.
If I could have it my way, okay. And again, my mom got licked. My wife's mom. I mean, like we come from shit, right? I don't think it was good for either. Certainly for my wife's mom. I mean, you know, I guess these programs cost very little money. Like welfare doesn't cost that much money, right? But I do think it hurts people. I don't
They're
think it's
gonna
good for
pay.
people.
They're gonna cut it to pay for the Golden Dome.
So the way I would do it is like this. My welfare funding would turn
Can you
into,
all hear me now?
okay, just
Yes,
wait, 12 man.
Okay.
we can do better than hear you. How about turn down your volume?
So I like the idea of the TBA or like skill like work programs, you know. I think the big gripe that Republicans and most people have with these programs are they just give a person a fish instead of teaching them how to fish. So
Okay,
like,
you spare me all that moral talk. It is not the government's job to to legislate morality, at least up until recently, now that we know that we're a white Christian nation. So maybe
well,
it is the government's job now.
I mean, but think about it. Do you think it's good?
I don't know
I
about
don't think
all
it's good
that,
for people.
Stanley.
I don't really care if you know all about that. I know what I'm saying. I will make jokes and I'm half serious. I think a lot of things that these white Christian, we are a white Christian nation people, I think they're whacked. I think
I
they
don't
know
think.
nothing. And I also think, and I kind of alluded to it earlier, it is amazing how so many people who are quote Western chauvinists really don't know shit about Western culture.
I don't know if white Christian nation has to do with what I'm saying. I think,
You
maybe.
know what? You are talking about corruption of souls. That's prime Christian
All right.
talk.
Well, just for human beings. So in socialist countries, even like you have to work. You can't just sit around and they put you in fucking jail. In Russia at least. So
Okay,
I
well
just
wait,
don't think
hold it.
people
Was
do.
Russia really socialist? It was communist.
Well, they attempted it,
You
but
know,
I don't think it
all
ever
Same
worked.
damn
communism is
thing.
socialist. All communism is socialist, but not all socialists are communists.
Yeah.
No, I get that,
Well,
they still
Karl
had
Marx
emerging
said
Okay,
power.
dude, I'm sorry. What, 12th man?
Karl Marx said that they're basically the same thing, like
Who
socialism.
gives a fuck what Karl
Just
Marx says?
well, he's the
He
inventor of
was
all
a
that shit.
okay, dude. You need to do something with your microphone. Uh, Besides being your normal annoying self, your microphone's only adding to it. It sounds tinny and a little overmodulated. Maybe are you speaking too close to the microphone? Maybe.
Well, I have the
And
headphones on my
Karl
head.
Marx, what Karl Marx says doesn't change. Karl Marx lived how many years ago? He had no idea.
Is that better, Stanley?
Turn down the volume, and it is.
Right.
and if you can't, I can. But I Marx kind of didn't know the monster he was gonna create. He was dead by the time the Soviet Union came to be. So this is one example of something that was kind of created, in innocence, just being manipulated, warped. It's probably a better term. So anyway, communism is socialism, but not the other way around. And anything can be abused. And I want to also add that I think the one reason that America is so afraid of democratic socialism, and they just want to just say, if you're a socialist of any sort, you're an outright communist. It's hyperbole, and it's the odd thing is MAGA is supposed to be a populist movement, and there's a lot of overlap with what the left populists, the democratic socialists or whatever, and the MAGA, the ones who are actually populists, they get along. There's some things they don't, but don't agree on, but there's a lot they do agree on. The problem with MAGA is it has oligarchs. The president is an oligarch, Musk is an oligarch, and quite frankly, Steve Bannon, for all his populist clothing, he's really an oligarch. So MAGA is trash as a right populist movement. Quite frankly, the Tea Party to me was more like genuine. MAGA's just like oligarchs wanted to get on board. Whatever it is you're eating, maybe you should mute, 12th man.
No, that was me rolling a cigarette. Thank you.
Well, we know it now. So I don't have the fear. No, Speak Radio, I don't agree that socialism evolves to communism any more than capitalism evolves to fascism. Nothing's inevitable. And I don't even think socialism evolves to communism can be borne out historically, though I could be wrong. I
I think
don't,
it's the opposite. Like there's always power that emerges. Like in Soviet Russia, it was the government. If you were with the government, you had power. Everybody else had no power. So there was a tiered. In true
well,
communism,
see,
the
that was the
government was supposed
problem
to
with it.
fade
There
in
were
and fade away.
communism evolved into something that actually had class. Socialism is supposed to be classless, which I think is impossible.
I think it's the opposite, Stanley, isn't it?
No,
Isn't it? I thought communism, the government.
there were first among equals in Soviet Russia.
Huh,
There were some people had dakas. Some people were in Siberia. There were classes. Now
it
you can
didn't work
use that
well.
DACA and wind up in Siberia, but I think it's almost impossible to have any
Fuck
sort
you
of
know about Siberia, Stanley? Come on, man.
okay, dude. Turn down your volume, please.
Well, I did.
Let
It's
me
pretty low.
He just wants to
okay.
troll.
Let me go ahead and dial it down for you. Let me give you a little bit of. I listened to
That
Mo
way you
Love's
can
show.
hear me.
Oh, I can hear you fine. As a matter of fact, I
Alright.
need to hear you less. There we go. I turned you down. Let's see how that works. I actually
All the way
listened to.
down.
No, it's pretty good now. I did it
Alright.
on my side.
Thank you,
I
Stanley.
no problem. I listened to Mo Love's show, and I'm way off track here, which I hate doing because I have a lot of news stories. However, I listen to Mo Love's. Usually, if I get enough sleep, I wind up waking up early. So I listen to Mo Love's show, which I highly recommend. It's more or less a Bible study, but they talk about a lot of psychology, biblical. It all winds up. How can you be a more godly person? And there's a joke there too. But Tough Guy got on there and just fucking showed his ass. And I'm real sensitive to people who just want to show their ass. I have zero patience. I saw Mo Love, who is really a good person. Just now she did assert herself, but Tough Guy was just way out of line. And I'm not gonna deal with that shit this morning. After hearing what Tough Guy put her through, I ain't having it. And if I interrupt you, that's fine. If you interrupt me, it may be fine. It may not be. This is not a democracy. And then the other thing is, someone asked Mo Love. This is a totally off the topic, but I thought the joke was good. Well, it wasn't really a joke, but she said what somebody asked her, well, Mo Love, what do you want in a man? So she's like, well, she wants a godly man and all this stuff. So I put in the chat, well, is it okay to be a man who is godly-ish? She thought that was funny. I'm godly-ish in the Camus sort of way.
I remember the night that Tough Guy wanted to watch these pimp videos, and I could tell you were getting frustrated.
Oh yeah, there's still Iceberg Slim that I forgot where I put the movie.
I like Mo Love, but he is better. That was my darling right there.
So I guess we'll get back to the news now. Ryan, what did you have to say?
No, you're good.
Well, I moved this story up, but we started talking about jobs, and I thought maybe Ryan, you might actually have some thoughts on this. This is Oh, by the way, while I have you two up here, I heard Deacon Dave say he doesn't particularly have a problem with AI voices. I will try and get my voice digitized, so maybe it's a little bit less abrasive. I personally don't have a problem with AI voices.
I don't even know what it is.
My voice. I'm sorry.
I don't know what it is. What is it?
An AI voice?
Yeah. What do you get? You put it into
like when I do the readers of these news. I have the automatic readers for the news articles. I mean, apparently John Galt has a problem. No one else has voiced it, so I've kind of thrown it open to the people who come by.
I don't even know what it. Like, in other words, I've never heard of it, but that's interesting. I don't know if once you make your AI voice.
Let me play this. Let me play this video. It's the listen to the article option where the embedded AI reader reads it.
Okay, yeah, I'll check it out. Yeah, go ahead, play it.
Well, I've been using it for months.
It's just the standard one. No, that's the standard one.
400,000 open jobs.
Well, the New York Times and Washington Post do vary them up, and I think
hold on, Stanley. You're going to do your voice in AI, though. Your voice.
Yes, you can digitize your voice. Yeah,
AI. How do you do that? That's crazy.
I'm not sure. Portia is going to send me an email. She's got 3 options, but apparently, it will give you like scripts to read. That's the way I think I understand it. But eventually, it kind of learns how you speak. And it's not going to be perfect, of course.
You read it, Stanley, than some fucking bot. Come on.
Yeah,
man.
well, you know what? After about 5 articles, it starts becoming a bit of a burden. So, but anyway, let's get back to this. Since we were talking jobs and Elon Musk was talking about lost jobs, apparently factories are having trouble filling nearly 400,000 open jobs. So this is something that Ryan specifically, since you're up here, I'd like you to talk on. Ooh, look, Farrah Stockman's kind of cute.
Jobs. This article is by Farrah Stockman and read by an automated voice. President Trump's pledge to revive American manufacturing is running into the stubborn obstacle of demographic reality. the pool of blue-collar workers who are able and willing to perform tasks on a factory floor in the United States is shrinking. As baby boomers retire, few young people are lining up to take their place. About 400,000 manufacturing jobs are currently unfilled, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, a shortfall that will surely grow if companies are forced to rely less on manufacturing overseas and build more factories in the United States, experts say. Difficulty attracting and retaining a quality workforce has been consistently cited as a, quote, top primary challenge by American manufacturers since 2017, said Victoria Bloom, the chief economist at the National Association of Manufacturers, which produces a quarterly survey. Only recently has the issue slipped down on the list of challenges, superseded by trade-related uncertainty and increased raw material costs due to tariffs, Ms. Bloom said. But the scarcity of skilled blue-collar workers remains a long-term problem, according to Ron Hetrick, an economist with Lightcast, a company that provides labor data to universities and industry. We spent 3 generations telling everybody that if they didn't go to college, they are a loser, he said. Now we are paying for it. We still need people to use their hands. The hiring challenges faced by American factories are multifaceted. The president's crackdown on immigration, which includes attempts to revoke deportation protections for migrants from troubled countries, may eliminate work.
Okay, let me stop this right here. First off, I think that's hyperbolic. No one said you're a loser. And if you go and you look at the numbers, most and Ryan, you correct me if I'm wrong, but most of the workforce aren't college graduates. Okay. So I don't really understand what his problem is. A lot of these factory jobs require some sort of education. Everything's getting all computerized.
With what
So
they want
I
to
have a
build, sorry, go
what?
ahead. With what they want to build, with like what they're trying to build out, it is difficult. So, like if they want to build, let's say you want to just build an iPhone, right? You got to have tool and die makers. You got to have people that can make machines. So your guy that's like building out the templates, we don't have those people. I mean, I have a friend of mine that does satellite. He does like the inspection, and a lot of it's on computer now, right?
Right.
And he literally sits at his house waiting for a job, waiting for them to send him a task, and he'll come in and build out the templates. He won't work for 2 months at a time because they don't, they'll get one in, he'll go in, they pay him to sit home. I said, well, how are they doing that? He said, they don't have people. He's offered to train people, but
Right.
I mean, they always have them on retainer because we don't have the people. The skilled, not the unskilled, but the skilled. Not the guy that's like pumping a screw gun on the factory floor, but like the people that would
Right.
set up and run
But
the
the thing
factory.
is for it says here for every 20 positions, there's one qualified candidate. What the hell does college have to do with this?
Well, yeah,
You
you
need
wouldn't
to
need
be
college for that.
concentrating on how you get qualified candidates. And I would imagine trade schools. I think, we just literally, this dude's talking about, the past. And his comment doesn't bear out. Most people do not have college degrees, and you need to be dealing with the problem as it is. Stop worrying about what used to be. And how do these jobs pay? And then the other thing is, what? One of the things I know with warehousing, and I imagine it was maybe with manufacturing and warehousing in particular, they decided to go out into the hinterlands because land was cheap and they could pay bottom dollar for their workforce. So it used to be that factories were pretty near cities, like
Yes.
population centers.
Hmm.
I'm not. Is that still the same with manufacturing? I know with warehousing, and because I worked in it. Yeah, you'd go out to like West Virginia, in Podunk, West Virginia, and hey, this is fairly near an interstate. We can pay these people bottom dollar, and land's cheap. And hey, they're going to be so happy to have us that they're going to give us tax breaks, and we can sit right next to the Shenandoah River and shit in it.
A lot of the manufacturing is still near population centers. Warehousing is definitely out in the hinterlands. But here's a good example. The
Well,
steel
let me
mill,
tell you why I asked that question. These factories, I mean, are they willing to relocate people?
they should be. I mean, the problem is the
Well, you
skill
gotta have
sets.
housing. If
The
we're
skill
gonna
sets for
relocate,
industry are different than the
if
skill
we're,
sets
if we're
for.
gonna relocate people, you have to have housing. So,
Well, that's true, but you know what? They're not talking about any of this stuff. They want to blame people in college.
I think it's more that, like, I know when I was in school, they were like, you need to go to college, right? More so than work a blue collar job. It was it, you know what I mean? This was back in the fucking 90s, 80s, and 90s, you know? So,
Well,
but
see, the funny thing is, though, and I'll let you finish in just a second. In a way, these white collar jobs where you're on salary, I've experienced this. You actually sometimes wind up making less than the hourly people.
absolutely.
Because, I
Absolutely.
literally, I told you about the time. He didn't say it to me, but I know he said it to someone. Hey, nobody's telling you you have to work 40 hours a week, meaning you can work more.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Well, if you look now, you got kids coming out of college, they're getting 52,000, 60,000. And then you got kids that have just got their electrician's license. They're making
Right.
$100,000 a year. So it's insane, right? Like I mean, a lot of the job shit, school teachers aren't making $100,000 a year till they're 45 years old. So blue collar's where it's at. So,
Well,
but the
here's the
problem,
deal. I
the
know with
problem,
school
Stanley,
teachers.
go ahead, sorry. Go
Well,
ahead.
no, I go ahead and say it, but I know. Let me tell you something about school teachers because I've got a sister who just retired a few years ago. My mother was a retired teacher. So finish your point, but I want to talk about why teachers are mostly female
Um, okay, so
because
I'll say
it's
my
a
point
great
first.
it's a great life if you're a wife. I mean, you're off in the summers with your kids a lot of
Oh
time.
yeah, yeah, I agree with that. Well, just my point was, so at the steel mill that was up the street, like near in our area, that like if you a good job was a steel mill, right? You went to steel mill. So what's there now is a bunch of logistics stuff for Amazon. But what was there was a steel mill called Bethlehem Steel. It's the largest steel producer in the world historically. More pounds of steel than any place on the planet. So in a steel mill, you had to have steam fitters, pipe fitters, electricians, people to run the mill, people that knew control systems. There was 100 jobs. You had, I mean, metal fabricate, the tin mill had its own set of people. You had people in maintenance. So there were 100 skill sets in there that no longer are there. And now the people there are the same. They're different people, but all they're doing is handling a bunch of boxes and freight and things like that. So the skill sets that we had, um, they're overseas, and I'm talking the control systems for a steel mill. I mean, it's if you ever been to a steel mill, it's a work of
I
art.
never
Like
have.
it's Stanley. I mean, they got a cauldron there, where the
Yeah,
pot.
I've seen those on TV.
They're 80 feet high. Like it's an amazing thing to see this process, right? And but all those skill sets are gone. They've left the country. I mean, there's still steel mills left, yes, but there was a steel mill in, half the towns in the friggin' country, right? So now we need some steel mills. We need some places that will make drill bits, right? Because to build
Right.
stuff, you gotta have drill bits. That's in China. Like just making a drill bit, you gotta take a piece of rod steel and then
Yeah,
you gotta
well, you
cut
know
it.
what? Who put them there? The steel companies or
Steel companies.
somebody who bought a steel company and dismantled it. I've seen it happen with textile mills.
This is good. Yeah, it's
Where
terrible.
like
It's
yeah,
terrible.
like Springs Industries I used to work for years ago. The daughter who wound up inheriting that whole thing, she wound up, a lot of that stuff, like there was a facility in Lyman, South Carolina. They basically shut it down, and I know they wound up taking the whole operation in Mexico.
Yeah.
So even the people, like, she was pretty much, it was a public company, but she was like her family, started it, so she might have even been the major shareholder. I don't know. But bottom line is she had a tradition and she shipped it to Mexico. I don't know
That's
so much
terrible.
about the steel industry, but that's my example. A lot of American businesses wound up saying, "Hey, it's cheaper." Um,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, and if you go into a textile mill, there's gigantic industrial looms
yep,
that are, to make
I've
this stuff.
seen
You're
them.
talking about it's 20 foot wide and they've got fabric coming out. Like I was in a textile mill for actually it came from plastics. And I mean literally these massive machines are weaving this fabric, right? Coming out on the back end. Then there's another one and another one. So some people run the machines, some people maintain the machines, but all these types of, and that's a basic one. And then you get into like fabricating, like an iPhone. There's what is there 100,000 parts to steps to I think there's 1,800 parts and like a hundred
Mhm.
thousand steps to make an iPhone. All those take someone to make the part, fabricate the part, set up the template to make that part, 2 million times over. All those skills are they're gone.
Now, when you
So,
say template, you're talking like an algorithm, like something that's computerized, right?
so if I
Or
need
do you
no,
have
just
to draw it out?
well, they do it on computer now, right? But you still
Oh, you
say,
mean like
okay,
a CAD?
um, yeah. When I say template, if they're gonna make a part, any part, just a
Yeah.
like someone has to make that template and then set up the casting system to cast it to the
Okay.
metal,
Okay, I got
right? I
you.
mean, all that shit is gone. To make a satellite part, like my buddy works at Northrop Grumman
Well,
making satellite parts, right?
3D printing doesn't do that?
I mean, yeah, that's plastic, right? But they can do
Well,
it
yeah,
with
but it doesn't have to be. I would think I would think you could use other materials, with the same, say, algorithm. You don't necessarily, doesn't have to be plastic.
not
I would
well, I
Now
don't know how many.
I'm way out of just let me say this at the outset. Let me do the disclaimer. I'm way out of my depth. I have no clue what I'm talking about. I'm just
Yeah,
asking questions.
but just from a standpoint of assembly, 3D printing can do some stuff, by the way, it can. But
Mhm.
not all materials can be 3D printed,
Right.
but if you just look at how something's made, I mean, there's so many different
Well, is your friend a
skill sets.
machinist?
He's not a machinist, but he can do machining. But there's very few machinists left in the country.
Yeah, yeah,
However,
yeah.
he does inspections, so they'll make a part and it'll
Mhm.
hit him, and these satellite parts are like within 40 thousandths of an inch, right? They're so finite in terms of the what
Well,
am I the
tolerances? Is
tolerances.
that the right
Oh, it's
word?
well, yeah, I mean, look at a ship, right? Like a lot of them parts on your ship had super tight tolerances to work. um
Yeah.
and
I don't
there's
even know. They used to have machinist mates in the Navy, and then
yeah,
there were nuclear machinist mates, which were like super smart.
yeah,
So I don't even. I wonder. I have to ask around if I even think about it. It's not that important if they still have machinist mates as a as an occupation. I bet they
Well,
don't.
imagine they have to just to fix this stuff that they have, you know. I mean, I'm sure they do at some level,
Well,
but
I mean, but well, yeah, they're engineers, but I mean, um, it's so weird because the machinist mates were really, I think, a relic of the steam engine era. The gas turbine ships, you have gas turbine machinist mates. They're extremely specialized these days.
sure,
You know, there used to be just an machinist mate. Now they're GTMMs.
yeah,
And then the diesel world is totally different. These big ass diesel engines.
yeah.
I don't think.
Well,
Well, anyway,
think about
I'm
this
kind
thing.
of.
Like if you look at Newport News where we're making ships, right?
Oh
How
yeah, I
many
know right where it
people?
is.
I mean, our shipbuilding industry's gone. The Navy's making ships. They probably use half contractors.
Oh
And
no, 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 no. The Navy doesn't make ships. It didn't
I
when I
thought
was
that
in the Navy. No,
I
they
think it actually,
contract them out like
oh, the
Electric
whole thing.
Boat in Connecticut. Now
Because there,
Portsmouth, I don't think the Navy owns those facilities. I think they're deeply like entrenched. Like I know
hmm.
people who would, retire and go work for these companies, but Newport News, no, 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 that's not
So
Navy
that's
owned.
all private, huh? Interesting.
Yeah.
So if you make an aircraft carrier, it's made by private sector. But we had this shipbuilding industry that's gone. It's in Korea. It's in Europe. You know, all the people making Royal Caribbean cruise ships. The cargo industry is in Korea and China, and that they have
Yeah,
a
but the
huge
thing
initiative
is,
to bring it back.
you know, part of the initiative is, hey, this environmental damage isn't done in the United States. So there are a lot of factors that went in. Kelvin says as long as it's a woman's voice. um
Well,
well, anyway, I want
they,
to finish this. I want to finish this
okay, yeah,
article
that's cool. That's cool. Yeah,
because we got way off track,
Workers who could have filled
as
those
we do.
jobs. Many
yes.
Americans aren't interested in factory jobs because they often do not pay enough to lure workers away from service jobs that may have more flexible schedules or more comfortable working environments. For some companies, remaining globally competitive involves the use of sophisticated equipment that requires employees to have extensive training and familiarity with software. And employers cannot simply hire people right out of high school without providing specialized training programs to bring them up to speed. That wasn't the case in the heyday of American manufacturing. Attracting motivated young people to manufacturing careers is also a challenge when high school guidance counselors are still judged by how many students go on to college. College graduates, on the other hand, often do not have the right skills to be successful on a factory floor. The country is flooded with college graduates who can't find jobs that match their education, Mr. Hetrick said, and there are not enough skilled blue-collar workers to fill the positions that currently exist, let alone the jobs that will be created if more factories are built in the United States. The Business Roundtable, a lobbying group whose members are chief executives of companies, has started an initiative in which executives collaborate on strategies to attract and train a new generation of workers in skilled trades. At an event last week in Washington, executives commiserated about how hard it was to find qualified people and swap tips on stage for overcoming the gap. Their ideas included combing through existing company job descriptions to prioritize relevant experience over college degrees, and recruiting high school students as young as sophomores for experiences that could draw their interest in manufacturing careers. For every 20 job postings that we have, there is one qualified applicant right now, said David Gitlin, the chairman and chief executive of Carrier Global, which produces air conditioners and furnaces and services heating and cooling equipment. With the rise of artificial intelligence, Mr. Gitlin said, demand has exploded for technicians to service data centers, which are built with cooling systems called chillers. He estimated that each data center would require 4 technicians to maintain a single chiller. We have 425,000 technicians today, he said, referring to the heating and air conditioning industry as a whole. We are going to need to hire another 400,000 to 500,000 over the next 10 years. But the number of young people going to vocational schools and community colleges, he added, is dropping, not growing. At the Business Roundtable event, executives praised Mr. Trump's efforts to revive the country's industrial base. But some executives acknowledged that the president's immigration policies posed challenges to any effort to fill the factories that he has pledged to bring back. Peter J. Davoren, the chairman and chief executive of Turner Construction Company, said that he would like to see, quote, a clear path for citizenship for immigrants in the construction industry and the food industry. The Trump administration's aggressive cuts to training programs for blue-collar workers have also hurt efforts to train a new generation of factory workers. The administration has taken steps to eliminate the Job Corps, a 60-year-old program that provides at-risk youths from 16 to 24 with a path to a career in the trades. Huntington Ingalls Industries, the country's largest shipbuilder, hired 68 Job Corps graduates in December in its bid to beef up its workforce. The gap between available skills and needed skills in the workforce is widening, Chris Kastner, the president and chief executive of HII, said. Technology is evolving fast, but education and training systems too often lag behind. The Trump administration has rolled out an initiative called Make America Skilled Again, which consolidates existing workforce training programs into one initiative that would give states grants if the states met certain criteria. At least 10% of the new Make America Skilled Again funding must be spent on apprenticeships. In April, Mr. Trump signed an executive order that directed the Secretary of Labor, the Secretary of Commerce, and the Secretary of Education to submit a plan to create 1 million registered apprenticeships. But it is unclear if that ambitious target can be achieved with the funding in Mr. Trump's budget bill, which trims $1.6 billion from workforce training. In April, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent drew the ire of many federal employees when he suggested that American factories could get the labor they needed from the ranks of laid-off government workers. We are shedding excess labor in the federal government.
They
he told
should
Tucker
learn to
Carlson,
code.
the former Fox News host. That will give us the labor we need for the new manufacturing. But recruiting laid-off
These
federal
dudes are
employees
awesome.
never came up at the roundtable event. Instead, participants spoke of efforts to train high school students and veterans. Blake Moret, the chairman and chief executive of Rockwell Automation, a Milwaukee-based process automation specialist, said his company had created an Academy of Advanced Manufacturing that trained returning service members for 12 weeks. Sarah Armbruster, the chief executive of Steelcase, a company in Grand Rapids, Michigan, that designs furniture, said businesses must begin recruiting in high school to educate students and their parents about how rewarding a career in manufacturing could be. Students often change their minds about a career in manufacturing when they visit the company's shop floor and see that a modern factory is clean, high-tech, and cool, she added. When they have that moment, it really changes everything in terms of opening up possibilities for them in their career, she said.
Okay.
So
All
in
right.
data center technicians in my area, base salary is $27.74 an hour. In Leesburg, Virginia, it's $26.74. So you're talking about 50 grand without overtime, walking in the door, and having about a year of experience.
Now, when you said you said data center technicians,
Data center tech, that's what was in the article, right?
yeah,
They're gonna they're gonna allow that.
Ticketmaster had a data center. I'm very familiar. That sounds that's salary. Yeah, that's hourly.
I mean, yeah, well, just say 27 an hour is about 57,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
So you're talking about 60 grand, right? And that's very little experience. But I always say this.
Well, you'll have to have some experience.
No, it says entry level positions are
Yeah, you'll have to have.
62,400.
Well, this is what I mean. But you don't just walk in off the street, and start fixing servers. I mean, you actually have to kind of know your way around a server. So
Yeah.
you're gonna have to have some sort of back in my day, in the early days of my day, you'd have to have an A+ or something like that, and maybe a little bit of experience.
Yeah.
I told you how I changed careers. I went to a Windows boot camp,
Huh.
and they took the GI Bill, and I used it, and literally now I wound up being like second in my class. There's about 50 people, and I mean, I was kind of motivated because
That's
my
awesome.
son had just been born. But you know what? I'd always been good with computers, but yeah, you wound up second in your class. And as a matter of fact, I beat the number one in the class for the job I got because I wore a suit.
Hmm. Well,
So, and I'm dead serious when I say that.
hey man,
I dressed for an interview, and I asked like years later, like this dude had his Microsoft engineering certification, etc. And you know what the answer was? We just liked you better. Even though you had less experience, we figured, you know what? We can work with this guy. And,
that's cool.
sometimes having too much experience can be a problem.
That's true. I was always told when I was in college, this old professor said, "Hey, listen, you want to be you want to make money and be successful. Dress British and think Yiddish." That's what he said. That's what he
Oh,
said.
what? You know
Yeah,
what? That's so racist, it's not.
it's I know it's funny. This old bastard, he'd say, "Listen, man, you want to dress British and think Yiddish. You'll make a ton
Now,
of
was
money."
he British or Yiddish?
He was just an old, no, he's an old American man. He might have been Yiddish. I don't know. He might have
You
been
know
Jewish.
what? As a
I
as
thought it
a
was funny
as a
though.
as a man who's reached his sextagenarian age, shout
Yeah,
out to the old men. Shout out
yes,
to the old men of America. We just know shit.
yeah. I thought it was funny though. So it was to dress, always dress really well,
What did
and
you
then
take his advice?
nah, I never overdressed at
You
the
never
school.
thought Yiddish, but you dressed British.
No, I think somewhat
I
Yiddish.
saw
I'm
those
always
Greenland
thinking
pictures.
I'm pretty cheap,
You look like a Brit.
maybe. Well, the British dress well. When you go there, they're wearing very modern fashions. It's kind of strange, and
Would
they're
you expect them to all look like something from Downton Abbey?
um. No, they were up to date with their fashions. Whereas here you'll see people wearing.
Humble president says Mazel Tov.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now. Here you'll see people wearing hiking clothes out almost like those khaki pants that have the pockets, right? I wear them, but modern fashions like tight pants, pointy shoes. You know what I mean? Like fashion. They're up to date with their fashions. In America, we really don't pay attention to that too much, I don't think. So, but dress British, dress British and think Yiddish. You'll go a long way, son. So
Excuse me.
he probably thinking about
Let's
it. He
see.
probably was an old Jew. He probably was Jewish. Thinking back to it, if he said that. So, oh yeah, Tom
Okay.
Tillis is out. Hey, a fiscal
Give me
conservative is going to
one
quit
minute here.
the party of tax and spend. Tom Tillis, a fiscal conservative. I wonder if Chip Roy's going to retire too.
I
Rand Paul's
don't know,
pissed.
but apparently, the Trump disapproval is your retirement ticket. It's like
Paul,
Trump's
Rand
disdain
Paul,
is.
Chip
Well,
Roy, and
Rand Paul's not going to retire just because of Trump.
oh, but he's pissed. So is Chip Roy. Any David Weicker, any budget hawks are just furious right now. It's embarrassing. So if Joe Manchin was still there, he'd be pissed. He was a budget hawk. So the whole Republican Party's discredited itself. Uh,
Well, all I
you know,
have to say is Trump's insults are the new gold watch.
what you mean well, he insults
Yeah,
everybody.
apparently, if he like gives you a thumbs, a thumbs down, whether you're like been there for years or not, you're done.
Yeah.
So, and I'm just going to read a little bit of this. Senator, excuse me, Tom Tillis, a two-term North Carolina Republican who is expected to contest one of 2026's toughest Senate races, tried to walk a fine line between President Donald Trump and his purple state electorate. It backfired spectacularly over the weekend, with Tillis announcing Sunday that he would not seek re-election less than one day after Trump publicly attacked him for voting no to advance his big, beautiful bill. And see, this is how, look, Trump is literally, the Senate is his. We've got a unitary executive, folks. And the Senate just, these motherfuckers are spineless. And both sides are spineless, to be honest. In Washington, over the last few years, it's become increasingly evident that leaders who are willing to embrace bipartisanship, compromise, and demonstrate independent thinking are becoming an endangered species, Tillis said in a statement announcing his decision. So you're giving up. Tillis added that it was not a hard choice between spending time with his family or committing to another 6 years in the political theater and partisan gridlock in Washington. You know what? I have a hard time feeling sorry for him. Bottom line is, look, it's a co-equal branch of government. Fucking if Trump wants you primaried, fucking fight. These are a bunch of Democrats. Look, these guys are pussies. You know, when the going gets tough, they retire. Love it. So I'm going to move on from this loser. And he's a Southerner too. Of course, you know, my theory is if you have North in your name, you can't be considered the South. So North Carolina, you are truly the North now. So on to something more amusing. And I see Ryan's dropped off. Too bad. So Star Witness. Oh, this is awesome. Star Witness against Kilmar Abrego Garcia was due to be deported. Now he's being freed. So they are literally going to give this dude like, hey, if you testify against public enemy number one, we're gonna set you free. Jose Ramon Hernandez Reyes is a 3-time felon who has been released early from federal prison to a halfway house in exchange for his cooperation in the case. Oh my God, this is hilarious. Where's this thing about deporting like felons?
You're listening to Star Witness against Kilmar Abrego. Garcia was due to be deported. Now he's being freed. A news story written by Maria Sacchetti and read by an AI-generated voice. The Trump administration has agreed to release from prison a 3-time drunken fired shots in a Texas community and spare him from deportation in exchange for his cooperation in the federal prosecution of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, according to a review of court records and official testimony. Jose Ramon Hernandez Reyes, 38, has been convicted of smuggling migrants and illegally re-entering the United States after having been deported. He also pleaded guilty to deadly conduct in the Texas incident and is now the government's star witness in its case against Abrego. The government illegally deported Abrego to a notorious mega prison in El Salvador in March and stonewalled for weeks after the Supreme Court ordered the Trump administration to facilitate his return to the United States. Officials flew the Maryland resident back into the country this month, but only after a grand jury had indicted him on charges of migrant smuggling, in part because of Hernandez's testimony. In court, prosecutors have identified their main witness as the first cooperator, but a federal agent also testified this month that the main cooperator owned the vehicle that Abrego was allegedly using to smuggle migrants when the Tennessee Highway Patrol stopped him in 2022. The Department of Homeland Security has identified Hernandez as the registered owner of the SUV Abrego was driving in that incident. That traffic stop is the centerpiece of the criminal investigation. Hernandez is among a handful of cooperating witnesses who could help the Trump administration achieve its goal of never letting Abrego walk free in the United States again. In exchange, he has already been released early from federal prison to a halfway house and has been given permission to stay in the U.S. for at least a year. Otherwise, he would be deported. Peter Joseph, a Homeland Security Investigations Special Agent, testified at Abrego's criminal hearing June 13th. The government is also likely to give him a work permit, the agent told the court. Abrego's mistaken deportation in March to El Salvador's terrorism confinement center, with more than 200 other deportees, revealed the risks associated with the Trump administration's efforts to quickly fulfill the president's campaign promise to carry out mass deportations. But the Justice Department's decision to spare Hernandez shows that officials are also willing to keep serious offenders in the United States to meet their particular goals. Abrego has no prior criminal arrests or convictions. Hernandez was going to be deported a sixth time in the coming months. Then federal agents showed up a few weeks ago asking about Abrego. "It's wild to me," said Lisa Sherman Luna, executive director of the Tennessee Immigrant and Refugee Rights Coalition. "It's just further evidence of how the government is using Kilmar's case to further their propaganda and prove their political point." Hernandez's criminal history and recent transfer to a halfway house in return for his testimony match the agent's description of the main cooperating witness.
You know what? I don't think I need to go any farther. This is just, dude, petty, petty, petty. So you're going to free it for a year and give a work permit. Apparently his work permit is going to allow him to be a snitch. That'll be his job description. So you're going to release a 3-time felon, and I don't know what the felonies were for. Maybe it's in the article somewhere. So you're going to release the 3-time felon to help convict a non-felon. This is just fucking, and nobody's saying anything about this. Oh yeah. Motherfuckers, y'all are fucking crazy. Donald Trump is a petty dictator at this point. You know what? He'll never walk free in this country. This is hilarious. Y'all are fucking fools. And speaking of egregious actions in the deportation wars, this dude, Purple Heart Army veteran, self-deports after nearly 50 years in the U.S. So this dude's been living in the U.S. since he was 5. For 55-year-old U.S. Army veteran Cy June Park, this was the hardest moment of his life, not getting shot in combat. Not the years battling post-traumatic stress disorder or addiction, not prison. It was leaving the U.S., a country he called home for nearly 5 decades. On Monday, Park, a green card holder, self-deported to South Korea. His removal order was the result of charges related to drug possession and failure to appear in court from over 15 years ago, offenses that he said stemmed from years of untreated PTSD. Ooh. Park's story reflects both the challenges of life after combat and the perils that non-citizen veterans face if caught in the legal system. Realities made harsher amid the Trump administration's push for record deportations. "I can't believe this is happening in America," Park told NPR in an interview prior to his departure. "That blows me away, like a country that I fought for." U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement did not immediately respond to a request for comment. So this dude's a Purple Heart veteran. Now, I will say, I am not very familiar, but I do know there's a path to citizenship if you are in the military. I think there is. So this is probably a more complicated story than NPR, wants to report. I guarantee you, getting entangled with the law had something to do with him not being a citizen after 50 years. So I'm going to say he probably had his chances and he may have mucked them up. And you know what? Sad as it might be, I'm not sure what you do. And hopefully, and sounds like he might have a soft place to land in South Korea. There are worse places to be. You could Djibouti.
They're becoming more dictatorial. South Korea is having. It seems like the world is moving to strongmen, even democracies. They're moving to strongmen, and this is a global thing. This isn't just us.
Oh, you're just noticing, but I actually think that we are starting to turn the tide. I'm looking at France. What's her name? Le Pen. There have been a couple. Canada. They thought the conservative dude was going to win the PM race, and he didn't.
No, but Stanley, he would have won if it wasn't for our president. He would. He was tracking
Right. Again. The a win is a win. So one strong man in America deterred Canada from a potential another strong man. I think that proves my point. Actually, we have turned the tide. I think the world is kind of had its fill of strongmen.
I don't know, man. Africa has leader after leader moved into that.
Africa
South
is
America.
South America. I mean, those are like they're not considered the West. I'm talking in the West mainly.
Well,
I mean, there have been strong men in Central and South America for centuries.
Here's what there's a guy I listen to that's like kind of predictive, geopolitical guy called. It's got. I can't.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. You recommended him.
Well, there's about 5.
Is that older dude? He's an older dude, right?
There's an older guy called Friedman, and then there's a guy called Peter Zeihan, and both are kind of predictive, and they foresee 3 centers of power as we kind of step back. So you got like the Western Hemisphere is the U.S. and South America, Canada. Even though Trump's not even trying to help us, working with his neighbors, he's pissing them off. He just pissed Canada off yesterday because late last night he said he's done negotiating with Canada again late last night.
Well, wait, there's news. Wait, there is Canada news now that you.
Well, it's supposed to be China's going to be over Asia, Europe allegedly is going to be over the center part, and then we're going to be over this part, like the big.
Okay, well, guess what? Not Aldous Huxley. They're not original in their thinking. That was predicted way back in what was it? Was it Brave New World? One of those novels where you had Eurasia, you had Russia, China, Europe, and the United States, and affiliated nations. So it's not an original idea they're having.
It's almost going back to like it was, before, where we just are isolated, and then there are, I don't, who knows?
Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Sorry about that.
You're good.
So what were you saying?
No, I as we step back and China emerges with India. I mean, India is kind of their rival, so to speak. Russia's going to play, and then in the central part, you kind of got Europe. Even though Africa's fully rejecting Europe at this point, they're like, get out of here. And they got a strong man in Africa emerging, I think from Burkina Faso, where he's like, get the French out of here. but all Africa loves
Yeah,
him.
I've seen that.
So
I'm not that impressed. And as a matter of fact, to be honest, Trump kind of encouraged him by getting rid of that. Forget the general's name. He was the 3-star in charge of AFRICOM who pushed back against that little dictator and got relieved. Well, maybe not relieved, but he got transferred. He might have been relieved, but I don't think so.
I think I know who you're talking about.
There's
The
a
U.S. general.
yeah,
The
he was
U.S.
a.
general.
I think he was a black general. He was a Marine.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
No, I know.
anyway,
Well, we'll see. It's gonna be crazy though. Like it's getting crazy. And now last night we're done negotiating with Canada. Our
but
largest
that Canada conceded that digital tax thing. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, they said no tax? I thought they were gonna tax
Well,
our
no, they were going to tax, and I'll get to the story here in a minute.
Okay,
They were
that's cool.
going to do some sort of digital tax on social media companies,
Our tech company.
and then they backed off of it to try
Oh,
and
they did
please
back
the
off.
kids.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay. I didn't know
See,
that.
I
Okay.
do stuff overnight. Y'all don't think
Yeah,
I
no
prepared
shit.
for this show.
Wow. Okay.
Y'all
I
didn't
that
know,
they
did
pulled
you?
off. I didn't know they pulled off, man. That's crazy. So they backed down.
Yes, it happened overnight. Story details will be at 11.
Interesting.
So
Okay.
we're pretty much done with this, and I have to do this just for the fun of it.
A wave of disappointment. One of President Donald Trump's most loyal voting blocs, Cuban and Venezuelan immigrants. Now speaking out in Miami, a Republican
Gotta do
stronghold,
it, folks.
as the recent wave of deportations hits home and the Trump administration moved to end temporary legal status, or TPS, for more than 500,000 people who arrived during the Biden administration. Elena Conde says she came here from Cuba on humanitarian parole in 2023. Her husband, Ariel Lara, crossed the border with Mexico twice, once in 2019 when he was detained and deported, and then again in 2022. 6 weeks ago, he was taken into custody at his residency hearing.
So he was given an appointment to go to ICE. You told him before he left for that appointment, you don't have anything to worry about. You haven't done anything.
Instead, he was transferred to Texas, where we spoke to him from his detention center.
Ariel, ¿qué piensas sobre lo que está pasando ahora en este país, en este momento con respecto a las deportaciones? How do you feel about everything that's happening right now in this country?
Well, I'm going to tell you, not doing this interview and stuff in English is not helping. It's not doing the heavy lifting you think it might.
Yeah.
And I am not against what the Trump administration is doing. I just think it should be less sloppy, less messy. But, sitting there doing the whole interview in Spanish, you never bothered to learn English? I'm pretty sure they teach English in Cuban high schools.
The deportation. You don't understand how this could happen. ¿Qué pensaba que iba a pasar cuando ganó Trump? What did you think was going to happen when Trump won? You're saying you believed the president when he said he was going to deport criminals.
Now, Elena is left behind with her daughter, 7-month-old son,
Damn,
and
is
Ariel's
that their
70-year-old
house?
grandmother, who has been a U.S. citizen for years.
Wow.
Together, facing a reality they never imagined.
Well, that is true, John.
Your whole family voted for Trump. Lo apoyaba a Trump durante su campaña. Did you support him?
Yo estoy fuera.
You're outside of it. You can't vote. Pero te sientes decepcionada. Do you feel disappointed, deceived, engañada?
Me siento mal porque sé que ellos creían en él.
You feel
Me
bad
siento
because
mal.
the rest of them believed in him.
It's a concern Democratic strategists are capitalizing on, with billboards like these calling Republican lawmakers traitors. Still, here in Florida, Trump won almost 70% of the
that's
Cuban
really
American
gonna
vote in
do
2024, along with 61% of Doral, home to the largest.
Let me tell the Democrats something right now. These people are going to vote Republican again. this little disappointment, half of them are going to be, well, damn it. You know what? It was expensive feeding, these people anyway. They'll
Can I
be
address something
over
in the
it by
chat when you're done,
2028.
Stanley? Can I address
Yeah,
something in
do
the
it.
chat?
Which one?
John Strives. So, John.
This one? Oh, wait, this one.
Yeah, he's saying France is taking 50% of it. So,
Oh,
John,
yeah.
here's how it works. It's possibly a French company, but it's not France. So whenever they talk about these minerals and oil and all this bullshit, it's companies doing it, and they're cutting deals. So somebody's probably getting paid off, if I had to guess. But
okay, but you know what? France does sanction this.
Yeah, they don't give a shit.
Okay,
France,
so John is right.
well, okay, but
who's going to
I
benefit?
guess what I'm saying.
Which country?
I guess what I'm saying
Which
is
country is going to benefit? Now we know the company will benefit.
the
But
company's going to benefit for sure.
which country is going to benefit? Burkina Faso or France?
The wealthy people in Burkina Faso.
Okay, I need you
Politicians
to.
and shit, right?
I need you to stop prevaricating. Who
No,
wins?
no. So I guess what I'm saying is this: to understand global trade, yeah, absolutely. The fucking governmental benefits of both. The French government won't necessarily. The people won't get shit in France. The people won't get shit
I
in
don't care
Burkina
about the
Faso.
people. I'm talking about the government. And I argue if the government benefits, the people do at some point, even if it's just a little trickle.
I wonder, man. I don't know, dude. These companies. I mean, yeah, the tax.
Right. Well, these
taxes are paid in.
Are you saying the French company is independent of France?
Yeah, it's a French company that's doing that. They're contracting with.
Right, but are you saying France has no control over this French company?
No, they don't. They don't give a shit. They're like, okay, cool, go do business like we do at Exxon. Yeah, go do
Right,
business.
and they
Suck all
don't
the
get
oil out of.
taxed. France doesn't get taxes or
Oh
nothing.
no, they'll suck taxes in, so that's why they're fine with it. They don't
Okay,
care.
so who is the winner? I guarantee you, Burkina Faso is not taxing them.
Burkina Faso is getting money. The
Right.
landowner,
Are they
which is by the
taxing
government.
the company? Are they doing any sort of local taxes on this company? I mean,
No, but
maybe they are.
somebody's getting paid by the French company, so it's. I would assume.
Okay,
if
so yeah,
someone's-
the individuals, the workers might get taxed. I'm asking if they're corporate taxes that originate from the government of Burkina Faso.
So Burkina Faso is probably getting money from
The
that
answer is
company.
no. Stop prevaricating. Burkina
No, but you don't.
Faso, their payoffs.
So yeah, there's payoffs for sure, right? So, and
But
that's why
that's
this
not the same
guy.
thing as taxes.
So like, no, I get it. And usually they make these companies bid. Like I was explaining with Guyana, the president of Guyana is like, yeah, we want these companies, and then they're going to make millions. They're going to make tons of money off of it.
Okay, well,
And the
I
company
hate
will
to
make
be
money.
rude and cut you off, but really, do you really think diving into the details will actually find the devil in this case?
What I'm saying is, for these countries to develop, this has to happen.
Okay, but that's not really John's point.
What's his point?
His point is France is benefiting, and the actual thing says France is taking 50% of Burkina Faso minerals. Your argument is that no, France didn't, but the company did. I'm actually saying the company's a proxy for France.
And what I'm saying is, these
You don't agree
countries-
that it's a proxy?
It's not a proxy.
Okay.
It's not a proxy. It's not a proxy.
Okay.
Because if you
So
look
the
at what
company,
French-
the company does not represent France. Is that what you're saying?
the company is going to put money in its shareholders' pockets, right?
Right, and most of those
Burkina
shareholders
Faso-
will be most of those shareholders will be Burkina
Well-
Faso or whatever.
No, well, no,
Burkina
unless they own shares.
Fasoites.
They could be French. They could be from Russia. They could be
But they're
American.
would you agree that it would be safe to go? It's probably mostly French. Now, I'm going out on a limb, so
Yeah.
we could be wrong.
Yeah,
And
it could
would
be.
you be willing to say that most of the corporate taxes are going to go back to France?
Yeah, probably rich French people own most of the
Okay,
shares.
most of the corporate taxes, if they're taxes at all, France may not even bother taxing them. But basically France is the winner. I think John is right. France wins, Burkina Faso loses.
I just want to say this. These countries are not dumb, and what they do is they have
Okay,
various.
you know what?
Wait a
The
minute,
country
can I
you're
say it? No,
mistaken.
please let
Stop.
me get it out.
No. Burkina Faso, they didn't put this to a vote.
Not with their people,
Country,
for sure.
you keep saying these countries are smart. Well, I'm going to argue, and silly me being kind of the American who actually thinks democracy works occasionally, the country's not making this decision. Whoever is controlling Burkina Faso, maybe a family, maybe a tribe, they're going to be the winners, not the country. France is this company is basically a proxy for France.
But
Okay, and
just
I
let
don't
me.
care about the details because the devil's not there. The devil is in the colonial history of France.
So, okay, so this is what these countries do typically that are.
Okay, I don't care about all that.
Can I just
I'm
finish
talking.
what
I'm
saying?
talking
That's right.
this. No.
You don't let me
See,
even say it. I mean, come
Ryan,
on.
there's no reason for you to say it. Why are you using all these words?
I
See,
want to explain
this
the
is and
process,
Ryan,
but it's
you
not.
are really, honestly, Ryan,
Yeah.
I think you're one of the best people up on this panel ever. You and I have always gotten along. So don't take this the wrong way. And it's really not even a criticism, and it's damn sure not personal. I think dude, I'll have you on a panel anytime.
Yeah.
However, I have to say this, and I'm going to make a larger point. People actually think they can bury the truth in a shower of words and minuscule details and all this stuff. Sometimes you got to have the right tool for the right job. Okay. And sometimes getting into detail is necessary because the devil will be in the details. Sometimes the devil's not there. It's actually, upstream in the history. Okay, France has a history, Europe has a history of exploiting Africa for resources, be it people, rubber, cobalt.
I
So
fully agree.
you can't
I fully agree.
explain the exploitation away no matter how hard you try. The numbers are not going to bury the human cost that
I fully agree.
that Europe has extracted, extolled, or whatever on Africa. The devil is not in the details. The devil is in the colonialism.
So listen, I get that, but what I'm
And there's no
saying is,
reason. There's no reason to excuse it. You know it. I know
I'm
it.
not
There's
excusing
really
it.
no excuse.
I'm not
You're
excusing it.
not. You're not.
Absolutely not. I'm trying to explain that
You
the
don't know,
country.
dude. I'm not a dummy. I get it. And this audience is not a dummy either.
I know that.
I think John made a salient point. He wasn't making a detailed, down into the minuscule accounting point. He was making a larger, maybe close to historical point. And frankly, the devil is in the history, not in the details.
So
So
what I'm
I
trying
mean,
to
you don't
say
have
is
to
that
agree.
no. I think that the French company will, and the French will benefit greatly from the deal.
That was my premise in the first place.
Okay, good. But I
Hence,
just want to.
you just proved John's point. France, vive la France. They're singing that in the streets of Burkina Faso.
But so here's the deal. But I need to add to it. Most of these countries, whether their governments are corrupt or not, invite these Western companies to come get the shit because they're not technological ability. Like they can't pull it out of the
Okay, and
ground, right?
whose fault is that? Whose fault is it that there is no technological ability to extract these resources without Western help? Whose fault is that?
Shit. Hold on. Usually, it's the history of the colonialism. I get that. Hey, listen, I got a conference call. I have to get on the conference call.
Okay, well, tell them hi.
I'll be back. Yeah, I
Tell
will.
them to
All right.
tell them to
All right.
subscribe.
All right, I'll see you, buddy. I'll see you. Be
All right.
good.
Take it easy. Hey, folks, by the way, please make sure you hit the like button. Sorry for the silliness, but it is Monday. and I'm having pizza and beer for breakfast. I did get sleep last night, and it's a homemade pizza, and it is actually really good. But we will get to food towards the end of the show, so don't worry. But anyway, let's see, where were we? We were showing this horrible video. I want to watch the end of it just to twist the knife in the back of all the Trump supporters that are in the chat. And I know I will lose people when I play this, but you know what?
Venezuelan American population in the U.S.
They used us.
Adelis Ferro is the co-founder and executive director of the Venezuelan American Caucus.
How is the Venezuelan community feeling right now, especially in the context of these deportations?
Oh,
Desperate,
DiCaprio. Oh no, that
terrified.
is a
There are people with
masterpiece.
mental health issues. There are people
Oh, that
with
is
panic
hilarious.
attacks, anxiety attacks. They rather to die than go back to Venezuela, and then
People
we
are
have to
talking
stop.
about taking their
I
lives
have those messages
because the situation
because
here
of the situation. They rather
so
to
bad with
take their own
deportation.
lives, yes, than go back to Venezuela.
The ripple effects affecting families and businesses. This Venezuelan business owner, who asked us not to use his name to protect his business and fellow owners, said the political instability has led to a 20% drop in revenue.
It's affected your clients as well as people who work here. A lot of people have already invested in businesses
Look at him
here,
being all
and they stopped because
Castilian
they
and
just
shit.
don't know what the future brings.
Did I hear
Still,
a slurred
experts say
C?
the current turmoil may not hurt
lisp
the Republican Party.
Look at that.
All this
hat.
stuff done in the
Mighty
first
festive.
200 days of the administration. They have a long road ahead before the midterms.
Do you think that Trump will pay a political price?
I'm not sure that Trump or the Republican Party as an institution is going to suffer a great deal
They will
unless
suffer nada.
the Democrats can muster an opposition that is a
will not
compelling vision
extract
as to how
pain.
things could be
They
done
have no
differently.
clue how to do so.
Morgan Radford,
They need
NBC
to
News.
hire me.
We thank you for watching,
You know
and
what?
remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories.
I volunteer to be the pain czar for the Democratic Party. I will extract pain. And unfortunately, I can't do it for free, but might be able to do it at a discount. So last immigration story. This is actually interesting. This is from the state of California Department of Justice. Apparently, Rob Bonta, Attorney General of the great state of California, says court will allow California to obtain evidence regarding deployment of federalized National Guard and Marines in California. So it's a pretty short statement here. It says this is from Oakland. California Attorney General Rob Bonta today responded to the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of California's order last night in California's lawsuit challenging President Donald Trump and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's unlawful federalization of the California National Guard and deployment of federalized National Guard troops and Marines for civilian law enforcement in Los Angeles. The court's order grants the state's request for expedited discovery as to potential Posse Comitatus Act violations, and 2, denies the federal government's request to transfer the case to the Central District of California. President Trump continues to needlessly and unlawfully pull California National Guard service members off of counter-drug task forces and wildfire crews for the singular purpose of furthering his political agenda, said Attorney General Bonta. As he has done time and time again, President Trump is choosing the path that makes our communities less safe instead of more. We need to know more about what the troops' orders are and how they are being deployed in Los Angeles communities. The court's order allows us to gather those facts and continue to make our case in court. We will not let the president's unprecedented overreach of executive authority go unchecked. Wow. And then there is the, you can get the court order if you want to read that in the raw. So anybody wants this, I don't know if anybody here lives in California, but that somehow or another popped up into my email. Don't know why. So let's get into the story that Ryan did not know about, because I stay up all night gathering the news like acorns. So by the way, I want, since there are more people in the chat, y'all kind of tell me about how you feel about the AI readers I use for these news stories. Portia and I, have talked, and John Galt as well, about maybe digitizing my voice. I personally don't have a problem with AI readers. They save my voice, which, gets hoarse after all this talking, especially towards the end of the week. So if you have a problem with AI readers, just type "you have a problem with AI readers," and I'll take a rough poll. I don't think that's going to change anytime soon, but I will definitely, take it into consideration as to, maybe changing the format. Maybe I will, maybe I won't, because I kind of like this format. I like news, and, this show is going to center around news. I like print or digitized print more than videos because they're more in depth. That may change, it may not, but probably not, but who knows. I actually do value what y'all think, so just let me know. Again, subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. If you're new, please make sure you hit the like button as many times as you can. And please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. I actually made it to 150 subscribers, so we are the little channel that might. We don't know if we can, but we might. So I appreciate those 150 folks. They are very tolerant of my silliness, quirkiness, and just sometimes outright crankiness. But I think that they've made a wonderful choice in subscribing. I actually do have 2 videos to premiere. One might be tonight. And pursuant to a conversation I had on Portia's show yesterday, truck driver, I think that's what he calls himself, busted me and basically said, "Hey, Stanley, why don't you go and be horrible somewhere else?" And I basically, he didn't know I had a channel, for starters. So, I responded, "I do have a channel. Please make sure you subscribe to it." I bet he's not going to. But I also told him there is a an Urban Landlord Clips channel. That is another channel. I tend not to stream there. I don't know that I ever have, but I know John does. I'm pretty sure Portia does. So you can subscribe to that channel and it will be your safe space away from that mean old Stanley. It will be your safe space, truck driver, if you're listening. If I offend you so much, please make sure you subscribe to the Urban Clips channel. That way, I think you can watch John's shows. You can watch Portia's shows, maybe. I'm not sure where she streams. She streams to several sources, but I don't stream there. I usually just do it to my channel and the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. So again, your safe space, grab your teddy bear, grab your whoopee, and you go over to Urban Landlord Clips, and you will be safe from Stanley. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. I don't either, but I think I can do better. It might be better if my voice, is the AI. I don't know. But we probably do need to try. We do need some format shifts. And again, there's some ride or dies, some guys who, like the news in the morning, and ladies too. I'm never not open to suggestion. And, my email, let's see. Usually it's in my, oh, gee, why isn't it there? Usually it's in my little audio icon. Not sure why it's not now. Let's see here. Let us fix this. Edit avatar. Nope, that's not it. If you want to take it down, or I'll drop it in the, well, thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. Truck driver, he is a truck driver, I imagine, and he's not always, but he always tunes into John's show. He's a big John and Portia fan, and he's rightly so. They are good at what they do. I just seem to be the redheaded stepchild, or the black sheep is probably better. I just think differently. So. Oh, there it is. Yeah, Stanley at JG for John Galt, hb.info, HB for HB. And that is my kind of work email. And I know CKJ3 and Brooklyn Watson, Kimmy Cakes, when they have something they think I might want to show or a suggestion, they're free to do it. They feel comfortable enough to do it, and all of you should. So anyway, let us move on. Ryan will be relieved that Canada will scrap tax that prompted Trump to suspend trade talks. So here we go.
Canada will scrap tax that prompted Trump to suspend trade talks. This article is by Martina Stevis-Gridneff and read by an automated voice. Canada's government announced on Sunday night that it would cancel a tax on American technology companies that led President Trump to suspend trade talks between the two countries, handing an important victory to Mr. Trump. Prime Minister Mark Carney discussed the decision to scrap Canada's digital services tax with Mr. Trump on Sunday, Mr. Carney's office said. In a sign that trade talks were resuming, Canada's Finance Minister, François-Philippe Champagne, spoke with the United States Trade Representative, Jameson Greer, on Sunday, according to Mr. Carney's office. The tax, which had been due to take effect on Monday, became the latest flashpoint in difficult negotiations between the United States and Canada on Friday, when Mr. Trump said the talks were off. On social media, Mr. Trump called the levy a, quote, blatant attack, and said he would inform Canada within a week about the duties they will be paying to do business with the United States of America. 48 hours later, the Canadian government folded, announcing it would not go ahead with the tax. The Finance Ministry said the government had decided to, quote, rescind the digital services tax in anticipation of a mutually beneficial comprehensive trade arrangement with the United States. Technically, the cancellation of the tax needs to be approved in legislation, so until that time, the government is suspending its collection. Politically, canceling the tax should be a simple matter for the government. The White House did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Canada's 3% digital services tax has been in place since last year, but the first payments were only due beginning on Monday. Because the tax is retroactive, American companies were preparing to turn over roughly $2.7 billion to the Canadian government, according to a trade group for large American tech companies. U.S. officials from both parties have long chafed at taxes like the one Canada has imposed, calling them unfairly targeted at services provided by American companies like Google, Apple, and Amazon. Mr. Carney said that the cancellation of the tax would put the talks back on track, with the goal of reaching an agreement on July 21st. The Trump administration has imposed a 25% tariff on most goods from Canada, with which it has a free trade agreement together with Mexico. Like other countries, Canada is also subject to a 50% U.S. tariff on its exports of steel and aluminum. Talks on reaching a new trade deal are particularly crucial for Canada, whose economy is heavily dependent on exports to the United States. Canada is America's second largest trade partner. In our negotiations on a new economic and security relationship between Canada and the United States, Canada's new government will always be guided by the overall contribution of any possible agreement to the best interest of Canadian workers and businesses, Mr. Carney said in a written statement.
All right, well, there's that. And I'm guessing Mexico is probably number one. But so Canada capitulates. I like that alliteration, but don't John, I know what your sentiment is, but you know what? Americans like our maple syrup. And you say chicken's out, we like that maple syrup with chicken and waffles. So don't be dissing Canada. They have some power. Denial of maple syrup, that could start a war. So this is going to be a change of pace. We'll concentrate on something that might piss some people off, but apparently an intercepted call of Iranian officials downplays damage of U.S. attack, which you would actually think they would do. The officials were heard saying Trump's strike on Iran proved less devastating than expected. So let's listen to it. It's kind of longish. We may listen to it for a while. We may not. Or the whole thing, or may not.
Spreadsheets, clunky software.
What the fuck is the Washington Post doing? This is so annoying. We must speed through this.
Attack. A news story written by John Hudson and Warren Strobel and read by an AI-generated voice. The United States obtained intercepted communication between senior Iranian officials discussing this month's U.S. military strikes on Iran's nuclear program and remarking that the attack was less devastating than they had expected, said 4 people familiar with the classified intelligence circulating within the U.S. government. The communication, intended to be private, included Iranian government officials speculating as to why the strikes directed by President Donald Trump were not as destructive and extensive as they had anticipated, these people said. Like some others, they spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive intelligence. The intercepted signals intelligence is the latest preliminary information offering a more complicated picture than the one conveyed by the president, who has said the operation completely and totally obliterated Iran's nuclear program. The Trump administration did not dispute the existence of the intercepted communication, which has not been previously reported, but strenuously disagreed with the Iranians' conclusions and cast doubt on their ability to assess the damage at the 3 nuclear facilities targeted in the U.S. operation. It's shameful that the Washington Post is helping people commit felonies by publishing out-of-context leaks, said White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
Oh, that's a threat.
The notion that unnamed Iranian officials know what happened under hundreds of feet of rubble is nonsense. Their nuclear weapons program is over. Analysts broadly agree that the strikes involved immense U.S. firepower, including 30 000-pound bunker buster bombs and Tomahawk cruise missiles that severely damaged the nuclear facilities in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. But the extent of the destruction and how long it may take Iran to rebuild have been hotly debated amid reports that Iran moved its stockpiles of highly enriched uranium before the strike and that the explosions sealed off the entrance to 2 of the facilities but did not collapse their underground buildings. When asked about the intercepted communication, a Trump administration official said the Iranians were wrong because we've destroyed their metal conversion facility. We know that our weapons were delivered precisely where we wanted them to be delivered, and they had the effect that we wanted. During classified congressional briefings last week, CIA Director John Ratcliffe told lawmakers that several key nuclear sites were completely destroyed, including Iran's metal conversion operations, a U.S. official said. The facility, which is key to building a bomb's explosive core, would take years to rebuild, the official said. Ratcliffe also said the U.S. intelligence community assesses that the vast majority of Iran's enriched uranium is likely buried at Isfahan and Fordow. After the Post sought comment from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, a senior U.S. intelligence official said that one slice of signals intelligence on its own does not reflect the full intelligence picture. A single phone call between unnamed Iranians is not the same as an intelligence assessment, which takes into account a body of evidence, with multiple sources and methods, this official said. Intercepted phone calls, emails, and other electronic communications, known as signals intelligence, are among the most powerful tools in U.S. spy agencies' arsenal and often make up the majority of intelligence in Trump's daily intelligence briefing. But signals intelligence also has limitations, as overheard snippets of conversations sometimes lack context and must be paired with other information for a fuller picture of events. Trump has been furious about news coverage that has deviated from his claims about the bombing mission, which preceded a ceasefire between Iran and Israel, ending 12 days of hostilities. The Democrats are the ones who leaked the information, he wrote on Truth Social, referring to a preliminary assessment from the Pentagon's Defense Intelligence Agency that Trump's intervention likely set back Iran's nuclear program by months, not years. They should be prosecuted. Trump also cast doubt on reports that the uranium stockpile was moved, saying during a pre-recorded interview with Fox News that was scheduled to air Sunday, "I don't think they did. No. It's very hard to do. It's very dangerous to do. They didn't know we were coming until just then." The Defense Intelligence Agency finding was based on information available roughly 24 hours after the strike, and concluded that some of Iran's centrifuges, used to enrich uranium that could be used in a nuclear weapon, remain intact. The Trump administration has criticized some media outlets for failing to note that the DIA report, which it deems low confidence, cautions that a full battle damage assessment requires days to weeks to accumulate the necessary data to assess effects on the target system. However, the administration has not waited to assert its own sweeping conclusions that the strikes have set back Iran's program by years.
Yeah, I'll just stop there and move on to ground news. It says here, Iran could start enriching uranium for bomb within months, UN nuclear chief says. On January 28, IAEA chief Rafael Grossi warned Iran could resume uranium enrichment within months as strikes did not destroy all nuclear infrastructure. Following Israel's June 13 strike, Iran halted cooperation with the IAEA, citing damage to nuclear sites as the reason for suspending inspections. Grossi noted Iran's uranium enriched to 60% is capable of producing over 9 bombs if further refined with centrifuge capabilities within months. This rift hampers Iran IAEA cooperation and monitoring efforts amid escalating tensions as Iran suspends inspections and some nuclear materials may have been moved. Grossi urged Iran to restore inspector access immediately, emphasizing that continued cooperation is vital to prevent a nuclear crisis amid Iran's potential to resume enrichment in months. So, you know what? A lot of back and forth here. And I will wait for the conclusion. I suspect that that this kind of still being a story a week after the attack means something is amiss. But we shall see. And once again, we shift gears. Let us see. Let's get this back. There we go. Trump adversary sees silver linings in his monumental, in quotes, Supreme Court win. So let's see. For Donald Trump, it was a monumental victory. For the Trump resistance, there are signs of hope buried in the fine print. The devil is in the details in this case. Those dueling interpretations emerged Friday in the hours after the Supreme Court issued its blockbuster decision in Trump's challenge to 3 nationwide injunctions that have blocked his attempt to deny citizenship to children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil. And both contain an element of truth. The 6-3 decision has a singular headline holding federal district judges lack authority to issue universal injunctions. Justice Amy Coney Barrett wrote for the conservative majority. It's a breathtaking pronouncement given that district judges with increasing frequency have been issuing those sorts of injunctions for decades. And Trump changed all that just because he threw a temper tantrum. And Amy Coney Barrett, being the soothing mother that she is, gave him a whoopee and diapered him with this decision. It was precisely the bottom line result that Trump's Justice Department asked for in the case. Sweeping injunctions have blocked many of Trump's second-term initiative, which is why it was a masterstroke to separate the injunctions part from the birthright citizenship. They're probably going to lose the birthright citizenship part. So they are basically clawing a win from a certain loss. However, it is the Supreme Court. They could actually just defy the Constitution. Now, the Supreme Court has made clear an injunction against a challenged policy should ordinarily apply only to the individuals or organizations who sued. For everyone else, the policy can take effect even if a district judge believes it's likely illegal. But Barrett's 26-page opinion leaves a surprising degree of wiggle room. Yes, conventional injunctions are off the table, but Trump's opponents say they see alternative routes to obtain effectively the same sweeping blocks of at least some policies to run afoul of the law and the Constitution. But here's the deal. It's going to be a lot more expensive to take those alternative routes. That's really going to be the inhibitor, and it came up during the actual argument about the cost and the complication, the complexity. The court appeared to leave open 3 specific alternatives: restyle the legal challenges as class action lawsuits, rely on state-led lawsuits to obtain broad judicial rulings, or challenge certain policies under a federal administrative law that authorizes courts to strike down the actions of executive branch agencies. In this last part here, and this is why I kind of laugh at Portia and Juan and all of these conservative folks. This is what Ketanji Jackson Brown was, or is it Brown Jackson? It's Ketanji Brown Jackson is talking about. If a law is deemed unconstitutional and that law affects everyone, then it affects everyone. The striking it down affects everyone. So love it. The viability of these 3 potential alternatives is not yet clear, but the court explicitly declined to rule them out. That led Justice Samuel Alito, who joined the majority opinion, to write a concurrence to raise concerns that the court was leaving loopholes that could undercut its main holding. They did that by design, Justice Alito. If lower courts permit litigants to exploit those loopholes, Alito wrote, today's decision will be of little more than minor academic interest. Well, see, the actual interest is to make it more complicated and expensive to use the loopholes while defanging, the just casual national injunctions that actually district courts probably do on both sides of the aisle. So it achieved its purpose. Legal experts were unsure about the practical implications of the ruling, especially in the birthright citizenship cases, but also in other challenges. Oh, by the way, banning national injunctions, things like Kaczmarek and his, was it Plan B, mifepristone, Pristine, whatever it was. He won't be able to do that shit either. So thank you, Justice Barrett. One of the things that's problematic about this decision is how difficult it will be to implement, said Amanda Frost, University of Virginia law professor, whose scholarship was cited in the justice's ruling. I think it's really hard to say. And then it gets into detail about the class action workaround. But class actions are not the panacea for the Trump resistance. Federal rules require special procedures before a court can certify a class, which is going to be more complicated and expensive. Broader relief for states. Second potential silver lining for Trump's opponents is that the court recognized that states may sometimes be entitled to broader injunctions than individual challengers for obvious reasons. Let's see, what else? Setting aside agency actions. The third potential workaround for opponents of Trump policies includes a federal statute known as the Administrative Procedure Act. This law authorizes lower courts to set aside actions by regulatory agencies if the courts find the actions to be arbitrary. I actually misunderstood it. Executive orders aren't going to be covered unless it directs an agency, so I can see that. Yeah, I can see how that works. In an executive order directing an agency. Okay, so that's the end of this story. Let's see. Again, conservatives are not liberals. Being conservatives, they are conservatives. If you think both care about the same things, probably not. Well, then, you know what, Deacon Dave? I think that is actually an obtuse statement. Literally obtuse. Do better, son. Liberals, conservatives are capital L liberals if you think about the Enlightenment. Depends on how you use the word liberal. You know that pesky English. There's a capital L liberal and a lowercase liberal. We know conservatives are not lowercase liberals, but they are capital L liberals. Enlightenment, son. Think of the Enlightenment. So let's see. We've got one more. Actually, two more. Yeah, two and a half more. So says here, Supreme Court endorses Obamacare panel that requires free preventive care. Preventive care. I thought it was preventative. The case grew out of a conservative religious challenge to the approval of HIV prevention treatments that insurers are required to provide at no cost to patients. And I know why that fell down, because HIV can be contracted by blood transfusions and the like. Arthur Ashe. So let's see. I was hoping there was a video here so I wouldn't have to read all this. All right. Washington, the Supreme Court last Friday, rejected a challenge to the Affordable Care Act provision that set up a panel to recommend preventive care services that insurers must provide at no cost to patients. The court split 6-3, ruled in favor of the Trump administration, which was defending the law, saying that the task force members are lawfully appointed under... Wait, that's not in favor of the... Under the Constitution's Appointments Clause, the task force members are under the supervision of the Health and Human Services Secretary. Wait, there's an inconsistency here. Oh, okay, I see. That requires. Really? So I didn't even realize this because I hadn't looked into the case. So task force members are under the supervision of the Health and Human Services Secretary, a position held by RFK Jr. Task force members' appointment is fully consistent with the Appointments Clause, Kavanaugh said. Also noted that Kennedy can fire the task force members at any time, has the authority to review their recommendations. 3 conservative justices dissented. That's interesting. So you know what? I was thinking 6 conservatives and 3, 6 to 3, with the 3 being the liberal justices. But this is actually like 3 liberal justices were joined by 3 conservatives. Nice. All right. 3 conservative justices dissented. So the other 3 went with the okay, this is going to amuse some people. The case arose from a challenge brought by Christian employers, Braidwood Management, and Kelly Orthodontics, in addition to several individuals who objected on religious grounds to the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force's approval of no-cost coverage for the HIV prevention medication known as pre-exposure prophylaxis, or PrEP. Our favorite condiment, handed out by John Galt in his street interviews. That's a joke. That's a joke. The plaintiffs asserted that the religious rights were violated by making them complicit in Oh my God! You know what? This even made it to the Supreme Court is hilarious. Oh my Lord. By making them complicit in facilitating homosexual behavior, drug use, and sexual activity outside of marriage between one man and one woman. But by the time the case reached the Supreme Court, the legal issue was not the religious question raised under the Constitution's First Amendment, focusing solely on the appointments issue. U.S. Preventive Services Task Force recommends a wide array of preventive services related to such issues as cancer, diabetes, and heart disease. Why this ever made it to the Supreme Court and why they took it is amazing. All right, well, we move on. I don't project, Deacon Dave. I never have a reason to. I am me. I don't need to project. I just naturally emanate. I emanate. I don't project. There's a difference, son. So let's see here. Former Supreme Court Justice Kennedy says democracy is at risk. He might know better than me. I do have to admit. Excuse me. I think democracy as we know it might be. So before we do this, give me one sec here. Because I've got a video to show after this. Excuse me. Oh my Lord, look at her. All right. So former Supreme Court Justice Kennedy says democracy is at risk, and I will not read all of this. Former Supreme Court Justice Anthony Kennedy warned Thursday that acrimonious political discourse and threats to judges are eroding the ability of the United States to serve as an example of democracy worldwide. Many in the rest of the world look to the United States to see what democracy is, to see what democracy ought to be, Kennedy said during an online forum about threats to the rule of law. If they see hostile, fractious discourse, if they see a discourse that uses identity politics rather than talk about the issues, democracy is at risk, freedom is at risk, and that is not original thinking. We've always been fractious, and I don't really see how this is even headlines. So let's not bother with this. Democracy is always at risk. And I would actually say throughout our history, there are more, at least in the United States, there are more internal threats than there are external threats, at least in 2025. So this isn't news. So let us move on.
This morning, June 27th, 2025, the Supreme Court issued its decision in Trump v. CASA, that is, Citizens Assisting and Sheltering the Abused, with the additional plaintiffs being the states of New Jersey and Washington. Trump v. CASA is a case about nationwide injunctions. Now, what are nationwide injunctions? They're a practice by which a court doesn't just enjoin or temporarily suspend a law or executive order with regards to the specific plaintiffs, but does it for the country at large. There are essentially two things a court can do when faced with a lawsuit and it decides in favor of the plaintiffs. It can say, this decision is only going to apply to you, specific people engaged in this lawsuit, and so the law does not apply to you, and then other people for whom that law might apply can also file suit in their respective districts and get relief for themselves as well. Or a court can say, we're just going to apply this nationwide. We're just going to say that there are people like the plaintiffs that exist in every state of the union, and to ensure that they are not affected by this law that we feel, or this executive order that the court feels is unconstitutional or exceeds the Congress's or the executive's power. We're going to suspend it nationwide pending further appeal. Nationwide injunctions have always been possible in the American system of jurisprudence, but they weren't really common until quite recently. They hardly existed in the 19th century, were rarely used throughout the 20th century. More often, you had a situation where a court would decide in favor of plaintiffs, and then other people would also sue in order to get relief. And the nationwide injunction really only came to prominence in really the last few decades, since the 1980s. And in the last 2 decades, specifically beginning during the Obama administration, they came into much greater use, with federal courts issuing nationwide injunctions on a somewhat regular basis. They've been especially prominent in use against the Trump administration, the Trump administrations, both in 2017 to 2021 and this year, at the beginning of the first Trump administration. And this particular nationwide injunction in this specific case relates to the Trump administration's executive order, essentially suspending birthright citizenship. What is birthright citizenship? Well, it's a provision under Section 1 of the 14th Amendment that says, in short, that if you are born on American soil, then you are an American citizen, irrespective of who your parents are. We have this provision in the Constitution, in the 14th Amendment, because of the Civil War, and really because of the Supreme Court's ruling in the 1857 case, Dred Scott v. Sanford. In Dred Scott, the court held that Black Americans could not be citizens. They had no rights the white man was bound to respect. Opponents of slavery, in particular abolitionists and members of the Republican Party, were outraged by this decision and made overturning Dred Scott a key part of their party platform and of their political efforts. Section 1 of the 14th Amendment was written specifically to overturn Dred Scott and to ensure that Black Americans had citizenship. Now, what's interesting about the birthright citizenship clause is that its creators did not think of it as a narrow thing. They did not think it just applied to enslaved Black Americans and their children. This was by necessity. The population of enslaved Black Americans included people who were illegally imported into the United States, and thus were not born in the United States. They were brought there. And the authors of the 14th Amendment wanted to make sure that them and their children were included under American citizenship. And during debates over the citizenship clause in Congress, advocates for the clause readily admitted that this would apply to basically anyone born in the United States, whether they came from Africa, whether they came from Asia, whether they came from Europe. Remember, this was during a period where there was broad anti-immigrant sentiment. The Know Nothing Party had been quite prominent in the years prior. There was Chinese migration to California, and there was wide anti-Chinese sentiment. And even in the midst of all of this, the Republican authors of the Citizenship Clause insisted that it applied to everyone born in the United States, regardless, again, of where their parents came from. And the Supreme Court affirmed this in 1898. The only people that the clause did not apply to were the children of diplomats who were not subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S. government, and for a time, Native Americans whose tribes retained their sovereignty vis-a-vis the United States federal government. But if you fell outside those categories, a member of a Native tribe or the child of a diplomat, then you were a citizen of the United States. That's what the amendment plainly says, and that's what the intention was as it was written in 1868. Now, President Trump issued this executive order, essentially suspending this in the country. And naturally, there were a lot of lawsuits because this was straightforwardly unconstitutional. First of all, the Constitution, again, is clear on the meaning of birthright citizenship, and all the historical evidence strongly supports the straightforward reading that this is just a general application of what its authors thought was a natural right, that if you were born in the United States, if you're born on American soil, you're an American citizen. But also the president cannot unilaterally suspend the Constitution, cannot unilaterally change entire constitutional provisions, rewrite constitutional language. The lawsuits make their way to a federal court, and a federal court doesn't just block the executive order for the particular plaintiffs, but issues this nationwide injunction. The rationale for this nationwide injunction is that it's actually very important for there to be a uniform standard of citizenship across the entire country. A patchwork of citizenship rules would lead to complete and total chaos. And so, pending appeal on the merits of the president's executive order, this federal district court said we're going to suspend the directive. The Supreme Court is not dealing with the merits of the order. The Supreme Court is dealing with this question of nationwide injunctions. And in a decision written by Justice Amy Coney Barrett, the court says that this kind of nationwide injunction is basically unconstitutional, that a court cannot issue this kind of broad relief for every potential plaintiff. That if you want relief, you either have to file a separate case or join a class action suit. The dissenting justices, and specifically Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, says that this is ridiculous, that you're giving the executive a prerogative power, the ability to suspend constitutional texts pending appeal, and that this kind of prerogative power is incompatible with the rule of law. You can't have the rule of law when you have a system whereby the executive can just violate the law, violate the Constitution, and everyone else has to sue separately, has to take separate actions in an effort to get the courts to restrain unconstitutional action. Even class action suits are difficult to put together, and this court specifically has made class action suits more difficult, and it takes time to get them together. And so while you're putting together a class action suit, you're allowing this violation of rights to stand. And while today it is birthright citizenship, it could be gun rights under a future president. It could be the right to worship under another. The majority, it says Jackson, has created a law-free zone by which presidents can operate without any real challenge. It is a recipe, she argues, for unraveling constitutional government. The majority, Justice Barrett, says that this is nonsense and that what Jackson's describing is an imperial judiciary. I find this quite ironic because to my mind, there's nothing more imperial than an executive rewriting a core constitutional protection essentially on a whim. And that it's the role of the judiciary to protect these baseline rights, to say what the Constitution means, say what the law is, and to make sure that there is harmony and uniformity in its application across the entire country. To say that this constitutes imperial behavior is to essentially abdicate the role of the judiciary in our system. And it's also to implicitly advance a vision of the presidency by which the president isn't simply an executive officer tasked with upholding the Constitution and executing the will of Congress, but some kind of avatar of the people themselves for whom any kind of opposition to or resistance to their will constitutes some assault on the people. It's a vision of the presidency that in another time, another place, was called something like fear her principle. But we can have that discussion later. Now, what does this ruling actually mean in practice? First, it means it's going to be much more difficult to challenge the unlawful and unconstitutional actions of the Trump administration. You can't just get to a federal court and hope that they'll issue a nationwide injunction, because they can't. You have to, again, have a class action or file similar suits in many different jurisdictions. And with regards to the president's birthright citizenship order, it is likely to result in it going into effect in most states of the union. But there will be many others where it doesn't go into effect. I think the split is something like 28 states it will go into effect and 22 it will not. And so we'll have a patchwork of citizenship rules.
It's amazing that they are going to allow an executive order that's on the face of it unconstitutional to go into effect in parts of the country. That's fucking insane. That is literally insanity. Justice Jackson was right that, you know what, the Constitution should not apply in certain parts of the country versus others. Fucking chaos.
In this patchwork, if you are the child of non-citizens, your rights will vary depending on state borders in much the same way that if you are a pregnant person, your rights vary depending on state borders. I want to end this little discussion by noting the similarities here to that of free Black Americans in the antebellum United States. There were large populations of free Blacks above the Mason-Dixon line and even in some places in the South. But because there was no nationwide standard for citizenship, no nationwide standard for the rights of citizenship, the rights that free Black Americans had varied from place to place depending on where they were within the United States. It may change if they crossed state lines. What this meant is that they were in tremendous legal jeopardy if they decided to travel. If you had to move from Ohio through
Juan,
Kentucky,
let me ask
might
you a
end up
question.
getting enslaved because
You actually think that they're going to say, I mean, it is obvious this is this suspension by an executive is unconstitutional. I don't even know why they're hearing it. The language is there. I think the history is there, to support that. Trump asserts it was just about Black people. Well, it mostly was, but it wasn't only about Black people or, former slaves, freedmen. So, there's a whole gypsy history there that I don't know, by the way. And there were other types of minorities. I think sometimes we pay for the sins of our fathers, and I think that I don't even know why they're hearing the case, to be honest.
Kentucky was a slave state and Ohio was not. If you were, say, a sailor in Boston whose ship was
Hit the
in
link
Charleston,
if you want one.
you might be taken from the ship and thrown into
Oh,
jail because
no,
of
is
the
it
laws
pinned?
of
It's not
South
pinned.
Carolina. The fraught nature of the right to travel for Black Americans in particular, but just of their rights in general, was a major political issue before the Civil War and contributed to the polarization around slavery that emerged in the 1840s and 1850s. Our court has essentially created some version of that scenario in which your rights increasingly vary from state to state, where moving between state borders may have huge impacts on your ability to live your life. You may have reproductive freedom in one state and you won't have it in another. And if you happen to run afoul of law enforcement in the state where you don't, this could have real consequences. You might be a citizen in New York, but not so much in Montana. And if for some reason you find yourself traveling through Montana as a non-citizen under the state's standards for giving out citizenship, you may find yourself deported, despite the fact that in New York State, under New York law, you are a citizen of the United States. It's a very dangerous situation that the court has created. It's creating chaos where there was none and abdicating its role as a guarantor of constitutional rights to the whims of an authoritarian president. The very last thing I'll say here is this also all puts lie to this idea that you can vote to protect yourself at the state level and not worry about what happens at the federal level, that you can protect state rights and federal standards are just irrelevant. No, they're in a relationship with each other. The federal government can set a floor. It can also set a ceiling. And what we're witnessing are courts working with the Trump administration and reactionary states to set not just ceilings for the kinds of rights you have and can exercise, but also limit how other states can protect your rights. This is coming. This is part of the project. if you want to defend your rights at all, you don't just have to operate at the state level, you have to win federal power as well, because you can use federal power to restrict rights just as easily.
That's actually good that this is here because we're winding down the news articles. So Juan, understood. Glad you oh, Juan, no problem with you being busy. That's fine. There will be 2 clips that I'm releasing on my channel starring you. And I think they may wind up because Porsche will take them and put them up on JG on Urban Landlord clips. So I wanted to warn you. One, we talked a couple times last week, and I was talking to John and Portia about, literally, those were the highlights of the shows for last week, as far as panelists go, except for now there were, I think that Republic Tea Room, yeah, she's up there, but it was actually like substantive talk, and I crave that shit. You SKC, sometimes Deacon Dave, that's the kind of panelists we need up here. And I crave just to have something to talk about that's not silliness. Adult conversations are literally going to make or break Stanley versus the world. And whilst I'm at it, please make sure you hit the like button on both sides. On both channels. Please make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. He is my benefactor, though I snipe at him a lot. And Portia, make sure you support Portia, who is vacationing. And she is a valuable like executive producer. She keeps us all kind of organized, because the men will go after each other. And Portia has to step in sometimes and go, what the hell are y'all doing? Support the Stanley Cross channel, Stanley Cross 6000. I actually will have 2 clips kind of premiering this week. Not overly exciting, but I think are indicative of what two adults who actually have read a book or 2 can accomplish, even if it's just, we didn't solve problems of any sort, but we at least kind of like gave people stuff to think about. And we need more of that on Stanley versus the world. There are times when, the drunken revelry is funny and appropriate. There are times when it's kind of dry and we have to kind of slosh through stuff that is, maybe not problem solving, but important to know. And that's what I want to do, folks. Not going to always be, me crashing out on people. Sometimes it's going to be stuff that's actually informational. And I had something else to say, but I can't remember what it is now. And that age thing is a bitch, folks. So, and where's my food article? All right. So, let's see how Trump upended 60 years of civil rights in 2 months and assault on federal protections may bring about a new era of unchecked discrimination. And unfortunately, there is no AI reader on this. This is Nicole Hannah-Jones. So, there is one. This is going to go on a while. Hannah Nicole Jones is one of my personal favorites. She does what she does.
The second native.
Oh, by the way, this is not an AI reader. This is an actual person.
By undermining decades of civil rights law, the Trump administration
And I
may
love
be
her
bringing
voice.
about a new era of unchecked discrimination. Published by the New York Times Magazine. Written by Nicole Hannah-Jones. Read by Janina Edwards. Last year, a little-known office in the U.S. Department of Labor helped Black workers at a Texas medical center recover $900,000 in back wages, and Black workers at a Caterpillar manufacturing
Listen
plant
to
in
this
Illinois
voice.
recover $800,000, each time over allegations that those applicants lost out on jobs because of their race. Called the Office of Federal Contract Compliance Programs, this division investigates and fights employment discrimination for 1/5 of the U.S. labor force. It was created in 1965 when President Lyndon B. Johnson signed an executive order strengthening the provision of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 that banned racial discrimination by employers. The OFCCP specifically enforced the law among businesses and institutions that contracted with the government or received federal funds. The landmark law also banned segregation and discrimination in all public places, including schools, libraries, restaurants, and buses. For more than 60 years, the executive order helped many thousands of workers who had endured discrimination. Yet despite the law, research shows that Black Americans continue to face pervasive employment discrimination at a rate that has not declined since the late 1980s. On his second day in office, President Donald Trump labeled OFCCP's efforts to enforce the 1964 Civil Rights Act illegal and discriminatory, presumably against white people. He signed his own executive order, revoking Johnson's on behalf of, as he put it, hard-working Americans who deserve a shot at the American dream. Within the week, Trump's acting Secretary of Labor ordered the OFCCP to immediately cease and desist all investigative and enforcement activity and close all open cases. A few weeks later, OFCCP's acting director proposed slashing its staff by 90%. In fewer than 2 months, 6 decades of civil rights enforcement was essentially dead. Trump has justified these actions by claiming he is rooting out racial discrimination disguised as diversity, equity, and inclusion. Indeed, the other federal agency charged with investigating employment discrimination, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, recently created a page on its website dedicated to helping white Americans file complaints based on being victimized by diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. But to see what Trump is doing as simply eliminating so-called DEI is to misunderstand the scale and the consequences. What's at stake is not only corporate diversity trainings, equity offices, and the use of pronouns in email signatures. Many diversity, equity, and inclusion programs were put in place to help ensure compliance with civil rights laws and to foster integration in a society that, for most of its history, explicitly discriminated against Black Americans. No court has deemed these programs illegal. Yet in the opening months of his second term, Trump has capitalized on the unpopularity of equality efforts among some Americans, glibly wielding the language of DEI to initiate the broadest and most significant assault on civil rights and racial integration in this country in more than a century. Since returning to power, Trump has used his singular authority as the head of the federal government to recast the white majority as the primary victims of systemic racial discrimination, though no evidence, not even self-reporting among white people, shows this to be true. In addition to upending long-established enforcement of civil rights law in employment, he has undermined civil rights protections in housing and education and environmental policy, crippled or shuttered entire federal civil rights agencies, and retracted federal findings of civil rights violations against police departments. He has forced by mandate, threat, and coercion the elimination of policies and cultural norms focused on integration and equality throughout government, education, and the private sector. Trump has claimed, though he has no authority to do so, to have repealed birthright citizenship, which was embedded in the Constitution at the end of slavery to guarantee Black Americans citizenship by birthright and grants automatic citizenship to all people born on American soil. Trump's actions have not materialized out of nowhere. Conservatives have spent decades chipping away both at civil rights protections and the national will to address racial inequality. Since the racial reckoning of 2020, Republicans have toppled affirmative action in college admissions and waged an enormously successful campaign to make the language of equity and inclusion anathema, to label books and lessons about the nation's history anti-white and divisive, and to prohibit everything from Black studies to university diversity offices. And earlier this month, the Supreme Court, which over the years has made it increasingly challenging for Black Americans to prove discrimination, has now made it easier for straight white people to do so. The notion that equality efforts have gone too far has proved seductive to many white Americans, who are the least likely of all groups to believe that racism is an obstacle for Black Americans. Polling shows the majority of Republicans see efforts to ameliorate racism as making life more difficult for white Americans, and believe that racism against Black Americans was a problem in the past, but that now white Americans suffer from racism more than any other group. And Trump's message is most likely finding a broader audience. Pew Research Center polling on racial attitudes 6 months before the 2024 election showed that the percentage of Democratic voters who believed white people benefit a great deal from advantages in society that Black people did not have plummeted 15 points in just 2 years. The legal scholar Ian Haney Lopez explained what he believes caused the rapid decline. Many white liberals were themselves skeptical of diversity, equity, and inclusion, were themselves disposed to complaints about wokeness and its demands that people be sensitive about speech around racial issues, he told me. And so now, when there are all these attacks on DEI, there are surprisingly few defenders. Still, the efficiency with which Trump has collapsed the civil rights and equality infrastructure of the federal government has stunned the nation's veteran civil rights leaders. This is a full-on assault on all that we have gained in the last 125 years, Maya Wiley, president and chief executive of the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, told me. Civil rights is the architecture of democracy. So the only reason you do this is because you are trying to steal democratic power from people. Civil rights activists fear that the threat of losing federal funds or being investigated and punished for trying to integrate, combined with the decimation of the entities charged with defending them, is creating an environment where institutions will be afraid to admit too many Black students, hire too many Black staff members, or put scientific, medical, or economic resources toward alleviating the singular disparities Black people still face across American life. The Trump administration is actually creating incentives to exclude Black folks, says Latasha Brown, a community organizer and co-founder of Black Voters Matter. The resounding success of the civil rights movement was in largely convincing American society that racism was wrong, but its citizens never agreed on how best to correct racism's harms. While it seems clear that, say, when it comes to crime, passing laws alone is not enough, that's why we have law enforcement, we can lose sight of that principle when it comes to the rights of minority groups. If you are a member of the racial majority or the group that holds power, rights can feel both innate and abstract, invisible and assumed. But for Black Americans and other historically marginalized groups, the right to be treated as equal citizens, to be treated fairly by the government, private companies, and individuals has for most of the history of this country not been guaranteed. These rights needed to be codified and enforced precisely because the deprivation of those rights was codified and enforced for almost as long as this country existed. When in the past the federal government stopped enforcing these laws, those rights have always deteriorated. Today, as the Trump administration is systematically taking apart the enforcement apparatus of the federal government, agency by agency, it is sending a powerful message to American institutions that discrimination will not be punished. This may once again leave Black Americans with rights that exist largely on paper. No corner of the massive federal bureaucracy is being left untouched by Trump's dismantling of civil rights. In March, Lee Zeldin, administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency, shuttered the Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights and announced he was eliminating all 10 of its regional divisions. President George H.W. Bush established the office in 1992 because he saw the disproportionate exposure to deadly pollutants, toxic waste, and pesticides faced by Black people and other marginalized groups across the country as an issue that the federal government needed to address. Over 3 decades, the office has worked to protect communities suffering and dying from industrial pollution and to track the impacts of pollution and climate change. To Zeldin, these efforts amounted to DEI and forced discrimination, though it is unclear how or against whom. In March,
I want to, something that actually kind of strikes me here. Look how clean the Oval Office looks. It actually looks like a workspace. There's not much on the walls. You know, it's kind of minimalist, which is what you would expect. I mean, I think the president should be working. Trump has made this very same space literally looks like your Russian grandmother's. My mother used to have something called an etagerie with all these little figurines and all this stuff. It looks like your Russian grandmother's tchotchka, whatever those Russian doll things are. Trump is a clunky mess and a hoarder of gold. Woody, what's up, man? How you doing? I saw you somewhere in a chat, and I was just there for a minute, but good to see you. Welcome to Stanley versus the World, the morning edition of the John Galt show, John Galt channel. So let's get back to this. And I don't think we're going to listen to the whole thing, but anytime Nicole Hannah-Jones has something to say, I will at least give it a listen.
Moved to dismiss a landmark environmental justice suit in Louisiana against a chemical plant located in a poor, predominantly Black community where the cancer risk was so high, the highest in the country,
and now this
that a
shit
nearby
looks
elementary
like a
school
fucking
had to be shuttered.
looks like a pawn.
The government had
shop in
been
there.
moving to curb the plant's dangerous emissions, and the case was set to go to trial in April before the administration abandoned it. The Trump
Trump's
administration
Oval
has
Office
also
looks like a
terminated a
fucking
settlement
throne
requiring
room.
officials in a rural Alabama town to help families in another poor Black community that had been exposed to raw sewage for decades. Trump has scuttled the entire civil rights divisions of the Social Security Administration and the Department of Homeland Security,
Game of
and
Thrones,
closed the
but yeah,
division
sure.
in the Department of Veterans Affairs that sought to address long-standing racial disparities and how veterans receive compensation for their disabilities. In April, Trump issued another executive order that seeks to abolish the linchpin of modern civil rights enforcement, known as disparate impact liability. 60 years after the civil rights movement made racial discrimination illegal, discrimination is rarely explicit. Disparate impact recognizes that nearly all discrimination today is covert and hidden behind race-neutral policies or actions. When state legislators create new congressional maps that eliminate majority Black districts, for instance, they are not going to declare that they are doing so to dilute Black voting power. But under disparate impact, Black residents don't have to prove that legislators intended to discriminate. They can prove discrimination if the accused cannot show that there was a legitimate reason for the disparity and that there weren't other actions they could have taken that would have done less harm. Without disparate impact, it would be impossible for most people who have experienced discrimination in housing or employment or education to prove it. And so, its elimination would essentially gut any remaining ability to enforce civil rights law today. In the realm of housing, the administration has repealed a federal rule making clear that cities, counties, and states that receive federal funding must take seriously their obligation enshrined in the 1968 Fair Housing Act to take proactive steps to integrate housing. It has also slashed funding for enforcement against housing discrimination and promised to cut in half the staff of the Department of Housing and Urban Development, which enforces the Fair Housing Act. Civil rights enforcement at the Department of Education is similarly being taken apart. the administration announced that it was eliminating 7 of the department's 12 regional civil rights offices, which compel schools to integrate, collect educational data that reveals racial and other disparities, and investigate discrimination in schools and universities. The Education Department sent a letter to all educational institutions receiving federal funds asserting, without evidence, that they were engaging in pervasive and repugnant race-based discrimination against white and Asian students. Federal data shows that Black students are disproportionately concentrated in schools with fewer resources and less funding, and experience significant academic disparities. And yet, the letter told public schools and universities that they had 14 days to purge all diversity and equity efforts, which include programs that try to help diversify teaching staffs and help Black students close the achievement gaps they suffer from nationwide or lose access to federal funds. This reveals another powerful tool the Trump administration is using to subvert civil rights: the might of the federal dollar. By withholding federal money from integration and equity programs, it is turning the Civil Rights Act against its aims. The law originally derived its tremendous power not just from the authority it gave the federal government to sue to force compliance, but from the way it deployed federal money to incentivize integration and fair treatment. Recognizing that schools, local and state governments, universities, and thousands of private employers, from airplane manufacturers to
Woody, and
pharmaceutical
gold
companies,
curtains.
received billions of federal dollars to do their work, the law gave the government the power to strip funds from any organization that discriminated against not just Black people, but anyone based on their race, color, or nationality, and later gender, disability, sexuality, and veteran status. These categories of people were called protected classes precisely because they belonged to marginalized groups whose rights needed protection from the majority. It was the threat of both lawsuits and losing federal funds, a full decade after the Supreme Court's Brown v. Board of Education decision made school segregation illegal, that finally forced recalcitrant Southern school districts to desegregate. Now, the Trump administration is dismissing long-standing federal court orders against school districts that still have never fully integrated, and using the law to force the end of programs designed to eliminate racial disparities that Black and other students face. But probably the starkest change is the redirecting of the Department of Justice away from fighting anti-Black discrimination and toward eliminating integration efforts. Harmeet Dillon, the new head of the department's Civil Rights Division, sent a memo to the staff, making it clear the mandate going forward would be to enforce Trump's executive orders targeting diversity programs. While Black Americans have historically relied on the federal government.
Yeah, I'm going to stop this here, mainly because it's just going to go through a litany of examples of Trump's reversal. My take is Trump and those who support Trump have declared whites a protected class. 60% of the population is suffering from a minority of the population. And essentially, he's declared America, racism is over. It would be simpler, in my opinion, just to issue an executive order that says America is no longer a racist country. Can he do that by executive order, or would that just be too simple? Bottom line, Trump, in my opinion, does not know his country out in the hinterlands because he's a billionaire and doesn't get out into the hinterlands much. So this is a mistake, and hunker down, Blacks. The Be Braves are going to be ruling this country. So that is that. So we'll move on to less serious fare. AI videos have never been better. Can you tell what's real? And I honestly don't know if this is going to work, but I found it kind of fascinating. This particular article goes through several different videos And then you need to decide whether they are AI or real. I don't know. Let's go through a couple of them. This is obviously AI. That's got to be AI. The selection is AI or not AI. I'm going to go AI. Oh, apparently I was wrong. That is real. That is some amazing photography. So this is a conference presentation.
And information. So while we sleep, our brains are actually incredibly active.
I'm going to say not
sorting-
AI. That's wrong. Yep. The I apparently is let's see, this man in his 40s. Man, I guess I'm going to be wrong about all these.
Significant jolt to the global financial markets. And
Good evening, and thank you for joining us. I'm Todd Owens.
I'm Melissa Moore. We begin tonight with a significant jolt
Let's
to the global
say
financial.
AI. So this is AI. What's up, SKC? How you been?
What's going on?
Oh, nothing much. Just wanting to figure out whether these are AI videos or not AI. So what's on your mind this morning?
Oh man, you know what's on my mind. I was having a great weekend.
Do I?
Yeah.
What'd you do this weekend?
Spent some time with the family. We went out on the water and went to a few historical places here in Texas, and I was just teaching the kiddos about that, and they were like in their little I would say I was trying to get with them while they were available. You know, all of them are pretty much in these little summer event packages that are eating up my account. But
Well, what else are you going to spend the money on? Crypto?
I would love to spend it on a nice a trip for me and the missus.
Well, you know what? It will eventually happen, and then you'll wonder where they went. You know, empty nests take some getting used to. And I only had one child, so
that's what they say. That's what they say.
Oh no, I've actually lived it. But the thing is when they come back home for summer, you want that empty nest again.
Yeah.
So it is a kind of a trick bag. So I don't know. I kind of ran through the news here, and this kind of fascinated me. You know, you're looking at these videos, and you just kind of decide whether they're AI or not. The point is I obviously can't tell the difference. Usually, I'd look at eye movement and crowd movements, and they've got that down.
I think this is AI.
Think so?
All over the lid. It's a really great base.
So you think it's AI?
Okay, so first
Well, you may be better at this than I am. I probably would have voted AI, but her eye movements are pretty real. How about this one? I think that is real.
Let me see.
Oh, well, let me turn it
Really
on.
tell why I chose the 1910s. And if anyone has tips for traveling with hats, please let me know. And here's the finished look. I feel like you
Now
can
hear the
definitely
echo
tell
in
why
the
I
room?
chose the
It's
1910s.
not AI.
And if anyone has tips for traveling with hats,
Okay. Well, you're batting 100. I'm like I think I'm batting 0.
Because we've been waiting for this exact move for years. Since I pointed this out in November 2023, because we've been
Now
waiting
that
for this
is
exact
AI.
move for years. Since I pointed this out in November 2023.
Wrong again. Damn, his eye movements are suspect.
And,
Those 2 blanks that he gives right
that-
there.
Yeah, that he looked authentic.
Well, damn, maybe I'm just not that good. Now, this kid, is he
Flank
AI?
them from the left because they never expect that on this map. Then I can just pick them off.
There's like some cheat.
So the strategy here is to kind of flank them from the left.
Now, this
They
is
never
AI.
expect that on this map. Then I can just pick them off.
Okay, I got one right.
I
He
can tell by
just,
the
he
posters.
doesn't. Really?
Yeah.
What about the posters?
Well,
They look well. That I mean,
yeah, I used to do
that looks right.
poster design. And a kid that age with those type of posters, and actually some of the letters in the background, they're not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like they would be way more famous ones than that, and they look like they're been artificially created.
Well, you're into digital media and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, you might be better at this. Let's see. How about this guy? The lighting looks suspect. I'm looking at the crowd movement. The crowd movement looks real. Oh, you know what? Actually, no, I take that back. That's AI.
There you go.
There was something right here. One of the crowd members just kind of disappeared.
Yeah. Another thing too is that if you look at the logo on his jersey, if I'm not mistaken, the NBA basketball logo is backwards.
Damn. Okay, I wouldn't have ever noticed that. So how about this?
Work on my body.
I think that's
Is it
real.
lethal? I really don't know. I have no idea how it would work on my body. Is it lethal? I really don't know. I have no idea how it would work on my body. Is
I'm
it
going to say
lethal?
this is AI. Oh, not. It's real. Damn.
Yeah. The thing that convinced me was the sweat on his hat, how it's situated. You've ever been out, fishing and or
Yeah.
different places or hunting and so forth. That's generally how your sweat brow happens, like in that crowning type of way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That ponytail wasn't wiggling right. Let's see. I think that's all of this is actually fascinating how real this stuff looks.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
But then again, it's like I'm using this stuff on a daily basis, so and I'm editing things, so it's probably a little bit easier for me to find some cues. But I'm pretty sure there'll be some that'll catch me as well.
Well, let's try this. I think this is the last one. Is this social media personality
The UK.
real?
On foot. It's absolutely mad. We're actually doing it. Walking across the entire UK. On foot. It's absolutely
I'm gonna
mad.
say
We're
this
actually doing
is
it.
real.
Yeah.
Nope. Damn.
They have the thing that can kind of tell is how the shadows work on his shirt, but the AI did a pretty good job with that.
What shadows? You mean of the crease there?
Yeah, that, and then when his hand goes up, you see like how you see the shadow on his other arm.
Yeah.
Like, okay, see, when he first raises his arm, the
Well, you
shadow
know what?
fell.
Actually, look at the top of that. His head is not casting a head-shaped shadow.
Right. There's another, yeah.
Wow. Okay, well, I failed that test. And then this is going to be my favorite of the day. 21 dishes to make for someone going through a hard time. Divorce, death, a big move, illness. Food may not fix anything, but a lovingly prepared meal can bring some much-needed comfort and nourishment. Now, the interesting thing, and I just did a cursory look through it, is they're all like casserole type stuff, like lasagna, enchiladas, which I haven't made in a couple years. What is this? Some seafood thing? Lentil and orzo stew with roasted eggplant. That actually sounds good. So cookies. Oh yeah, cookies. So if anybody, now this is actually like it's got recipes and stuff. If anybody wants me to drop this into the chat, because some of this food looks pretty good, I'm gonna put a pork shoulder in my smoker today, and it's gonna go for somewhere probably 10 hours. Oh, look at those. These brownies look awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get either the missus or her mom, probably her mom, because with number 4 in the belly, she hasn't been trying to bake anything. But
yeah, I don't blame her. Getting into that oven, unless it's eye level. Loaded baked frittata. I actually made a frittata last week, believe it or not. It wasn't baked though. I did it on top of the stove because I was lazy. Frittatas are actually really easy and they are really good. So struggle meals, and of course there should be let's see, what is this? A stiff cocktail. Hey, could you imagine taking stiff cocktails over to a funeral? Sorry, like a wake or something like that. It's actually pretty funny.
Yeah, open bar.
Here's your comfort food.
Oh yeah, but amaretto sours are good. They are comforting.
You know what? I don't do mixed drinks anymore. Not that I have anything against them. It's just I'm making them at home. I'm just not that kind of. I'm not that Mad Men sort of. Fix cocktails for the company.
Oh man, yeah, that's we do that a lot. Yeah.
What, you don't like casseroles, Kelvin? Casseroles are the god of the kitchen.
I did think that that KG, what's her name? Ketanji Brown Jackson, KBJ. That's
Ketanji Brown Jackson, yeah.
I did believe that she was raked over the coals.
I read part of it. I actually have the decision, the one that Amy Coney Barrett wrote, and yeah, they went after each other. But you know what? It didn't seem that bad to me. Imperial Court versus Imperial Executive. I think that in the end, and I actually do believe this, Ketanji Brown Jackson is probably the smartest. She definitely asks the more probing questions. And as far as I know or can remember, she has been the only one that's actually been on both sides of the decision-making process. She did time as a federal damn it, what are they? I can't think of the name of it now. Every time I think of something, it escapes me these days. She was basically a court-appointed lawyer at the federal level. Can't think of the name of it now. But she's defended and she has prosecuted, or think she's prosecuted. She's definitely been the judge. So she caused, because you and I listened to that argument, and she did ask a question, I thought, or a line of questions that really kind of to me struck the heart. And the result is citizenship can vary from state to state or district to district. And I think she hit the nail on the head. I think the guy you were listening to is Jamel Bowie. He's a columnist for the New York Times, an opinion columnist.
Yeah.
He's kind of a history buff.
Yeah,
and
he was getting a lot of stuff. I'll just say he was throwing in a buttload of bias.
Of what? Bias?
Oh yeah.
How so? It sounded spot on to me.
Okay. I would say, first of all, the one major point that a lot of those people who cover that don't speak of is that the comparison of the Supreme Courts. They act as if they were pretty much the
Wait,
same.
you say Supreme Courts, you mean throughout the years?
Right. From what I'm comparing is from the Dred Scott case of what was that, 57, to the 14th, which was what, 66, and then the Kim Jong Ark case, which was 98. Those three courts were very different.
Your point would
None
be
of them
what?
had the same chief justice, and the dramatic change was made between the Dred Scott and the Reconstruction era SCOTUS, because Abraham Lincoln appointed a lot of them.
Okay, but I'm still not seeing your point. Things change over the years. I mean, I actually think that Roger Taney, I think his decision, I think, was constitutional.
Okay, and that's fine.
Because I mean, there was nothing in the Constitution about citizenship for slaves or persons of service. There was nothing in there. I actually think that he was right. Now, history has, because the country changed. I mean, between the time he made his decision and post 14th Amendment, shit, the country had changed. There's that. There legal scholars who think that there was a quote second founding after the Civil War was over, with the three 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. There are people who literally think that was a new constitution due to the amendments.
Right.
So while I think Taney was, history has judged him very wrong, I think at the time as they understood the Constitution, why would you think black people had rights?
Okay, and that's fine. Whichever way that you want to go with it, I'm fine with that. But what I'm stating is the 57 judgment on the Dred Scott case to when you get to 66 for the 14th Amendment.
Right. Oh, and by the way, Taney was a Southerner and a slave owner.
Right. But the entire point of the 14th, and this is going by not only the 14th itself, but also the notes and all of the rhetoric and things that were spoke about during that time. It's immediately after the Civil War. The South is implementing black codes in order to circumvent the law. What's that?
Well, they weren't necessarily doing it in 1866.
No, they were. They started doing it
between
in
1866 and 1876, and then dramatically after 1876, that's when there was a flood of black codes.
Well,
so I don't think 1866. The other thing I want to throw in there is, while blacks were the main focus, the freedmen were the main focus, there was a subset of gypsies, and I don't know the history, but there is a wrinkle that birthright citizenship wasn't just about blacks. There was a set of gypsies who were more or less stateless, that it intermingled or something. I'd have to go back and actually
go ahead.
I read it fleetingly, I don't know the details of it. So it wasn't just about blacks, and that's you could just say, hey, all slaves are citizens. They took the time to, talk about birth, there were more than black people that were just made citizens, is my
Right.
point.
But the issue is that well, the Joint Committee on Reconstruction in 1866, they were the ones that stated in their report that they made in 1866. They were the ones that specifically cited that the black codes and that there was a need in order to protect the freed slaves. That was in 1866. So when they made the act, the Civil Rights Act of 1866, they were fearful, and these were their words, fearful that it would get overturned by the next set and that they needed to constitutionalize it. That directly shows you that the 14th Amendment was a response to Dred Scott and the Black Codes. That was not in connection to gypsies or
I'm afraid
other
you're
people.
not convincing on that part. The report, my question is, why did they make it so broad in the actual amendment?
Because it had to be part of the Constitution.
And
you have to use universal language in the Constitution.
Okay, well, then they fucked up because it's universal language. You hit the nail on the head. It couldn't just apply to a certain class of people. It had to apply to everyone. Universal, nail on the head.
And that's where I guess the shift between the two ideologies begins, is that the people that are arguing for the point that I'm stating recognize that all of this, in the context of everything, it was obvious that it was in context to the Civil War, the Dred Scott case. Nobody else in the news or in policies or so forth were talking about any sort of immigration or gypsies or anything else. It was all about
yeah,
black civil
actually,
rights.
the gypsies do come up, and I don't, like I said, I haven't researched it to the level that you did. They, while the freedmen were the focus of it, off in the periphery, there was a group of stateless individuals somewhere in that New Orleans area, and they're always stateless individuals and
In the
around
New
New
Orleans
Orleans.
area. Yeah, I would just say, just show me one section where any congressman brought them up.
Won't matter.
And that's what I'm stating. So
You hit the nail on the head. Universal, and I don't see how. There's a problem here, because if you say a constitution was specifically about black people, you de facto do in 2025 what they did not want to do back in 1866. You make it about a specific demographic. It's no longer universal. Can you really have that in the Constitution?
yeah, you can.
So you can literally, in the Constitution, say the 14th Amendment, that part of the 14th Amendment, birthright citizenship, was specifically for black people.
No, what you can do is state that just as James Madison,
Because I heard, and I hate to cut you off, I heard Donald Trump say as much. He literally said a few days ago that it was in that little victory dance that he gave after the bombing of Iran. His mission accomplished. His mission accomplished dance. He literally said it was about black people, black slaves.
Right. He stated that the rationale for the 14th Amendment was to focus on rights that were taken away from black people, from black slaves.
Well, they were not taken away. They were never given. So that's,
well, however you want to put it.
Well, no, they never had rights according to Roger B. Taney, and they were given rights.
Right.
Which, by the way, brings up a whole nother show that I won't get into. However, I will dwell on your use of the word universal.
Yeah, you can. It doesn't.
And I hope, what I would love to see is more constitutional conventions. But you know how hard those are going to be to organize.
Yeah. But as it was stated, James Madison, his notes showed that there was a hole in the framing in the Constitution of about citizenship. The Dred Scott case, whether a person want to say that
Madison had nothing to do with Dred Scott.
I didn't say that he did.
Okay, you mentioned him in the same sentence, so I
right.
I
The only
jumped to
thing I said
conclusions.
was that James Madison's notes stated that the framers of the Constitution in 1787 had a hole in the thought about citizenship. The Dred Scott case utilized that hole. Some people can say for the good, some people will say for the bad. I'm just stating that the hole existed. And what the 14th did was corrected that hole.
Yeah, universal.
And the reason for correcting that hole was solely due to freed blacks.
And you are 100% right. Now, however, they didn't want to just dwell on the freedmen, because you would have what Trump is doing right now. We can't have things that just benefit one people over another. That's why it's universal.
I didn't say that it was universal. I said they used universal.
You literally used the word.
I expressed exactly what I said. I said they used universal language.
Right. And I will concentrate. I will concentrate. I will concentrate on
you
universal.
can play the semantics game, but that's going to be your strongest.
Hey, that's what the Constitution's all about.
Right. and the whole and that's why I stated that's where we would divide, is that if you want to take away the aspect of history, what was going on, the context, even the words of the people who penned the words and what their intention was, you can do that on a semantics game. You certainly can. But all I'm saying is if we look at the fullness of it, it is one cannot deny that it was made for black slaves.
And I am going to say, well, I'm going to take I have two answers to that. Slaves were in mind. It might have even been made to, by that time, they weren't slaves. They were freedmen who were former slaves.
That's used in there.
Yes, I'm you know what? That's fine. However, the universal part, they couldn't make it just about the former slaves. It had to be universal. And I'll look up that part about that small group of people, but somehow or another, gypsies wound up in the U.S. and wound up intermingling with Africans. Who knows, how that all worked, but it wasn't 100% about the blacks. There was a little bit of a population that was on the periphery. However, I could actually be wrong. It's just something that I heard recently. So for now, let's just say you're right, and it'll be up to me to poke holes in your argument.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be a difficult thing to do, because it's like what you're basically stating is
it won't be difficult.
Yeah, because what you're basically saying is that after the immediacy of a civil war and black codes and everything else that's going on in America, that the majority of Congress was focused in on some migrant gypsies in Louisiana. It's like, come on, that's ridiculous.
Well, this is a down and dirty 14th Amendment ratified July, it was 1868, was pivotal in defining and protecting citizenship rights, particularly for groups that had been historically marginalized, including individuals referred to as gypsies in historical contexts. Citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment states all persons born or naturalized in the United States, subject to the jurisdiction thereof, are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. This clause was instrumental in overturning the Supreme Court's decision in Dred Scott v. Sanford. During the congressional debates over the Civil Rights Act of 1866, and later the 14th Amendment, there was explicit discussion about the inclusion of various ethnic groups, including Roma people, often referred to as gypsies at the time. Senator Edgar Cowan expressed anti-Romani sentiments, but these were rejected by the proponents of the Citizenship Clause, who affirmed that birthright citizenship could not be revoked from children born to disfavored ethnic minorities. This ensured that individuals born in the United States, regardless of their ethnic background, now that's not, all in there. And then they'll talk about Wong Kim Ark. That's 1898 also, or 1898
Right.
versus 68.
I have a question though.
So
At
what
what
I'm
point
going to
was
do
At what point was
is
it
I'm going to go back
adopted?
and I am going to deal with this
Yeah.
part. I'll do the research, but I just wanted to do a quick down and dirty, just to point out that the Roma people did come up,
Where?
and there was anti-Romani, and someone named Senator Edgar Cowan expressed anti-Romani sentiments, but these were rejected by the proponents of the Citizenship Clause. So I'll have to do some research, but the down and dirty, at least there was something going on that did not necessarily include a specific former slave or African heritage minority. There was another minority involved. So I'll do my due diligence.
Yeah, please do, because I don't think you can
Oh,
ever
I
find
absolutely
anything.
will. You know I will.
Yeah, 'cause I don't think you will ever find anything that shows that the Romani were involved in the 14th Amendment legal interpretation.
I literally, it was a down and dirty, but I trust AI to at least, give us some breadcrumbs.
Yeah, yeah.
So we'll have a look at it. And in the meantime, our favorite.
Who is this guy? Because
I don't know who he is, but actually there's another one after this about Mamdani. I don't think he's a Mamdani fan.
Well, explain this thing to me, because I never really listened to these segments, but I have seen like this on the screen from time to time. Like and I think wasn't it like a few days ago? I know it was like last week or something. Like
Well, he
you
does
it
several a
seems like
week.
you and
Oh
the
yeah.
Brave guy are going back and forth about this guy or something. He's like,
We weren't directly. Brave and I haven't been on a panel in a while.
oh, okay.
Oh, and if we'll ever do it again. But you know
If
what?
you're not already subscribed to this YouTube
wait,
channel,
hold
go
it.
ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted.
Pause that. I wanted to have a look at this. He's been around for at least 5 years. He's rather I have no idea who he is, but he doesn't have a huge website. He's been like, there was someone who was kind of like imitating him, and it was kind of a mess. But I've been listening to him for about 5 years, and he's very consistent. So and I can't actually peg his politics other than it's very pro-black. So I would say he's probably, maybe a black radical, but he does swerve every now and again. Of course, blacks aren't generally, you will hear black progressives say that all black people are progressive, and I've never agreed with that.
That all black people are progressive?
Yeah, just by virtue of our history. And I've never felt that was accurate.
I think I wouldn't say all. I would say that
I mean, we're very community based, at least we were, and I think we need to move away from that. But I do think, back in the day, yeah, we were very community, and that is a part of socialism. You know, it's very kind of community based. Um, but I mean, blacks have their own way of doing. I will say this, and maybe you'll agree or maybe you won't, but Black Americans historically have had our own way of being American. And, you know, be it the arts or what have you, we have formed a culture out of nothing. There are roots back to Africa. There are very American roots. I argue that Black culture, in quotation marks, is unique in the world. We have it now. There are variations, you know, within, you know, the contiguous United States, but there are variations. But it enough commonalities to call it a culture, and it did not exist, you know, before 1619. We'll just go there.
Okay. I think all cultures are unique, but the
very, very true.
But I don't think that prevents them from being
Now
compared.
look at this fool. You do vote consistently 90% Dem. You
That's
know
true.
what? I'm going to say, well, me? No. Oh, he's talking about the group.
Yeah.
I think it's higher than 90%.
And that does kind of lean towards more
Over
progressive.
history? Oh yeah, definitely more. However, you have to be careful because blacks really started voting Democrat for Roosevelt way back in the day. Up until what was it, 19? When did he get into office? Was it 32 or something like that? 1932. Blacks were pretty staunchly Republican. And you know, the break started happening around FDR. And I'm gonna tell you right now, blacks were fairly kind of, you know, enough were voting Republican. It was basically Richard Nixon that broke, you know, he basically pissed a bunch of black people off when he hesitated getting Martin Luther King out of jail in Alabama somewhere. So I blame Richard Nixon.
I don't know.
It's all in Richard Ike's biography of MLK.
MLK, huh?
Well, MLK was in jail and Kennedy got him out. Kennedy called Mrs. King, and you know, he was very supportive as much as he could be at the time, and he interceded. Richard Nixon hesitated.
There is something that I wanted to place before you to get your thoughts on it. I don't know if you have heard of Shadow Jackson and his
Shadow?
Chad Jackson. His middle name is O.
I have, but I can't place it.
And anyway, in this fall, he is releasing a documentary. This is like the 3-minute short of his documentary. And I don't know, I kind of wonder what you would think about this. I know that I'm going to review it when it comes out. Conservative told me that he wanted to review it, but I'm like, why?
Oh, well, I see Carol Swain, so I'm vaguely familiar with him. Yeah. What would I think?
No, I put the link of it in the back.
Okay.
Communists were masters at covertly creating disasters in order to cause discontent.
Okay, yeah. They want to basically call
did this,
MLK
for
a
example,
communist. Gotcha.
by bombing their own houses and bombing black churches and then crying white supremacy. Carl Braden, for example, was convicted for doing such a thing where he bought a house for a black party member in a predominantly white neighborhood, then fanning the flames by drawing attention to the fact that a Negro just moved into a white Kentucky neighborhood.
They arrested Carl Braden for bombing his own house and charged him with sedition, and he spent years in jail.
The charges were ultimately dropped. This, of course, should not be looked at as a revelation of innocence. The communists have dedicated a lot of time and effort to mastering litigation.
Breaking news, the Illinois Supreme Court has just overturned Empire actor Jussie Smollett's conviction.
In recent years, the charges against Jussie Smollett were dropped.
Staging a racist and homophobic attack against himself, then lying about it to the police.
It would, of course, be foolish to look at that as a revelation of his innocence. Carl Braden and his wife, of course, would go on to be relatively close to Martin Luther King and be heavily involved in the civil rights movement, which ironically was constantly being victimized by church bombings.
And there have been more unsolved bombings of Negro homes and churches in Birmingham than any other city.
Although the Soviet directive to demoralize blacks was effective in many ways, it didn't completely solidify blacks to the ranks of the Communist Party. Black Wall Street was built back relatively quickly after the race riot, and so too were many of the other black communities where these riots took place. There were two reasons for this that the communists would come to understand by the 1930s. The first is that you have to remember that Booker T. Washington only died the decade before many of these race riots took place. And so the entrepreneurial spirit was still alive and well in many of the black communities. The second was that they were empowered by their unshakable faith in God, which the communists discovered was a hurdle that they, the communists, couldn't jump simply by being dismissive of religion as an opiate of the people.
We have been watching the communist takeover of territories and countries. While this was going on,
as a result of this, they set their sights on the church to subvert it for their own goals.
their movements follow a rather rigid pattern. There's a reason for this, because it is spelled out in the Communist International's official publication, Communist.
I think it's definitely something I'll watch, but I think it pretty much says it all. The MLK Project.
Yeah, I'm.
And then Dave
thoroughly
says he's been waiting for it for a while.
Yeah, yeah, man. I wanna watch that. There's a few other documentaries that I'm anticipating and everything, and I don't know.
Well, you're gonna do a watch party with Hood Conservative.
No, I doubt I'll do that. I'll probably review it with within my little inner circle of friends. They love history as well, and we'll probably have
You think this is history?
amaretto sours, a little cocktail party.
Oh boy,
and kind of discuss it like that, and then I may take some ideas to online. But there's just so many things that connect very well that I think one does themselves a historical disservice from omitting.
Well, I mean, if history is a narrative, and this is a narrative, it'll be kind of verified or won't. But it's definitely something I would watch.
Just like this kind of small project that I'm finishing up now. But I found a lot of patterns between issues that Ida B. Wells had with Booker T. Washington and a lot of the issues that are taking place today in modern Black America. It was some of the same complaints and ideas and counters were used in her day, especially during the civil rights era, and then it was just pretty much codified by a lot of the Black feminists.
Excuse me 1 minute. Solid Snake, are you in the chat? If you are, can you say yes? Sorry about that.
Oh, no. It's
I see a whole lot of deleted messages.
oh wow. How has he been doing?
Solid Snake.
Yeah.
Fine as far as I know. Portia did a show yesterday. He was in that chat. So as far as I know, he's doing good. I think I saw him once or twice earlier in this show, but there are a bunch of deleted messages with his with his fingerprints.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. It's interesting, man. I guess how I came across it was I was just looking at some ideas that Booker T. Washington was putting forth, and I wanted to see like who were some of the people who were, against some of the things outside of Du Bois, Du Bois, and I was like, and then I found a lot of Ida B. Wells stuff, and I was like, holy crap, she was not a fan.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So
And
I mean, I guess we'll wait for your narrative to come out.
yeah, I thought that I was going to be completing it last week, but then a friend of mine was doing some, I would say, some pre-reading work for me, and stated, man, did you ever think of adding any parts about the Negro spirituals that people were still humming along, even through the the Harlem Renaissance, the Langston Hughes era, and all that, and that went all up to R&B? And I said, man, I didn't. And he sent me some examples. Like, take for instance, earlier you were talking about the idea about the Black community being together and blah blah blah, and back in what Hughes era, they still were singing the God bless the child, mother the son poem of Papa may have, Mama may have, but God bless the child that has his own. That sentiment of you got to go out and get your own, and you were not
Okay,
going to
I don't see that from the song you just quoted.
Okay, what do you
God
get?
bless the child who has his own.
That got his own. Yes. What do you think that means?
I think it's a song.
Right. And
I you know what? I am always very careful. I don't think it was any sort of pull yourself up by your bootstraps anthem, especially when what's her name? I can't even think of her name now.
Billie
The
Holiday.
famous jazz singer. Yeah, Billie Holiday. I think it was a blues song. I don't think it was a finest work song. It's kind of sad. And in a way, it just, to me, it means, hey, Blacks don't have much. Value what you got.
Okay. It's interesting that the people during that time, they didn't when they wrote about it, their writings about it were quite different from your interpretation.
Okay, well, maybe I'm being presentist. I'm always interested to read what you're reading.
Because it would be easy for me to be like, oh, I think it was about this. That's lazy. I wanted to know, what did the people who were reciting it, and also the person who wrote it, Langston Hughes, where did he get that idea from, and what were people saying about it? And that's what they were saying, that there was this tension of, there wasn't a lot of things passed down in the Black American family, and that you needed to.
Well, there wasn't a lot to pass down.
Right. And a lot of them were saying that you needed to, where even if Mama and Papa had it, you need to go get your own.
Well, yeah, there's nothing to pass down. So, like I said, blacks don't have much. You better value what you got.
Yeah,
I think that holds up.
and I don't know. It showed a lot of there was a huge theme of self reliance. Um,
Well, who else were you going to depend on? So I don't know. I don't find it as revelational as you do. I mean, who else? Who else were you going to depend on? The justice system, the
well,
government?
that's not my argument. My argument is that these things existed, and that's just one example of several of
Okay, what
the
things existed?
Negro spirituals existed for a reason.
Okay, so what? The songs were nice. They were kind of like, the songs you sing when you're picking cotton. They make you feel better. They're a palliative, but they're not solutions. They're not actual. I mean, those are things that make you feel better. So
Right.
I don't know. You're seeing something that I don't see, and it may just be how we view the world. I think a song making you feel better, that's what the arts are for, to kind of give you beauty. When you need something that's beautiful, I don't see it as any sort of like political anthem.
Certain songs, as many have stated in modern times, when they state about rap and the grittiness of it and all of that, they state that it represented what was happening on the ground, and that basically that art was being presented of showing what real life was like. And so, in order
Okay, well, what did I say that wasn't reflective of real life?
well, that you were stating that, oh, it's just a song to make people feel good.
Well, all songs make people feel good, and that's exactly what it was. I'm not going to back down from that. Sometimes when life is hard, you need a song to make you feel better. That's what the blues were about. Not
Okay.
that you could solve your problem, you just needed a palliative to make you kind of, steel your spine and deal with the problems at hand.
Right. So then it shows you that there were certain problems that were at hand.
There
And
were a shitload of problems in Jim Crow America. Would you like to read a book about them? I got a couple.
right. So and all I'm saying is that now we get to see how certain of the artists responded, because that shows you different things about the times. Just like
No, I mean, different artists are gonna. Oh, sure, I
yeah.
agree
So
with that.
just
Not
like at the
everybody.
time of
I would almost argue that certain artists who are popular, for instance, you know, I bet, I bet Sammy Davis Jr. saw, a different side of black life in America than some sharecropper down in Florida.
I don't know. I think a lot of the artists back then were a lot closer to the harshness of um, poverty than those are today.
I agree. And as a matter of fact, John talks about the Chitlin circuit. I guess there was a time when, there were artists who were only popular on the Chitlin circuit. And you know what? My bread is coming from entertaining a black audience. There weren't many crossover artists. You know what I mean? There were. I mean, there were people like Lena Horne or even like Louis Armstrong. But Louis Armstrong, if I recall, he kind of had a storied rise to fame. He had like a Jewish family or something that was kind of like a benefactor. So, but the Chitlin circuit was real, and hearing Charleston White talk about the Chitlin circuit,
Yeah.
kind of makes me laugh because there's a Chitlin circuit because he wants there to be a Chitlin circuit. and some of his fucking ratchet behavior wouldn't be tolerated.
I'm glad that I had this short with you, because it'll help me to be able to um, um, write in order to grab the attention of people who are not from my persuasion of things. I think of what I'll probably do when I talk about the Negro spiritual section. I'll actually just use the words of DeBose, because he did the exact same thing. He was one of the ones that talked about their meaning and all of that, the double conscious.
Well, you know, it's funny what he would he and look,
he
he's a
took them as very
beautiful
serious.
writer. Did he now?
Yeah, he did.
Because I would almost think he had a very healthy kind of lofty position sometimes, or would you say like almost like an ivory tower approach to some of these things?
No, I mean, you go there and you go into the souls of Black folk, because
But
that's
yeah,
where
I'm not disputing you at all, because I
Yeah.
haven't done your research. I am not disputing you at all. You're right and I'm wrong. I'm just kind of tossing things out there from a
no,
position
I'm
of
not.
ignorance.
Yeah, I'm not countering you. I'm just saying in total, just overall, in his work, the souls of Black folk, he dedicated a chapter to it. That's
Mhm.
where I got the
In which
That's
book?
where my friend got the idea. The Souls of Black Folk, 1903.
Oh, it's been a while.
Yeah, there's a chapter called of the Sorrow Songs.
Mhm.
He
Well,
calls
he
it
was
the
a
most beautiful
sociologist,
expression
but
of
I
human
will
experience. Both.
guarantee you that's why I'm saying it was probably kind of clinical, because you know he's kind of credited with inventing sociology as a field of study, or one of the inventors.
And actually, I think there's even a part of that section. I have to go back and reread it, but I think there's a part where he stated that those songs were undervalued by white America and sometimes
Well,
by Black
what
elites.
isn't what isn't in the Black community, or Black creations that haven't been undervalued at one point in time?
Right,
So
but
that's
the
no
second,
that's not a revelation.
right, but the second part is what caught my attention, is what he said,
Mhm.
and also by Black elites. His words, not mine.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of coming from an E. Franklin Frazier. I don't think E. Franklin Frazier had a very high opinion of Du Bois.
So, like I said, not my argument. That's his.
Well, I, on the other hand, do have a high opinion, though, it's probably more of his writing. He was an extremely good writer. So let's listen to Professor Black Truth. And Brian Nichols says his fave all-time blues song is You Shook Me, Led Zeppelin. And I'm going to say that was an imitation of the blues. So that's just my opinion, though.
An imitation?
Can white people really sing the blues? Can Led Zeppelin actually sing the blues?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, just call me kind of a black elitist then. A blues elitist. Shit, even I can't sing the blues. So let's see what the professor has to say.
A new video is posted, and if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now the Sunday address. I'm going to discuss something tonight that I normally don't talk about. It's in the realm of religion. One of the subjects that black folks tend not to handle too well. I don't mind spirituality.
Man, something's messed up. I think somebody messed with this. Hold on one sec. This is why I do not like outside interference. All right, hold on one sec. One sec here.
So you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address. I'm going to discuss something tonight that I normally don't talk about, and it's in the realm of religion. One of the subjects that Black folks tend not to handle too well. I don't mind spirituality, but religion is different. In this case, we're going to be discussing both a book and its author who happen to have a history of being hostile toward issues of justice. By now, I'm sure because of the algorithm, you've probably heard about a so-called book called The Sin of Empathy. It was written by a guy named Joe Rigney. And what inspired him to write this book? Well, it goes back a few years because as the Black Lives Matter movement grew, Joe Rigney began using the phrase the sin of empathy as early as 2019. Rigney had already begun his own Ed Blum-like jihad against Black Lives Matter, but his constant inveighing against empathy and his book were clearly done as a rebuttal to the national outrage of the murder of George Floyd. You see, Joe Rigney was a so-called professor of systematic theology, whatever that is, at a place called Bethlehem Seminary in Minneapolis. Yes, the same Minneapolis where Dante Wright, Philandro Castile, and George Floyd were murdered. In fact, Bethlehem Seminary is only a few blocks from where George Floyd was murdered. So for Rigney, when he saw the nationwide outrage and uprisings of 2020, he took it personally. Occasionally, just to cover their rumps, these clowns will try to claim that they supported things like Black Lives Matter, even if only in the abstract. You know, just like Toni Lauren did when she went on Trevor Noah's show. Oh, I supported Black Lives Matter originally, but I just couldn't keep doing it. And yet there's never any evidence of this alleged support. But their attacks on anything even remotely associated with BLM or punishing the police or calling out anti-Black racism, it's always very well documented. You can find tons of instances and evidence of that. So what these people are doing is just trying to manufacture a rhetorical shield for themselves to hide behind and ward off any accusations of being blatantly, openly racist. Now, it's also important to note that this Rigney character came out of religious circles. That's where this man came from. And yet his dogma is nothing more than a clumsy front for the same old Christian identity gibberish. And Rigney has had no shortage of preachers and religious types who have been only too eager to support him and signal boost his ideology. They share his exact same putrid mindset. There's a reason why Sunday is the most segregated day of the week in America, no matter where you are, in the South, the North, the East, or the West. That's why these white supremacists resent foundational Black Americans so much, especially when it comes to religion, because for hundreds of years, they had freely been able to pervert the word of God into being nothing more than a validation and a justification for their own white supremacy. Hundreds of years, they have been allowed to indulge the idea that God is a white man. That is, until we took the moral high ground, did it in front of the world, and showed that these white supremacists have more in common with the other guy than with God. And once they lost the ability to claim that anti-Black racism was inherently moral and the will of God, they also lost the ability to claim that white privilege and white supremacy was moral too. That's the thing to understand, family. These preachers and pastors that you see, these guys are some of the most mouth-frothing anti-Black racists imaginable. Now, to a moral person, or at least someone who believes in basic logic, you would have to ask, how is it that the exact same kind of people who can claim that they are holding up the word of God at the same time can fly in the face of it? Well, when you've had hundreds of years of believing that you are God, you don't see any contradiction there. Back in the 1980s, I remember the televangelists, particularly the Southern ones like Oral Roberts and Jimmy Swaggart, who would constantly refer to the Pauline doctrine. That means the Gospels that were written by St. Paul. Scholars and ecumenical experts differ on whether St. Paul was a soldier or not. There's no official record saying that he actually was, yet evangelicals and other devout types strongly insist that St. Paul was a soldier, and it was his military service that allowed him to be granted Roman citizenship even though he was a Jew. Now, regardless of whether he was actually a soldier or the first century version of a Call of Duty commando, he routinely wrote in terms suited for warrior doctrine. He constantly was saying to fight, and evangelicals are always saying to put on the whole armor of God. That's a reference to the book of Ephesians, where Paul used the gear and the armament of a Roman soldier as analogies for the principles of Christianity. Again, if he wasn't a Roman soldier, he sure seemed hugely enamored with them, even though Rome was a pagan empire at that time and persecuting Christians like Paul. But that kind of warrior theology has always appealed to the white right. In the 19th century, you had a song called Onward Christian Soldiers, Marching as If to War. And all this time, I thought Jesus was the Prince of Peace. Makes you wonder what God these guys are worshiping, doesn't it? Anyway, back to the so-called pastor and theologian Joe Rigney. He wrote a book attacking empathy as being a sin. Never mind that the Bible itself is full and overflowing with telling Christians to identify with and put themselves in the shoes of other people, even heathens, even those who sin against you. But the main reason that phrase has been going through the algorithm the last month or so is because everybody's favorite apartheid reject, Elon Musk, did an interview with Joe Rogan, and he openly referenced how empathy is a sin.
So that we've got civilizational suicidal empathy going on. And it's like, I believe in empathy. Like, I think you should care about other people, but you need to have empathy for civilization as a whole and not commit to a civilizational suicide. There's the fundamental weakness of Western civilization is empathy. The empathy exploit. They're exploiting
retarded.
A bug in Western civilization, which is the empathy response.
There's a bug?
And I think, empathy is good. But you need to think it through and not just be programmed like a robot.
To think
right.
through
Understand
your
when
empathy
empathy has been actually used as a tool.
Yes, it's weaponized empathy.
Yeah.
Is the issue.
Weaponized empathy.
Weaponized empathy, and
Now, of course, when the world's richest racist goes on the most famous racist in podcasting show, people are going to notice it. And when he name drops something, people will look into it, especially when this guy happens to own the world's largest social media platform.
I agree with him, by the way.
Predictable. White power wants to pick who
No
the winners
doubt you
are,
do.
and promoting certain ideas or people while suppressing others is how they do it. White power has always perverted religion as a sanctification of its desire for power. Before white supremacy tried to claim that it was a scientific fact that black people were just intellectually inferior to whites, white power had spent centuries claiming that slavery and black forced servitude was the will of God. They used a religious basis for it, and they always were invoking the Bible to justify it. Even the slave ships, slave ports, and slave markets bore religious names. And when they talk about things like compassion and decency, they're only talking about themselves. But as we've seen through thousands of years of war across Europe and 2 world wars that the Europeans started, they are in no position to talk about empathy. They could stand to learn some. When I see these clowns running around using phrases like weaponized empathy, that's hilarious to me. The way that Elon Musk and others talk about that, it sounds like when people like W were trying to rebrand their right-wing belligerents as being compassionate conservatism, as opposed to the savage, openly racist, and totally destructive conservatism that W's father and his co-conspirator Reagan were doing back in the day.
Oh, wait. I got
Right-wingers are always...
Can you take this one? SKC?
Yeah, that's easy, Deacon Day. Everything
Well,
that he
who the
learned,
hell isn't heavily influenced by
right? Because that's why I say when people bring up the whole thing about Africa, it's like they really didn't have a canon. So
no. You know what? That argument is just ridiculous. It's a totally different thing. Africa is not Western culture, so
Right.
expecting them to have a canon is absolutely retarded. Why would
Right.
they have a Western thing when they weren't the West? So
I'm not
anybody
saying- I
who
didn't
grows
say-
up anybody who grows up in Western culture is going to be heavily influenced by the Western culture.
Right.
That's obvious.
I didn't say that Africa had a Western canon. I said they didn't have.
No, I heard what you said. What I said is, why would anyone expect them to have an equivalent?
Right, and I think I agree with you. Why would you expect people that didn't have a written
And it's
language for
not.
such a
I mean,
long
but
time
what I'm saying is, it's
to have
not.
a canon?
it's not a ding. It's not like, oh, hey, African cultures were less because they didn't have a Western equivalent. They were different.
Right. All I'm saying is
Fish use oxygen, but they don't process it the same way land animals do. It doesn't mean fish are less.
Right. Monkeys use hand signals. They don't write.
Right. So, I just want to get that
Yeah, so what I was saying to Deacon Dave is that he was
see, you're too kind. You won't have balls enough to say that Deacon Dave, stop. It's obvious. Why do you even need to ask the question?
Yeah, I think he's just egging the conversation on. But
I think Deacon Dave is dead serious.
He's not dead serious.
I think it was a genuine question.
No, he's egging the conversation.
No. He wanted to be Pan-African because you know what? He was a bad Pan-Africanist, but he was a good Western culturalist.
Right. Yeah, I think one of the things that he obviously had to find out is that he was forced to lean upon Western thought and so forth because the level that what he was
the water you swim in
other places.
It's the water you swim in. What other water are you going to swim in? But the water,
he could have went to the Far East. They had cannon.
He would have to learn everything all over again.
Well, he stated he was a genius, right?
Well, I think he was a genius. John, I want it the way I have it. Okay, I want to watch the video. Please leave it as it is.
Yeah. So I mean,
I got your text.
But there was plenty of Eastern canon that was longer than the Western canon. If you take out Plato and all that stuff, but
I'm not that enamored with canons. I mean, other than I love the Western canon as much as anyone. I'm just not gonna worship it.
Oh, I don't think it's anything about worshiping. It's just being able to read the thoughts of people that lived before you. That concept is in the East and the West. Is really not so much in Africa.
Right.
Where he wanted to
go.
Well,
let's get back to what Nitish calls a Vulcan.
Saying that everyone needs to fend solely for themselves, and social Darwinism should be the order of the day, and savage capitalism and survival of the fittest. But when the economic crash of 2008 happened, those very same rich white people were demanding the government bail them out, saying that they were too big to fail, which is the corporate equivalent of saying, I'm too young to die. All of a sudden, it was no longer every man for himself. They wanted people to feel how much they were in trouble. It was no longer let the market decide who lives and who dies, and we can't let the weak set the pace for the strong. Now that their own weakness and inferiority had once again caught up to them, they were calling on some kind of social conscience to bail them out. The taxpayers and the working class said to let these
Slick Rick, I don't know that I agree with that. I think Elon is real. I think he is literally Elon being Elon. I would never call him an actor.
Crap parasites face their karma. But the politicians who control the national purse strings ignored all of that and instead wanted to show total and complete empathy for the white corporate elite. Notice how the Elon Musks and the Joe Rogans never talk about how we should not show empathy for a corporation, which is nothing more than a legal fiction. You do that, and Musk will be the first one to suddenly want you to empathize with his workers and his shareholders and his customers. He'll call on your empathy. Think about how you would feel. And when it comes to the issue of mass migration, you don't see Elon Musk saying that the white folks over in South Africa need to fend for themselves. But then again, he himself is an immigrant who refugeed in from there. Elon and his pals want to talk about how there should be no empathy for illegal aliens. That's fine, but my question is, where was this talk at when you had all of those illegal aliens coming in from Europe? See, when the illegal aliens were coming in from Europe, they were the ones saying show no empathy for the native population or for the Africans or anyone else. And now that these people happen to be the majority, at least for a few years longer, now they're saying there should be no empathy for anyone else.
What do you think
The
about
times
that,
change, but
SKC?
You said what?
What do you think about the point he's making? And yeah, it's a little hyperbolic about, the quote illegal aliens coming over and taking land in the what became the United States. They basically said, hey, we have a right to take it because the Indians aren't, be good stewards of the land, essentially. But my point is, it seems, and yeah, this is a couple 300 years later, but why don't people like Elon Musk, for instance, and he wasn't born in America, he may not be fully acculturated. But why don't people, when they make statements like, hey, empathy is this, that, or the other, why don't they like look at these statements through a historical lens? I mean, it's almost egregious to hear an immigrant, which he is, talk so badly about other immigrants.
Well, I think if you take it, because if I'm not mistaken, I've been sent clips from this Night-ish guy. He seems to be
Night-ish is a good guy.
Okay, so he's a black man, right?
Yeah.
Well, it seems like he's heavily influenced by Western culture as well as a Knight.
Well, Night-ish, you can you can click the link.
It seems like his entire paradigm is centered on white tradition. So I mean, medieval white martial tradition.
Surely you know who Night-ish is, right?
Oh, I have no idea who this guy's dude is.
Oh wow. Okay, well, Night-ish is he's kind of famous. You better put some respect on his name.
But he sounds like some sort of pro-black dude that loves medieval white martial tradition.
Well, see, now you're going. I'm gonna let you do this because it's all the stuff I wish I could say.
So I mean,
there you go, Night-ish. Click the link, Night-ish. Don't let him have all this fun.
I mean, am I saying something that's off, Stanley? I mean,
no, it seems okay to me. I mean, he is called Night-ish, but it is Night-ish. He's not calling himself Knight.
Oh man, what did his avatar?
He's not calling himself Sir Knight or anything like that.
Did his avatar have a black man in armor?
Oh boy. Well, you know what? All right, Night-ish. I've dropped the link. And anybody else, by the way, who wants to hit the link, feel free to do it. We are all of a sudden an open panel.
And you want me to take the words
you
of a
crack
man?
this panel wide open, SKC.
You want me to take the words of a man who
Oh
is
God,
a black
no.
man in medieval armor? And especially if he's talking about some pro-black stuff. Now, I'm not
wait,
against
hold
any
on
sort of
now.
cosplay or-
Night-ish is a friend of the channel. He is a friend of my show, and definitely John's show. So, I'm not going to tell you to stop.
I am not against any sort of cosplay or fantasy or any of that stuff. Hey, I mean, to each his own. I enjoy it. But if you are talking some sort of pro-black stuff while wearing the medieval costume of
I didn't. I missed that part. What the only thing I saw is he said Elon is a Vulcan. That's the only
Yeah,
thing I saw.
and then you're even talking about Western sci-fi tradition.
Wow, you out nerded me.
I don't even think that Elon would say would be harmed by that in any way. He would probably agree. It's like, yes, I am.
No, yeah, you know what he would. You know what he would do? He'd go indubitably.
Yeah, he would probably put up the sign.
Yeah, that would be a badge of honor. He'd go, thank you.
Oh man.
All right, well let's finish this off.
But the lies and the liars remain the same. Is anyone surprised that these white supremacists have the triple gold medal in hypocrisy? Like Elon Musk, Joe Rigney tries to gaslight you into thinking that when he's attacking empathy, he's merely talking about how it shouldn't go too far. There's been an excess of empathy.
Stanley.
And yet, conveniently, the only things that Joe Rigney thinks are suicide.
Really quickly, would you mind if I educate your audience?
Go right ahead. Educate me too.
Yeah, because I see in the chat some people say, "Why is he laughing like that?" I've always laughed like this, and
well, I like the Slick Rick Stormcrow wannabe. I think it's the opposite.
I believe I existed way beyond Stormcrow, and you can ask him yourself. So I mean, it's like you're talking about people who used to be on my channel. These Johnny come lately people who know nothing. I mean, good grief. I wouldn't say that my guy Truism was a birth from me. I wouldn't say that. Everybody has their own origin story and whatnot. But yeah, influence, yeah, come on. He will tell you that.
And then next after this video, we'll talk about your buddy Hoodservative.
Yeah, let's talk about him. I enjoy Hoodservative.
Well, you do. He came. Well, you may not know this show because you don't really do much YouTube anymore.
No.
But he came up on a friend of mine's show, Freezy, No Cap Freezy.
Okay.
Who actually is a presence. At least in this kind of, I don't know. I don't even know what you call this sector. But
I've heard of the guy, but I can't.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
I can't.
As a matter of fact, you would actually like him. He's very religious.
I can't take that guy seriously, man. I can't. I listened to a little bit of this. I listened to a little bit of his stuff, like maybe it was like.
Well, you don't take anybody seriously.
But I mean, it's like, and this is.
Well, I like him.
Slice to him. I'm just saying, to me, Freezy is like the.
Oh, look at! Oh, wait, hold it, Deacon Dave. Really? Look, I guess it kind of goes along the normal lines. I think Freezy's pretty cool. I mean, I don't know that I've ever been up on his panel, but I do hang out in the show, and I actually, know him from some other shows. You know what? I respect people who are religious and, to the best of their ability are consistent. There's some shit that that does not go on his show that he doesn't tolerate. And I respect that. He does not allow a whole lot of disrespect of, he's a good moderator. He's one of the better moderators out there. And you know what? Within limits, you'll get a little leeway, but there's not all that disrespecting of women on panels and stuff like that, which I think is a plus.
Oh, is he one of those guys?
I'm one of those guys. I don't. Now it depends. I mean, there are people, there are women who will trade it back and forth with you. And, I kind of know, what, everything's okay. There are other women who Never do that. Never have done it. And guys can come up here and just make women cringe. And to be honest, it's not good for a show. If you want a show that is at least relatively balanced, you don't want a whole lot of woman bashing. You kind of, but then you don't want a whole lot of men bashing. There are women who will come up here and bash men. Not a lot. I've never been in those spaces, but I have watched them. But I don't know. The bottom line is there should be a limit to disrespect of any sort. You'll know the limit when it gets exceeded.
If you were a salesman, how would you sell me on Freezy? Like, say that I did.
You know what? I'm not a salesman. And literally, I'm not. I tried a sales job once, and it's an uncomfortable fit. I like him. I think he's principled. I think he's a good moderator, and he is probably the best I've seen. He can have 9 other people up on there, and he keeps order.
Oh, okay.
And a lot of that order is because people respect him. They don't really get out of line because they respect him, and he's consistent.
I guess I maybe I haven't
your standards are high but different, and I understand vive la difference, and I'm just saying that Hood Servative, the reason I even brought it up is Hood Servative came up there a couple Sundays ago and basically got his ass handed to him.
Oh, really?
Hood Servative. Oh yeah, I was in the audience. I was surprised.
I would like to hear this.
Talk to Hood Servative. He'll tell you about it. His story will be different than mine. But I am saying that Hood Servative tried that bullshit he likes to do. Hood Servative has a particular style of arguing where he likes a lot of callbacks. Something you talked about 10 minutes ago, he will go back to it. And, people, unless they have really good recall, when they get upset, sometimes your memory, your normal function kind of gets discombobulated when you got a lot of adrenaline flowing. And that's one thing the military seeks to train out of you. But
so are those people having a lot of adrenaline laced?
Well, no, what I'm saying is that he is used to people like that. That did not happen on this show. He, as a matter of fact, Freezy himself handed Hood Servative his ass.
How so?
I don't remember the details, but how Hood Servative will just like start drilling down into details. Well, how do you know so and so or such and such happened? And you know what? The way to defeat that is asking why the shit it matters. Why does it matter what happened 10 years ago or 10 years ago, 10 minutes ago? Deal with what we're actually talking about.
I don't know.
Okay, Hood Servative is a slippery slope. He will, if you give him an inch, you're gonna slide down that slope a mile. You gotta keep him in the present and on focus, on target, because he will use your distraction. He's almost like a sleight of hand sort of guy. Leisure domain. Oh, in my opinion. Now you may feel differently.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Deacon Dave, of course you wouldn't see what I saw. Well, I wouldn't expect you to actually see reality. You see Hood Servative as kind of like a hero of yours. So of course you're not going to see it the way.
Yeah, I mean, and this is just coming from my own experience and dealing with similar circuits in the past of Black YouTubia. To me, it's all the chitlin circuit. Yeah,
that's funny.
Yeah, it's all the chitlin circuit of.
Oh man, you were so fucking mean.
Sitting up and yelling and arguing about
Well, no, they didn't do that.
Topics that center around relationship and civil disputes about various black-esque issues that can all be boiled down to the white man is bad, you ninjas can't get women, and we're better than you. Yeah.
You know what? I absolutely agree with that point. And I look for I probably like you look for something deeper. I just that shit gets old so fast.
But that's what I mean. It's like, but that's what I'm saying is when you look at the, and I'm not saying Black America as a whole. I'm saying from a lot of the things that you see online, it's more difficult to find people who can speak about topics that go beyond just the the riffraffs, you know. So I mean, yeah. If I'm
SKC,
taking,
you and I are allies on this. Black people need to fucking start looking at shit that matters.
If you have to get erudite thought patterns from someone named Freezy, you've already lost.
Well, like I said, I like the way he handles these large panels. It does not get, now there will be a little bit of that, you know, but you know what? He'll have like you know, there'll be a time when everybody can kind of go at it, and then there'll be other times when, you know what, we need to be serious about a topic. Now, I will agree with you to the point, because it doesn't get out of hand there. Not like it, I've seen it on other panels and experienced on this show. But, and I'm trying to get away from that. That's why I'm just like news. You know what? It's got to be news, you know, stuff that, you know, is meaty.
Well,
I admire the way he
don't
handles
shoot
panels.
don't shoot yourself down, though, Stanley. I mean, the Universal Soul Circus is entertaining.
You know what? It actually isn't after you've seen it for, say, a year.
That's why
It's
you're only
really
supposed to go once a year.
same. What?
I said that's why you're only supposed to go once a year, or once every other year.
Okay, all right. Well, that's a good point.
You're not supposed to go to the Universal Soul Circus every day. You're not supposed to follow them around the country.
You know what? Damn it. Once again, you make sense. But you know what? And to be honest, I almost never go up on panels. Like I'll go up, and you won't know Mo Love or Here for the Tea. I actually tend to go on, you know, I'll go up on John's show, and I would honestly say John is probably the only one, you know, I tend not to, because it's all boring. You know, even someone like what's his name? Sean Bracey. You know, he tends to be more of my speed, maybe politically or just kind of philosophically. And I've never been up on his panel because it's the same shit that happens on all the other panels, just, you know, with a leftward spin. Well, you laugh.
Yeah, I do laugh, man, because I don't know. A lot of this stuff is this.
Well, no, and you know what? You left YouTube altogether. I think I understand why.
Oh nah, man. I mean, I will tell you, it's fun to a certain extent. If you go about it the right way, you can make you know, a nice income. You can make money off of it. But
you know what? At what cost? I mean, I think someone like you, I'm not you. I will just admit I don't have your composure. You know, at some point in time, you know, I'm gonna get ticked off enough to go on a rant. And I'm, you know, if it's going to be lucrative, it's gonna have to be my way, and my way is a very slow way. You know, I'm not packing in the numbers. However,
or
I
you're
am
supposed
doing
to
it.
go on a rant. The
if
rants are
it's
part
real.
of the business model.
You know what? Well, fuck that. You know, I only go on rants when it's necessary to rant. You know, rant as rant does. I'm just not doing that.
I mean, but the other thing too is that in all of these discussions and back and forths about this or that and blah blah blah. I think for the rational person, you have to you have to realize that your point in engaging in any of this is never going to be to win.
Absolutely.
Because you're not going to win against, well,
but I
for lack
think
of a
you can
better term,
influence. I think you can leave an influence.
Yeah, but what's the point of influencing the slow bus?
Well, you know what? I decided to do something weird this week, and I thought about Alexander Pope. No, dead serious. And tomorrow, the title of the show is, my 10th grade English teacher, Father Bryant. He had us learn quotes. I don't know why. But here I am. Shit, I was what, 13, 14 at the time? And here I am, 46 years later. And I remember this quote, Alexander Pope. I was sitting at my son's Christmas play a few years ago, and on my phone, I had Alexander Pope.
Yeah.
Essay on Criticism.
He's a great guy.
Reading because the fucking play was so boring. I started reading like a 18th century English poet. Why not? So when you start talking Western canon, I'm the worst of the bunch. But
that's what I mean. Because it's interesting. It's fascinating.
It is.
Yeah. I mean,
and it rhymes.
Oh man, like what are you reading right now?
I'm reading about 5 books.
What's the most interesting of the bunch right now?
There is a lawyer, and this book was written back, I think it was 2017, and the name of the book is called The Exceptional Negro, Racism. Let's see, hold on one sec. Let me get back to the title page. But it's about a black lawyer. And, what she's writing is pretty much up my alley. It's called The Exceptional Negro, Racism, White Privilege, and the Lie of Respectability Politics. And I'm only through chapter 3. And chapter 3 is called Black Rage Rising. And so far, it's nothing, that I don't know, nothing that unique. However, the title was interesting, so I just bought the book. It wasn't, it was like, off of Amazon. So that's my principal work. And then the Alexander Pope is emergent. But I've also, let's see, what else have I been reading? Because I tend to read. I used to read one book at a time, and I don't do that anymore. I might have 5 books going at any one time these days.
Yeah, I found that as well because to me, and this is just me, I find that when reading multiple selections at a time, you're able to take certain concepts from book to book to book, and it helps you to build your memory.
Interesting.
Better, So, take for instance, right now I'm reading. Probably the principal book that I'm reading is Brian Merchant's "Blood in the Machine," that talks about the industrial revolution back in the 18th century with the Luddites and how that compares to.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and how it compares to the the revolution now with AI. And but I'm also reading The Wager, which talks about the I forget the name of the ship all of a sudden, but
it's got a Substack. Did you know that?
Who?
Brian Merchant.
Yeah. Yeah, he has a
Oh, is that how you discovered it?
No, in my little book club with my friends, we're all reading it. So, but yeah, I just like to read multiple things at once because it seems to me you can build build your literary world better, and you see
Well, I
certain
just get
concepts.
bored.
You get certain concepts that you can move from book to book with.
You know what? Let me also recommend. There's a economist who teaches. I think he still teaches at the Cal Berkeley, and his name is Brad DeLong. And damn it, I cannot remember the name of the book, but he talks about the Industrial Revolution from an economics point of view.
Mhm.
And then at the end, he starts comparing, he talks about the Asian tigers at the end of the book, which it was actually a really good book. And I know a guy who actually took an economics course from him back in the day. So that's why I kind of read the book.
Mhm.
He's been interviewed by Tyler Cowen. He's kind of a big deal, believe it or not.
Oh, okay. And you said that's Brad DeLong?
I think that's his name.
Berkeley. Okay. Yeah, I'll check him
Hold
out.
on one sec. Let me make sure that's right, because yeah, it is. Go ahead. Yeah, it is Brad DeLong.
And as a side note, this is what I'm talking about, Stanley. So far
Mhm.
as
And
we've
he's
had
got a
this free flow
Substack,
of
I didn't know that.
conversation, and we've gone from point to point to point, and just having conversation, basically.
Right.
I doubt that you would ever go to any of the channels that we were previously speaking,
No.
and people
No
would
one
talk
else has
about
heard of Brad DeLong.
a wide
Or
variety
and
of authors and
I'd never heard
topics, and
of
it's like, come on.
yeah. No, I get you. I get what you're saying.
And I'm not
So,
saying that to
and
be
this is well, no. I know what you're saying. And do you think it's a function of age, though?
No, I think it's a function of stupidity.
Oh, see, you're more brutal than me.
Well, I'm just calling it as it is, because if you've been
Oh,
taught, if a
come on
person
now. How
has been
about
taught,
just ignorance? Ignorance.
no, I
You
don't
don't
think
have
that it's
to be
ignorance,
stupid.
because it's willful at that point.
Oh,
If
come
you
on
have sat
now.
up and talked about a subject, I don't know, for years at length. Someone told me that the Freezy guy went back in with what's his Anton Daniels and all that. It's like, come on. If you have never in all of this time come across people who would challenge your idea with some literature, that's probably a problem. And then if you've never stated, you know what, in order to make my content a bit more impactful, let me dig
Mhm.
and see if there is anything in writing that either counters or buttress my ideas,
Mhm.
then that's lazy. You're basically stating that the world starts with you and your mind.
Well, you have to be trained out of that, like as a child, like as a kid. Like share your toys. That's when that starts. You are not like the toys don't orbit around you. You got to share them every now and again.
No, I'm going even beyond that, Stanley, because what we're talking about here is there are certain kids that can compare books that they've read. And
Right.
there's other kids too who can't do that because they don't read.
Man, you were brutal. You know what? I thought I was brutal. Damn. Now I know why you you just you are that monk. Like, you know what? I got my hands tucked in my sleeves and my hood over my head. You pull up that hood and piss me off, I'm gonna pull out some Shaolin like some shit that's gonna hurt you.
So yeah, you're going to have the pretty much the same style of conversations of people because they're just basically having discussions on their lived experience and
Right.
what some other people have what they've listened to other people say and most likely have bastardized in various ways.
Okay, and see, I have a huge problem. Oh man, like in the last week, I don't know how many times I've said, dude, you heard this from somewhere. You actually don't know it from some reference. But let me ask you a question. I get a lot of this on this specific channel, like books schmucks. Books don't mean shit. You learned it in a book? Well, I learned it because I saw it on YouTube, or I learned it because
in these streets. I learned it in these.
And I'm just like, yeah, but I'm just like, that's anecdotal. That drives me nuts.
Oh, man.
It's like, what on earth? I literally have had people say, well, I've seen a bunch of YouTube videos. That's how I formulated this idea. And I'm like, what? I could get 1,000 YouTube videos that say something or suggest something just the opposite. So
I don't know, man. It's an interesting, almost like a medieval style of conversation. Before people would go into deep analysis or be able to say, were these concepts thought about beforehand? Did anybody write anything about this? But when you had a bunch of people who, it's like didn't read at all, it just all began with their brain. That's it. It's like, okay, well,
right. Well, I mean, there are, it kind of goes back to, I think sometimes it comes off the wrong way, but there are cultures, oral culture is easily disrupted if you start, like, the people that have it in their brains are gone. Writing it down is a lot more permanent. I think that is an advantage. When people say all cultures are not created the same, I'm not that sort of relativist. That's why I don't like doing comparative culture. There are cultures that are better at propagating itself, transferring the knowledge and stuff than other cultures. That much is obvious. And I just don't think that comparative culture works. And I think you probably disagree with that.
Yeah,
I mean, you're better with that sort of stuff than I am.
Yeah, I mean, the whole what do they call it? Trust in the griot. no, we're not gonna play telephone with deep philosophical points. Like, no, that's not gonna happen. I think that's ridiculous. But yeah, to the main point, I just think that a lot of the the conversations they seem to be shallow.
Oh, they are shallow.
And
they don't seem to be.
and if anyone is to try to introduce depth,
oh my Lord,
it's almost like shining the sunlight on vampires or something.
Well, yeah, they want to pounce. But it is what it is. I mean, to be honest, just to sound like you know what, those people, let them be. It is not my job to go and convince someone. And I think you said this kind of a few minutes earlier. Not my job to go and teach you. It's not that's your problem. You're an adult.
No, that's a comedy show. See, and that's what I mean. It's like we're not supposed. I think the problem with Plato's cave allegory is the guy who went back in the cave. He was never supposed to go back in the cave. He was supposed to look inside of the cave, shine a light in there every now and again, and laugh. Look how they react to the light. It's supposed to be
Dude,
an attraction to all of the people on the outside of look at these cave people.
Now, see, now I understand why you liked Elon's comment so much. Fuck that empathy. Not only that, the light that has those renewable resource things, fuck it. It ought to be gas powered.
That to me,
the batteries.
all of those different things. You're supposed to go and you're supposed to laugh at the cave people. You throw a rocket or a stick in there every now and again, and you know. That's about it. Because one, they're never gonna come out of the cave, and two, if you go in there, they'll kill you.
Damn, you know what? Maybe you ought to write the sequel.
Oh man. So that's why I never really take anything seriously about,
But
oh
you
man,
know
this
what?
person
What
was
if
handed
you-
their hat
what if
over
you
here or
actually-
there. It's like inside the
Now,
cave
see,
with the cave beast.
Actually, see, like if you got on a show and you started talking about the inner city as the cave, that might hold water.
Oh, I'll write about it.
That might hold water. You know what? You can come outside the cave. You know what? I think that would actually work. I'm sure it's not original. I can't. You know how things influence you and you don't remember even reading them.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that's not original, but it just occurred to me that this is the sort of way someone who shall remain nameless should be approaching this. If you have that kind of argument, fucking whip up make it sound, package it nicely, instead of just that raw bullshit. Polish it up. Polish it up.
A long time ago, I remember watching a Western with my grandfather and my dad named Red River. And a lot of times,
is that John Wayne?
Yeah. John Wayne, Clint Montgomery. John Wayne actually turns into the bad guy. And I recall watching it a few times with him, but there was this one particular time my dad asked me, did you finish, your reading? And I said, oh, I'm almost done. And my grandfather, he said, never put watching over reading. And he just pointed back to my room. And I think there's a lot of watchers over readers.
Oh, there definitely are, but you know what? That would send chills up my spine. I bet you learned a lesson that day.
Oh yeah, like those two speak. You got to do it. It's like you don't even test none of that stuff.
Well, it's a rather elegant way to tell you.
Yeah. So
it could have said, "Get your ass in there and finish your homework," or you know what? He just packaged it up nicely. But you know what? If that's the kind of family I came from. Don't confuse effort with results, basically. You can sit out here and watch. You can say you almost finished and be happy with that, but finish it.
Yeah. And if we were to clean everything up, what I was making fun of the people beforehand, all I'm basically stating is that their ideas aren't really
now.
Well, but if I was just to put it in a more elegant way, if I was to play the board, I would say that their ideas are not really anchored in any sort of literature, philosophy, or lived wisdom that came before them.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, in various ways, it's a echo chamber of egotism, because if you believe that you can't sit on the shoulders of giants, then you're pissing on people like Isaac Newton.
Right. Who you have a huge love for, apparently.
I do. I do.
Have you ever read I don't know, did he publish stuff, right?
Oh man, he published much more on religion than he did on science.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me. Have you read any of his stuff?
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, shit, you know, I have always wondered. I had a professor years ago, believe this or not, I took a junior level, even as a chemistry major, I took 300 level English courses just because I liked it. And I had this dude who was now this is back in like the late 80s. This dude made like $60,000 a year, and he only worked half the year. The other 2 quarters he wrote. And I guess he had other jobs or projects or something.
Damn.
But he went to St. Mary's up in Maryland. It's like almost right across the street from the Naval Academy. These guys, these students read like Galileo in the original. I mean, they don't.
Man.
You know, it's one of these colleges where what is it? First text, first. You know, they're not reading books about books about books. They're reading the books, the source. Yeah. And I guess maybe, you know, they read books because, you know, some of that English and stuff is real archaic. And then Galileo obviously didn't write in English. So, you know, I'm sure it takes some effort to actually make sense out of it. But yeah, that you know, if you were actually going to be a liberal arts major, you know, go somewhere like that.
Yeah, see, but that's a big difference because you're teaching yourself while you're reading those works.
Right.
So instead of reading from the people who taught themselves such and such. So it's interesting, man.
Well, I mean, there are
that
professors there. I just assume, you know, the professors are good at it. But I mean, I think to get into a school like that and actually survive in it, you would actually have to go to a high school that gave you. And I was lucky because I literally went to a high school that was probably, you know, it wasn't Groton, you know, one of these famous private schools, but the Benedictines knew how to teach, and they actually kind of made you want to know shit. You know, the worst thing you could be in my classes was dumb, like not knowing an answer. And dude, giving a ridiculous answer would just fucking everybody start. Dude, there was so much peer pressure. My freshman year algebra teacher, Father Wilfred, this motherfucker read the grades out in public.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, why
you know,
not?
so-and-so 98,
Yeah.
so-and-so 84, so-and-so 66. And
Yeah,
then,
they
you know, the
everybody
motherfucker who
needed to
got
know
the
the pecking order.
66. Oh, dude, it was brutal.
Yeah.
Oh, it was fucking brutal. Oh, dude, you don't want to be the one making the 66. And God damn it, I was. Dude, I'd never had, somehow or another, I had avoided algebra. I didn't encounter algebra till the 9th grade. And it took me a semester to catch up. So I took it from like barely a C to now at the end of the year, it wound up being a B, but I went from, you know, like barely a C to straight A's my second half. And part of it was Father Wilfred reading out those goddamn grades. It's like, motherfucker, I am not. Now, I remember the second half of the year, I remember the grade. It was like cross 93, And everybody was like, what? Yeah,
Mhm.
motherfucker, I
Yeah.
studied over the Christmas holidays.
Yeah, that's
I'm
right.
tired of my ass being beat.
That's right. And I bet you stuck your chest out a little bit.
I didn't do shit. I was like, you know what? I need to be making a 94 or above on the next test. But like I said, I made an A the second half because look, there is room for that sort of stuff, and it was an all boys Catholic school. So, you know, I think had there been girls there, yeah, that might have been a little bit more volatile. But you know what? It was just me and the boys, and you know, shit. Sometimes it was like Lord of the Flies and that motherfucker. It was like, you know, we're scrambling for the best grade. Goddamn right, I was walking tall, and you know what? At the end, let me tell you the best thing about it. At the end of the year, I was just glad to get through my first year. That shit was tough. So one day, my mother comes. This is like a month after school ended, and she goes, "Well, you didn't tell me you made the honor roll." I looked at her like I didn't know I made the honor roll. I just wanted to get the fuck out of there. I didn't care about, you know. So apparently, actually, my mother didn't know. Some friend of hers had said, "Oh, hey, did you see the newspaper?" Because he used to publish that sort of stuff. So anyway, all I'm saying is that I think if you get amongst people who expect better, you will get better, and that doesn't exist in this whatever sector you call it. No one's trying to get better, and that really includes, you know, all of Dave's buddies too. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I've actually been relatively impressed with Black Crow. You know, he's not chopped liver. I don't, you know, it's not. He's not my cup of tea, but he is listenable for a little while. And you know what? I have to say, Storm Crow is a bit of a thinker.
Well, I'll tell you
He's
this: Stormcrow has read. Like like one of his favorite
Has
authors.
he now?
Yeah, he's a big C.S. Eliot guy.
Is that right?
Yeah.
T.S. Eliot?
Yes.
Oh my lord! Well, he must be quite the fellow.
So I mean, there's something.
See, I was half expecting you to say like Ezra Crown. I'm sorry, Ezra Pound.
No. I was something popped back into my mind when you were bringing up Alexander Pope, and yeah, that's where it was. You're a Pope guy, and I like Pope, but I'm more of a Swift guy, and I know they were, you know, the contemporaries. They were.
Oh no, I know Swift. As a matter of fact,
Club
I've
and
actually
so
read
forth.
an autobiography, a biography or two by him. He was a pretty fascinating character. I'm gonna be honest. If I actually had to, and you know what, I might just disgust everybody because I was watching this earlier, and I'm just gonna do it for just to see what these dudes are gonna say. And I feel comfortable doing it with you because you'll get it. But I think I actually have, like, really from about Shakespeare forward, that stuff is fascinating. People who want to do like what 17th, 18th, 17th and 18th English literature, I hate to say it, and I'm by no means an expert. When I was in high school, I didn't appreciate Shakespeare. I just thought it was boring. And then it's funny how your tastes change when you get older.
It's odd that you state that, Stanley. There's some people's taste that never change.
Well, you just want to be all negative and shit. you just You just want to be all negative. But
No,
some do.
I'm being
Of
serious.
course, I mean, I knew. I mean, I was a reader. I was just not really like plays and Shakespeare. Shakespeare has a bad reputation in high school.
I don't know. I enjoyed all of that stuff, but I was a weirdo.
Oh, I did not. I was a math dude. I was
I
a math and science guy.
liked Shakespeare and all of those medieval and
Where'd
various.
Nightish go? He should be up here talking about this stuff.
Can he?
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna say this now. The positive thing about YouTube has kind of taught me never underestimate people because they will surprise you. I mean, Black Crow actually kind of surprised me.
Yeah.
Because at one time I was up there talking to him and Tyrone. I don't know if you know Tyrone Sly. I actually enjoyed it. So, yep, I was watching this before the show this morning, folks. And Dr. Octavia Cox, we won't watch the whole thing because it'll bore people, but we got to watch a little bit.
Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel, Close Reading with me, Dr. Octavia Cox. To celebrate Alexander Pope's birthday today, he was born on the 21st of May 1688, I'm going to close read one of his very best passages. It's funny, it's biting, it's brilliant.
That's why he was 18th century, I guess 17th century.
Channel and hit the thumbs up. An essay on criticism was published in 1711 when Pope was in his early 20s, and he hadn't really published very much before this. And in the poem, Pope announces himself to the public. And
I see what you're doing here, Stanley. I can listen to this
What's
lady all
that?
day.
And you can tell this.
Yeah, me too. Well, hold on. Let me do this
So that
because
translates.
I have a
from
secondary reason.
Horace.
I think she's got a great voice, but let me do this. Now, she may not even be everybody's cup of tea, but I don't know. It is what it is. Somewhere up here is like is it here? Here. I mean, this picture here is gorgeous, but she has like an introductory thing, and I don't know where it is. Oh, there it is. That might be it. She's not like sexy hot, but you know what? She looks like she has a PhD in classical literature.
Welcome to Close Reading Classic Literature with me, Dr. Octavia Cox.
She has an odd head movement.
About the worst marriages in Jane Austen's novels, and there's one marriage.
I'm not that big a fan of Jane Austen, but I mean, she just looks like somebody who would know something about Alexander Pope.
It's odd that she brings that up because in Merchant's Blood in the Machine with the Luddite rebellion, I think that's right around 1811-ish. That's when Jane Austen, I think she published Pride and Prejudice around 1812, 1813, something like that.
Really? I know nothing about her other than who she is.
Yeah. But that's what I mean, like when we were stating earlier about reading different books and coming across.
Okay. No. I get you now. Yeah. You know what? Yeah. I mean, if you're reading books around, yeah, I get what. But you know what? I never really thought about it other than it's kind of interweaving. I actually understand what you mean now. It all intersects.
Right, and it gives you a better. A fuller picture.
Well, it helps your history.
Yeah. Because you're not only looking at solitary points, you can also build in context as to what was going on in the world at that time.
See, you're probably the first person in a long time who actually understands how you build knowledge. I mean, you know what? It's almost like building the bare bones of like some, let's just call it a house, and then you fill in the parts, and you never know where the next brick is going to come from. You can be reading economics, which essentially, it's like, I guess you would call that an economic history. And then, that's how you know shit.
So
It's the difference between knowing shit and knowing, like, a bunch about, say, economics, but then all of a sudden, through reading all the economics, you all of a sudden, like, hear something about some English novelist. So you go read the novel, so that's more, I get what you mean.
Yeah, because like so far I'm about a third finished with it, but it gave me a different understanding of the War of 1812, because I had no idea that during the War of 1812 that there in what was that, West Riding, that there was this
Virginia.
huge Luddite rebellion that was taking place that was disrupting the economy of England. You see, like that
I didn't
changes
know.
things. Yeah.
Well, wait, hold it. What happened? I mean, I know what the War of 1812 meant to the U.S. So that rebellion wasn't anything related to the War of 1812, was it?
Well, no, but it was disrupting
In the time frame.
But it was disrupting the wool trade.
Okay.
Yeah. So, it's like military arms and different things and so forth. When you start seeing
didn't they use wool to fire, like, as wicks or something for cannons?
Was that they used that, portions of that, but also uniforms, a multitude of things.
Yeah.
Not to
Textiles,
mention, and not to mention a tenth of the
well, they were making tents.
Yeah, and a tenth of the population was in textiles.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow, that's quite a bit.
Yeah. So just knowing stuff like that, just it widens your viewpoint.
No, you know what, SKC, you are so right. And that's what I want, but in a way, that's what I want my son to be like. You cannot just, like, study one topic. I mean, there's a shitload of stuff you can study in college, but then you know what? A lot of what someone will learn, if you're not going to go and do a PhD or something like that, a lot of it is just you being curious, going to the bookstore and buying books. I mean, there's a lot of stuff you can learn on your own. And I'm going to address Trey here. Hey, Trey, how you doing? All theory, zero application. Dude, I was in the Navy. You never know when some random piece of jetsam or flotsam of knowledge is actually going to come in handy. Even if it was just like on my second deployment, for some reason or another, the captain wanted like a reading list of what all the officers were reading. I don't know why. But you know what? I actually had books I planned for the deployment, so I just wrote them down and gave them to him. You never know when. Now, I used to have my 10th grade teacher who talked about Alexander Pope and the quotes from Alexander Pope. His philosophy was always take a note in class. You can always throw it away, but you never know, that note might actually be useful. And that to me is just knowing stuff. It's not necessarily random. Who knows? It may come in handy, if for nothing else, at a fucking dinner party or, a rave or whatever young kids do now. Shit, why just stand there and be silent? You wander into a conversation, and at a minimum, you become a good conversationalist. So, Nightish flew the coop. Don't be afraid of books, folks.
I think one other thing of like talking about some of these things is how you come, especially when you read them and you discuss them with others, you come to understand how they approach certain subjects, and
Right.
And learning their approach and how they thought about things gives some insight of, how you could.
We'll do it better.
Yeah. So, but hey, it is what it is. You can't convince everybody to read.
I was just joking, J-Dub. Oh man, I guess I'm actually kind of not that mean. I was just making jokes.
Why not be mean?
You know what? I'm only mean when people deserve it. I'm not mean just to be mean. You know what? I honestly fear you.
No, I'm not mean just to be mean. I am not mean to be mean. I'm mean in this. Okay, so sometimes when certain things are recommended, some people recommend, like sometimes Deacon Dave will recommend something to me, but he knows that he's recommending it to me as, look at this buffoonery type of thing. But if people were to recommend something to me as, oh, you need to check out this guy such and such, and look at the panel that they are having this discussion on, and blah blah blah, and I'm like, okay,
interesting.
Are you gonna recommend this to me on the level of, hey, go back and read I don't know, Melville's Moby Dick? I'm like, no, this is not on the level. Don't you ever dare try to do something like that to me. It's for mocking and mocking alone. Every now and again, there may be somebody that brings up a point that is, really good, and you're like, wow, that really was a great point. But it's like, man, that's a needle in a haystack.
Well, that's the other thing you learn by learning stuff. You know what's important and what's not, and you aren't always right. But
you go to the cave for laughs. You go to the library to
man. You go to the cave, just to slum.
Get your kibbles and bits. You throw them in there. You get some odd items that you don't need to use anymore. You toss them around and you see how the inhabitants react. A doll becomes
that is somehow or another you would never be an anthropologist on any of the enterprises. You like fucking with the prime directive. It's like this motherfucker just says prime directive, schmime directive.
Like
that is actually pretty funny. What on earth is this man doing?
Yeah.
Prime directive.
Oh man.
Oh shit! You know what? I had no idea Ninesh is on.
What is he talking about? Like,
well,
turn him
he
on.
did a show. Now he did a show. He was online when I started at 5. He'd been on for a couple hours at least.
What's up with you, Joy?
So
Can you
let's
hear
see
me?
here.
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
Okay.
What up, John Galt?
Oh shit, John's over there.
Catching the Holy Ghost.
Shit, they're gonna be trashing me then.
I seen it happen, I seen it with my aunties and all that. I seen it with grown men too,
It sounds like they're reviewing something.
You know what? Let me put it to you this way. Now, I'm gonna sound horrible, but you never see me do this. I don't give a fuck about Carmelo, and I know I'm kind of being a little flagrant with my language, so please forgive me. I'll try and do better. But I don't care about Carmelo Anthony. I don't care about Shiloh, not for more than a day or two. These guys literally want to talk about pop culture all the time. It's like, what's the black equivalent? Because you're not as old as I am. When I was a kid, Tiger Beat was like, what all the little white girls used to read. And then there were black equivalents that I don't really know of. But I mean, this is all tabloid stuff.
Well,
And
why would
these
that
are
be?
now, Nightish is in, I know he's in his 40s. Why the fuck do grown ass men care about this sort of stuff? That's what I can't figure out. Who cares?
How could you not figure this out, Stanley?
Look, he's a landowner. He's a landlord. I mean, he is a responsible human being. He's not, some boy out on the he's not some kid out on the corner.
Is that a Playboy bunny symbol?
Yeah, I guess it is.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, who knows? It looks like it.
Yeah.
Well, let's listen.
On you. We talk about men. If a man says, I'm going to date a stripper, and she got a body count, and his people just say, hey, well, you know what you're doing, right? So what you talking about? Your girl was stripping when I was in high school. You finna marry that?
Let me say hello.
Yeah. Okay, you're gonna be good, right? And the guy say, yeah. And then a week later, you see him in tears, or he down at the hospital because he tried to lead himself. He really got nobody to blame but himself.
But Platt, you gotta give people the grace to be able to and be enlightened and change their life in a certain point. Like, yeah, she's been doing the dumb stuff and acting out and tattoos and all that. She could be reborn.
And the name of the title of the show is What We Up Against.
Or whatever. That's up to her and her Lord to figure that out. I'm just saying, you gotta give people the grace.
Just think about the conversation that's taking place. You guys are having
it's
about marrying a stripper. This is supposed to be things that a 30, 40, 50-year-old person is supposed to be considering. That's a serious conversation.
Well, but you gotta, you kind of have to think about this though. And this is a serious question, and you're just gonna chuckle, but maybe we're missing something.
Okay.
You have look. Here's the deal. You have family responsibilities, like serious family responsibilities. I'm parent emeritus. My son is here. He'll be gone in a month. For another, few months. With some holidays. But you know what? My day to day when he's not here, I literally, like, my responsibility is, clean the kitchen, cook some food. One of the reasons I even get on this show is because, you know what? I have things I want to talk about. And I like, I actually do like John Galt and Portia especially. She's the daughter I wish I could have. It's like I never had a daughter. But if I did, I would want her to be just like Portia. Smart, etc. So what I'm saying, my point is, me as kind of a single male, maybe I'm missing something.
Missing something about what?
I don't know. Nightish and John and all these guys. They're doing shit. They're talking. They know what the young folk be talking about.
Right. I'm not saying that they don't. I'm not saying that they don't. That's not my contention.
Well, I'm asking if they should. Should they? Be knowing this much?
I don't know, man. I have no idea. But I guess if something, it does make sense if you are concerned about the welfare of the community, as it were.
Well, see, I'm not. See, and this is the thing. I'm not. You would think I would be. Everybody keeps going, well, Stanley's pro-black. Stanley's pro-black. I don't give a fuck. It's, now, if you are a kid, like a 10-year-old, of course I'm going to care. But if you are like 35 and, I don't give a fuck. If I can help, sure. But if you are 35 years old living out in Los Angeles and you commit some heinous crime, my first thought is, damn, that's horrible. But that's going to be the extent of it. I don't see someone like a Carmelo Anthony as representing the race. There is no representative of the black quote race in 2025. We're on our own, folks. And I honestly wonder, and there is nothing wrong with local communities, but there is no black community. And I'm beating a dead horse here. Look, like in my little Georgia town, it's like a very slight majority black.
Did you read what Clue told you? Did you read what Clue told you?
No. You can have Portia as your daughter, but you have to take Bomb Cherry as your sister. That's the deal. I don't, that's funny. Bomb Cherry's not that much younger than I am. She'd have to be more than a sister. We don't have the same father. However, you know what? Bomb Cherry actually reminds me of one of my best friend's wife. Kind of the same voice. And believe this or not, she's light skinned too. But she's also like close to 70. So, not quite the same. But Bomb Cherry thinks all men or black men. I mean, she is a crusader. I don't listen to her channel much, but I know who she is. She's been up. She and I and Portia had it out one Saturday night.
Oh, you had discussions with her.
Yeah, but it was like a first time, and she came up. John had invited her over to the channel, and she thought John was going to be here to smooth her up, and then she went after Portia, and then I came up and went after her. It's
Why is
like,
no
this
one
is
giving me this clip? I feel
What?
slighted now.
What clip?
You and Bob.
To be honest, it wasn't that epic. I mean, it was just, and the only reason I went up is that, she was going after someone she doesn't know. If you're going to be a guest, act like a guest. You know what I'm saying? If John invited you over, don't be mad because John's not here. Portia's here.
Oh man.
However, I have run into her several times. If I say hey from the chat and she's on a panel, she says hey Stanley, and vice versa. She seems like a really nice person. I have no problems with her whatsoever. A lot of times when you first meet somebody, you have to kind of feel them out, and we all want to be alphas. But no, I met Bomb Cherry is a great woman as far as I know.
Yeah. I have I've seen her in action, and yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
Well, I'm kind of like that too. You know what? I have my opinion. When you see her in action, you form your own opinion.
Yeah.
But I don't even know that I don't know that I've even been on a panel since that one time. And this is like damn near a year ago.
Oh,
so
wow.
Yeah, it's been a while. But no, I mean, I've seen her as late as like last week or the week before. She was on someone's panel, and I said, hey, from the chat. Because I have no problems with her. And Trey, you know what? I'm going to drop the link just for Trey. Because you know what? We're not on Black Crow's panel. Now
I
you're
may,
on
I may
Stanley
need to
versus
drop
the
down.
world.
I'll stay silent when you two go at
No,
it.
I don't. He's not going. He's not going to click the link. I'm just kidding. I know he's not going to click the link
Do
because
you
he
not
knows
know
what'll
who
happen.
Trey the MVD is?
Nah,
I
doubt
think
it.
he's a hitter of links.
A hitter of links.
Yeah. Doesn't
Well, let's
doesn't it
see if
go?
he.
Doesn't
Let's
it go
see
that
if
way?
he is. Not only did I drop the link, I sent a personal link to him.
Because I think that goes after the name. It's like Trey the MVD, hitter of links, first of
What
his
does
name.
NBD? What does NBD stand for?
You see that symbol there, that black dog, that nasty black dog?
Oh, is that what it stands for?
Yes.
You know what? All I have to say to that is charming. Clue, I've handled Trey before. It won't be the first or second time. I know where I am.
Oh man. Trey comes up. I'm just gonna get silent.
He'll be fine. He will be the polite gentleman that a nasty black dog should be. He'll just motherfucking heel. I'll pet him a little bit and he'll be fine.
Lifestyle. A lot of these women, when you look at a Kim K.
Now let's see.
Okay, look at a Kim Kardashian. She's built for the lifestyle she chose. She said, "I'm gonna make a
for the
porn tape
lifestyle she
young,
chose.
and then I'm gonna hop on this social media buzz and flip that into money and flip that into a wealthy man. And then when I get tired of his ass, I'm gonna kick him to the curb, and I'm good with my family and my sisters." So she's completely healthy and adjusted, and she also understands that. She was like, "I'm not gonna get nothing from them niggas.
This is
I don't want them niggas." So she
I don't
kicked
even
Ray J to the
understand
curb.
what
She
we're
kicked
reviewing
Kanye
here.
West
Why
to
are
the
we
curb.
talking Kim
He's the one who
Kardashian?
couldn't take that, not her.
Well,
Let's see what else we
think
got
women
here.
are not.
I think that's
You know what?
that tells you
Actually, I
something.
do want to watch this.
What's that?
I love this girl, and she is young. I just like her videos. Let's just leave it at that.
Uh-oh.
She is built like a brick something or another. I think this is Colombia, somewhere in Central America, somewhere warm apparently. Where the women forge their own armor.
It seems like you enjoy watching women in the kitchen and working with their hands.
That and catching fish. Have you ever seen me watch Tiffany Silver?
Oh, so you like women out doing stuff instead
You
of
know
being
what? I love athletic women. My wife was athletic.
Yeah,
I mean, what the fuck? You know, why go out and take a hike alone? You know?
See, and now, Stanley, you speak of something that's close to my heart. I like that physique much better than what a lot in the community tend to enjoy. Like, I enjoy the hiker surfer physique more.
Well, she was a swimmer in high school, so she kind of had that physique.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they'll tend to have kind of developed shoulders and stuff. But no, she was not skinny, but she was also like kind of athletic, and she was a better shot than me, that's for sure. Almost as good a fisherman.
Mm.
What's up, John?
Oh, I told Nidish, I suggested, Nidish does a lot of reacts. I guess you could call it reacts. So I would be
when does he go to sleep?
He's on the West Coast, so
that's right.
Go sleep over straight. But I suggested tonight is he should do a react to some of the street interviews that we had last night, particularly that dark skinned lady and that light skinned lesbian woman. If you didn't see that, you can catch it on the Urban Landlord.
Well, you know what? At some point, maybe you ought to review it because I had to get sleep to do this show this morning, and I didn't wake up till like 3.
You know, the thing is, it's like when you interview the people, you kind of letting them talk to more or less get the content, you know, just to get it full. And so I try not to interrupt them. So it's always better for me. I guess it's probably better if someone else does to react to what they're saying, particularly for, you know, Nightish. I think he touches on the dating scene, the whole red pill.
But why? How much do you know about him? Does he date? Is he married?
Well, I mean, shit, that doesn't mean he doesn't talk about it, right? You know, I've watched this panel a bit. You know, he's very opinionated about, you know, relationships, male-female type relationships. I think that's what he's talking about now. Anyway, I thought it'd be interesting to take on some of the interviews we had last night.
Well, what you ought to do is next time you do it, ask him to, like, you know, hop on the panel and co-interview. He would probably be pretty fascinating.
Yeah, I think he said he watches, but yeah, I should send out an invitation to him. I would love to do it with someone like him. You know, clearly he's very opinionated. So that'll be interesting. Yeah. I don't know if you say you didn't get a chance to see the interviews last night.
No, I mean, if you want to watch it now, we can. I have no agenda. I'm done with all my stories. I just, this particular girl here, I have a fascination with. Thank God she lives in a, like, probably a 10-hour airplane ride away.
Yeah,
Look at her hands. I mean, she has hard hands. She's built some stuff.
Dick and Dave must have been in the audience. Were you in the audience last night, Dick and Dave? Oh man, you know, yeah, I didn't mean to derail you, Stanley, but yeah.
No, it's all, you know what? Might as well.
Yo,
John?
Bro,
What are P and D conversations?
Use your imagination. Man, you know, it was very interesting though, from the standpoint of there was a couple, black, a pair of two friends. One was black and one was really dark skinned black woman. Natural hair, you know, nice looking woman. She had a little weight on. She's 32. And she was with a lesbian girlfriend. If she were straight, and she probably still, what she even said in the stream, she gets a lot of attention. Big hair, light skin, Afro Latina. You know, if she slimmed down 15 pounds, she would get all the attention. But she was a little hefty, and you can see the interviews on the channel, very outspoken. And she kept talking over the dark skinned girl. Dark skinned girl wanted to talk, and the
you think it was because she was dark skinned?
Well, the dynamic. Well, yeah, I'm not good with jokes. But the thing is, you know, for young,
I couldn't help it.
For the dating men in the audience, they would know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. In that,
tell folks to hit the link. John, can you pin the link? Because I can't do it on your on your
it
side.
would be good for someone, you know, the people that come into the audience, like the Sam Iams and those type of people, the young men who are in the dating scene and they express their frustration on their side, right? She gave her frustration on her side. And
wait, hold it. Was she bisexual? I mean,
no, she, and that was so there was the conflict. So there was,
okay. So
let me paint the picture.
That's an interesting perspective.
It's a straight black woman and a lesbian black Afro Latino woman.
Oh, okay. I thought they were together. My bad.
Matter of fact, I would love to pull up one of the clips.
I'm doing it right now. I'll get it.
Yeah, all of them are public. Yeah, but you may
because now you've got me wanting to react to it.
Yeah. Oh man, Stanley, I'm telling you, bro, like that shit was gold right there. For the people, you know, in the manosphere, the people who look from afar to the manosphere and like what the hell is going on, to the black dynamics of dating, as it relates to how white people date. Even the place they went last night was so interesting. You know, they went to like a gay bar. Well, the black woman, she's not gay. right? She's telling you she want that big dick. That's what she's saying, like, give me the big D.
Oh, well, I gotta see that.
Right. but there you may find it under the shorts or something like that. But for the there are no real, like, there aren't many like professional black establishments to find men that are looking to, you know,
find a nice person.
Is this the one?
It'd be under the shorts or something. And so she's dragged
Well,
to the
no,
gate.
this was one of the first dudes, a white dude.
Look up on the landlord clips.
Well,
Look
no,
on the landlord.
it's already up on the screen. Can you see it?
Yeah, but I clipped it up, so I don't have that one clipped up. If you go to the
I was gonna watch the whole thing. Huh?
Oh, okay, we can do that. You know, this guy's not the
Well,
answer.
just tell me when to skip ahead.
What about 3 hours? About 3 hours.
3 hours.
Well, John, what were you saying before that?
You know
said
what?
something that white guys don't have a.
Is it from here?
Hold on, that's Sharice right there. That's Sharice the realist right there. She showed up last night.
Oh, really? Oh no, I gotta watch that.
Yeah, so that's Sharice. She showed up. So go beyond that. No, go beyond that by 3 hours, by 30 minutes here.
Well, no, I wanted to see Sharice.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, that's all right.
Go ahead.
3 hours and how many minutes?
You guys can see it all.
Were they the last?
About
Oh,
3
there's
hours, 30
Sharice
minutes.
again.
Yeah, she's going to be there the entire time. Someone said 3 hours, 21 seconds, 21 minutes.
Did she? Was she your co-host or something?
Well, she came out last night, man, and you know this is what I want to do more of because she's here in DC.
Oh, she came out to see you.
She was in the audience. You know, she was in the audience. I was like, "Show Sharice, I want you to come out." And
Oh,
she like,
nice.
just popped up on my ass. Okay, so this is some kind of gay person, but
some kind of gay person.
But we clicked move past him because these black girls really took over the conversation.
Some
You go a little
form
bit-
of
you go a
gay
little bit
life.
past- Go a little bit past him, Stanley.
Wait,
Yeah, here we
it's
go,
right
here we go,
past
here we go. So this is the Afro-Latina
This
woman.
is like seconds away. Let's start with this form of life.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's seconds into.
wake his ass up. Yeah, for real. Andy. Okay, we got finished asking. Excuse me, get them shoes. Get them. I'm sorry, y'all gonna come talk? Y'all wanna come talk? Come talk to us. You need some ladies. Whatever you want to talk to.
Oh, that's a guy.
Look,
I didn't even realize.
We do need beautiful ladies. You're already on camera, so you might want to get him a chair. Carry, get him a chair. Carry top, get him a chair. Hey, you gonna wake that motherfucker up. Hey, I made that. I bet they speed walking. I bet them some bitches speed walking. I bet them motherfuckers. Hey, I bet them niggas over there speed walking. Hey, Sharice, see this one, we gotta do this. See, when you just me, they be like, oh nigga. They be like, when me, when it's new. See, usually I do this all the time. And she like, we gotta finish this up.
You've never seen a Latina with an afro? A Latina, Afro-Latina Kukamasi? It's not that rare.
Hey, fast forward through this a little bit, Sam. They should get you copyrighted. I'm like playing real deep, playing music real loud. Or you can mute it. You know.
Enzy and Princess. Got it. It was tilting a little bit. Yeah. Okay, so where y'all coming from? No, you're perfect. From Nellie's. Nelly. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna do a live stream from Nellie's.
That would have been interesting. Very interesting.
No, I'm not even gonna tell them. But this is Sharice and that. Sharice the realist. You guys should subscribe to her channel. Yeah. And I am that nigga, the urban landlord, John Galt. I put these.
Oh, you said it with the hard R. I'm impressed.
Everybody's in
All proper and stuff with that N-word.
Anyway, so I do a lot of live streams from here. I'm trying my best to talk to her. You see how easy it was for her to talk you into coming and sit down as opposed to me. You know, I've been cutting grass all day. I probably been stinging your pheromones, just jumping all off them. Anyway, so Nelly, so we're trying to do some DC-centric content here. So I like to interview people in DC. DC's a very unique city. Tell us about Nelly's.
This is my first time going to Nellie's.
Okay.
Really? Yeah.
Okay.
So I like to call myself accomplice, not an ally. Oh.
Okay. What does that mean?
With ally,
because they feel like they are centric
Okay.
to, you know, whatever they are trying to, I don't want to say portray or try to, you know,
The camera's good.
try. You know, they're trying to have.
John, you said neither of them are American, right? Or born. I mean, but she has an accent too.
Well, she considers herself to be foundational Black American. She's going to get into it. They're going to get into their background.
Okay.
As a, what I'm trying to say, because I'm drunk.
It's like, I feel like, I mean, I'm a lesbian, so I feel like I know what she's trying to say with that shit. So it's like ally is kind of like, I feel like ally is so at this point of our life so performative.
Okay.
Whereas like an accomplice, it's like, okay, like if you're, it's like accomplice to murder or accomplice.
We're gonna
to
commit this crime together.
Like, right. Like we're about to commit this crime together.
Lord.
Like you're about to be like ride or die for like that gay shit. So I feel like people who identify themselves as an like me personally, as far as like the few years that I've noticed, like I feel like people who identify themselves more so as an ally is kind of like performative in the sense of like, okay, but like if shit was really to go down, like are you really about to have my back with that shit? Like whereas if you're in a
Now, is the Latina drunk too?
Yeah, they probably been drinking. Yeah.
Okay, because
one of the things you're going to see, and you're probably already
she sounds discombobulated.
Well, one of the things you're going to see is that the and I don't know if you guys have noticed it yet about the Latina, is that she wants to be the center of attention, and she probably gets a lot of attention that warrants her being. She's going to tell you shortly. I think
you really think she's attractive?
That's not what I'm saying.
I honestly would never you know what? Especially in that outfit with all the tattoos. I'm sorry. There is nothing attractive about her. Her hair, maybe. There is literally nothing that would attract me to her.
You focus on the wrong thing, though, right? Like,
No, I focus on everything, including the tattoos, including the little fupa here. I'm hearing what she's saying, which is unintelligible. There is nothing that would attract me.
All right, listen, man.
And I bet she's got ugly feet.
Right? I'm not talking to you as you. Do you find her attractive?
Okay, well, I'm talking to me as if I walk down, if I passed her, like if I passed last night at the club, I wouldn't give her a second look.
Okay, all right, that's you, right? That's you.
It is me.
Right, but in the real world, where she lives.
Well, unfortunately, John, whether you want to admit it or not, I actually live in the real world.
Okay, well, down on the dating scene where she is, right? You're not there, right?
Well, she's a lesbian and she looks like one.
Jesus Christ, man! All right, man. I got a guy here, man. You can't have a conversation, bro. Just go ahead and do what you're doing.
No, I can't have the conversation you want to have. Okay, let's just make it simple. I don't agree that she's attractive.
Okay, that's fine.
And I'm
I
done.
didn't say she was attractive either, right? You don't put words in my mouth.
Well, you said she turned heads or something like that.
That's
or get a lot of attention.
That doesn't mean
Do you mean because she's performative?
That doesn't mean she's attractive, right? You can get a lot of attention because you got a fat ass, right? You get a lot of attention because you got big boobs, right? But
He does,
right?
You talking about the dark skin one?
I'm talking about the light skin. God damn, can you follow the conversation? I'm talking about the lesbian.
No, I'm following the conversation. I don't see big boobs on her.
Like I said, there are many things that can make you get a lot of attention. It could be long hair. It could be big boobs. It could be a big ass. That doesn't mean you're pretty. It could just get you.
Now, why would she grab attention?
Okay, well, because she's really light skinned. She has long curly hair. A man might look at her as a project. Say, you know what? If she slimmed down a few pounds, she'd be fine, right? I've heard men say that. So that, and she's gonna tell you she gets catcalled a lot. She's a lesbian.
Well, I understand that she's kind of a fixer-upper. Got it.
Well, right. And no, the black girl probably is in a little bit better shape than her. She is straight, but she can't get any traction. The light-skinned girl, she has a partner.
Okay.
These are the different dynamics that are playing out, and you're gonna hear it in the conversation from the black girl. When the light-skinned girl finally gets over getting all of her attention out, because she's gonna constantly, and see, this is part of the friction. Like, see, and I'll bring you back. Where did they just come from? They came from a gay bar, right? So this is basically a wasted night for the dark-skinned girl. Ain't no fucking mean she won in the gay bar. Even if they're straight, she's looking at them sideways. So she doesn't have a social scene in DC.
Maybe she sat down to talk to you.
Well, you should see her. I should tell you later. As it gets later in the interview, she's hugging me. Yeah, I just, you know, and but you know, she doesn't have a social scene. As a 32-year-old doing okay for herself, black woman, there is no place where she can go and find a potential partner. She even says, "Hey, I'm dating men up in their 60s. Fuck it, I'm open to whatever."
Hey,
right?
Maybe I need to move there. What's her name?
Her name is Princess, right? That's what she said.
Well, no, that pass.
But and she's saying like the men want to be princesses, but I'm the princess, right? And so then she said, well, I'm just gonna get some big ass dick out of them. That's what she says, right? And the mouth, she said, I'm gonna give me some dick and some mouth out of the ass if I can't get anything else. And that's the level of her relationships with her partners.
All right. Well, you know what?
It's very
I
interesting.
have an analysis of that comment, and she's the problem, not her dating scene.
Well, I'm not. See, that's why I can't do reacts, because that's why I think it's better.
Well, no, I'm not criticizing what you said. From what you said, I'm making an assessment.
Right, that's fine. You know, and I think, you know, for
she's
me,
not super ugly, but she's not that
ugly.
attractive either.
No, she's not that attractive either. You know, there's some things she could do. She probably could lose some weight. She has long hair for a black woman, and it's natural. So, you know, there are some positives, and the fact that she's wearing it natural shows that she has some confidence, or at the least she's giving up on acceptance from the dating scene of having.
Maybe she had a loser lesbian friend. Does she?
See, that is the thing. That is the thing that I'm trying to like. It's like these two really represent large parts of like what you see across Black America.
Well, do you think light skin is trying to turn her?
No, I think light skin basically is living that DC life.
La vida loca.
And there's another gay man that comes on later, and he's light skinned, and he be like, "Hell yeah, shit is different. Like, nigga, I'm light skinned gay. There's a big fucking difference between being dark skinned gay, right?"
Oh, even the gays are racist.
I'm sorry. No, it's no.
Gays are colorist.
It's colorism within the dating scene of the gays, right? But there's more to it because these people are more likely to be affluent. They're more likely to have a better job for whatever reason, right? And so she's dragging the dark-skinned girl to her social scene because the dark-skinned girl has nowhere to drag her that ain't ghetto, and she's going to talk about these things. And so the place that they went,
well, this sounds rather interesting.
No, listen, the place that they went, Nellie's, is a place where they dragged the black girl down the stairs, and they're going to talk about it. And so the blacks is blacks protest this place, but this light girl, that's her mix.
Oh, wait, hold it. Was that like there was a shooting there? This is like what, 2?
No, I don't think there was a shooting there. There was a
because there's a place. Yeah, this doesn't look like that sort of place.
No, this is not here. I'm not there. It's right around the corner. This is where they're coming from.
I see.
And so what I'm saying is that, you know, there is a gay black social scene if you got money. There is really not much of a black dating scene, money or not, good job or not, because things are so skewed that, you know, the men are having their way. And the dark-skinned girl is expressing that frustration throughout this video.
All right. Well, let's roll this.
Yeah.
Shit, it's like you're a part of that shit. So like you really are down for the shit without intervening.
Yeah.
Got you.
Okay. Like normally, I'm the older cousin, so with my younger cousins, they have come out to me, and they've told me, like, oh, I like girls, or I like guys. Period. So what's somebody gonna do to you?
Nothing in this world.
Nothing. What are they gonna do to you? Live your life, because we only have one life to live.
True.
We only have one life to live, so live your life to the fullest.
What time do you so many girls? It's like 30 hours kind of early, child.
But we just ready to go home.
Yeah. I gotta clock in at
I gotta clock in at 8 o'clock. I know I told her I still gotta clock in, so it's like and it's like for me personally, like as a lesbian, like I'll just take off my glasses with this shit. Like for me personally, like I feel like I came out like us going to Nelly's was like on some off the whim shit, like it's always been. And like I personally never really like said like, oh, I'm about to go to Nelly's to like turn up type shit, because like for me it's not about like more so like, well, no, let me be honest, like it's more so like the crowd that goes there. It's more so like, like the recent stuff that has been portrayed in the news about them as well. It's like I'm not about to dismiss that, because like, and like despite the shit that happened probably in the scenario that was portrayed and what is being said about certain news tabloids, it's like at the end of the day, like you're a professional, you should know how to treat people as such professionally without no shade having to I'm gonna say to the camera, no shade having to resort to the fact that you have to pull a woman from her fucking hair to drag her down some fucking stairs. So that's just me.
Let's be real.
Let's be real. That's just me.
Let's be real.
Like it's like no setting should there be where someone should lay hands on a person like that, despite what the fuck the altercation is. And it probably sounds elitist in my head. I don't give a fuck, because at the end of the day, the way the world is fucking set up, the way that orangutan.
Now, what's interesting, what she's talking about again, that was the light-skinned girl, and you can fast forward to where they come back on camera. My fucking camera went off, and so so I want you to hear the black girl's response. It's going to be a lot more measured, because her family apparently owns some kind of business. And she said, wait a minute now. Yeah, they dragged the black girl down the stairs. That's true. But there was also an allegation that she brought in liquor to the establishment, outside. That's against the rules. And so she had a little bit more measured, whereas the light-skinned girl is just like, fuck that. You don't put your hand on a gay person, you do it in a different way. And so and she, it's just two different mindsets, right? And the black girl, you hear the black girl respond to it. And then remember, she's not lesbian either, so that's probably another thing. The lesbians have surpassed the blacks in terms of social status here in this city.
At least because
Wait a minute, hold on, because our camera has been fucked up. What you're talking about is the situation in Nelly's where the black lesbian woman was dragged down the stairs.
Yeah, but she's not the first one. She's like the second one.
Yeah,
so that's a huge problem with like DC security in general. Like the way they
it's not even just
handle the women.
It's not even just DC security.
Yeah. So wait a minute. And so my camera messed up while you were talking about what you talking about. You just
she gotta go back.
Hold on.
That's fine.
Wait, hold on. You just came from a bar called Nelly's, right? And at a bar called Nelly's, they dragged a black woman down the stairs for whatever reason. And a lot of black people started to protest Nelly's, correct?
So here's the thing, because I can speak from the outside looking in, especially as, like hetero. But so someone told me that the girl who, was dragged down the stairs, it was something that was enticed from her end. She you know, basically quote unquote started the shit.
Okay.
However,
this is a sister.
Yeah. So, however, here's the thing, because I come from a family who has multiple businesses, and not even just like here in DC, but in multiple areas in America and also around the world. And when it comes to security and of course with the law, because I'm a law addict, like, you have to know what you need to do in order to protect yourself and also the company. So with somebody like at Nellie's, who grabbed somebody by the hair and dragged them down the stairs, they have a lack of integrity, and not only integrity, but also security for themselves, especially when it comes to the court of law. Yeah. So not only for themselves with the court of law, but you're also putting the company at risk.
See, I thought that was a good answer by her. Very measured.
Lawsuits, anything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, I've had
It's
cousins
measured, all
started
right.
clubs in a small town, but of course, security got a little too handsy. And because the person sued not only the security, but they also sued the company, the establishment. Now, no longer they have a foothold.
Did you feel conflicted about going back to that restaurant, that establishment?
Well, see, this is my first time going, and with my first time going, I'm going to support the people who this is their safe space. This is not my safe space. This is not a place that I frequent.
Would you go there again?
By myself? Probably not.
Now, you stop right there for a second.
Because that's not my area.
You see what I'm saying? Like, there are plenty, and they're going to go into it at some point, start talking about all the gay and lesbian spots. But there are no black spots.
Well, you know what? I think there are no black spots in DC.
No, what I'm saying is there are no black spots that she would feel comfortable dragging the light-skinned girl to.
Because she's a lesbian.
But what I'm saying is she just went to a lesbian spot, but there are no straight spots.
Right, but the lesbian at a straight black space probably wouldn't feel comfortable.
Well, the reason why
my experience is women, and I'm making a broad generalization, and I may be wrong from a sociological standpoint, but women in a gay space, let's just say this woman is going to be a lot more, I don't know, she'll sit there and drink a drink and, dance or something. You take this lesbian, because she does seem a little animated, into a black space. First time a black man hits on her, she's just going to get all me too.
I don't know, but
I do know. I've seen her.
Fair enough. That's your opinion. The thing
No. It's my experience.
That's a fact. Okay. The thing I'm saying though is that
it's not a fact. It's my experience.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. It's a fact for your experience. It's true to your experience. But the thing I'm saying is that Nellie's is in a popular area. Is yuppie-ish whites, Latinas, and a sprinkling of blacks. Blacks more or less go to their own black spots, and they're a little bit, downstream. She can't take her to, say, a black spot because it would be.
Well, let me ask you a question, and maybe this is theory. Maybe they get into it. Why the fuck do they even need to party together at all? Yeah, I know you said this black girl can't find. That's hard for me to believe.
Well, she's going to talk about
unattractive.
She's going to talk about I asked her, I said, "Who's the last guy? When last time you been on a date?" She said 2 days ago, and she said, "You just dick and mouth."
Well, you know what? So what? It's still a date, right? At least in her.
Well, you asked her how she felt about it, and she said she's never going to see him again, even though he has a big dick. So
Jesus God! But does she say why?
Yeah, she said it's just not fulfilling. I forget exactly why she'll say it. She said he's abusive to women and his mother and shit.
So she went out and just needed the dick. Gotcha.
Well, I guess she had been dating him for a while, and maybe she just saw a pattern of him being abusive to women. Maybe she just saw it with his mother, and that's what really sparked it.
Hopefully, he wasn't abusing his mother.
Yeah, well, I think that's what she says. You can listen to her.
Okay. Oh my. This is you come across some unique characters.
That's not my place. Feel like I'm included. Feel like I'm safe. Feel like this is my space.
You didn't feel included in Nelly's.
I'm hetero.
Yeah.
Come on, be real.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What is hero?
Heterosexual.
Oh, that's funny.
Like straight, yeah. I'm straight.
Now, John, hold on one sec. Let me rewind this.
What is hero?
Heterosexual.
Yeah, I thought she said hero.
You know what? It would be hard to mistake it. Okay, I want to stop right there. Now, while she is having all these problems here, look what couple walks by there.
Back it up, I didn't see it.
That's a black, apparently heterosexual couple. While she's complaining, there's this woman with her man.
Back it up, let me see it again.
I'm sorry, what?
I didn't see the people again. Back it up. I didn't see the people walk
Okay,
by.
well, you'll see him walk by.
Yeah,
I just wanted to point it out, the
Yeah, okay.
irony of it.
Mhm.
She's complaining while
Yeah.
some woman and man are walking by.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Don't try.
Like straight,
Yeah.
So you know what? This woman is too busy. She should stop hanging out with her lesbian friend and go find a man. If she's hetero.
Before we get into that shit,
You see how the light skinned girl keep talking over the black girl?
You know what? To me, they're just one big blob of stupidity.
Real quick, so what I will say, like, I don't frequent Nelly's often, but like to put it in a perspective so that people know history of shit, because I found this out through friends who frequent Nelly's for years. Nelly's used to be a lesbian bar. It was very much catered towards lesbian women, like women in general, sapphic, like all that shit.
And this is a safe space for Black people, especially here in the DMV.
So like now,
John,
like in recent
John, you say they're both in their 30s, right?
I didn't ask the other girl how old she was. The other girl,
Well,
the dark
gotta
girl,
be in her 30s.
The dark girl is 32, I think she said.
Yeah, well, the lighter skinned girl, yeah, she's in her 30s easily. She's not in her 20s. Not at that tonnage.
in years, especially, it has definitely transitioned more into a space where it's more so black gay men, like gay men in general, and even at times, like with me knowing that.
You mean the music?
Yeah, people ride my playing music.
Like, you know, there's not that many lesbian bars. There's like a bunch of, you know, gay bars. Is very much like she would identify herself as like a very mass presenting person who like is traditional in the sense of like she doesn't want her wife specifically to work and shit. So like when it comes to shit like that, why is it that we don't hold space to like allow specifically Black women and people of color to live in a life where they can be treated and down upon by a man compared to like white women and women who are not Black? And see, go ahead. Because I think it's crazy that we can sit here and we question Black women and people of color who want to like live the soft life, they say. But like when it comes to white women specifically, we don't ever question that shit. It's okay if they live that shit. So like with you asking that question is kind of giving off the sense of like, why is it that you're
talking all over the damn girl
of like deserving that?
Yeah, and she's talking all over the girl, and that means what?
Well, it's I ain't gonna try to explain. You know, it's
yeah. Don't bother if you don't think I'll understand.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, no, I'm just wondering. You pointed out, maybe she's more talkative.
Well, that's the thing. You know, in that.
You think that has something to do with skin color?
Well, I'm giving you my experience, right?
Okay.
The inference is that the light-skinned people seemingly do better. They, you know, maybe inference is the wrong word, but it's seemingly all throughout American history do a little bit better than the dark skins. Dating, job, this and that. And here is where a situation. I'm trying to interview this damn girl, and the light skinned girl, I'm trying to put my head in the light skinned girl. She won't even let the fucking dark skinned girl talk. It's like,
well, maybe she thinks she's more attractive to you.
Well, maybe that's what it is. Maybe, right? But these kind of things make for conflict when everything seems to go the light skinned girl's way. She probably has a better job.
Right, but John, that's American history. Are you pointing out the obvious?
I'm not disputing it, but here's how it plays out on the street, right? Mm-hmm. In interpersonal relationships. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Okay.
Shit. It's compared to like a white woman who like off rip society already thinks that they deserve that soft life shit, and it's kind of giving off like, not saying that you're meaning to do it, but it's like the way that you're asking the questions. It's like you are coming off like women.
And this is coming from first generation children. You know, we are first generation here.
What do you mean first generation?
First generation. So first generation. Yeah. So my mother, she is a foundational Black American, but my father is Guyanese.
And my dad is from Panama. He's Afro-Panamanian, and then my mom is from Nicaragua. But like, I would consider her. I would personally consider my mom more of like the brown indigenous Black.
I dated a woman
brown
from Nicaragua
indigenous. Latin American, because
awesome.
you know there's always like levels of Latin American where like there's white Latin American and shit like that. I don't consider myself that shit, because if you look at my mom and then you look actually at her grandmother, who is my great grandmother, like she looks indigenous, like she is indigenous actually. Yeah. So it's like I don't consider, like she's definitely not on like the white side of shit. So like she's definitely on the side where it's like we got pigment. Like so it's like I feel like.
And see, look at who was that? African Tethers. She literally just said one of her parents is American. So Riot Pump is a fucking moron.
Well, one of the things you're seeing here is
what I'm seeing on the screen is a dude who's so retarded he doesn't understand how American citizenship works, and she wouldn't be considered a tether. Okay. That's what I'm seeing.
Well, what they're explaining though is, and what I'm seeing is the dark skinned girl kind of has to show a little deference to the light skinned girl.
I don't see that.
Okay. This is kind of my experience here.
Yeah, well, you know what? I'm 60. I've seen this too.
Yeah, I'm 50.
I just don't agree.
Yeah, that's fine.
DC, apparently everybody in DC is fucked up.
Right.
More
I'm
so
not
than the rest of the country.
You're entitled to disagree, right? I'm just, I don't know, it's fine. But you're entitled to disagree. I'm just, presenting it here, and it has been my experience.
I don't think your sociological analysis is that spot on.
Okay, well, again, you have the right to disagree, right?
I know
I'm
I
not
do.
telling you you're wrong, right? Whenever you say what you say, that's your experience. I'm not challenging you.
I didn't say you were.
Right, and so but my experience, having lived here, right, 20-something years, this is my experience. I would imagine that as the way things play here in DC, that the light skinned girl has a better social access to a better social scene, maybe by way of her job or just the people that she knows. Things.
Okay, well, let me break this down, and I don't need to live in DC to know this. If you are a lesbian, your social scene is going to be a little bit more, dynamic. I will admit that this poor Guyanese American girl will probably have a bit of a problem finding a man. Probably what she's looking for is some dude up on Capitol Hill. They're all younger than she is. Okay, and the ones who are her age either have white wives or they're too busy to go out every damn night and get drunk like she is. She's in a pickle. I think it's all on her. If she wanted a man, she would find a man. She's not that ugly. As far as the gay Nicaraguan, you know what? Her life is always going to be good.
Yeah, play more on the video.
She's also less choosy and more flirtatious. You made the point about the dark-skinned girl. her family has a business. It possibly could be that she was trained to be a little more reticent in front of people she doesn't know.
Very well. Go right ahead, Stanley. Play some more of the video.
We got big men. Like, so it's like I feel like we are in a society now, because again, I've had this conversation with one of my really good friends where it's like, we've had conversation where like, why is it that society feels as though Black women and women of color don't deserve to have that quote unquote soft life, where like you have a person who is able to foundationally like support and like make sure that like you don't have to work and shit like that. And then like we're in a society where we have to question that shit.
So we're gonna put a pin in it.
Women and Black women specifically and women of color.
So we're gonna put a pin in it to answer your question. To answer your question.
What's your question? I have to be a little bit longer.
No, it's fine. Your question is why, as a heterosexual woman, I feel like, you know, I want to be, because we're going to rephrase it. I want to be submissive to somebody. However,
talk about it.
I cannot with the foundational Black American.
Talk about it.
This is coming from somebody who was raised in the South and is living in the North. Okay. It's very interesting.
Did she say where she's?
The men in the
Did she say
South,
she's from the? Did she say she's from the South?
Yeah, Georgia, I think.
Really?
And, let me address something in the chat. Drinking it, like, this is a very corporate town. White collar. Like, none of these people getting up exercising muscle. Shit, they probably don't have to be to work at 9:30, 10 o'clock. And this is probably 11 o'clock. And
Or they work from home.
This is very, very common in DC. Drinking on a Sunday night. Sunday drinking is what they call it. This is not out of the norm here. Go ahead, Stanley.
Well, let me respond. Kelvin, it is actually not a problem. Hey, the US is like this. Shit. You know what? Now, I wasn't working on Mondays at the time because one of these days I'll tell you about my hip surgery, but there was this club in Savannah. Shit, the hopping time was after church, like, once at 4 or 5 o'clock after dinner. This place used to be hopping. They probably close around midnight 1. But no, Bull Street in Savannah, Georgia. Shit, yeah, Sunday night was the best night. I actually.
Baby, they are everything and more because they know how to do it with their hands. Whereas the ones up here, they want to pay for it to get it corrected. And there ain't nothing wrong with that because my father, he's both sides of the coin. He could pay for it and he could do it, but he'd rather pay for it. So
same with my dad. I was about to say my dad's the same way. Like as hard-headed as he is, it's like I don't agree with a lot because I'm gonna speak into like a small segment of my dad. Like he was raised by his grandmother, who just so happened to still be alive, and she, if God willing, will be 104 in November. Oh, wow. So like he was raised by his grandmother, and so when it comes to that shit, it's different.
So we ready to get you. So like coming from a heterosexual woman who wants a man, I want a man who I can literally relinquish myself from. Yes, because we have literally, as Black American women, have been vigilant from the day that we were born.
Yes.
It was just a man here earlier saying that he wants the Black women to take the lead. He said, y'all making them.
And that's why Malcolm X said the most disrespected people within America is the Black American woman. Because why the fuck would I... You don't want him to
oh yes, he's feeling it now.
Why would I, as a woman? No.
This is pain, bro.
Because here's pause. Because here's the thing.
That light skin is pausing.
The Black American woman.
Listen to the Black
Have a
woman.
great night, love. The Black American woman is the most educated woman in America. The Black American woman has to, have everything on their back to even just survive, not even thrive.
Yeah.
So why the fuck would I want a child?
that
to support
that, and then also
because
also real quick,
the white woman doesn't have to do it, the Latino woman doesn't have to do it, the Asian woman has to do it. Like, why do we have to do it? Why do we have to do it?
Wait, real quick,
because we're strong.
Hold on.
Wait, we're forced to be strong.
Why do we have to do that? Wait, and I want to add on to that shit real quick. I want to add. Wait. Let me add on to shit.
No. Both of y'all pause. Both of y'all pause. Because my thing is, my daddy. How the girls say, my daddy never had to do that shit. My daddy may have been a Rolling Stone, but all the women who he was with never had to do anything extra. So why the fuck do I have to do it?
And then because
I'm black.
Okay, so I got a question.
Just add on to that shit. And even if there is a man that said that he wants a,
man, man, I ain't gonna say because I don't want to have back and forth with you, but these, I really feel sorry for the dark skinned girl because, like, she's starting to get into her feelings because his dating scene has been very difficult for her, and then she basically saying, "Why the fuck would I ain't bring a child into this world?" 32, she still has time, but she's kind of, closed the door on that, at least in this city. Maybe she changed her mind in the morning. But, is that kind of, foreclosing on parts of the future that, as she keeps saying, my daddy?
Let me ask you a question.
Is
this sociological, or is she just like needs to grow up?
No, I think, Stanley, man, as I say, man, clearly, your experience may be different. But there just isn't any growth for many of these people, honestly.
Right. But my question is it because they don't want to grow, or is society not allowing them to grow? Which is it?
No, what I'm saying is, if you let me finish, they go from high school to college, and I'm just not a criticism, so let me finish. And along the way, and they're going to talk about it, that what they expect to be in the pipeline is like marriage at some point. And here they are, at least the dark-skinned girl, well, she sees no future, no prospects.
Okay, and my question, John, because I know you have a story to tell and you must get it out. You must get all the way into the story before I can ask an obvious question.
You don't have to criticize me.
It's not society's fault.
I'm not blaming anybody. I'm not blaming anyone.
Dude, I'm not even talking about you at this point. I'm not even talking about you at this point, John.
Okay. Well, I
think this girl has a problem.
Yeah, she got a real.
And it's not society's problem. It is her own personal problem. Maybe she's expecting too much. Maybe she's expecting too little of herself. But the reason she does not have a man is because she doesn't know how to get one. Apparently, she comes from a prominent family. Maybe what she needs to do is go back to her mother and ask her, "Mother, how do I get a man?"
Well, Stanley,
and she also mentioned her papa was a Rolling Stone. That could be one of her issues too. Maybe that's why she only wants a big dick. There's some problems there that are not society's, is my point.
Yeah, I don't. Did she blame society? Because I didn't.
No, I am assuming it from the random mention, like nobody needed to know that her father was a Rolling Stone. She volunteered that information. You hear what people say and you piece together a story. She's the problem. She is why she's not getting a man. The problem is not men. Problem's not her skin color. It's her personality.
Gotcha. Yeah, again, that's your opinion. I'm not challenging you.
I've had a couple. I've had an experience or two.
Okay, right. That's your experience or your opinion based on your experience. That's fine.
And some dude.
Okay.
I think I'm in good stead in assessing her problems. She is not DC. That's the problem. It is her.
That's not what I'm saying. But whatever the case may be, you can see some things that coming out that my take on it, based upon my experience, is frustration. That, you know, no matter how you feel about dating, you got to put a pleasant face on it if you're going to get out in the dating scene. But if you carry a bunch of baggage from your last relationships into the next date, well, shit, the man's going to pick up on that sooner or later. And, you know, it's
Did
just,
she
you know,
say
you
she
gotta
had
know.
a bunch of baggage? I missed
Well,
that part.
Well, if you're 32 and she's going to talk about the guy that she just went out with and her issues with him, and you're 32, she probably has run into a few men with baggage. I didn't get a chance to get into it because the other lady was talking so damn much. But based upon my experience, you know, she probably had a little baggage. You can look at the anger. She says, I want to live like the white girl. You know, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know, what she's based on what I'm assuming she's talking about. She wants to be taken care of. And I don't think a woman should be faulted for that. But go ahead and play some more. You hear?
Okay.
Woman to take charge type shit, right? Like, let's like hypothetically say that
Be a princess, boy.
Right.
Be a princess.
Like,
boo.
no shade.
Be
like,
a princess.
No shade. No, I'm good. I stand for it.
So I asked
Wait. But
Be a princess.
the point, like, kind of to the point what she's saying is like, be a princess. Like, it's no shade to like being accepting of the fact that like your woman takes care of the shit. But I think a lot of the problem when it comes to dynamics like that is like, at least what I've personally seen and based off of like my friend, like
Don't call
dynamics of
yourself a
friends I
man.
know, it's like don't sit here and like try to wait. Don't sit here and try to speak on like trying to be the man and some shit when in like whatever in your brain is the man, when in reality it's your woman that's like really holding you down with shit. Because I feel like a lot of problem with men these days is that like they want to sit here and they want a woman to like sit here and take care of them like a pillow princess they want to be, but like they want to go out in the world and act like they're the man holding the shit down when it's really their wife. So it's like men like that, it's like you have to understand your role and understand like at the end of the because like personally, that's my problem with this shit. Because if you can be accepting of this shit, that's cool.
See, you know what my father said today? Literally, he said that Black women are taught to go to college and not need a man, right? We're taught to go to college so that we don't need one. Well, on the other hand, white women are taught to go to college and find.
But why?
Yeah,
that's the end of the end of the story. Why?
Okay. Let me roll this back because they literally don't get it.
I think that was Sharice talking about the college. Started off talking about college. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, then she doesn't get it either.
He said today, literally, he said that Black women are taught to go to college and not need a man, right? We're taught to go to college so that we don't need one. Well, on the other hand,
Which is bullshit.
and white women are taught to go to college and find.
But
Which makes a dependent woman. Now, here's the problem. What these morons, and who knows how many more than the three there are, don't understand the history of it. There's a reason why. There might be, instructions for one versus the other. And see, this is the more moronicness of it. People still think that blacks and whites in America are on equal footing, a level playing field, starting from the same starting line. Now, that may be more so in 2025 than it was in 1965, but there are still disparities. So there may be some black kids, who are taught to go find a husband. There may be some that aren't, but people tend to make generalities from a 1970s like rerun of Roots. Dumb sociology, dumb not knowing history. We're drunk and we are going to get all philosophical. Dorm room conversations make for good video, but they don't make for much else.
Why?
Yeah,
that's the end of it. The end of the story. Why?
Because why is it on the black
No. Pause.
Exactly.
What about the black man?
Because here's
millennials, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So y'all can understand.
So the reason why is why, because that's like, you know, a quote unquote, you know, fun
Now
thing that
she's
we like
rolling
to say in
her eyes
Georgia.
and all.
White women go to college to get their MRS.
Yeah.
Not their degree, their MRS.
That ring, baby.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas black women, we actually go for our BAs and BSs. So the reason why is because during that time where our grandmothers was
What
trying to
did
live
she
through
major
life,
in?
they didn't have the access to get a
remember.
bank account without their husband.
Yeah.
They're not allowed to get medical care without their
Jesus,
husband.
God,
They're not
what
allowed
the
to
fuck?
just get
That's why she's not getting a man,
anything
John.
without a man's consent.
He'll take her out for drinks.
Whereas
and
with
she'll
white
start
women,
acting like
they
this.
could.
I think some of those dynamics have definitely changed.
That woman is
My
not good
uncle
with her
raised me, didn't
liquor.
graduate from 3rd grade, so. But like my auntie that raised her, like I mean, my grandma raised her.
And see,
like,
you know,
she
like
was really big on that
I'm
shit.
coming
Yeah.
from,
She
you know,
walked
like
out
with my
with
mother's side, because they are foundational black women.
But then she also
with those foundational black women.
From
my
where?
grandmother
Where are
literally
those
still was picking
FBAs from?
cotton.
type shit. Yeah. But like she still installed like you don't.
She dropped out of like
That's
high
my
school.
granny though. Like obviously
Picking
she got when I
cotton.
was 10. I'm 32.
My great grandmother never finished
So we got two
middle, not
conversations
middle school.
going on
Yeah,
at
she didn't
one
finish
time.
school.
Gotcha.
She didn't finish
I know
elementary
you
school.
can't shut them up, man.
I'm raised differently.
Trying to
That's
pick
why
cotton.
when it comes to lesbian
Like,
relationships,
let's be real.
It's like
Let's be real.
I know that like
Why are we telling black women that?
Something that adds on to my shit. For sure. You know, it's also that we can sit here and talk about like the hetero shit, but like even with the gay shit, it's like women who are black and POCs, like they are taught to like they're taught their education because they know them white bitches, like you said, they get the MRSs, they know that shit. So it's like they want people
Okay,
who
John,
are able to
let me
get that
ask you a
shit and
question.
eventually
What is stopping a black woman from going to school and getting an MRS? Now, you know, just say some middle class, like this dark skinned girl. Where'd she go to school? Did she say?
Which one?
The dark skinned girl.
Howard, I think Howard.
Okay. Well, I guess there might have been a dearth of men. You won't believe this. A friend of my sister's who is the same year, same age as my son, and I haven't seen him in probably 3 years. He goes to Howard. So, and I mean, he was highly academic and all that stuff, but I think his mother might have gone to Howard, so there might be some family stuff. But next time I run into him, I'll ask him how was the ratio.
Well, we covered
But,
that here. It's like we had a Howard student on the stream the last street interviews. I think that she said that she was it's like 7-8 to 1 or some shit like that. Some extreme number there.
Well, it didn't sound as dire as all that.
No, hell no.
But I may not remember it.
Yeah, it's 7-8 to 1, and then you know they have a large gay theater mill. You know,
Right. Well, you know, maybe you need to look off campus. There are other colleges. I don't know. Are there other colleges like near Howard?
You know, let's say within shooting range, you know, within 5 miles. Yeah. You know, the thing is,
Uber range?
Well, the thing is that I think they are very, very different from Howard. You know, they're much more affluent schools. Georgetown, GW, and American, you know, typically is, you know, it's a very stratified social scene here. Very, very stratified. It's almost damn near segregated in a way. And even with the schools, you're not going to see Howard students hanging out on Georgetown's campus and vice versa, you know.
Well, why would you?
There's that too.
Hey, you don't see a lot of Georgia Technicals hanging out in Morehouse.
If you're Howard, it's probably very difficult to even get to Georgetown's campus unless you have a car.
Right.
eventually that eventual shit comes. You know what I mean? It's hard and it's very reducing and like it can
that is just basically
roadblock shit. It's still something where it's like at least you have something
a sign of
where it's like
post-traumatic slave disorder
that someone else.
Let's be
Oh my
real about
God.
it. Because
Poor
there's going to
child.
be either left or right when it comes to post-traumatic slave disorder. Post-traumatic slave disorder, you're either going to be hyper vigilant, or like you're going to be hyper.
Look at you referencing Joey DeGruy.
Yeah.
Or hyper drunk.
Yeah. It's basically what it is.
Interesting.
Because
like the real woke mofos that Trump and whoever else wants to be, that's who reads that shit, that understands that shit. Like,
and not even that, because like you even have to go deeper into it, because there's this one book I love to this day called Black No More.
Oh, I heard that book.
Yeah, wait, hold it. It's a fucking comedy. It's Scott. What is his name? George Schuyler. Black No More is literally the only lesson is that read the book. Why does she love it? Is she conservative? Because believe this or not, there is a conservative black female professor that actually looks like light skin. I've never heard of the book. And
she's talking about Trump here. She doesn't like Trump.
Right. And this dark-skinned lady here mentioned Black No More. That is a novel by George Schuyler. I actually talked about it on my show. Yeah. So that she finds that is her favorite book is kind of ridiculous.
No, I don't know about the book. Well, why do you find
well,
it?
I do.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why do you find it ridiculous?
That's why I'm trying to figure out why it would be her favorite book.
What is the book about? Just give me.
It's about this scientist who discovers like some formula, and it basically turns black people white. But the bottom line is the whiteness. Your white skin does not change your character or culture. So that's why I'm trying to figure out how being white would help her, because she's gonna be the same person except she'll have white skin. That's literally what the novel is about.
And this is what I'm saying. Like, she, there's a level of frustration where, some of the things.
Okay, well, the level of frustration. Go ahead and finish, John. This girl,
when you're frustrated, sometimes you do things that don't make sense, or you even say shit that don't make sense. And I didn't know what she was talking about with this book, so I couldn't.
Well, I did. Funny
I couldn't challenge her on that. But
well,
if
you should, because it would have made for some fascinating conversation.
Yeah. But to me, it's like, okay, damn, like you're so frustrated, you're like grasping at this and that, and sometimes you just shit just don't even make sense. Sometimes you just I don't know. Very interesting though.
Well, you know what? I wish I'd been there, because I would have typed that in the chat right quick. Like, no person her age has ever heard of George Schuyler. I was in my 40s. I think I was probably in my 50s and had never heard of it. He's a fascinating character, actually. He was actually a black conservative who was involved in the Harlem Renaissance, believe that or not, and actually well thought of. He's a newspaper columnist, all that stuff. Anyway, why someone her age would find that novel fascinating, I wish I'd been there to ask her why it's her favorite book. Black No More. Bottom line is the moral of that story is becoming white isn't going to solve your black problems.
Right. Black No More, I encourage all of you guys to read it, because it comes from a perspective back in, like, when it was written back in the 30s. You're fine. Back in the 30s, that a black man coming from the perspective that he happened to turn white, and he was trying to live the life of a white man, but he realized that in another life he would rather be black.
Talk about it,
because the life that he lived as a white man, It's not the same.
And then also, I feel like the way society
Well,
has
that
like
too, I
pinned
guess.
shit, it's like we're all trying to reach some shit that, like, if we're gonna be honest, that's that white people shit of like success type shit. I feel like the problem when it comes to a lot of, I'm not even gonna like just pin it towards like Black Americans. I'll pin that to anyone in the diaspora that does not identify as white. And yes, I'm looking at you, you fucking white ass Latinos that want to act like y'all ain't white ass Latinos. As an Afro Latina, my fucking self.
Dominican Republic.
Shut the fuck up. You
I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna say the country.
I mean, she said not me, but we gonna talk about for another day. But it's like I feel like that.
There's gonna be
that
another
idea
day?
of like
You get a
what
number?
success. I feel like I think we need to stop comparing our successes to like what white people's success is, because a lot of us are depressed and like on the verge of trigger
We're
warning,
trying to compare
fucking
ourselves to
suicide
colonizers
and all that shit to fucking colonizers. Like we're like, if we're gonna be very realistic about it, shit,
I've
it
heard
is a
this,
very
though.
we're trying to compare
that can
ourselves
reach
to
that
somebody
colonizer
who
level of
Okay.
steals and
Like,
try to make it thrive
that
from
is
their
the problem. And then the problem, I feel like a lot of, I'm going to speak from like an American standpoint, because I'm not going to speak from
Separate
an
this one.
American standpoint, because
Oh,
obviously
I'm sorry. I thought you
am
said you'd
an
be right
American
back.
citizen who was a
But you heard her say they're depressed. You heard her say
Yeah,
that?
I heard that.
She's projecting, because she very well could. Rewind it back a few seconds, about 15 seconds there. Hit the back of her a couple times, and you hear her say, and she's maybe projecting and saying that we're depressed when in reality it's her. But go ahead and play it here.
You know, the funny thing is she doesn't strike me as very lesbian-y.
fucking colonizer. Like we're like, if we're gonna be very realistic about it, shit, it is a very small.
We're trying to
percentage
compare
that can
ourselves
reach
to
that
somebody
colonizer
who
level of
steals
success.
and
Like,
try to make it thrive
that
from
is
their
the problem. And then the problem, I feel like a lot of, I'm going to speak from like an American standpoint, because I'm not going to speak from an out of American standpoint, because obviously I am a American citizen who is a first generation Latin woman. So it's like, I feel like a lot of people try to compare their successes to like the American way type bullshit. And at the end of the day, like this shit is literally smoke and mirrors. And we have been fed lies to a facade that has literally uprooted white supremacy, anti-blackness, and capitalism that like people have
Let me
dissected.
stop it right here. Yes, white people are second best. We need to find a better yardstick.
Enough in their core to understand that that shit is literally deteriorating communities that don't look like us. I mean, communities that do look like us, and they support communities that don't look like us.
And I'm going to speak from a Chiha
That's what I'm to say.
woman's perspective, indigenous to this land.
Let's go.
That's what this looks like.
And that's
sorry.
what
I
I
just
tell
have
you.
to put that.
Yeah, as an indigenous Chiha woman.
Did you catch that, John?
What she said? Indigenous Chiha woman.
She said that's what that looks like. Oh shit. That I hope that wasn't intentional.
Woman's perspective, indigenous to this land.
Let's go.
That's what this looks like.
And that's
sorry.
what I tell
I just
people.
have to put that.
Yeah, as an
Indigenous
indigenous Chiha woman, baby, that bullshit is not what it is. We are literally trying to make ourselves fit into the form of.
Oh my God, just say it unless you want to
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. I don't care.
Let me cover my eyes when you say it, so if they click this, like, damn, let me get it back.
What's it called when a mutation? We're trying to fit ourselves in the mold of a mutation. Because where does the Eve gene come from?
Bury this. Bury this.
Where does life come from?
The first body of man was found in Africa.
Mutations have literally tried to take over the world and try to not only take over it, but
Period. Laugh about it. Laugh about it. But they've tried to erase history.
Oh, I would agree to that.
To make it fit their mode. They try to demonize certain things, such as critical race theory, when it's really history. It's not even critical race theory.
No, it's not history, ma'am. It's a critique.
Y'all
of
niggas
history.
ain't know how to wash your ass.
Talk about it.
You was like, you getting offended.
Y'all niggas was dying from the bubonic plague when you really could have washed your fucking hands.
Yeah.
Oh my lord.
Y'all are literally telling us now
How drunk
that
is she
you are
was she
clean
drinking at the
because
time,
the
John?
soap is.
Is she drinking now?
No, they weren't drinking. They weren't that drunk, honestly.
God damn. You know what? Then she doesn't have an excuse.
Running down your legs and you don't have to wash your legs.
Oh my god.
Be so fucking for real. Be so fucking for real. So, like I said,
You know, she's not ugly.
No, she's not.
But I think what's happening is she's making all these faces and like my grandmother used to say.
Now, you know what's, in my opinion,
you keep making these faces, one day your face is gonna freeze in that position.
The way I see it is that she stood up, she's gained a few pounds, she's starting to kind of let go of the frustration. This is how I take it. The frustration setting in, and she's starting to let go. Like
how tall was she? Would you estimate?
How old? How tall?
How tall?
I couldn't tell. I can't remember. Let's say she was at least 5'6".
Really? Okay, because you know who she reminds me of, and you'll never believe this. My across the street neighbor, and she died a while ago, but very much, except this woman was like maybe 5'2". This woman is wasting an opportunity, and I don't know, maybe she's not that close with her parents, or maybe her mother died. I think she did say her mother died, right?
I can't remember.
Well, it doesn't matter. She needs to go to her parents and find out why she can't find a man. So, this is kind of makes me sad, actually.
Yeah, this one. This one. That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
well, I don't think it's DC's fault. I think it's her fault.
I'm not blaming anybody.
She really needs to work on herself.
It may be a little too late for her, honestly. 32 with this level of passion, in this city, with that mindset, it's very difficult. But go right ahead.
Yeah, well, let me address this point right quick. It'll be easier than typing. Daggle is bird babble. We use actual words, not made up like fucking Sesame Street words. So, I understand Blackbird is real smart and all that. This is not, the best of his work.
Let's be so for real.
I love that you keep saying that, because like that's really what my channel really focuses on. My YouTube channel in particular is like just the awakening of all the Black Americans that you have always been home. And I think that a lot of times it just gets misconstrued with the slave boat story and just trying to figure out the
or it gets so or I'm gonna keep it honest, like as a person who's been a very head that was
indigenous and had those roots.
As someone who was no, it's not about the roots. I'm gonna speak from like a person because I feel like my indigenous roots are obviously from other countries. Like my I was about to say, so like my great grandmother I was speaking about that I feel like is more like on the indigenous side. Like she was originally from Costa Rica, and like looking up where she was from, it definitely gave more of an indigenous feel. And like there's a picture of her with my mom, like on my mantle in my room. I mean, not in my room, in my house, where I see her, and it's like she's darker than me. Yeah, type shit. So it's like, so I'm thinking from that shit. So it's like
they don't want to respect that the original people on the North American mainland can be dark skinned.
No, so here's the thing. No. Pause. No.
The point I was trying to make. I have
Pin it. So the thing is that like people forget that once again, mitochondria come from Africa. So when what's it called when the P word when we was all one
Pangea, yeah.
When Pangea was here.
Oh my
Y'all think that the
God! What
mutations
the
was splitting
fuck?
across already?
Pangea.
And then
Yeah, I know what Pangea is. That's before human life was around. What the hell are they talking about? Honestly, you know what? I just let this go. These girls are their own problems.
And these so fucking for real though. Like,
wait, was this closing time? Did they turn out the lights?
Every now and then I had to cut the lights off to recharge up my computer, so it'll come back on.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have a plug
They let
in?
me just go as long as I want, man. They left the power and everything on for me.
Nice.
Yeah.
When it came to Pangea,
Are you bringing in
it's literally
comfort?
across the globe. Because let's talk about the
They're very open
Aboriginals.
to this type of stuff.
And
I'm sorry, what?
They're very open to social media type stuff.
Australia. Even the
So
ones
many
here
Aborigines in Australia.
in Native America, and I hate to call it Native America because baby, fuck America Vespucci.
Yeah, that's a whole nother.
Fuck that nigga.
Yeah, we talk.
Damn, you got her
I know on
using
my
the
side,
N-word,
we
John.
talk a lot about it, and it gets complicated when
Is
there's
Cherise still there?
5 civilized tribes,
Yeah.
and then we have a
No
bunch
doubt.
of
Okay, Cherise
Black
wants to
Americans
talk
around
about.
here
That's
who
what I'm
have
talking
these
about there.
connections, and they're kind of being denied these connections and not being able to truly. It's more so being forced almost to claim an African identity.
Yeah.
We know that our ancestors have been here, built this land, and cultivated it since the beginning. So I think that it's just really interesting. I think it's a genealogy matter. I always tell people to just kind of look at it.
Because my great grandmother, because I was raised by my great grandmother, her mother, just skin complexion.
I know.
And she, you feel me?
Yes.
I was say my great grandma also indigenous mother was around your skin color because she's from Jamaica. So my great grandma, her mother was from Jamaica. Her grandfather,
She most likely the Tano people.
I was about to say her grandfather, or excuse me, my great grandmother's mother. She was from Jamaica around your skin tone, and then her father was from what's now Martinique. It wasn't even called Martinique back in the day when she was born. Like he is from what is now Martinique. I've seen their faces. My great grandmother is lighter than me type shit. And then like into that point with like you talking about the genealogy shit, I think also a problem that I personally came across, especially through Twitter. I'm not even going to refer to that bitch as X because fuck that shit. Like through Twitter, it's like a lot of, especially during the pandemic, a lot of mofos were out there claiming like foundational Black shit. When in reality, like some of them were about that shit and they are that shit, but then there's others claiming that shit because of their own anti-Blackness rhetoric. And that is a very dangerous, I feel like, in my opinion, because you're decrediting people who actually have that shit like in their shit because you want to fuel your own ideals of like what you think foundational Black Americanness should be based off what you went through and not based off like the genealogy shit.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna close it with this because girl, we gotta go. I got work in the morning.
We got work in the morning too.
I work at a university.
Which university? Howard?
Yeah. HBCU. You know.
Somebody go to Howard, right?
Period. Listen.
We're
We're gonna exchange information because if anything happens, you can reach out to me. I'm in HR.
He's got a YouTube channel.
I don't play about people money.
That's
that's
great. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
So we're gonna close on this basically.
I agree with my shit.
When it unfortunately our people are lost.
Yep.
It's not their fault.
It's not their fault because
anyone of the Black,
because
like diaspora.
it's by design. It's by design. If we really want to go into history, we can trace it back and I can
No, let's not go into history until you're sober and you have a history book and you can read it, because you're getting it all mangled.
Tell you all about
And
it.
which
However,
which
it's by
which one of these people works at Howard?
I think the dark skin.
Okay. Yeah, that kind of relieves me a little bit, but she's in the HR side. Jesus.
Yeah.
because every time we tried to
That
have a
could
foot
be her
forward, we
problem.
were destroyed.
Mhm.
Not even just, like, oh, let's just, like whip them into shape. We were destroyed off of by our own country.
And I
quote,
guarantee you
unquote,
she
country.
is clerical. I bet she's not making any decisions.
Ain't no telling.
Oh, no. I think I can discern that. And I could be wrong.
Listen to the speakers. The speakers are the ones who carry history. The ones who carry history without the text.
Yeah. I would say listen to your grandma too,
Is that
baby.
the Greedo
And
you're
they are
talking
the
about,
speakers.
John?
Yeah.
Oh no, that was
And I ain't
SPC
talking about your
Greedo.
grandma who, go to the juke joint just to get high off of the contact. No. And I'm not even, discrediting her, because that was her outlet.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, listen to your speakers.
Oh, that was awesome. John.
We tried to.
Yeah.
Bro. We tried to be honest.
Because we
it's real.
You can tell when
Which I said FBA already knew where y'all were.
Yeah.
God damn, they stay.
You can tell
They
when it
feel the
comes to
bitter
like
end.
children of the older generation.
Dog catcher, because I would clock their bullshit, because I would find their information, and I would find out that they asses wasn't fucking aboriginals to this bitch. No, you just hate yourself.
And I'm also gonna say this too.
And I need niggas to love themselves.
Now, does a light skinned girl say
Hello,
the
and
N word?
not only that, but
I think so.
he ain't here, unfortunately.
Oh, I like women, so
Wait a minute.
I like women,
What's your dating experience been like?
Oh, this gets good.
We gotta hear the women, because
You gotta let him talk.
Okay, we're gonna talk.
You should turn on the
No,
light.
we're gonna talk about statistics.
No, I want to know.
I mean, I like women, so I can't.
Because you can't talk about it. No, we're gonna talk about statistics. I got this. I got this.
But it doesn't mean that I can't talk about shit.
This is like a YouTube panel, except in real life.
Yeah, they won't shut up.
I got it. No, I got it. No, I got it. No, pause.
It's not decided. It's not decided. Like, I think, and I feel like
I'm gonna cut both your mic down, and I'm the only one that can be heard.
Okay, that's fine.
Because I want to at least try to get. I want to at least get her answer, right? And so, what's your dating scene like? What's your dating?
But I'm letting you know, like, it's disrespectful, because like it's giving illusion that there's a reason why people are gay, and that's
This bitch is
low-key
can't stop
homophobic. Not saying that you
talking.
are being that, but I'm saying that like the rhetoric that you're portraying is kind of like giving that like it's a choice. That's just not a choice. Do you choose to be straight?
Lindsay, that's not what they're talking about.
Exactly. So like, do you question your straightness? Why is it that people have to question people's
Lindsay,
gayness?
that's not what they're talking about. That's not what they're talking about.
Oh, no, I'm just saying that's what I heard.
No, I understand that's what
But
you
I was
heard,
about to
but that's
say,
not what they're talking
I'm
about.
good.
All right, go ahead. What's your question?
They're going off. Sorry.
All right.
No, you good. My bad.
One at a time. So, what's the dating scene like as a straight black woman in DC?
It's trash.
Now, why is it trash? Give us some context of why it's trash.
The context where I could give it say is trash because how we were saying, listen to the speakers. Unfortunately, the speakers here, they didn't pass down their knowledge to their young. The ones who may have received it, they're far and few in between. And not even far and few in between. They're already taken. The ones who are here left, they're the ones who were raised by children.
When is the last time you've been on a date
2 days ago.
Okay.
Yeah. So
how was
yeah.
it? So you
No,
told
no.
me the way it was.
So here's the thing, because at the end of the day, I'm gonna tell you what my father and my grandfather said. I'm gonna tell you exactly what my grandfather said, because I love him. He ain't shit, and this is coming from an ain't shit nigga.
Your grandfather ain't
Yeah,
shit?
he ain't shit. This is coming from an ain't shit
John,
nigga.
you know what?
He said
This girl, for some reason or another, maybe it's due to her papa was a Rolling Stone. And I'm dead serious here. She's got work to do. There is like, and I know, I have a 19-year-old. If you brought a girl, and she is not bad looking, I assume when she was in, her early 20s, she was probably decent. If I sat down on a sofa and I started talking to her and she started up this bullshit, or, these days there's social media, I would definitely not come to the wedding. It's like, this woman is toxic. I think she can be a good person, but she's got too many hang-ups about men.
Well,
you put her up on one of these fucking YouTube panels and she will be comfortable there.
Well, I think, she probably hasn't always been this way.
Oh, I don't care about all that.
But I'm saying that there's been a progression to this didn't happen overnight. She got here by way of experience more than likely. And what you're seeing is that, the things that you see when you see a lot of these women fighting in, say, a 7-Eleven or something.
Okay, and let me stop you there.
I knew that.
I don't give a fuck about her background. I care about this interview and now. She has problems. She is not ready. Honestly, I don't care about how she got here. I didn't get her there. She did. She needs to look backwards and figure out how she got there. She's 32 now. She is an adult. No one's going to help her. Except maybe her family or close friends or something.
I don't think her family can help her with the situation she's in, to be honest with you.
Well, then she is a lost cause. She will be old.
Yeah, you can see the comfort. Like, I think she wants children, or she would be open to them.
She's not ready. There is no fucking way she should be having children.
Let me finish what I'm saying. I don't believe.
Okay, well, let me finish what I'm saying.
You never let me finish what I'm saying. You just
why are we even talking about children?
Well, I asked her earlier. She said something. I asked about children. Maybe we haven't gotten to that point, and she was adamant against children. I don't think that's real. I think that's coping with the likelihood that she won't have children, and so. But if she found a man, I bet you she would be open to it. And so those are,
no decent man is going to take that.
Well, that's another situation. But again, she has to tell her or live a lie in some ways. I don't know.
John, let me ask you a question. Why do you even care?
I didn't say I care. I find it interesting because, again, I'm a landlord.
As a case study?
I'm sorry?
As a case study?
Shit, it's just like, why do you care about certain things?
You know what? Dumb people is not one of them.
Well, I don't think she's dumb. I don't think.
I actually do think she's dumb.
Okay, well, you have.
And it's not like I think she can learn things. I think she just hasn't been taught well.
Okay, that's very well
possible. And it could be that maybe she isn't smart enough to figure, but you would think if she's working at a university, there has got to have been an experience if she has some college degree where there was doubt in herself, like, that was an odd reaction to some fucked up thing I said. Everybody's had it. Everybody has said, well, gee, that was an odd reaction to something I thought was okay. Let's reflect on it. What could I have done better? Is there something I need to work on? I think this woman, someone has told her that she's okay as she is, and they gave her bad advice.
Very well could have been. I can't say about that.
So I don't know. I guess I care about people or women my son might come into contact with, and she is just like, she is a menace.
I didn't take it as that way.
Really?
Yeah, because again, like I'm there sitting next to her. When she left, she's very pleasant. She even hugged me a couple times. I thought she was nice, honestly. I think that when you get people to talk about things that they're passionate about,
I see.
It may come off differently. If I hadn't talked to her about relationships, or I just been talking to her about, what she went
Well, I
through.
kind of get your point.
You know what I mean? Mm-hmm.
But it's disquieting once you did open her up.
Yeah.
And in a way, you might have, there is some young man who probably knows her who will see this show on the internet and go, phew, thank God I know she is this way. I'm gonna shake her hand and walk the other way and say, hey, you know what? I'm busy next weekend.
The thing is,
no, Deacon Dave, I wouldn't let my son do it. Say, I don't need that shit in your life. I don't want to hear the crying 5 years from now when this silly woman has abandoned the kids and wants to go find herself in Ceylon. She needs to find herself.
I think that you're on camera, and I don't think it's giving her the best presentation. So maybe it's because I did talk to her after the camera. She seemed very pleasant, like a nice woman. But we touched on some issues that she's passionate about.
But she doesn't. You mean the history part of it?
No, the relationship aspects of it.
She's ill-equipped.
Okay.
She should be passionate about getting better. She should be passionate about figuring out why she can't sustain one or find one. She should be passionate about why she has to hang out with her lesbian tattooed friend and has to open up to someone she doesn't know. There are all kinds of warning signs with this girl. And she is a girl. And I understand that probably, minus the alcohol and the comforting, deep John Galt voice, that, she's probably a little reserved. I get that. But the thing is that if she's got a man and she starts feeling comfortable and opens, I would literally think she was crazy. And I've known women like this before. John, I can tell you stories.
Yeah,
At least this is happening at a table in a public place. Have this happen, somewhere where there's no witnesses.
Yeah, I didn't come away thinking she was crazy. I came away thinking frustrated.
John, frustrated can be crazy.
It can drive you crazy.
And if does she know she's frustrated? Did she say, I am
frustrated? Yeah. I mean, I think we're going to hear it a little bit.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm kind of rambling on myself. Had a couple beers.
If this nigga ain't doing XYZ, let that nigga go. If that nigga ain't doing XYZ, don't give him no pussy.
Why the fuck does she have to use the N-word? What is up with this? Are you making her feel this comfortable?
I think that's somewhat of the frustration.
Okay, no. No man wants a woman who wants to be this ratchet.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Is this her ratchet imitation?
No, I think this is frustration. But go right here.
See, I'm trained differently. I would expect someone who has a brain to handle their frustration a little bit better and not be so reserved on camera in front of people they don't know. There's a certain level of reservedness that there's some things you just don't do.
The words that he's saying.
If you don't know these
and
people.
I don't even want to say unfortunately, but this is some of information that he didn't really have to sell me because I saw him. Growing up, I saw him. I saw him more than I saw my father because my father ended up getting deported.
You talking about your grandpa?
Yeah. And even with my daddy
So her
was,
frustration is the
Rolling Stone.
deportation.
But and like maybe that's where I get my mannerisms from because I'm a female version of them.
Oh my
I'm
Lord.
not going to settle for anything less than what I would give somebody.
She's gonna bite the head.
I know for a fact that I
She's
would
gonna
give my
bite the
all
head
to
off a
somebody.
chicken.
But why would I give my all to
Hold on,
somebody
stop
who
it.
ain't worth
Stop
it?
it right there. Stop it right here.
Well,
Back up
okay, so
5
hold
seconds.
on.
Back up 5 seconds, Stanley.
You think she would bite the head off a chicken?
She's getting emotional, Stanley. Go ahead and play.
Dude, you know what? You got to be more
I'm
reserved.
not going to settle for anything less.
Dude, you do not lose your composure in a place on a camera if you don't know the people. That is not motherfucking kosher.
That's right.
Oh,
That's right.
fuck. And you know what? There will be a time in your life when something is so bad, but this ain't that time. I hope. This is really unimpressive.
Yeah.
Than what I would give somebody. I know for a fact that I would give my all to somebody. But why would I give my all to somebody who ain't worth it?
Well, okay, so hold on. So hold on. The last guy you dated, or the last guy you went on a date was 2 days ago. How was that?
He made me realize that I am not equally yoked with a foundational Black American.
Stop it right there, Stanley.
Why was that?
Is that good enough? You need me to? Well, let me.
No, man. I ain't going to go into it, but go right ahead.
Okay.
I figured you may have something to say, but
Why
you go
was
right
that?
ahead.
The foundational Black American, when it comes to millennial, like I said, the ones who I may be equally yoked with, they're already in a relationship. The ones who are single, unfortunately.
What is this equally yoked stuff? I've heard the term, so it's not a new term, but there is no yoke. We're not motherfucking oxen. No one is plowing a field with oxen on some wooden yoke. The hell is she talking about? Now she's at Howard, so you know what? That
Works at
makes
Howard.
sense now.
Yeah.
She's probably working in the African American Studies department or something.
I think she said HR.
Equally yoked. What the fuck does that even mean?
They were not raised with the same values that I were.
How old are you?
I'm 32.
You fairly.
And see, you know what's gonna happen to her?
Mm.
She's gonna meet someone like me or someone like me with better values. Her values are trash.
Mm.
Okay, you might dress nice, you might have a nice office job and all this stuff. And this is a very E. Franklin Frazier point of view. You are middle class, young lady, but there are blacks who would fucking your behavior is horrible. Who the fuck would want their son to meet you? She's gonna marry down. I guarantee you, she's not gonna marry that doctor she's dreaming of.
Well, I think she'd be happy if she can marry down to a man that was going to be committed to her something.
Well, then, you know what? It'll be a match made in heaven.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately,
I'm
she's
fairly
not
young.
going to do that.
Exactly.
How does that make you feel?
Everybody in age out here.
How does that make you feel?
At first, it made me feel defeated, especially today. I'm not even gonna hold you. I felt like I was going through a midlife crisis. I was trying to drink my
What
life
age was
away.
that?
Today?
She said today.
Today.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
Today?
today. No, so today, I'll just give you, like surface level. Today, I'm dealing with a person who has children. I'm dealing with a person who has a daughter who does not do their daughter's hair really, and who has a mother of their child who definitely don't do shit with their hair. So coming from a family that does hair.
Okay, let me go back here. And I might have to stop after this because she's dealing with a man who has children.
She said this was their last date with him.
Okay.
Daughter who does not do their daughter's hair really, and who
Wait, let me go back.
I drink my
What age was that?
Today?
She said today.
Today.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
Today?
Today. No, so today, I'll just give you, like surface level. Today, I'm dealing with a person who has children. I'm dealing with a person who has a daughter, who does not do their daughter's hair really, and who has a mother of their child who definitely don't do shit with their hair.
Okay, so she's talking about a man, correct?
Yeah, the man she just went on a date with.
Why the fuck would a 32-year-old? How old does she say? How old this guy is?
I can't remember, but I asked her what's the age range of the men she dated. She said she's dated men up in the 60s, and not her age. She don't date men her age, so I'm assuming he's at least.
Oh wait, a
40.
60-year-old with like children that young? Interesting.
Well, that's what I'm saying. She said she will date, so she doesn't date young men. So let's just assume he's
You're
40.
recruiting her for me, so I can train her. It'll be like, it'll be like,
what's interesting?
My Fair Lady in the Hood.
But what's interesting though, Stanley, if you compare and contrast, the Hispanic woman that we did a street interview the other day, she was looking for a man to train her. She wanted an older man.
What?
That's what she said.
Train her to do what?
She was like, look, I'll trade you my experience. I'll trade you my youth for your experience. That's what the Hispanic woman said at the street interview that we did at Buddy's. She was there with a black guy. These people are playing two different games, going about it two different ways,
Mm-hmm. All right, well, on with this circus. And now her little friend, her friend there is really not saying much. What is she doing?
Because her dating game is intact. She's gay, light-skinned, Afro-Latino.
With a bunch of motherfucking tattoos with arms that are as thick as probably my thighs.
So coming from a family that does hair, multiple generations, I'm doing the easiest style. And the way that he came at me, I don't got to deal with that because that's not my child.
Yeah.
Your kid can't be out here looking any type of way. I don't give a fuck. Only reason why I give a fuck because that baby don't deserve
I get
that.
what you're saying, John.
Because you ain't shit and the mama ain't shit. That baby don't deserve it.
Why is a 32-year-old this bitter about something she can walk away unless one of the kids are hers?
What she gonna tell you? You got some good ass dick.
Okay, motherfucker, is he the last dick on earth?
Well, she said it's good dick down in Georgia.
See, this is why she needs a father or a much older brother, because that father's gonna go. Well, is that the only dick you can get?
Well, she said some good dick down in Georgia.
She is not unattractive.
No.
And as a matter of fact, you know what? I can't really tell. She probably needs to lose a few pounds, but I would look at her. But then once he starts yapping, like everyone in the chat is saying, yeah, every word is going to make me less attractive or attractive.
That baby didn't choose to come into this world on her own volition. Y'all did.
Really? You think
And
so?
y'all don't give a fuck? Y'all give a fuck about the ease of your own self.
God damn, he did a job
I'm
on
coming
her
from
apparently.
perspective that this child did not come into this world on their own volition. I could do that. But when you come at me sideways, guess who ain't gonna do their hair no more? Because that's not my baby.
I feel like
Fast forward, Stanley. It's their music. Yeah.
Yeah. And see, when it comes to people.
There you go. I think you should be here.
All right.
We gotta go forward again. That's scissor, apparently.
You still alive? I just said cut the light. Wait a minute, I gotta dig deep into this. So, what made you go out with the guy the other night?
This is
Real
it right
shit, he got a big dick and he knows how to use it.
Now, who's doing all the laughing, John? Is that Sharice laughing too? Is Sharice still there? He must have a phone call. This is like a cackle battle.
So did the nigga use the big dick on you?
Huh?
Did he use the big dick on you?
Oh my goodness. Absolutely.
Okay, so you
not only the dick but the mouth too. Like homie knows what to do.
Okay, so you got something out of the deal.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But as much as I love to, like
yes,
thrive upon the flesh. I got some motherfucking sense. Because I ain't finna let your baby be out here looking any type of way. However, when you come at me sideways at 10 o'clock in the morning, that's not my child.
Did that big deal?
Okay, I'm confused here. What does the big dick have to do with the child? Fuck? Did he like fuck her and say, "Oh, hey, look, I need you to plait my child's hair"? The fuck? Okay, I am way confused.
It's too much for you, Stanley.
You know what? I will admit I have had this is like what? Okay, well you explain this to me. So he she knows what to do with the flesh, and then they get up. Like, oh, this must be in the morning. It's summertime. Why the fuck are the kids going to school?
I think she just talk about it, John.
Oh, well, maybe she should stop. Like, surely she can find some. Let's see, she's 32, so she can't get a boy at college. That might be SA. This woman has problems, John.
Thrive upon the flesh. I got some motherfucking sense. Because I ain't finna let your baby be out here looking any type of way. However, when you come at me sideways at 10 o'clock in the morning, that's not my child.
Did that big D at least make you want to braid up her hair one big time? I bet you want to braid. I bet you want to braid some motherfucking hair in.
No. Because I'm coming from the perspective of a neglected black child. I'm coming from the perspective of where my family, my mother's side.
See, this is where we go.
We're foster parents.
Yeah.
They were foster parents to children.
Okay, number one, how does she know that girl is whoever that child is neglected?
Who came from the worst of the worst situations.
So, look, I gotta dig a little bit deep here. So, you went on a date with him, and I guess you slept with him after the date?
Well, he's not, this isn't nothing new. Like, we've been,
So, y'all kind of dated?
Yeah.
So, well, okay.
Yeah.
So, y'all went out, y'all had sex, and then have you seen him since?
I don't think I want to anymore.
You think that was kind of the last time?
Yeah,
I don't think he wants to see her since she didn't braid hair.
See him anymore?
Because the way that he talks to me, and it's not only the way that he talks to me, it's the way that he also talks to his mother.
But
because that's going back to
why is she this involved? She knows how he talks to his mother, braiding. You know what? This silly girl has gotten herself This is not like a casual thing. This woman is all wrapped up in that shit, and she just does not seem to be able to admit it. How does she know all this?
I have no idea.
You know what? I pray for her, and I'm not a praying man. I'm gonna become a praying man for one day. This girl, and she is a girl. The fuck if she doesn't have kids, right?
No.
She has no business being with this guy.
No, hell no.
Damn.
Have.
You know what? And I bet her poor parents have no clue what she's doing. That is the problem. She is out on her own. And you should have asked her when's the last time she talked to her mother.
That would be good, right?
Damn.
Your grandparent.
But how does he talk to you?
He talks to me like any other bitch. Like he talks to his mother like any other bitch. Literally,
His mother's
any
a
other
bitch
bitch.
now?
Not even
Oh,
any other woman. Because last time I checked, I'm not just a bitch.
What
I
the
can be a
fuck do you
bitch, but I'm
find
not a
these people?
bitch on a regular.
You know when the lights out?
When you say he talks to you like a bitch, when you say he talks to you like a bitch, what does that mean? He talks to you like a bitch.
Less than. I am basically
disrespectful manner.
Yeah, not even just a disrespectful manner. Like you see me as a womb to consume your seed.
And that's
To
it.
release. I am a release for you. I am something
Okay,
that
what the
you
fuck
know.
did you think you were? See, this is like, where on earth is this coming from? What was he? You literally just described a big dick. What was he to you? Okay, John, why don't you call this stupidity out? You know, you got what you want. He got what he want. Y'all should not be like listening to mother or son-mother conversations. Get the fuck out when the sun comes up.
Instead, I think you started to see some of like the problems. With
No,
you.
I saw it from the beginning. She's got huge problems. She does not need to be around. Like, she's not ready for a relationship. And I don't know why, but I think that was obvious before you cracked open her clamshell and her fucking saline flavored juice is flowing out. You got a raw oyster and no pearl.
You can. I could find a release with a dildo. Let's be fucking real. Like he could find a release with his hand.
Yeah, but you know what? You were better than a hand. So, ma'am, wham bam, thank you, ma'am.
So what
I'm sorry, a flashlight.
So what are you looking for with him?
Nothing anymore.
But what were you looking for with him initially?
Initially, I was looking for a relationship, and he knew that.
No, he didn't.
But
Yeah,
I was
seriously, he
foolish
did not.
enough
He
to
didn't believe
try
you.
to, just being real. I'm just being honest. I was foolish. No, fuck up, that's it.
John, she has two parents, right? Or did I? Is she talking to? There is no way she could have told her parents and they would have said, well, he has kids. There is no fucking way any responsible parents, even parents emeritus, like when my son is in his 30s, I'll be emeritus. However, there's no way any parent could hear she's not being forthcoming. There's something not right with this story. There's no way even a bad parent would be going, what?
Fuck a big ass dick. I was foolish enough to think that there was gonna be something there.
Man, I'm glad you feel better, John.
He ain't the only big ass dick.
He was real, yeah.
He's the only big ass dick. He's the only big.
Laughing this man life.
I'm gonna be real. He's the only big ass dick in the DMV. But down south, baby, a dime in a dozen. A dime in a dozen.
Holy shit! And she's not drinking. This is she's coming. No, she must be on drugs or something because this gift, whatever she took, the gift she took. Oh my lord!
And then not only that, but
wait, I gotta replay that. That's like that's like fucking exorcist.
He ain't the only big ass dick.
He was real, yeah.
He's the only big ass dick. He's the only big.
Laughing this man life.
I'm gonna be real. He's the only big ass dick in the DMV. But down south, baby, a dime in a dozen. A dime in a dozen.
They all like
and then not only that, but they don't be on that weird shit like these motherfuckers up here are on. We can be honest with each other down south. Up here, y'all want to play games. I don't got time for that. I don't got time for it.
Do you plan on spending the rest of your life in the DMV? Especially if you feel like you can't find somebody.
I don't think so. No. I feel.
Let me stop this. It is that complicated. It's not that complicated until it is. In 8 ways, this shit will get way more complicated. And when you are 32, man or woman, okay, you can't be doing this kind of shit. This is how. Now she has made it all the way to 32 without fucking up. So she's gonna fuck up in her 30s. Oh, it's gonna get complicated. Damn, innate. It's not complicated. Dude is a stud. The dude, motherfucking. She's talking about the dude not plaiting hair, and he talks evil to his mother. She had the magic pussy that was starting to change him. What the fuck are you talking about, innate? Motherfucker, I'm not even from the hood and that shit. Get that happy days bullshit out of here. Magic pussy.
Hey, hold on, Stanley.
There is no magic pussy.
Stanley, honestly, this might be, and we haven't really done reacts. I don't know why we haven't really done reacts to our own shit, but this might be one of the best fucking street interviews. This might be the best.
Well, this last segment, it's got me engaged. And honestly, John, I've had a couple beers, so maybe I shouldn't have, but it hurts me to see from the start of this interview where she was kind of calm and composed and quiet. No wonder her little buddy is standing back. This bitch is out loud and she's out loud and proud now. Okay, innate, son, I know you think you're ghetto, but you ain't black. Okay, let's. I rarely tell you this. Stop the fucking magic pussy and all that fucking white shit. That shit doesn't exist. Especially at 32. By 32, there's no such thing as magic pussy or magic dick. This is not a cartoon, son. This is real life. And you know what? That gosh golly bullshit doesn't work on me. Magic pussy. What the fuck?
Like DMV probably got me like a couple of more years.
Yeah. That's interesting that, are you strictly dealing with people that's from DC, Maryland, or Virginia? Because I feel like DC is such
the ones who are here, they're fuck niggas.
Yeah, I got you. That's
Let's be real.
Figure out
like,
she's like
I dealt with a man from Chicago who is here, fuck nigga. Nigga from New York who is here, fuck nigga. Nigga from Cali, fuck nigga. You know the one from Cali, fuck nigga.
Yeah, okay.
Like
Woo, you let
unfortunately,
it go.
like I wouldn't co-sign no shit if it wasn't true, because like I just don't be co-signing shit that whatever. But it's like, I mean, I obviously don't like.
And this is coming from somebody who don't even date men.
Not even just her, but like I'm speaking from like a perspective of like my friends I know or people I just know in general. It's like
I can't date Kira anymore.
You got to type.
But like I don't clearly
Listen. My type is bald head with a beard, and I don't date them no more. Not
it's just like
yet.
hearing this shit and like even visually seeing it myself is kind of like, oh, well, like even with myself, it's like I've been catcalled so many times. Like I was catcalled one time, like waiting at my metro stop, in fucking Wheaton, Maryland. Because I'm gonna say what the fuck it is. The metro at fucking Wheaton. I'm waiting for my shit, like walking down, and a nigga fucking catcalled me, and I half heard him. Like I had a half hear but in. And this nigga called me a bitch as I'm walking by.
So statistically, right?
It's not like I feel like it's just like
top 3 cities of the cheaters.
Kind of like unpleasant.
Guess what the DMV at?
Where is it?
We in the top 3 of the cheaters in the nation.
Why do you think that is?
Why do you wait?
Why do you
wait? I was gonna say, as a straight man, I'm coming across the
you think you the
prize? Stop. No, because I want to hear him because he hasn't talked. Why do you think that is? And I don't want to hear any excuses personally that has to do with like women be able to like hold their own, because personally me, the shit that I've heard from specifically straight men is that they always complain a woman about being able to have their own. And I feel like it's not even men in the DMV. I feel like it's men, period. And that's like anywhere in the diaspora where we're talking about straight men, whether we're talking about gay men, where we're talking about straight men. It's like, I feel like they all have a certain ideal of how they want to portray themselves and like want their partners to be, that it's like they go searching for shit that they have no business searching
the ones
for.
Here, they're more
like
manipulative.
Or
they're more manipulative.
Like that shit
and
too.
They feel like unfortunately, the women up here, they're more desperate. Because, baby,
I can agree with that as a lesbian woman. I can agree with that as like a lesbian woman. I feel like a lot of them, even like with lesbian women, I feel like they're desperate for that validation of like love and wanting affection from a person.
Because the moment that you meet somebody outside of the DMV, you would never settle. You would never settle. You would never settle. Like
I can agree because I've heard stories from my homies and like my homegirls where like they talk about their shit too, and I'm like,
I had to suck my toes. Like what?
6 years.
6 years. Okay.
I would say 2.
6 years.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like for me, my experience with
normally
women,
within 2 months, I could tell that you're on some bullshit. I'm letting you go. Because women, we have a biological clock that's ticking.
John, let me ask you a question. Does it now at 32, maybe she won't get someone younger?
Mm-hmm.
And she's not like super like supermodel or any sort of model quality. She is competent. She's a handsome woman. So, some 60-year-old like me wouldn't shut her down. But the one thing I'm going to do as a 60-year-old is I'm not motherfucking having your biological clock can go tick with someone else. I'm not having any more kids. Not like, accidents might happen, but, we're going to plan for this. Why does she think a 60-year-old will want more kids?
Well,
especially after they're done raising theirs.
I think what she's willing to accept is having no kids for a trade-off of a man, even if he's 60. That's the
okay. I'm sorry. Now there is Viagra, but you know I'm going to go with this.
Yeah.
I'm not 30. No 60-year-old man. Now, there might be, but like readily accessible. If a 60-year-old can sling dick like that, he's not going to accept her. She's really just very average, if that.
Right,
She's not going to get some. If a 60-year-old is that kind of like, vital and all that stuff, she's not going to be the one.
No. And, that's
not
different.
even as a plaything.
You know what I'm saying? Like, Yeah, you know, you could put it in terms better than I could ever put it in. Hell, I could tell her what his 15-year-old man ain't gonna do, and you can tell him 10 years later he ain't doing it at 60. You're the bad one.
Well, I think she is okay looking, but she's not that. No, dude, if a 60-year-old, and you know, I'm not chopped liver, and I think she's cute, but if she came to me and said my biological clock is ticking, I'll have to sit her down. You know, we're gonna have to go to an expensive restaurant, and I'm gonna send her in an Uber back home.
Yes,
I'll have to let you down over whatever it is you're drinking in this video.
you know, I think this is the other side of the the dating that Universal talks about all the time. You know, on one side you got the men, on the other side is the women, and shit, you know, this makes for real. You know, they both more or less are in conflict with each other, Stanley. If you really think about it, like, you know, where she is in life puts her in conflict with men, and where men are puts them in conflict with her. And there's almost like no path being crossed here. There's no way to reconcile this shit. They're going in different directions, you know.
You know what? I was looking at you know, in Slick Rick, I really appreciate the sentiment. I'm just not about that life anymore. You know, I want someone who reads Alexander Pope. I want a woman who's not, you know, too old and probably not older, a little bit younger, you know, between, let's say 50, 45 would be my floor. More realistic is probably like 50. And I want her to be in shape, like fishing, you know, like books, definitely, have a good sense of humor, and appreciate a porch with a rocking chair or two on them. I'm not fucking clubbing. Accidents happen, and who knows, there might be some super 24-year-old who is a PhD Oxford graduate in fucking, you know, European literature, but probably not. So you know, I know my life, and this young lady who is not unattractive should know hers. She needs to ditch her lesbian friend. Her lesbian friend is gonna get, you know what? I don't. She'll get whatever lesbians get. This woman needs to work on herself, and you know what? Start at the gym.
And don't.
You want to have children? I mean, it's a biological clock. That's what the biological clock is about. It's about children, right?
Mm.
Whatever sales or, you know, whatever.
Mhm.
You want to make it have a value. That's why most people have
Hey.
Yeah, exactly.
But everybody want to hear about
But
the big
thing is,
dick.
but my
Everybody
thing
want to
is,
hear
I
about the
wanna
big
ask
dick.
those people that
Look,
question.
everybody want to hear about the big
The
dick.
big dick is in
Look
Georgia.
at you stroking
The
that.
The big dick is in
You keep
Georgia.
saying
If you
dick,
want
and
to
she keeps
have
clapping.
nothing going for yourself,
Is
no
this
type
gonna
of
go somewhere,
relationship,
John?
yeah, go to Georgia, get dick the fuck down.
Did she say to Georgia?
Down. If you can handle
Oh
the
my
pain,
God.
because most of y'all can't. Y'all, I want a big dick,
Hold
but
on.
you can't even deal with 6.
No. You know what? From BC, from BC, you have to take 95. That's gonna go way east to where I live. You have to come way west to get to me, and I'm not telling you where I live.
Rewind,
Little girl. You know, and like I said, she seems like a nice woman. She just needs some work. And you know what? If her biological clock is ticking, she's 32. 35 should be her target to get her act together. And that, honestly, it means getting out of Howard or wherever is effing her up. It means getting out of these clubs at low o'clock on a Sunday night. Might mean, you know, some monastic behavior, but you know, this is not attractive to a man.
No, it's not.
Like a man of substance. And I think she would be, whatever these morons who think subservient women is a thing. I actually think she is a good person. She just needs to work it out. She'll be good. She'll be okay if, first step, if she has two parents, and I don't know her family background, but call her grandpa overseas. Start since he got deported, call him overseas and get it together, sis. You will be okay, but I think it's going to be a journey.
Inches, baby. They 9+.
Who the fuck is
down in
that?
Georgia? You think it's different down there? The men are different.
Woo! What?
Yeah.
What?
You
What?
should get goddamn
You know how to fix a washing
Rico,
machine?
the rapper Rico.
No, fuck them niggas.
Motherfucker,
We ain't
you
talking about
fix a
them.
washing machine
You know how to
by
fix a
buying a
washing
new
machine?
one.
She depending on what part of the washing
You know, you talking about something depending on? No, I'm talking about all of it.
Hell no.
Exactly. If you know your foundation for your house is cracking, you know what to do to fix it.
Yeah. That's you down there in Georgia.
Yeah, I about to say you don't hire nobody. Up here, y'all hire people.
So you want to have children?
I don't even fucking know anymore.
Really?
That's how bad it is.
When did you come to this realization? Did you think?
Early
You're
20s.
32.
Early 20s.
Early 20s.
Early 20s.
It was that bad dating in the early 20s?
Because I moved up here then.
Okay. Damn. Yeah. Moving here can be a little rough, but I'm a wild motherfucker with it. But you asked me a question earlier.
Unfortunately, y'all don't have skills.
I mean, you asked me a
other
question.
than
You asked me a question.
education, but that's even shaky.
You know, and I talk a lot about education on my panel. There's a lot of educated black men that don't really have.
Period.
They really
And
not.
you
know,
dime out of
in my opinion, they're really not that fucking.
I'm sorry, what?
This may be pretty much wrapping up here. I think that was the best.
Okay, but let me deal with Slick Rick. Slick Rick. Now, this is back maybe in the 70s, but my father's mother, my grandmother, had a wash tub. She had a rubbing board. I think that's what they were called. And she had and these were things they didn't much use anymore, but every now and again she would make us use them. My sister and I, she had a wringer. Like you would crank the clothes through to squeeze out the water. You had the washing, there were washing boards. You rub the clothes on.
Yeah.
You know what? If she, and I had the presence of mind, of course, if she said something like, well, can you fix a washing machine? I'm like, boy, howdy can I? I got a washed up washboard and a fucking hand crank wringer. You're the fix. And I'm not going to use the B word. You know what? If you come down to Georgia, ma'am, that washing board and that tub is probably still in my grandmother's house somewhere. Not my mother's mother in Savannah, like the other house in South Georgia. Yeah, you don't need no washing machine. You are the washing machine. Don't come to Georgia, ma'am. Stay up there with them sedity black people in Howard. This was these two are epic. Hopefully it can just be clipped.
I
This
put a bunch of videos up there already.
you know what? I guess I'll start showing them at some point.
They're
But this is epic, and her little lesbian friend in the dark. You might get there's some curves there, but
It's a little overweight.
you know what? It could be remedied, but I don't think she thinks she's overweight.
I wouldn't be surprised at that.
Look,
That was
she's
pretty good.
wearing that dress.
Good.
All right. Well, where do we go from here? I am at 8:30.
I gotta run too, Stanley.
All right. Well,
See you guys later.
all right. Well, if no one's coming up, this might be a good place to wrap it up. Ooh, 23 people. Holy shit. Where are y'all from? Where do y'all want to go? Who's gonna hit the link? I'm gonna drop the link, and we can go somewhere or not. We can talk or not. I probably have gone past my shelf life, and I'm just gonna drop it here because it goes everywhere. So let's see, panel link. It'll come out as John and me on my channel, and whatever happens on we're also broadcasting this to Kick, I think. All right. I will find a video to show for a few minutes, and then we will be done if no one wants to come up. And I will understand if you don't want to come up. You know, this is a little late and everybody's working. Let's see why the white right is saying empathy. And we're done with that. Oh, look at this. This might be interesting.
For that provision, because the National Building Trades Union is saying that it's the equivalent of terminating more than 1,000 Keystone XL pipeline projects. Is that something that would concern him?
Well, the president spoke on this yesterday in his interview, and he said he understands that legislators want to protect jobs in their communities and in their districts. And so he understands why some of them are against this provision, but he also understands why people want the provision. So again, this is an ongoing deliberation and discussion, and the president is engaged in this very much. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. We've been hearing from White House officials for weeks that you're close on trade deals with a number of countries. Can we get any update on which countries will have deals by the 9th and when there may be any announcements?
I'll let the president and the trade team speak on it.
Can you respond to the CBO estimate that the Senate bill would increase the deficit by nearly $3.3 trillion?
This is one of the most fiscally conservative pieces of legislation that has ever made its way through Capitol Hill. There's $2 trillion in mandatory savings in this bill. And not only that, the projected growth that this bill will bring to our economy. It will be an economic boom. The Council of Economic Advisors has an analysis that shows that the bill will generate $4.1 trillion in economic growth, and it will cut taxes, putting more money back into the American people's pockets. That's why this president wants this bill to pass. And I know he's busy working the phones and doing what he needs to do today to make it happen. So we'll see you all later. Thank you. We'll see you in Florida tomorrow. Thank you.
You know, the one thing about this woman is she does not blink.
And
She is a little bit of a robot, a Stepford wife type robot. But you know, at her young age, she's not even 30. She commands respect, and you know, luckily the president backs her little dumb blonde ass up. So that's a great job. I guarantee you she's going to be president one day. So, Deacon Dave, my standards don't waver. They are on a Stanley scale. And there's some wiggle room. There, it might be a bit of a sliding scale, but it is my scale. It doesn't waver. I just take a lot of things into account. And a woman either meets the standard or they don't. And best part is they don't know. They might win, they might not. Levitt is a soldier. That's not a bad description of her. And she's going to do very well. She is going to wind up. She's going to be the winner out of all of this. And that what's the lady's name? I don't even know her name. The chief of staff. Whatever she's doing. And I assume she's doing something. The women are actually probably running this administration. And Stephen Miller, he's like a woman. Yeah. He can give side eye like a woman, I bet. So anyway, no one's hitting the link, and I'm kind of sad about that. You know, I could go another hour or two, but so we go. I am a difficult person, and we will be done here shortly. Damn. So everyone, make sure you hit the like buttons. Please make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Please make sure you subscribe also to the Urban Landlord Clips channel. That is places where people who don't like Stanley, that is their safe space. They don't have to see me there. My show doesn't stream there. It is John Galt pure. You can get that pure John Galt experience without any abrasive Stanley cold water treatment, bringing you morons back to reality. That's my role. So please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. If you subscribe to the to the Urban Landlords Clip channel, you need to understand that the Stanley Cross channel is not a safe space. Please bear that in mind. So we go. Please make sure you support the host. Someone mentioned Bud Light or something like that. So every now and again, support your host. Bud Light's my brand, but I also have all these newspaper subscriptions and Substack subscriptions, and all of a sudden, I forgot to mention this. We pay for our email domain. The hosts do. So you know what? It is a labor of love, but help a brother out. You know, if you like pithy dad jokes and ridiculous trying to fit in with the young folks jokes, you've come to the right channel. Stanley versus the world. And Portia, a daughter, if I had a daughter, she would be, my model of a daughter. She is the executive producer, and someone complained about me yesterday on her show in her chat, and she just chuckled and went, "Oh, you poor boy." It was so sad for that person who is well known. Even I kind of felt bad. I'm like, well, maybe I'd have just slink out of the chat and let this man be a man. Or she just fucking stuck a fork in him. It's like, hey, you know what? You're not quite done. Go back into the roaster, and maybe you'll come out a man once you're done. So, all right. Well, no one's coming up to chat. I cannot get anyone up to chat. It is going to be sad. Levitt is a soldier. Any last words, Dave, since you're down in the chat? Damn. Brave is live. Okay, well, y'all go over there. Have fun. Chaotic is live. Go over there and have fun. I unsubscribe. See, this is the other thing. Now that you're here, Slick, and you want to talk shit, I was in Brave's chat because it got served up. I unsubscribed from his channel, so the algorithm needs to shake that bottom feeder out of its hair. Oh, well, good for them. I unsubscribe from Brave's channel. If I show up in the chat, I show up, but I subscribed to Brave's chat for quite some time, Brave's channel for quite some time. Hasn't quite worked its way out of my algorithm. And I also realize every time I go over there, it kind of gets inserted into it. But honestly, I'm pretty much done. Probably the only reason I go over there, Chaotic was over there. That was one of the reasons. But Brave has his own thing going on. I don't do racists, and I pretty much, so we go. So let's see what Chaotic is doing. I bet it's probably something that'll disgust me, but now I'm curious. Or y'all just go over there. Fuck. Why do I have to watch this? let's see here. Guess I could do it there, but I'm not going to. And I actually am getting tired. Was Egypt built by what? Was Egypt white Europeans built Egypt? That's why I celebrate white. Oh, is it white? Is June White History Month? Hmm.
And so when whites are saying, hold on, chill, let me finish.
Oh,
I'm
AP Listener was over here a couple days ago,
And so
and I was
and
kind
so
of
what
honored
whites are
that you
saying
came
is
up.
that if you don't
You know,
like
she and
us,
I
you think
we
we're
like
all
each other,
racist
but
and we're
you know,
treating you
we are
horribly,
salt
just
and
let
salt
us
and
be.
something.
Let us go out, establish our own country, our own states for ourselves, and we let you be.
No, just let us have our
Hey.
neighborhoods.
And I totally understand what you're saying, AP. But once again, just like I told you, I'm an American. I never sat up here and complained about white people. Every time I see these
You
same
can't
two,
say that you're an American because
I
America
am an
was built
American.
by
I was
white.
born
Hold
here.
on, chill,
No. America was not just born. Hold on.
Yeah.
No, AP, don't tell that lie. America was not just built by white people.
Yeah.
America was built by
Yeah.
America was built by amalgamation of people. There was Asians, there was blacks, there was other races. It wasn't just okay. Then so let me ask you this. So hold on. So let me ask you this. No. So let me ask you this then, AP. When they came over here, once
bunch of tribes.
So what history? They didn't build this country by themselves.
Just most of
They didn't build this country by the. Okay, then, hold on. No. Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
Let me ask. No. You ask your question. Let me ask this. Why is it that when whites came over here all by themselves?
Fred.
Hold on. Why is it that when whites came over here all by themselves, they had no slaves, they had nobody? It was.
Well, Fred, you might have missed a good show this morning. SKC and I kind of kibitzed back and forth and got off on books. So good to see you. You know what? As a matter of fact, you did send me something, and I did watch it. Apparently, it wasn't memorable. Let's see here. All right. Well, apparently no one is going to. Oh, you know what? We're going to watch this, folks. I knew it. God damn it. Hold on one sec. Fred, thank you for coming up here. Now we get to annoy some motherfuckers. Haven't seen you in a few days. Good to see you, Fred. We're going to watch this, folks. This is going to be cool. And I hadn't thought of a way to fit this in. And I'm going to irritate some folks by bringing up the screen. I'm going to drop the link. If anyone wants to come up, they can. And this is only an hour or so. Interesting. All right. Like here. Well, you know what? I don't know that much about Glenn Ford. I know who he is, but have never really done much. So let's see what and again, this is thanks to Fred. Freddy 3. Fred is what I call him. And a fan of Glenn Ford. Let's see what we got. And I like Jared. Never met him, but a pretty cool guy. I've actually been a member of that channel before. It's just a little not my cup of tea, but they always have decent content.
I'm Jared Ball, happy to be your host. Big shout out to Carlos at Deculturation for hosting this conversation and more that we had on his platform last night. The link to the whole thing is in the show description. This is a relatively short excerpt of a very long and fun conversation that we had. And with his permission, I wanted to highlight and share just a clip of it, a section of it, as a commemoration to Glenn Ford and his brilliant analysis, but also to the shortcomings of the white liberal left, and also as a shout out commemorative to the fun that I think we all had on Deculturation last night. So again, salute to Carlos. Please check his platform, subscribe over there, and definitely see the entire discussion we had and his previous debate with Sam Cedar and Emma Vigland more recently, and all these other conversations that he's having over there, and some of which will end up
Well, you know what? It's good to see Jared with a loose connection to to Sam Cedar. Sam Cedar is kind of actually more my speed, at least kind of temperamentally. He's older, and Jared's in his 50s. So, we aren't all young. And, old men find ways to, excuse me. Really interesting. Shaped your politics. Interesting. Oh, you don't think they'll ever? So it's you know what? Well, then I tend to understand Sam Cedar, as you might expect, Fred. Just you'll probably just laugh, but Jared Ball's a little bit more of a weirdling to me. Sam Cedar is not. Well, number one, he's not a black radical, and I don't think Jared Ball is a black radical. I think Jared Ball is probably like an old school Marxist. However, that is a nice man cave he's got there. So I'm not gonna fuss at him about it, but idealism is pretty much what I have to say. And I like Dr. Ball, but I think Marx is a good critique of capitalism, but I think it's horrible outside of a critique.
over here sooner than later. So this commemorative look at a classic debate discussion between Sam Cedar and Glenn Ford, still so relevant today. And again, also a lot of fun. So again, salute to Carlos, rest in power to Glenn, and peace to you, only because we know you're willing to fight for it, as Fred Hampton
Sam
used to
Cedar,
say. And I'll catch
no
you
good
next time.
wishes
Enjoy.
for you.
And so,
Oh,
can you
this
tell
is
me
an
like
old one.
what?
I'm sorry to
what
cut
the
it
best
again, but is
outcomes
there
from a
like
left
is there an editor? Like I would even put in money. I would put $5. I got $5 on an editor who would go back and find all of these
Yeah, this
clips
isn't
of all
gonna
of
be
these
my cup
people
of tea.
from what is this,
This is like
2007, 2008 to
this
2024.
isn't doing it for me already.
With this exact same, there's got to be like a supercut that could be made of this exact. Look, which is going to give us the most likely? It's either Romney or Obama. It's either, that's all we had. Which is going to give more likely room for the left? What did he say for the left? Did he actually say the left or liberal?
It's gonna get worse. Yeah, for the left.
Wow.
Bro.
All right, my
Yeah.
bad. Go ahead. All right.
No, and this is from 2012, I believe, right? Yeah. So,
This is 2012. So this is after. Wait, this is after 4 years already.
This is after 4 years.
Holy
Dr. Ball, after 4 years.
For some reason, I thought this was before the first one. My bad. Go ahead. Yeah,
because it's so ridiculous. Because it's so
Yeah.
preposterous. That's why. Unless they re-uploaded, later on. But
Right,
12 years ago.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
No excuse. All right.
Perspective would be. And then
the best outcome for a left perspective would be for there to be a left that acts like it's alive. The worst outcome from a left perspective is for the left to remain quiescent, dormant, looking quite dead. That would be the best outcome. What happens in the future will depend upon resistance to these two corporate parties. Nothing good comes out of either one of these formations, which answer to the same corporate masters.
Well, now from my perspective, just observing what has taken place over the past decade, let's say, that one of the things that I found during the Bush, or that I have sort of come to perceive in retrospect during the Bush administration, was that the left, in some ways, was subsumed by subsumed in some ways by sort of partisan opposition. And one of the things that I think that the Obama presidency has done is to at least stake out what is a genuine left position versus what is a partisan position. And frankly,
you mean an anti-war movement as opposed to an anti-Republican war movement? Is that what
indeed,
you mean?
and I'm and both also on and particularly on economic terms. I mean, the most relevant.
Well, I have to make a point here. That is actually a really good point Glenn Ford makes. Even the progressive left is split between those who are more anti-Republican versus more who are anti-normie Democrat. So that's an astute point. And I would say Sam Cedar is more on the left that is anti-Democrat. Oh, by the way, as am I. I think MAGA in particular is way worse than normie Democrats. Normie Democrats have a problem, but they're not cruel. They may be doddering old fools, and half of them, need to be put out to pasture, but they're not Trump.
Arguments I've had about why Social Security should not be cut have been with people who 6 years ago we were both arguing against President Bush's attempt to cut Social Security, to privatize it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm curious as to your perspective on that.
Well, there is no question that broadly speaking, the Occupy movement changed the conversation. That is, we had Obama and his Democrats speaking austerity, and of course.
Okay, and let me talk about it, and maybe I'm wrong. In the end, and this is some years ago, the Occupy movement, the only thing the Occupy movement did was create Tim Pool. Other than that, it did nothing.
The Republicans speaking austerity, and the voice that interrupted that dialogue of the same was the Occupy movement, and you are correct. For that kind of principled kind of dissent to arise under a Democratic administration, as not masking itself as something else under Republicans, and not a move on kind of opposition that gets torn down and dismantled as soon as the Democrats in power. That is a good thing. That is cause for hope. Let's get some more of the same. Well, but you seem to be saying then that the best chemistry for that kind of actual principled opposition is under a Democrat as opposed to a Republican.
I mean, I tend to believe that. I mean, because I saw 8 years of Bush, and the choices we had at the end of the day, essentially, in terms of by the time we get to January in the primary in 2000, I guess 8, is Edwards, Clinton, and Obama. Now, I was an Edwards supporter at that time, and he didn't make it past, I think it was January or February, and putting aside the implications of what would have come about had he made it beyond that, the choice, it seems to me that this rightward lurch, and to be sure, it wasn't just under it was handmaiden by Clinton and of course
who you also
Reagan,
told us
and
to
even
vote for.
arguably Carter before that.
What's up, Trey? You
Hey,
there?
what's going on, man? Hey, can you hear me now?
I can.
Yeah, I'm back in civilization.
Where'd you go?
Oh man, I'm up in Canada.
Oh, Canada isn't civil. You must have gone to the North Country.
I'm in Alberta.
We out in a that Alberta's that's kind of luxurious, isn't it?
I was out in the middle of nowhere, Alberta.
Well, at least this time of the year is warm.
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness, what the heck is going on here?
So, did you go camping, fishing?
I'm working, man.
Oh, in Canada?
Yeah, man. I
What are you, a
work,
logger?
man. No, man. I deliver things, man.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, deliver
Well,
things all over the U.S. and Canada.
Well, you know what? Actually, that's kind of a dream job if you like driving. I hate driving. So
No, this is my last job. I work.
Really?
Oh yeah, I only did this just supporting the wife. I'm done. October, I'm
Gotta
done.
do it.
But yeah, you had questions for me before, and
You know what?
I was in.
I don't remember what they are.
Okay.
This is a very
'Cause
situational show.
Because I think I had put shaking my head to like you and SKC discussing Bomb Cherry.
You know what? I don't have any problems with her. I mean, I know. Well, hold on now. I've never, other than, and this is like over a year ago that I've actually, because she came up. John invited her over, and it happened that Portia was doing a show, and Bomb Cherry came up. As you can imagine, Portia's a tad conservative, and Bomb Cherry is not. And they started getting spirited, and I was in the chat, and you know what, Portia's, I don't want to sound all young and shit, but you know what, it's simply not going to happen. If I have to step in, and I did ask Portia, do you need me to step in, because I'll shut the shit down, and I have fun doing it.
No, I don't have any issue with Bomb Cherry. I mean, she's comedy to me. Bomb Cherry is pure comedy. I'm welcome
Well,
over
yeah,
her
you know
panel.
what? Okay, then you and I agree. I think she's probably a nice person. She's had a very colorful life.
She's a soldier, so I let her alone because she's a soldier.
I don't even know what that means.
She's a veteran.
A what? Oh,
she's a veteran.
That's right. She is in Army. Yeah, I'm Navy.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
but I mean,
I let her.
Maybe that's why she's so spirited. She's used to, like, if you had some responsibility, you get sure of yourself.
Yeah, Mrs. MBD would say otherwise. She lit their panel up.
I'm sure she is, and quite honestly, she's a saint. I just know it. I don't even. She is a saint.
Yeah, she lit their panel up, and yeah, that was pure comedy. The queens were quite mad over there.
Which one?
Oh man, God, I don't know them other women on Bomb Cherry panel. I mean, I go over there, I associate with Bomb Cherry.
You know what?
That's it.
I'll be honest. It is okay. Now, Bomb Cherry will hear this. Maybe she doesn't know who I am. She knows who I am in a chat and all that, but I don't think she's ever been to this show. Now, it's a fucking witch's coven over there. I would never be silly enough.
That shit was wild. But they were mad at her for platforming me, because I wasn't like I am over here with y'all trolling. I was just all nice, respectful. They didn't like what I had to say, because
SKC probably has the best take, and I'll just say he's smarter than I am. He's a lot more. I think he's. This show is not even a year old, so I'm still kind of feeling my way into it. SKC's an old hand, and you know what? He doesn't take that shit seriously. And
Nah.
he and I
I'm nice
talked.
to the ladies.
Huh?
I'm nice to the ladies over there. Now, if it was a panel full of like, a Freezy panel or a Psychopatheist panel, then I'd let them have it.
Well, I like Freezy. I like being in his chat. So, but why were they mean? Why were they? You have to go into this. You were nice, but they attacked Mrs. NBD.
Well, she's a white Latina.
So what?
With better hair than them, and an afro, a blonde
Now,
afro.
who brought up the hair first?
Oh, they did. They knew she was Dominican, so they think, she's like, Afro Latina. She's like, I'm white as can be. The fuck is wrong with y'all? No fucking such thing as no Afro Latina.
Well, you know what? The one thing that I can say that's consistent in this, the Negro verse or the John Galt verse or whatever the fuck this is, y'all are racist as fuck.
John, I don't consider John racist.
John Galt is like racist as fuck. Well, I call him an anti-black. That motherfucker has no use for black folks.
If you think John Gold is racist, I am way worse than John Gold.
I think he is anti-black racist. And
I don't.
This is something I've not said to him.
I don't see it. He actually gave, those like weird.
You do not understand what anti-black is. The first thing that gives me a clue is when he goes, the blacks are doing this or the blacks are doing that. Yeah, that is separation.
It's better than
that is separation from the people you're talking about. And that's the first hint. That is not the only reason I think that.
But isn't it better than the chimps or the bonobos?
Well, you know what? If he said that, then I wouldn't have to guess or even wait. Like, you know what? You might say the blacks, and then you might say something other that would convince me you're not a racist. Maybe John should make it easier and just call them chimps, and then it would make it easier for me. I think he's a racist. I have. This isn't a guess. I've known John for over a year. I've known him since the CT days. The motherfucker's a racist. So, and you know what? Some of my best friends are racists.
But I wouldn't call it like racist. Like I don't call myself racist. I'm not I don't, because I have a lot of, melanated friends. Like I am true to what Martin said. Even though I'm not a follower of Martin, I think Martin, he was a very good communist.
Comedian Martin Lawrence?
No, Martin Luther King. He was a very good communist. But what I respect from him was his words.
You are not as good a historian as his biographer, John Ike, and he doesn't think he was a racist, or you know what, he couldn't prove it. So you are not.
I don't think he was a racist.
Your opinion is your opinion.
No, but I'm saying I truly rock with what Martin said. Judge everybody by the content of their character.
I don't care. What do I care about his politics?
No, I'm saying not politics, ideology, judging.
Communist. He was like an enemy of the state. It's politics.
No. I'm talking about his ideology of judge people by the content of their character.
You know what? And you open all kinds of more cans of worms. Most people in America have horrible character. I'd rather judge them by the color of their skin because their character is worse than the racism.
But that's pattern recognition. Now, it's like if you see...
No. Here's what we're not going to do. Don't bring that pattern recognition bullshit over here. How
But
about
you just said
explain?
you just said you do
No,
it.
no, 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 no. This is not hood conservative. This is not Black Crow. We talk English over here, and we don't talk algorithms.
Okay, there's no algorithm. Here's the thing, Stanley, and
Pattern
you know
recognition.
I'll put it in layman's terms, bro.
Oh,
If
dude.
three, if
Well, wait.
three
Let me
young,
put it to you this way. I'm not a layman. I know more about this shit than you do.
okay, Stanley, sure. Here's the thing:
Well,
if three,
call it
if
human nature.
if three young FBA chimps, whatever you want to call them, with shiesties on, pants sagging down, mop heads come walking down the street, me and Mrs. MBD are going to cross to the other side of the road.
Well, because you're scared, and she's telling you to cross the road, right?
No.
No.
It's
That's a pattern
scared.
recognition.
Stanley,
I'm doing pattern
did you
recognition.
did you
Mrs.
protect your late
NBD
wife?
Mrs.
Did you protect your
NBD is
late
going
wife?
to protect Trey. She needs
Did
her
you
man safe.
did you protect your late wife? And did you take her into the worst areas of wherever you were stationed at?
I wasn't married in the military. I met her a decade after I was in the military.
Okay, some of the worst areas you've been stationed at. Would you take her to those areas
I
and
was
be like,
never
oh yeah,
stationed in bad areas. I was in Norfolk and Newport, Rhode
oh
Island.
come on, bro. Oh, Norfolk, Virginia.
Yeah.
That's where I'm from, bro. I'm from P-Town.
Oh, really? Oh, well, you're lucky. Norfolk's
Okay,
awesome.
now, would you take her down the high street?
Nava is how I should be pronouncing it, right?
I don't care how you pronounce it. I'm from P-Town. Now, would you take her over to High Street or
Well, I know
Effingham?
right where P-Town is.
Would you take her over to High Street or Effingham Street in the middle of the night and be like, "Hey, honey, let's just go stroll
Look, I
down the
live
street"?
right down. I live down on Colonial and Graydon, right on that corner. There's a building there. It is ground floor. It's a 900 square foot condominium. That was my Norfolk there in the ship. So
Okay, that was Norfolk, not Portsmouth.
Would I walk from Colonial? Hold on now. I would walk from Colonial and Graydon down to the College Street Cantina? Is it still there? I don't know.
But you wouldn't go down to Tidewater Park.
I've done it many times.
But you wouldn't come over to P-Town and take your wife through Washington Park, J-Dub, Lincoln Park, London Oaks, all those spots, man.
Hold on a sec, because John's gonna get. You know what? I've been to P-Town in plenty of times because there's a Sema over there. There's there's reasons that if you have crypto equipment, I used to go over there, not often but often enough. There was a club over there. I don't even remember what it was called. I've been over there with my cousin who was in the Navy too, and a girlfriend. I know P-Town. One of my best friends is from Portsmouth, so I know it, but not as well as downtown. But downtown, Ghent is where I lived. I never thought. I mean, shit, Ghent was where I lived. Everything I needed.
You lived in Ghent? Oh my God, bro! You lived in like the nicest part of Norfolk.
Colonial.
I know.
Grady.
I know. I dated a chick that lived in Ghent, bro.
I lived within walking distance of the Chrysler. What was it? Chrysler? Is it the museum?
Yeah, Chrysler Museum.
Auditorium and stuff. Shit, I saw Cab Calloway at the Chrysler Museum.
Oh my goodness, bro! You lived in Ghent.
Motherfucker! I lived down on Colonial and Graydon. I could walk.
I know.
Down there.
I know it's fair, but I said, bro, you had nothing. You had no issues going.
Nope.
You ever go over to Tidewater Park, Ruffin Street, all them spots?
Why would I do
over
that?
to Azalea Gardens? That's what. Because you're a pattern recognitionist.
No, motherfucker! I like where I live, dude. I didn't grow up in the hood. I have no pattern recognition, and you know what? Now I may learn a lesson, but I have dated a hood chick, but she was from Savannah, and I lived in Savannah, and you know what? Yamacraw wasn't the hood. It was a hood, but it was a Savannah hood. and we're
Yeah.
pretty genteel down there.
Yeah, I just say, man, you want to know parts of P Town, bro. But
I don't care
you
about
tell it.
P-Town.
But
This
you're
is what's
telling
up.
me. But
You
you're
know what?
telling me
You go ahead
like
and
I
share.
know the people I grew up with, bro.
Well,
I
cool.
knew. But here's the thing: I don't want to be around them. I don't want to
Well,
associate
that's
with them.
nice.
I'm on a different plane than them. Like it was comedy to me hearing, you and SKC talk about going over to those people and actually trying to rationalize with them. And you even suggested that you could bring those people up through books and literature somehow.
I'm sorry, I was talking to my son.
No,
No,
it's all
you know
good.
what? What on earth? Look, if I come across those people, sure, you know what? I'll treat them like human beings. That girl that was in John's interview, she didn't look hood to me.
Oh, I'm not. I don't consider them human.
Oh my
In the
lord!
chat. That's why I told
Wait,
John I
hold
wouldn't
on.
even.
Who is them?
Those women, they don't even exist in my universe. Like if I
Black
saw
women?
those women, even the little white thing that was with them, they don't exist in my universe. White liberal, black liberal, American women, like American like liberal women, like freaking Western women, high, strong, independent, all that stuff.
Okay, well,
They don't exist in my
Trey,
universe.
Trey, you need to tell me about your universe because they even exist in mine.
I don't deal with them, bro. I don't. Why should
Well,
I?
well, you're kind of like me, but I mean, they exist, right?
Why would I deal with them? I live in a very conservative area. I don't. I
But
live
let
out in the
me
cut.
ask you,
I don't deal with liberals. I don't deal with black females that are on that liberal shit.
understood. That is understood. Now take a deep breath and hear what I'm going to ask you. You do stop dancing like an NBD. You do realize that in your life between now and your end, you might run into people like this.
Bro, I won't be. I won't be around, bro. I have
Where are you
house
going?
in the Cutting. I have house in the Cutting, Texas, and I have house in the Campo in Honduras, bro. I don't deal with those people. I have nothing to do with them. Those women, bro. I feel for John Galt. I'm like, man, we need an intervention for John Galt. Why is he talking to those
Why?
women?
He wants to live there.
Man, we need to kidnap John Galt and get him out that spot. Get him with some
I
real
don't.
women.
John
Get
Galt
that.
is a 50. John Galt is a 50-year-old man. Why would I be bothered with saving someone who's doing pretty well?
The nigga the same age as me. He needs intervention. Like he needs something like that little
No, he
Asian
doesn't.
chick that was, or Hispanic chick that was cutting up the fish that you and SKC was watching. That's what John Galt needs. He don't need no like
Stop caring about John Galt.
what
John Galt is going to outlast all of us.
man, what was that? What was that gorilla looking thing he was talking to? I know it was a gorilla looking thing, the big fat gay chick talking all the woke nonsense, and the
Okay,
little white
I
thing,
don't know.
non-binary. I don't know what they were talking about.
You know what? They were decent looking women.
Bro, you call that decent? Are you a
Yeah,
boomer or Gen X, Stanley?
Gen X, but I'm right at 19.
Nah,
But let me also
you a
tell you
boomer,
this.
bro. You a
Let me
boomer,
tell you.
man.
You know what? Call me a boomer. Let me make one point. You're not married to a supermodel, so you might want to be a little more humble.
How do you know what either of my wives look like, Stanley?
Okay, you know what? I know you. I hear what you're saying, and they're probably
How,
taller than you. I bet they're taller than you are, even without
how,
heels.
no, I don't deal with tall women,
I
bro.
bet they are. I
Tall's not
bet
my
they
thing.
are taller. They are
Nah.
taller, and I did make the comment when
Well,
you're
I will say this. Let me think. When my Honduran chick puts on them 9-inch platforms, yeah, she might be about an inch taller than me when she puts on the 9-inch platforms.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, I like, she like to dance for me and shit with the 9-inch platforms on. So I like those.
She hasn't ground those 9-inch heels into your groin yet, has she?
Platforms, bro. No stilettos.
What did I say? Oh, well, she hasn't stomped you in the
She,
groin yet, has she?
She wouldn't do that, man. You know, I'm not like y'all, man. I get. Oh, see, you weren't over on hoods yesterday, bro. What you
Dude,
got to
I
have is
hadn't been over
compliance,
on
bro.
hoods in a while.
You got to have compliance from your women, bro. Notice I say plural. And look, man, John Galt needs an intervention, man. I just want to run up on John Galt and
Well,
kidnap him
you know
and be
what?
like, my nigga, don't you ever post on YouTube talking to no gorilla looking chick like that again, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you, John? Up there
You
giving
know,
that gorilla
here's
airspace.
what I think. I think you and Hood Conservative need to do the intervention. What you need to do is put it up on YouTube on John Galt's channel. And not Hood Conservative, SKC and I will sit here and we will react to it.
No, this is my lane. That's my lane, man.
There's
Like
gonna be a
all that.
whole lot of N-words. There's gonna be a whole lot of N-words flying around.
Man, I'm glad I lost signal. When I just kept I lost signal, so I was just like, I was getting sick to my stomach. Platform that gorilla.
God, that wasn't. Oh, come on, my lord! Your
Bro, that chick
standards
looked like a
are
straight
high.
gorilla.
All right, well, I disagree, but you know what?
Man,
I am a normal black man who has kind of pedestrian taste. You are bottle service. I am
bro,
sit at the bar and
I
have a
don't.
cheap beer.
That's creepy, man. I don't deal with like black women. I don't even deal with foreign black women anymore, man. It's just too creepy.
Really?
And plus, man, I got two beautiful Latinas, man. I don't need that. I'm done. I'm retired. I got two beautiful Latina wives. Like, unless they want a third one, but she got to be like Latina, like,
What?
Middle Eastern, something like that.
Well, I think it's so cool that you have found your brand of wife. I just think any woman who tickles my fancy is good enough. So you and Clue and Blackbird, y'all can get together and be your own little murder of crows who like
No,
white.
man, they no,
They
they
probably
their own man, bro.
those white women probably like put out like pillows. They put out food for you. You fly in. They pet you on the head and then go, "Ooh, Black Crow, you're so cute." And then they go in and back to whatever it is they do.
Yeah, I don't deal with like a white woman would never get let up into the circle. I mean, I rock with them all day. I'm cool with white women, but I don't want to deal with no white American woman. She'd have to be like Argentinian or Uruguayan.
My lord.
I need him like full. I need him full Nazi, bro. I need him related to like freaking Goebbels, bro.
Not
Damn right.
Goebbels' great granddaughter.
Damn right.
Heidi Goebbels.
Man, they better come as Aryan as can be, bro.
Jesus, man. Well,
because here's the thing, man. I want to make sure any woman that joins the team has never fucked with niggas before. I love the only kind of white women I deal with are racist as fuck, bro.
Yeah, I've met your type before, or heard your type before. Sam I am. He's a guy who.
No, white women, bro. White women, not white men.
He literally said, and I didn't even know this existed until about maybe 8 months ago. We were on a panel and we'd all had a couple beers and he was like, nah, if I date a white woman and she has dated a black man before, he won't fuck with her. And
I didn't say black man. I said niggas, bro.
You know what? In a racist like yourself, what's the difference?
There's a huge difference, bro. Like some good guys like SKC, SKC, Stormcrow, even yourself, y'all still consider yourselves black men. But I don't go by that black. I don't go by that Marxist nomenclature, man. I'm a mutt. I just have both my parents happen to be dark skinned, but the rest of my family's all light because they're all mixed up.
And
so I'm a mutt. I got don't care, bro. I don't care about the skin color shit. We're all shades of wheat, homie. All of us are shades of wheat.
I think being from South Georgia, I kind of know this. However, you know what? I haven't even bothered taking like a 23andMe because I don't give a fuck.
Don't do that, bro. Don't give the commies your freaking DNA.
Well, no. Let me finish my story. The reason I haven't done it isn't because I think they're commies. It's because I don't care. I'm me. And
there you go, bro.
We as a family, like I come from, dude, I probably come from a family that's too stable.
I'm an American man. Are you an American man?
You know what? I am. And
I'm
like you have served our American military. There's never a doubt about whether I'm American or not. Now,
not as far as your patriotism, as far as like your designation of what you are as a man. Because me, I have American pride. I don't have any pride in my skin color. I was born with it. Ain't shit. There's no change, nothing whatsoever could have been done. I came out this way. So I have no pride in that. That does nothing for me.
I kind of get. I just don't like dumb people. So that's my first criteria. If you're dumb.
So why do you want to save the crew over on Freezy, man?
I don't. I said I enjoy it.
Okay.
I like being in their chat. I don't.
So
I'm not. My job is not saving grown people. That's why I think an intervention with John Galt is ridiculous. That's
okay. So when I came to the panel and Deacon Dave dropped the link, I came when I got some signal. I chimed in. First thing I heard was you saying that Freezy gave Hoodservative that work.
Oh, Hoodservative. Well, Hoodservative's kind of weak. His arguments are fucking like saggy pants weak. Hoodservative really isn't that bright.
Bro, I think you have a personal issue against Hood because
no, I think I didn't talk to Hoodservative. I was in the chat. I heard him talk to a completely different group of people, and I'm just in the chat. I wasn't up there.
Okay, so typical. So here's the thing, Stanley.
Freezy took his flaccid argument. Look, Hoodservative he's not a good arguer.
Okay, what's the point? What point did Freezy destroy?
Motherfucker, I didn't record it. Go back and find the show. I just enjoyed seeing Freezy because look, Hoodservative, half of SKC does it too, and I think that Hoodservative learned it from SKC. They pretend they're stupid. It's almost like a rhetorical version of playing dead, and then they wait for their opponent to make a mistake. Then they spring to life and start taking care, start exploiting any rhetorical mistakes. Except I'm not one of those. You're not dead until I kill you.
Well, here's the thing. Based on what you and SKC said earlier,
what I need you to do is let me finish because part of this is me shitting on Hoodservative because you brought him up. Let me just shit on him some more.
That's my boy. So I'm curious. Like, why speak on his talking points, man?
That's what. Fuck his talking points. Who pays attention to his talking points?
So you just don't like him as a man. Man on man, you don't like Hoodservative.
I think Hoodservative's a good person. I think he struggles.
With what?
I think some woman hurt him, and he's working hard to
stay
afloat. Well, that's
God damn it! You need the intervention too with John Gold. Both of y'all need to be lassoed up, took out to freaking Epstein Island, and locked up with like 10 bad Latinas. Take y'all to Medellin, Colombia, and just kidnap y'all.
I don't think you. if you and Hoodservative formed a posse, the both of you together aren't man enough.
Intervention, bro. A positive intervention, bro.
I don't need that lame ass. I can't handle a black woman energy.
Why would you want to handle? Why would you want to handle a woman, bro? Why do you need to handle a woman, Stanley?
Some black woman fucking punctured Hood Servative's ego, and he has been rolling around like a deflated balloon in the wind for quite some time.
I would say Hood hurt you, bro. The way it sounds, you sounded like Freezy when Freezy had to keep dropping him. Hood was dropping too many bombs, so Freezy had to drop him.
Let me put it to you this way: Hood Servative hasn't been on my show. I have not been in his chat or show. Let's call it a rapprochement, because the dude can't handle brutality. He wants a fucking Betty Crocker plate of cookies, sort of treat him like some celebrity. And Hood Servative is a moron.
Okay, so let's move on from the HDS.
What you're gonna do is let me finish my critique. Hood Servative is soft.
I'll mute up, man. While you on your diatribe, go for it, bro. I'll mute up.
Oh, I'm done now. Hood Servative is soft, and some black woman hurt him, and he's yet to recover.
What is a black woman, bro?
He has literally built
diatribe
a
continues.
whole channel. Well, it's not a diatribe as much as a clinical diagnosis of his problems. The motherfucker needs a psychiatrist.
Do you think the woman that hurt him passed the paper bag test?
I don't get.
Or was she more like Rachel Dolezal?
Whoa! Why would I care about all that? All I care about is the bro is hurt.
Because you said a black woman. I need to. Can you do? What is a woman, Stanley?
It was a black woman. Well, maybe it was a white woman. You tell me. You know more about it. What'd you say?
I don't know, man.
Did you say he's your boy?
No, man. That's my ace Boone Coon, bro.
Well, then, motherfucker, you know about your Boone Coon more than I do.
Okay, so yeah, all right.
I'm sorry.
So
I just assumed that he hated black women because some black woman had hurt him. So let's just say a woman fucking burst his balloon, and he's been flapping in the wind ever since. And he's got a little band of fucking merry misogynists who are like clapping every time he says something evil about a woman.
Bro, I swear you're a boomer, man. You're using boomer language.
You know what? Goddamn it! As long as it comes out in translation, it's good enough.
All right, so let's move on from hood derangement syndrome.
Wait, let's look at the chat because I had no clue. I thought you hurt Clue's feelings.
Hey, about the books though.
Hey, Snowman, there is nothing wrong with a woman wanting to make you cookies. You just shouldn't eat too many of them. They're fattening.
Oh man, Snowman, get you another one. Snowman, get you another redhead. Join the polygyny bros, bro. Hashtag polygyny bros.
Polygyny.
Yeah, I'm gonna blow this hashtag up, Stanley. Watch me. I'm calling it on your show, man. I'm gonna blow it up.
The world can use a boost.
I'm gonna boost it up, man. Your channel, Polygyny Bros, where I'm introducing the hashtag. But I just where you and SKC agreed, I was quite, I wasn't surprised, but I kind of like knew that's you and SKC's agreement.
I'm sorry.
No. I'm talking about the books, the literary stuff.
I've known SKC for years.
Likewise.
I didn't meet him even on YouTube. It was a friend's Discord. So, I've known him for a bit. So, what's wrong? Now, are you going to fuss at people who read books too?
No, I read different books. No, not about the books. I was just listening to the books you all described, and how you spoke about, books and stuff like that. I know a little bit about that officer stuff in the Army. And
well, this wasn't officer stuff. This was like high school,
No, you said your commander when you was an officer. He wanted to know about the books you were reading.
I was the equivalent of your Army captain.
It's hard to hear you, Stanley.
Oh, you know what? I'm wearing earbuds, and I'm used to them being the microphone too. Yeah, I was in '03. I was only in 5 years.
Got you. Yeah. Well, yeah, not long story short. I got out, I was in '02 when I couldn't go special
Good for you.
forces for, yeah, but then I went back in and enlisted because I started out enlisted,
They
went
let
officer, I
you
couldn't
do
go.
that?
Yeah, I just resigned my commission.
And they let you back in enlisted?
Yeah. And I just
Oh
did it to get my
wow.
master's. I did it to get my master's because I was already enlisted. I was 11
Oh,
Bravos infantry.
you must have. So you didn't go active. You went like reserve or
No, no, no.
something like.
I was active. I was active. And then I was reserve. I was about to pick up captain in the reserves, and I needed to get my master's degree paid for. But I was still married to, a highly melanated shade of wheat woman, who act kind of crazy. So I didn't want to do the officer thing anymore. I just wanted to get my master's paid for. And I asked this recruiter. No, I went in the office in Philadelphia, and it was a office full of recruiters that were FBA guys, and none of them took me seriously. But there was one white dude in the back. He was like, you know what? Hey, come
There
back
is
here.
hey, in these types of stories, there's always one white dude.
Yep. And he was like, I got you. I can make it happen.
I'm betting you did.
He's like, you sure you want to let it go? I was like, yeah, man, I don't want to do that shit no more. I just want to, do 3 years, get my master's paid for. That's all I want. I was going to Rutgers, but I ran out of money. So,
Well, good for you.
and what did I do? I went back in, and I was an 82nd, jumping out of planes, doing cool shit. I was a Fister, Ford Observer, calling in bombs, stuff like that, and freaking,
Did you ever do Pathfinder school?
No, I didn't do Pathfinder. I was going to, but a couple assholes, a certain country detonated two towers in New York City,
Oh wow.
and yeah, after that, a couple wars, couple this, and my sergeant major thought I was CID. He found out I used to be an officer, and because my records were empty, my
Oh,
records
that's
were
funny.
completely empty. He thought I was CID. So
So I mean, how did he react to that?
well, he was kicking me out.
What?
If the war, he was going to kick me out. He said, when you come back from Afghanistan, I'm kicking you out. I already got you a job, a captain slot. You're going to take your captain. You're going to put them captain bars on, and I got you a job in the Virginia Army National Guard over in Hampton. He's like, yeah, I'm
Really?
kicking you
So it
out.
wasn't the
Ain't nothing you can do about it.
Well, wait, hold it. The Virginia, Virginia has its own like militia thing.
Yeah, well,
Is that what
he
you're
hooked it
talking
up.
about?
No, he found me a job. He was like, "You are not. I don't believe you're not. You're not CID. You're not gonna be in my division," because he was about to take over the division sergeant major. And he was like, "You are not gonna stay in this division. When you come back from Afghanistan, You're pinning those captain bars back on, and you're out of here."
Well, let me tell you something. The Army is truly like interesting. That would have never happened in the Navy. Like they barely like I had a boss who was I think there's a thing when you leave as an officer anyway, when you leave the Navy, they basically figure, oh shit, he wants to come back in. That means he couldn't make it in civilian life, so he has to come back. You get a stigma. If you quit, you stay gone. Unless they call you back. Now I had one buddy, believe it or not, who is a flag rank now. Something or another, but he was an academy graduate. I wasn't. Yeah, they basically said, "Hey, we want you back," and they basically he lost no time and grade or anything like that. I'm sorry, I walked off again. I had a buddy of mine who he resigned, but they brought him back with no loss of time and grade. So it's basically like he was never out. He's the only one I've ever known who's been able to do that without any sort of stigma. Oh, sorry about that, Trey. And he literally lost no time and grade, and he is flag ranked now. So
Yeah,
You know,
it's
what happened?
well, because I was right when I resigned the commission, I was due to pin on. I was in the guard, and I was due to pin on captain in the guard when I resigned the commission. And this sergeant major was like, "Nah, you're gonna go back over and do this." And plus, the war was going on. The war had just kicked off, and Iraq. We were in Afghanistan when Iraq kicked off.
Right.
And he was like, "You're coming back here, and they need you over there. They need artillery officers." So I was like, "Oh, damn." I was like, "They got me." I was like, "What am I going to do?" Well, while I was in Afghanistan, I took my soldier to re-enlist. And while I was there, the re-enlistment guy looked me up. He was like, "Holy shit, this is weird as fuck." Yeah, I got promoted as E6. He's like, "Yeah, you're E6, but they're giving me first enlistment options for you." He's like, "Man, I could get you a pinpoint assignment to Germany." I was like, "Word?" And sure as shit, I took it. So I took the assignment to Germany, and I was completely out of Sergeant Major's hands.
Well, damn, must be nice.
Yeah, I didn't want to do it. I saw the political side, married to the wrong woman, and I was like, "Man, fuck that. I'm never doing that shit again."
Oh wait. Oh wow. Well, what kind of woman was she? Was she a spy or something? Oh, don't tell me.
But
she was a black American woman, wasn't she?
No. He got kicked. Oh, my ex-wife?
Yeah.
Well, if she want to call herself FBA, yeah, she had training.
Well, you said it was politically something or another.
No. Being married as an officer, man, it's political. Well, I know in the Army. I don't know about the Navy, but the Army is real political.
I would say if you were an academy graduate, it might be, but not.
Nah, it depends because there's three categories: OCS, ROTC, and academy grads. So it's like three different gangs. But at the end of the day, it's all political, and the wives separate amongst themselves.
Once you get once you're, I would imagine company commander in the Army, department head in the Navy are about equivalent. So it does become political because once you're a department head, the captain is actually, the 05 lieutenant commander, or maybe even an 06 is ranking you. So it does become political.
Yeah.
Below department head, usually department heads are like second tour. Like I got picked up for department head as an 01. So I probably after just the way it turned out, because my first ship was decommed, I probably would have gone to department head school after technically one tour, but it would have been 2 deployments. So it was kind of weird how that worked out. So I would have been kind of junior, a little bit junior to be a department head. But my point is once you become a company commander level, it is political. But
they don't even like bringing in
heavy politics.
The Army. Well, I don't know about this new woke Army, but the Army report, they didn't even like single. If you were single, man, it'd be hard for you to make company commander, especially battalion commander.
Really?
I don't know what it was. They just did not like single officers as command level.
Wow. Okay.
I guess they wanted them more grounded. They didn't want a playboy out there running the unit.
They wanted. I think what they, you know what? If it were like that in the Navy, I'd have been in trouble. I'm trying to think. All my department heads were married. So maybe, I never got to feel that pressure because I resigned, before I just had enough. And I don't know, it really wasn't going to be a career unless it was auspicious. But I never thought about that. Now, I knew in 05, who wasn't married, and yeah, he got quite a bit of scrutiny. Like, it was a whole lot of is he or isn't he?
Yeah, because they,
But I
they
tell
they
you
they
what,
stick him in stab.
every time we had a ball, though, this motherfucker would show up with like model quality women.
There you
So
go. And then we had issue
yeah,
with
but you know what? That doesn't mean much. Now we're talking, back then, you just go, hey, this motherfucker's just like a bachelor and wants to play the field. There's no way you could probably be able to do that now. They would
nah.
definitely.
You gotta marry a fat chick and be happy.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what? I don't know that I could be married and be in the Navy. I have a friend of mine who's a 3-star, and he married her like right out of the Naval Academy.
That's
And
wild.
she was a Navy wife. It was her career, his career. It just kind of coincided. So it worked out. And you know what? I've known this guy for like 30 fucking years, and I mean, we were O1s together, so we've known each other for quite some time.
Yeah, but you know what, Stanley, I got to take off because I got to make this delivery, man. Well, I want to have this conversation again, though, man, about the books. I do want to talk to you about the books.
You know what?
Like, I'm a big.
I do this show about 5 Eastern time every morning, like Monday through Thursday.
Okay.
It turns out Friday, but it's kind of like a morning show, in a way.
Okay, because I am an avid reader, just not the stuff that you and SKC read.
You know what? A book is a book. If you read, you
read.
Yeah. Who knows? Might be something I want to read.
Definitely. But all right, bro.
Don't bring up Mein Kampf. I've already got that. I've already got that. HB wanted.
Great book. Great book. All right, man. You take it easy, man.
Take it easy. Drive carefully.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna drop the link one more time because I actually should be going. Shit, I've got like stuff I want to watch. So there's the link in one chat. Here's the link in another chat, and I actually have had a good time. And Roller Skater Texas Girl, you are spoiling me. This young lady. Let's see, closing arguments for Diddy. What? This has actually been something I have not been able to understand. What is the fascination with Diddy? And I know I'm a little bit older, so I didn't get the Diddy stuff. So maybe that's the problem. So anyway, while I'm thinking about it, yeah, Roller Skater, you are so kind. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. It's gotten a lot longer than I thought it would. We are just over 10 hours. Might as well make it 2 if it stays interesting. So everyone hit the like button. Everyone make sure you hit you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. And actually the Stanley Cross channel too, Stanley Cross 6000, it'll help me out. I'm right at 149. So help me get to 150, folks. In another 10 years, I'll be monetized. And then look out. And actually, on the Stanley Cross channel, I have to remember I need to get one of these out. I have 2 clips from a couple shows with Professor Professor Pablo Pacheco talking law and politics, which they were really good clips. So funny enough, our executive producer, Portia, and I were talking this last weekend, and I was like, well, yeah, the numbers are kind of shaky, And I'm like, well, we had a really good conversation, Juan and I. And she's like, well, did you clip it? And I'm like, no, I didn't. I never think about, and I never think about that stuff. And I never go back and listen to my shows because I do not like my voice. And it's just not what I do. But I suffered through it, got a couple good clips. One is a little longish at 20 minutes. The other is, I don't know, 10 minutes. But I'll get those out. One today, maybe, and tomorrow. So I do work every now and again. And the other thing, on Portia's show yesterday, someone who shall be not nameless, truck driver, said, well, Stanley, why can't you just be rotten somewhere else? Go get your own channel. I'm like, well, by the way, I do have a channel. Please subscribe. So I got no response from that. So, and then I thought, well, you know what? I don't stream this show to the Urban Landlord Clips channel, which everyone needs to subscribe to. I don't stream the show here. Maybe one day I will. Portia, who tells me what to do, has not said, Stanley, stream it. So I haven't. So that is your safe place. Truck driver and all the ones who think big old Stanley is so mean and hurts your wings. It makes you quack, because Stanley has a joke. Just go into the Urban Landlord Clips channel. It will be your safe space. You can get away from Stanley. You can probably see Portia's show. You can see John's shows. You won't see Stanley versus the world for now. It is your safe space. So go over there, get your whoopee and your blankie and a warm bottle of milk, and you can go over to there and you can wrap up and go, wah, but at least Stanley's not here to hurt my wings. That motherfucker was so weak. Dude. It's so funny. You know what? I think his feelings were hurt. And I didn't even know he was in the chat. I messed with someone else and he came up and he's like, you need to go be rotten somewhere else, Stanley. It was so fucking pathetic. I'm like, dude, you know what? I don't know what to say. So, you know what? I'm gonna have to save this. My buddy Fred says watch this, but it's kind of dry. So we need to dig deep and find something that's amusing. Oh, wait, John's over. John finally got Be Brave to review this. I don't know what it is, but let's hear what these morons over there have to say.
Down the stairs because she brought in illegal liquor into the gay nightclub.
Jesus Christ!
And they
I didn't hear the illegal thing about the gay nightclub. John is very performative.
A black bar where she might meet a black man, so she has to end up going to a gay lesbian bar with this light-skinned pretty
gay lesbian bar. Is there a non-gay lesbian bar?
More and more frustration. What do the blacks have?
Really?
Where I can go and just be myself. She didn't want to go to that gay club, and she'll say it later.
Well, John has all kinds of stories to tell now.
Mutations have literally tried to take over the world and try to not only take over it.
You know what? I don't even feel like watching this again.
Period. Laugh about it.
And now you notice, folks, how cheerful she can be.
Let's see here.
In her subjugation.
What do we have?
This is what these blacks make me sick. It's horrible, isn't it? You've heard this woman talking like this fucking it just all sucks.
Listen to this old dumb motherfucker.
Nothing sinks into these black motherfuckers. Nothing.
Jesus.
Nothing. They don't acknowledge
Listen
anything.
to
It's
this
all
dude.
about their fucking what goes on in their fucking
You think he
noggin.
spits on his
Psychopaths,
mic when he
folks.
talks about black
Not
people?
kidding. 70% of Black Americans are non-violent fucking psychopaths. Seriously. It's not even a little bit of an affliction. They have no idea what the fuck they're saying. It's all about what the fuck pleases them, and they don't give a damn about whatever they say.
Laugh about it, but
This motherfucker
try
has
to erase
the
history
the BMV.
to make it fit their
Be
mold.
Brave has a black mind
Those
virus.
goddamn horrible people
Like,
that
what
made this
worm?
country where you are
What
living like a
worm got
goddess.
in
Oh
his
God, what
brain?
should we do about those horrible people? Okay, you know what? I don't even give a fuck about what happened in the past. I don't. These
Damn.
people are with me. Let me see. This was last night, correct, John?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was wanting to make sure it wasn't 80 years ago, where there was a bit of a stress between whites and blacks. Okay, this was last night. This fucking woman doesn't understand. They don't understand how well they don't. No, they understand it. They're so goddamn warped in their fucking head.
Now listen
They
to
can't
John
accept
all
how
meek
well
and
they're living
mild,
in this
letting
goddamn
the white shade do all the
amazing.
talking about the
This is
black.
fucking insane activism.
This is fucking
They
this
try
is
to
fucking
demonize
ridiculous.
certain things.
You give her a mic, John. Give a black woman a mic. What are they doing? Are they saying, hey, "What's going on? It's a wonderful evening"? No, I just got off work today, and I'm not dating anybody right now, but I'm gonna go.
It's
I'm gonna go to a club
motherfucking
where there's some men
Sunday.
at.
Why
Nothing
would they
about
be
that.
at work?
You give her a mic, and it's all of a sudden fucking white people are fucked up every single fucking time.
Well, you know what's interesting, Brave? If you had given her a mic before she went out, she probably wouldn't have been in a good mood because she knew where she was going. She was going
He's
to
not a
date
white
club.
boy,
Not gonna be many
12 man.
prospects for her
He
there.
is a
It's
full-grown
white people,
old
so
man.
there ain't gonna be many prospects for her there. And then when she come home, did Brave drop himself?
He doesn't. I think he's so fucked up today. I don't know. He's dropped me 1,500 times. Maybe he's having problems with his setup or something.
You know what? Be Brave has dropped Ryan
I don't know, but
1,500
I've been dropped
times,
like
and he has
multiple
gone
times.
back up there.
He probably dropped it in, like he probably got it wet or
I'm
something. Maybe
sorry,
dumped a drink on it. Who knows?
1,501 times. This motherfucker keeps coming
I
back.
do hear a lot of delusional nonsense from this girl, but it's not
She's
uncommon. Like I've
drunk
heard the same
at a
type of
bar
themes
on Sunday
from
night.
multiple
You
people. I
expect
think
to
that's what they teach
hear,
them in
like,
college.
you know, a PhD.
But my thing is, like, I feel
these
like
morons want.
I think if she just got rid of the whites, I think it'd be hard to manage it, right? Like, I feel like she probably doesn't have the skill set to do all the things that society has, right? So, is she going to transport liquefied natural gas? No. Is she going to, like, how about nuclear energy? No. Can she program a computer? Probably not. So she wants to get rid of a section of the population that knows some stuff. It's probably a bad idea.
Well, I think,
You know what I mean?
I think, a woman, probably doesn't really want all that in reality.
No, she doesn't want any of it.
Women don't
That's
want
bullshit.
that kind of shit. And so I think, these women are being forced to kind of take on the roles of men. They're the head of their households. The Baba guy was saying, fuck it, just let them be the head of the household. I'll submit. I'll let them just take over. So in many cases, that's what's happening. But they don't want to be there. She goes on, she almost starts crying here at some point.
If I go back over there, John, I'm gonna wrap this stream up pretty quick. If I go back over there, I'm gonna knock the stream right off the air. I've done fucked up. We've seen enough of it.
Hold on, can I say something real quick?
Sure.
Yesterday, we had a young lady, or maybe a middle-aged lady, on the stream that said that any work is slavery.
Yeah,
that's fucking incredible.
Yeah.
She was like, if I got to go to work, it's like slavery. And I'm like, so just working in and of itself, like, where does food come? It just fucking lands from, it's like manna from heaven. It just falls. If people don't work, where the fuck do you get anything? Anything at all? Like everything we see comes from work. This fucking shirt come from somebody working. And I'm like, what do you mean it's slavery to work? You have a fucking job? It was just insanity. Wasn't it, Brave?
She was hanging on
You
her
know,
too, man.
has
Like, what
anyone
are you fucking
noticed
talking
that
about? So you
Be Brave
working
is
is
having
slavery.
an
Just doing
effect
a
on
job.
Ryan? He's not
It's
as
fucking
calm
nuts.
and cool
She
and
said we're all
collected as he
enslaved.
used
I'm
to be.
going, well, we're all
He's
manipulated.
spitting when he
And
talks
she said,
too.
well, you agree with me? I said, no, there's a difference between manipulated
I have
and
to put that
socially
in the chat
engineered
just to
and
fuck with him.
slavery. She couldn't get that word slavery out of her head because 70% of black Americans are psychopaths. They need that word. That's their attack word.
And I'm like, do you mean like literally like mentally slave? No, just working in and of itself is slavery. And I'm like, no, it's just fucking working. You're getting a wage. It's
She
not.
said everything should be free. Remember, water, food, yeah.
Yeah, water. Like, well, who's going to treat the water, or is it coming from a well? Who's going to drill the well?
Yeah, she said
Someone has to do some goddamn work.
Yeah, she said everything was given to us. I asked her I said, well, what about 300 years ago when there was no systems about it and people in the frontier, they had to really just work. No, nothing was sinking in, man.
You got to maintain the systems. You think water treats itself? No, there's and even public water is treated with chlorine, right? Like there's chlorine, there's various chemicals that go into it. Wastewater, same thing. They have to treat that shit. Like everything comes from labor that we fucking see every day. Every car, every building, every morsel of food comes from someone's hands working on that goddamn morsel of food, unless you go out there and pick it yourself, which would be slavery to her. So I don't know. It's fucking nuts.
Yeah, was there anything else crazy that these two ladies said, John? I'd like to go back over that.
Hey, Brave, I put a clip up in the background. Can you pull my screen up?
Let me see.
Yeah, you know what? John can't get that shit done on my show, so he goes over to Be Brave show apparently.
Where's my fucking cursor at? Hold on. I just moved the screen.
Oh, don't worry about that.
Oh, you know what? I put that in the wrong chat, didn't I?
Got it.
I meant to put this
You can better
in Be Brave chat. You know what? Why am I even watching this, to be honest?
And this is her response here, Brave. Let me get it back to her right here. Here it goes. Hey, you go out with the guy the other night.
Real shit, he got a big dick and he knows how to use it.
There you go.
Yeah, you know what? I actually think this will be more fun. This is believe this or not, this is an underwater salmon cam. And apparently bears come here every now and then and grab salmon. So I was hoping a bear would be here snagging one, but apparently that is not going to happen. So you know what? No one's going to come up here. I am going to do last call for chats. I am down to 7. Apparently everybody's over at Be Brave. So let's see here. Last call for a chat. I think this show might have exhausted its usefulness. I will be back tomorrow at 5, and hopefully I'll be well rested like I was this time. What's up, 12th man?
Hey, Stanley. I had a nap and woke up. You're still here.
Yeah, not going to be for much longer. You know what?
Yeah,
FKC came up, and then a bunch of different people came up, and it's not like I have a lot to do today. I've already got the pork chops for dinner tonight seasoned, so it'll be okay.
Yeah, I really liked the conversation between you and Trey. I didn't realize there were that many intricacies in the military, like regardless you can't be a leader if you're
It gets
married and
way
all
more
that kind of
complicated.
stuff.
Sometimes it can be, sometimes it's brutally simple, but Trey and I've talked before. I've known Trey, actually, probably know him from Hood Servitors channel too. But yeah, it's kind of funny. We kind of have a closed universe. I don't even know what you would call this sector. Probably the anti-black sector. But Be Brave's the oldest asshole in this sector, so maybe we'll just call it the Be Brave sector.
Yeah, I don't understand why people sit around and try to paint black people as bad people as a whole, like the whole 70% nonsense. Like, how can you spend all your time sitting around talking trash like that? I mean,
Well, I assume because you actually believe it, but I actually think, and I've said this many times, Be Brave isn't the problem. It's the people who find it entertaining. They're the actual problem. If they didn't find it entertaining and wound up in his chat, he would change topics and find something that people wanted to listen to. And even more disturbing than, people find it entertaining is black people find it entertaining. And this is a lot of why I think that people like John Galt and, a bunch of other people, I'm never shy about saying y'all don't even like black people because you're in Be Brave's chat and you clap it on or, emoticon it, this dude, people will sit in his chat and fucking go, he is right. And I've heard a lot of black people talk about the 70%. I'm like, you're black and you believe that bullshit? Who raised you? So anyway, I'm not going to go, into it that deeply. I think that Be Brave is less of a problem than the people who like Be Brave.
Yeah.
They're the
Well, I guess
actual
that makes
problem.
sense.
Mhm.
The people supporting him are the way he gets his messages out. Like, if no one was listening to him, then he probably wouldn't even be on there.
Well, I mean, he's not original in his racism. A racist. You know what? He's probably, kind of somehow or another contributing to racism, at least culturally. But again, it'll be all right. He
He's
is
pretty
not like
insignificant as far as the big picture goes. I mean, like most people out there, they
but
don't
he's
never heard of that
growing.
motherfucker or anything.
Yeah, well, we'll see. He has a shelf life. I'll just put it that way. There is no way he does not have a shelf life.
He's living on borrowed time. It looks like.
No, I don't think he's living on borrowed time. I think that, he's not 20. Ooh, look at this. I have not seen this live in a while. You know what? This dude is weird. Gotta be a gardening show.
We still got some flowers popping up. Okay. Look at them
Wish there was a
tomatoes.
way to screen out the music. Tomato plus pepper.
Peppers
Oh,
going
well,
off in there.
tomatoes and peppers aren't hard. Give them water, they'll be
You
okay.
already know, man, it's nature water fishing. You know I gotta do it like this. So today, y'all, we diving in the peppers
This dude is
and the
weird.
tomatoes. I know y'all been waiting for this for a long time.
It's called
Them peppers and them
nature water
tomatoes.
fish.
So y'all, we about to be
Apparently,
diving
he's
in
some
my
sort of
chunky tomatoes.
nature guy.
The big round tomatoes, and we're gonna be diving in my cherry tomatoes. So the first one, we're gonna be going over there to my big chunky tomatoes. So let's go ahead and dive in. All right, y'all. So here we go. So this is my chunky tomato that I grew from seed, y'all. Like, it didn't look nothing like this, bro. Like, it was not this tall, it wasn't this bushy, but bro, this thing then took off, man. This thing then taught me about faith
Cut
and
those at the
patience
top,
because
and it forces
at first,
them
bro,
to
this
have
thing
more
wasn't even doing
tomatoes.
good. Like, it was looking like these leaves that's like at the bottom of here, bro. Like, they were yellowing, they was crunchy, they was looking like they was.
Did you say something, 12th man?
No, I thought you did. I was just asking what you said.
Oh no.
Can't.
Oh, I was just
Time.
saying that I think if you cut off the tops, there's a way you can trim tomato plants so they grow out. I think you can grow them out more than tall, but I probably have to go back and look it up.
You see, have you seen some of those tomato plants in California? They'll be like 12 feet tall, man. Great big humongous bushes.
Yeah, you know what?
Pumping out tomatoes.
Years ago I had some tall tomato plants and we had them trellised off and everything. We had a storm come through and it just fucking made a mess. And ever since then, I just don't like tall tomato plants. This was up on the mountain, and it was just, you get a storm in the summer every now and again. This one, by the time it came, and this was late summer, and those things were so tall, and it just made a fucking mess, because I had all the tomato plants in one place and nicely trellised off and everything. And the wind just came in, and it was, there's a song called "Tension Makes a Tangle," but that storm was the tension, and the tangle would, it broke vines. It was just a mess. Luckily, we got probably a good thing because we got in a bunch of tomatoes, and but anyway, I just never liked tall. I don't like tomato plants getting too tall, basically.
Stanley, so you was able to salvage a bunch of the tomatoes after the storm?
A few, but this was late in the summer, so we'd gotten a bunch of tomatoes already.
Mm-hmm.
Probably another month, and they'd be dying off anyway. So it wasn't like catastrophic. It just taught me a lesson. Don't let your tomato plants get too tall, because they get laden with tomatoes, and those tomato plants, they're really unstable. You have to stick them and tie them, or do trellises.
You pretty much have to grow them in greenhouses up here, or they don't grow.
Oh, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
How do you? I would imagine you would have to have artificial lights because they need a lot of sun.
Well, they get a lot of it, around 4.
Oh, that's right.
maybe
Yeah,
5 months a year.
I
They get a lot of
forgot.
sun.
I forgot where I'm talking about.
It's doable. They even grow some citrus fruit plants in greenhouses, more in southeast Alaska than up around where I'm at. But they even grow fruit trees and shit.
That's interesting. Like citrus?
Yeah, lime, lemon, stuff like that. Some of these, you wouldn't believe the size of some of these greenhouses up here. I mean, they're like big as football fields, bro. Fucking insane.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah. Well, a lot of them, since marijuana became legalized, there's more profit in that now. So more people are growing marijuana than they are actual vegetables. So that's kind of sad, but you know, it is what it is. There's actually government grants, like where if you could show the government that you can grow a crop, then they'll give you a big ass greenhouse like that. I don't know if that's still
I've heard
going
that.
on. Huh?
Yeah, you and I talked about it. Remember we were watching this black farmer thing? These guys, like this older guy and his son were in, I think it was either Virginia or North Carolina, and they talked about that.
Yeah. Yeah, I forget. I think it's through USDA or something like that.
Right.
But,
As long as that lasts, it may go away.
I don't know how good of a vegetable farmer I would be, though. I mean, my rhubarb plant is doing pretty good, and but it's only 3 years old now since it was transplanted. It was a half of a rhubarb seed that somebody cut in half and gave me half of their roots, the rhubarb roots, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Came in a
Well,
big
roller
clump.
skater Texas girl, you're gonna have to take pictures. She says I've gotten very attached to a family of 5 crows. We've been bonding for a year and a half. Shit. That's not bonding. That's inviting them over for Christmas. You need to have 5 place settings for these family members. It'd be interesting to know, how did you wind up bonding with them? Did you put out food for them or what?
I figure every home should have a rhubarb plant at least.
Really? Why is that?
They come back every year on their own, require very little maintenance. They're very nutritious, and at least in Alaska, you know, like every homestead has a rhubarb plant.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, do they spread?
No, not really. Not mine has taken 3 years now. The first year I let it go to seed, and so I saved all the seeds, and I plan on planting more rhubarb. Very nutritious. You can live off that shit. It's a survival
It has
plant
enough protein?
to the extreme.
I mean,
Well, it doesn't
rhubarb is a
have
green
protein,
leafy
though.
plant, right?
What's that?
Rhubarb. Here, let's have a look at it. Though I do want to finish this. Rhubarb is green and leafy, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, what you said you can live off of it, you'll need protein.
Yeah, and that's one thing it doesn't have much of, but I mean, if you got beans, you're good.
Yeah, I mean, it almost looks like a Swiss chard in a way.
Yeah, I think they're related, aren't they?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Well, you know what? Why not? Let's watch Joanna.
We're visiting Kristen Hildebrand, Warren County Extension Agent for Horticulture. Kristen, we've been talking about rhubarb.
It's one that really likes the spring weather months of our growing season here in Kentucky. So I wanted to talk a little bit about planting it, because a lot of times when people kind of hear about some of the usage, then they're ready to plant it. So as far as when to plant it here for Kentucky, generally you want to get your rhubarb crowns secured, because that's essentially what you're going to plant in the ground here in Kentucky. So we mentioned a couple of the cultivars that do well for us here in Kentucky, but what you want to look for is get your site prepared. And as far as the general time frame, we're talking about March to early April. And so depending on if you're, using that garden edge or you're going to a raised bed, you can kind of see how that kind of varies a little bit. So whenever you get these crowns, you're going to plant them after you kind of work the soil up a little bit. Generally, again, with those crowns, that's where the stem meets the root. And then your new growth, again, with it being a perennial crop, it's going to begin growing each year.
So is it like asparagus where you're having to dig a trench?
A lot like it.
Okay.
Yes. And the same type system, strawberries have crowns, asparagus have crowns, and so rhubarbs are going to be the same way. So what you want to do is you want to dig a planting hole about 12 inches wide, also 12 inches deep, because again, with it having a crown, you're going to be able to see that, and also the roots come off of it.
When she
You want to
says
make
crown,
sure
it
that
sounds
bud is
like
facing
crayon.
up, so that way you get it to wherever the sunlight can reach it. And then you want to make sure that when you actually position it in the ground about 12 inches deep, you want it to be buried about 1 inch below that soil surface. So what you're going to do is whenever you're digging your hole, you want to remove the soil from that area and go back to around the actual crown itself. A lot of times people will add a little bit of compost. You just want to partially fill that hole back up. And then a lot of times people will put some, compost even around the crowns to whenever it gets growing, it can really take off. So a lot of times people will ask, do I need to do any fertilizer? You don't want to do too much at that point because you don't want to burn up your root system. But there is some slow release fertilizer if you feel like is needed. You can just put that out when you water it. After you water it, it's going to slowly release to the plant when it's needed. So that's the good thing about slow release fertilizer. So, a lot of times people will ask, do I need to put mulch or anything around the base of it? And generally, if you're planting it, I would just say that you probably wait on the mulch till after you kind of get later in the growing season, probably more in the fall of the year after that first growing season might be the best opportunity for that, just to kind of help preserve that crown, because
it adds some winter protection. In Kentucky, we never know what the winters are going to be like, and it
Like
also
that
helps suppress some
crayon.
weeds.
it does. Weed control is probably the best thing that you just said there, especially
Now
for
I'm
a
from
perennial
Georgia.
crop. So mulch may be needed more in the fall and the winter months. Whenever you
He
go
sounds
into that
more
first growing
Arkansas.
season, Joanna, we're not going to harvest at all. Okay, we're going to just get it acclimated to the position that it's in. The second year is when you can actually do a little bit of light harvesting, and then generally that third growing season, you're going to do about 8 to 10 weeks of harvest. So just know that this one you're
I'm
probably
on
going
my
to be
third
patient with
year,
in the
and mine
first
don't
growing
look
season.
near that
But as
good.
far as knowing when to harvest, generally you're going to take both hands. Again, we're only harvesting the stalk. We're not consuming the leaves or anything like that. But you're going to take both hands on the stalk and just, pull it. We don't want
So
to
it
cut it
takes you
from the
2
base of it
years,
because a lot
huh?
of times disease is
For the first
introduced that
one.
way.
That's interesting.
But you can just remove some of the leaves, cut the base at the where it's grown from the crown,
Yeah,
and then
you
you can
pull
go
them
ahead
and
and
you
trim
don't
it like
cut
you
them.
would kind of like celery, because essentially you can store it in the fridge in the crisper drawer, but you can slowly use it for
Oh
like the
yeah, and
things that
it'll
we
keep
talked
for
about,
a
the
long
pies
time.
and the
That's
cakes,
right.
or a lot of other ways that you can use rhubarb too. The only two pests really that we have to worry about with rhubarb is crown rot can be really bad on rhubarb, and so if you start to see some brown down at the base, that could be a good indicator of that. So we just want you to discard that and just kind of go to a new location if you feel like that might be something. And then Japanese beetles, it seems like they love the leaves, but you can just hand pick those off. But generally it's pretty, pest free. Just kind of monitor it. And again, with the mulching and the fertilizing, you can kind of do that throughout the growing season.
Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
I actually learned a couple things off that.
Really nice. Well, you know me. I'm John Galt's version of PBS.
I don't know if you're that bad, Stanley.
No, I'm bad enough. This is actually something, and y'all will never believe that I read this. However, I have. I recommend this book, Roller Skater Texas Girl. It's called H is for Hawk. I loved it, and Helen McDonald. Is it her? She wrote another book. She was into falconry and all this stuff, and I just read the book because who would ever name a book that?
I don't know.
It's a good book, believe it or not.
I love hawks though. And owls and eagles and all that shit. I actually think owls are one of my favorites. I love the way they can turn their head almost all the way around.
She's written another book, and I can't remember the name of it. She's actually she's relatively young.
What's the book about?
Hawks. She's like a.
It's literally about the bird. Okay.
Well, she's kind of like a falconer. Hold on one sec. I've got a video here I can show, but I would recommend it. Since Idaho Public Television.
Presentation of dialogue on Idaho Public Television is made possible through the generous support of the Laura Moore Cunningham Foundation, committed to fulfilling the Moore and Bettis family legacy of building the great state of Idaho. By the Friends of Idaho Public Television and by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
You know, I got lost with this bird, but without getting lost, I could never have found my way home.
Coming up, I talk with award-winning author Helen McDonald about how she was able to soar above grief and loss with the help of a very special companion. That's dialogue next. Stay tuned.
Ten years ago, my
Let's see
father
here.
died suddenly. Stricken with grief,
Let me
I
ask you a
fled from
question.
humanity.
This
I ran
Idaho
towards things of
firefighter,
death and
they're doing a
difficulty.
conference.
Spooky.
Okay, show that, Stanley. See if we can find out what. I was just thinking about that too when you said that. Like, what kind of nut goes out in the woods, starts a fire, and then shoots fire?
Well, let me put it to you this way: not the
God
70%
damn.
of blacks.
Huh?
It won't be the 70% of blacks doing it.
No, I guarantee it's a white boy.
And I got to figure out how I'm going to get this. Hold on one sec here. And
I just that bewildered the shit out of me, Stanley, because I can imagine why anyone would do something like that.
it is crazy.
I don't believe police have formally identified him yet. So,
Can you turn that volume up a little bit?
We're going
Stanley?
to have live video of the press conference for you.
Is that
We're going
high
to talk
enough?
about the incident. We're going to take your comments
Yeah,
on here.
better,
and
I
we'll
think.
see what happens with this
That's
press
about as high
conference.
as it'll go.
And let's see. What I want to do here is pull that up. That'll be helpful. There you go. Oops, what is this? Well, that's something different. So I appreciate you joining us today. And again, we'll have video of the press conference coming up for you, and then we'll talk about it after. Thanks to our moderators who are here, Ruth, Beth Mythical, Janet B. I see YouTube still hasn't fixed the screen name issue. Thank you for moderating over there, though. Also, thank you to our Twitch moderators. Hang on a moment here. Matthew Kohai 3 is moderating. Thank you. Linda Belk and Larry and Misha moderate for us on X, and our Facebook moderators.
Oh, yeah, this guy has
Big
like
thanks to you.
500,000 viewers last I checked.
Margaret Riley is there. Kay Lowry Body. Thanks to all of our moderators. Here is the. Here is the.
He's like, oh yeah, I've actually streamed him before.
Oh, okay.
This is actually I know about him because of Uncle Fatty. He's got 768K.
Damn.
But I mean, apparently he does like straight news. He
On
does
June
not.
30th at the
There's not a
Kootenai
whole lot of
County
BS
Sheriff's Office
around.
North Campus in Hayden, Idaho. The purpose of the briefing is to deliver an update on the investigation currently underway following the Canfield Mountain incident. For those, I'm sure most of you know, but for those who don't, a man set a fire in Idaho yesterday so that firefighters would come. And when firefighters came, he shot 3 of them, killing 2 and critically injuring a 3rd. But we're going to have the new update from
Stanley,
the
weren't
police.
there like 22
coming up.
injured
Reportedly,
altogether?
the suspect is 20
Or
years
something,
old.
not including the 2 that died.
I don't recall. The 3 are the only ones that I'm aware of. You know, the
Yes,
ones that
2
were
dead
shot,
and
and then,
one.
you know,
I
3
haven't
went to
seen
the
an update
hospital,
today on
2
the
were
one,
pronounced dead
but
at
as
the
of yesterday,
hospital,
one was
and
fighting
last
for
I
his
heard, the
life in
3rd
stable
was in
condition
stable
after
condition.
surgery.
But they said fighting for his life.
Point Avugli saw a quote from the suspect's grandfather. I'll have to look and see if I can find that.
Well, you know, Idaho has had its fair share of nuts
Our viewer
over
Owl
the
Hippie
years.
says sad on so many levels.
I would imagine so. Must
Callie
be all
Raven
the
says it'll be interesting
isolation.
to see what they have found out since yesterday. Well, we'll
Well,
know
so
in
is
about
Alaska,
52
for
minutes.
that matter.
Let me show you here. This is an AP story. A man lured Idaho firefighters to a mountain with a fire and then shot and killed, 2 officials say. You can see here from AP, the suspect has been identified as Wes Rowley, a law enforcement official told the AP Monday. Wes Rowley. Some other outlets have him as a 20-year-old. Wes Rowley, 20 years old. I'm not going to show photos of him at the moment because this is unconfirmed, but I would not be surprised
Actually,
if
it
during
has
the press
been
conference they
confirmed
release an official
by
photo
now.
of the person. Wes Rowley, reportedly 20 years old. Andrew Codd says this happened 30 minutes from my house.
What
It
the
was
fuck
huge
is a
news.
20-year-old doing with a sniper rifle? Good grief.
Give me 1 second here.
Gun show, gun show, gun show.
You can see there's a map here from AP. This is in northern Idaho. And then there's the city of
You should have
Coeur
been in the
d'Alene,
military.
where about 57,000 people live. Then Canfield Mountain is next to it, and this is it was
How
at
do
a
you
popular
pronounce?
hiking
I
area.
pronounce it Coeur d'Alene.
Canfield
Is that
Mountain.
Yeah, it's
that's
Coeur
not
d'Alene.
correct?
You can see
Damn, I
AP
got it
says
right.
as a
Pronounced it
wildfire
all
began to sow
Coeur
panic in
d'Alene,
a small northern Idaho mountain community,
not
a
Port
group of
d'Alene.
firefighters who rushed to put out the
I
blaze
knew
instead
I'd
found
heard
themselves
the
in an
name
unexpected
somewhere.
shootout.
Like,
A man who had
I think I
intentionally
pulled
set
out
fire
like
to ambush the crew
a
was
high
perched in a
school
sniper
history lesson or
position
something.
firing at the firefighters.
I've been there.
They
It's a
took
nice
cover behind
little
fire
town.
trucks, but 2 died
Pretty
and a 3rd
close
was wounded.
knit. Around
As
50,000
we played
people.
yesterday,
Stanley.
first responders made urgent calls
Sounds
for help on
nice.
their radios at Canfield Mountain, just north of Coeur d'Alene. Everybody shot up here. Send law enforcement now, according to one dispatch. The FBI used cell phone data to track the shooter, and the sheriff ordered residents to shelter in place. They eventually found the suspect dead in the mountains, his firearm beside him. As of last night, police had not confirmed how he died.
You know
He might have
what?
taken his
I
own
would
life.
actually like
Maybe we'll
to
find that
do
out for
that
sure today.
screen. The
You
way
can
he's
see it is
doing
unknown
that
how he
right
died,
there.
and authorities have not yet revealed a motive. The suspect has been identified as Wes Rowley, reportedly 20 years old.
20 years old. Jesus Christ. And I thought I was on the wrong track at 20, Stanley.
Canfield Mountain is a popular hiking and biking area on the outskirts of Coeur d'Alene,
I guess
covered
there are a
with
lot of-
trees and heavy brush and crisscrossed with
lot of
trails
wrong
that lead into a
tracks.
national forest. Chaz Martin says, "Can't believe a 20-year-old did this. Why is my generation losing their minds?"
You can't. Well, why not?
Error Neocortex user says, "Why target firefighters?"
Right. Why in the fuck would... Maybe was he denied by entry into the fire department or something?
I read the story. Pretty much it was the first story this morning, and didn't have that much detail.
Let me get you a little
other
more
than
information
the
here.
2 dead and the injured.
Hang on a moment. Hang on one moment.
Yeah.
The not injured, survivor. Okay, I'm gonna call him Mr. Potato Head.
I guess that maybe this story gives some pretty good argument to raising the legal age to buy a firearm to 21.
And we will have the
Yeah,
press
but I
conference
mean,
live for you.
back in the day, rifles generally don't have the same restrictions as pistols.
Right. No, that's the truth, Stanley. Even
Yeah, I
though I
mean,
Multiple
feel like
hours.
a
dude, you know what? You
former
could have a
Identifying the
22.
shooter as
Now this
Wes
is shit. I'm
Goldman.
60, so
Hold on a
50
second.
years
Where is
ago.
this here?
It's weird to say that, but shit, there were
Oh.
10-year-olds who had 22s.
Hang
Now
on.
they were under parental. They weren't just carrying them around the neighborhood.
Sonic mentioned something to
But
you about the YouTube usernames.
I used to shoot 22s. Like my father and I, literally,
Wow.
I think
So
he had it when
YouTube,
he
I
was
hadn't
a
seen this
boy.
before.
We literally took that thing apart, and we didn't gunsmith it, but we definitely took it apart, and there were some parts that needed to be rebuilt, and we took the stock and sanded it down, and then sanded it. And you have to know my father. There's never just one sanding. And then we polyurethaned it or whatever. We stained it, and then I think we did a polyurethane over that, and we still have it, I guess. I need to ask him about it next time I'm there. I'll be there in probably about 3 weeks. But I miss my 22. Last summer around July 4th, we went out to the farm, the family farm. We actually have a family farm, and my brother and I, my son and I,
YouTube posted on X.
my father bought a little
that,
Beretta or something, and my son had fun dealing with it. But next time, I guess I'll ask, where's that 22? We ought to take that out. I mean, I literally have not shot
One
that
of our
thing.
viewers said you can
Probably haven't
change the
shot it
gap.
in 40 years.
So maybe you
That's
can
a good
maybe
little
you can
round
change.
and be very deadly. As a
I
matter
haven't
of
looked
fact,
into this, but I'm just letting people know.
If you shoot something in the chest with a 22, it'll actually bounce off the ribs and
Right, yeah.
cut all over the inside of
Well, we won't be
whatever
shooting
that
at
is,
people.
his body.
We'll be shooting at targets. We won't be shooting at people.
It's called a ping pong round for nothing.
45 minutes till the press conference.
Yeah.
I will have video of the press conference. We'll be showing it live. We'll be taking your comments on the air.
You know what? We should probably just, instead of waiting for this conference, we could be watching Weirdo here. Oh, wait, we can watch this.
Pale-eyed, feathered ghosts that lived and killed in woodland thickets. I ran towards goshawks.
That's
Hello
what
and
it
welcome
was,
to
a
Dialogue. I'm
goshawk.
Marsha Franklin at the World Center for Birds of Prey in Boise with Griffin, this beautiful Swainson's hawk. You were just listening to a clip from a documentary on the PBS series Nature called H is for Hawk, A New Chapter. It features my guest today, the falconer Helen McDonald. McDonald, as you will learn, spent 9 months at this very center in 2001. Her first book, a collection of poetry called Shale Fish, was published that year. That was followed by another book, Falcon. But McDonald really broke onto the literary scene with her 2014 best-selling and award-winning memoir, H is for Hawk. It traces her emotionally raw journey after the sudden death of her father. Bereft, she turned to what she knew, training a bird. But not just any bird, a goshawk, a species renowned for its unpredictability. I sat down with McDonald at the 2017 Sun Valley Writers Conference to talk about her story. First, though, I wanted to know more about her connection to Idaho. Well, welcome to Idaho. I understand it's not like it's old home day or anything, but you have spent time in Idaho before.
I have, and people are often like, really? Why were you in Idaho? So yeah, I was here for about 9 months in, I think, 2001. I was at the time working on a PhD, in the history of science, and I was doing some research at the World Center for Birds of Prey in Boise, an amazing place. If you've not been, you should go. At the Archives of Falconry there, they have this incredible collection of historical falconry and bird of prey books and memorabilia. It was like a playground for me. I loved it in there, and I spent 9 months just going through these
I think
archives.
that's a safe bet, Clarence.
Yeah, and looking out at the mountains and the sagebrush. I mean, it was an environment that was so unusual for me, and I loved it there. I really did. I even visited Sun Valley Resort once, which was, I loved it, and here I am again.
This fascination or even obsession with birds started quite young for you. Why do you think bird as opposed to cat, dog, horse?
Well, of course, my immediate response is because they're really cool. They're like they're dinosaurs. They're the remnants of the the great beasts that roam the earth. Only they're smaller and feathered, more feathered now. But there's something about them. They've had this relationship with humans for thousands upon thousands of years. First as religious icons, really, and then as hunting partners. They've never been domesticated. They've always been taken from the wild until quite recently and trained, brought inside the house. So they've come to stand for us as these unalloyed fragments of wilderness and wildness. And there's something really astonishing about that. And if anyone, ever gets close to a bird of prey and looks into their eyes, there's something deeply magnetic about them. And also, I'm really allergic to most mammals. So that's part of it. Get me near a horse or a dog or a cat and I start sneezing, but I'm fine with birds. So luckily enough, that's a good thing.
I want to talk about your father now
You think
because
she's
of the nexus between the birds and the father.
you think she's submissive?
He was a press photographer, a journalist.
What's that,
And also
Stanley?
both of you were
So,
are
you
observer
think
types.
she's submissive?
You shared a
Yeah.
lot
man.
in common as
Yeah.
daughter and
I
father.
don't know.
Yeah, and I think that was kind of nice. I think you
joke.
learn
I'm guessing
a lot from your
probably
parents
not.
about how to look at the world. My
She's
father and I
got
were
a
both
hawk.
total nerds. When he was interested in airplanes, I was interested in birds.
I've
We'd go
seen
out on
these
these walks
people that
together,
rescued an owl and
binoculars, and
became
we were really
like
good
their
friends.
best
And I
friend. They
think
built
one of
a
the things
little
that's interested me
birdhouse
in
just
the
for
since
it
this book
and
has come out,
everything.
are the number of women
Ended
who've
up
come to me
staying
and
with
said,
them.
we
Yeah.
often talk about the relationship between mothers and daughters and between fathers and sons. But there's a very special relationship of friendship that daughters and fathers can have that we don't talk about so much. And they really liked that was, such a big part of the book was that sense of, that great love that can exist between fathers and daughters. Yeah.
He passed away suddenly. In fact,
Yeah.
he was taking photographs. It sent you into a tailspin.
It did. And it was a sudden death. He had a massive heart attack. And I think there's something about a sudden, unexpected death that really tears the world in half for the family that's left behind. And,
What's up, Solid Snake?
and I hit upon this kind of idiosyncratic way of trying to deal with my grief. Not everyone who loses a loved one decides that what they're going to do is train a goshawk, but that's what I decided to do. I was compelled. And I think after a loss like that, you're driven by unconscious compulsions. You do things without even thinking about them. And it just seemed what I wanted to do was to suddenly closet myself away from the world and live with this great wild creature.
And you weren't a novice, obviously. You trained many birds since childhood, but not a goshawk.
No, they had this reputation as being these murderous killers. And I didn't want to know. I didn't want to train one. They were kind of macho, murderous creatures, like kind of feathered shotguns. And then my dad died, and I think all that rage and wildness inside myself, the wildness of grief, was really filling me up. And I realized that training a goshawk would be a distraction, but also I was just drawn towards this creature of death and difficulty.
Well, it came to you in a dream, didn't it? And,
Yeah.
And their dreams feature in your memoir
They
quite.
do, and I remember a writer saying to me, what were you thinking of? You never write your dreams in a book. That's the last thing you do. You just don't do that. It's not cool. And I'm like, I didn't know. But yeah, the dreams were kind of the compass that was pushing me towards what I wanted or needed. And suddenly all I could think about was goshawks. It's really weird.
Your book, one of the reasons I love your book so much is it talks about words. And what I learned was that bereavement and rapture come from the same root that means to seize or rob,
to
right?
grip, to rob, to be bereaved, or raptor. Isn't it strange?
So there is a connection.
Yeah.
Going way back.
Yeah.
In this sense.
Yeah.
So you had this dream that you had to train a goshawk, and you went out on the internet and purchased one from
it sounds
reputable.
Worse. It sounds worse than it was. I didn't just go to Craigslist and say, "Does anyone have a goshawk?" So this guy was a very reputable breeder, and I wrote to him and I said, "Do you have a goshawk?" And he said, "Yep." So I drove up to Scotland, waited for this bird that I knew would change my life, but I didn't really know how much. It was amazing. Yeah.
Her name is Mabel.
Mabel,
and that was intentional. Again, coming from a root word.
Amabilis, meaning lovable or dear. I didn't know I had all this Latin within me when I started training hawks. But and I thought it was kind of weird that, despite the fact that I wanted to cut loose from the world and tie my fate to this ravening wild creature, the fact that I named her after a word that meant lovable and dear, I think there was still some part of me that was very lonely and lost and wanted love. And it was a very weird place to look for it.
But in the falconry culture, it's also important you don't give your birds certain names, right?
This is so funny. So it's a tradition in falconry that if you give your bird of prey a very fierce name, like, Slayer or Vulcan, it will just sit on a fence post and squeak at you and do nothing. But if you give it a cutesy name, it will become a proficient hunter. So I have a friend with a goshawk called Bunty, and I have a friend, another friend who has a goshawk called Baby Doll, but even he thinks that's too much, and he calls her BD. What was I thinking? So Mabel kind of fitted into this.
They bring them out and teach
have
you
the
about
most
them.
frighteningly efficient hunters tend to have the cutest names.
And these powers of observation that birds have, and that you really honed your powers of observation during this time that you were training, to me, reflect in your writing, because you are able to make so many comparisons with other elements of the natural world that somebody else might not even see.
Wow. Yeah, it was quite it was quite a psychedelic experience. So at that point, I felt very unmoored. I didn't really know who I was anymore because of my father's death. You become an orphan suddenly, and the world you don't really understand how to read the world anymore. And that's one of the reasons the book's called Ages for Hawk. It's like a primer in how to, read the world again after it becomes unreadable.
Like a children's
like a children's book. And what happens there also is I think that everything becomes new. The way that you look at the world, everything is incomprehensible, and you have to try and think of new ways of describing it. So part of it was grief that I think made those things, the observations, possible. And partly also, I always wanted to be a painter when I was young. And I think even now when I look at a scene, I'm always trying to work out how the color values work. And I think a lot of the description in the book still comes from that. Yeah.
This training is so intense.
Yeah.
I mean, you locked yourself in a darkened room for days, barely eating yourself, having her on your fist for much of that time, probably not sleeping for much of that time, but to train her to, first of all, ignore you, and then come to you and take the food. It was incredibly intense.
It is an intense experience, and it's a very interesting one, because to start with, I wanted to withdraw from the world because I felt like I couldn't cope with the world out there. I was so miserable at the time. And it's all done through positive reinforcement and gentleness. Quite often people sort of say, falconry, isn't that like about dominating a wild creature? And I'm like, well, no. What happens is that, you have to earn their trust. And you do that through, gifts of raw steak, basically. There's not really any coercion. When you fly a hawk free, there's nothing stopping the bird just disappearing over the horizon. The fact that it comes back to you is like this wonderfully deep, it's just a very deep and emotional thing. But the first few days, the bird is very frightened of you. And your job is to reassure it, to be very calm. And eventually the bird will then jump to your fist for food, and then fly to your fist for food. And then you go outside and put the bird in a long line, and the bird will fly to you. And eventually you take the line away and the bird is free. But the funny thing was, I had to also get the bird used to people. And at that time, I didn't really want to see anyone. So I had to go out
Stanley,
into
what did they
Cambridge
call
City
those
with this bird
guys
on my
like
hand,
back in the
and get her used to people.
UK back in the old days? They had falconeers.
Watching this have been to Cambridge in England. It's a very eccentric place.
Like
but there are
the
limits.
entertainment for
And
the
walking
king.
around with a goshawk on your fist is
like that.
I thought it was really interesting that the people who came up to you the most were
Forget what they call
somebody
them.
might call outsiders,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Oh,
Immigrants.
sorry, I
and
walked
other
away.
people
Homeless
who were
people, teenage goths, foreign students, kids.
so interesting.
You know,
Faulkners.
everyone else would kind of walk right past. You know, this is a weird thing happening over here. We
Can you
don't
hear
want to be
me?
involved. And quite often I'd hear sort of mums and dads
Not
say to their
so
children,
much with
"Don't
the
go near the
video
hawk
playing.
lady, dear." You know.
Oh,
And the little kids would run
well,
past
let
and
me
scream,
turn this
"Harry
off.
Potter!" at me, because then I would be like, "It's not an owl, it's a goshawk." I mean, it was hysterically funny.
When you did
Yeah, there's a
release
difference.
Mabel, that was so dramatic in the book.
Yeah.
Is she going to come back?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
So many forward
Faulkners.
to, but it was really
Yeah.
well done. One was wondering, you know, because
I
goshawks have a reputation of being a bit fickle
Oh, very
and
fickle.
flying away and just sitting in a tree
Yeah,
for a while.
yeah, and there's a whole bit in the book where
I'll be
I sort
right
of broke
back.
out for
I
a
can
fight
hear
for the
you,
first
but
time that
I'll be right
a
back.
lot of the discussion about goshawks in old
Right.
19th century falconry books is actually discussion by male falconers about women, right? So goshawks are kind of hysterical. You can't control them. They drive you crazy. They're fickle. You know, you get cross with them. And I'm like, oh, wow, they're not really talking about goshawks. They're talking about women. So, but the first time that she went free, yeah, I mean, all that you've been doing over the last, month of work is to try and build this relationship. And of course, because I was grieving, the idea that this bird would leave me as well, I was already deep in loss, was just almost unbearable. So when she came back to me, that was, it was like, I nearly fainted with relief. Yeah.
These birds, correct me if I'm wrong, are called Cook's hawks because they do hunt very well. They can bring back quite a bit.
Yeah.
Too much too, if you don't want your bird to get heavy, as I learned, they need to be at a flying weight.
Yeah.
So part of what you do is you go out and you kind of truncate this a bit. When there's a kill, you go out and you make sure the bird does not eat too much, and take some and stuff it in your special pocket.
Yeah.
And then and go home and eat it yourself too.
Right. Yeah. I was kind of living off the land quite a lot. I mean, I was very poor at the time. I had almost no money. So my diet was really weird. So I'd kind of haunt the supermarket reduced counter for stuff that was going out of date. And then I combined these items with, the rabbits and pheasants that Mabel
Pheasant
caught.
pad thai.
Pheasant pad thai. That was a great one, actually. That became my signature dish. But it was a really weird experience, because ironically, there I was running away from death as fast as I could, because the hawk to me represented this vital.
I remember reading the book. I don't remember getting as creeped out reading the book as I am by this interview. Pheasant pad thai. Okay.
I'm still trying to figure out if that's a dude or a chick.
Oh, it's a chick.
Kind of got dudeish features, though.
You know what? Women sometimes have those.
Yeah, I couldn't be with no woman like that.
Yeah, well.
And yet, ironically, goshawks are hunters, and I knew that I wanted to hunt with her because that's what goshawks do. They hunt. And I didn't want to stop her from doing that. And when goshawks catch things, it's a fact of life that they're very powerful. They just grab hold of things.
All the women I like are already taken.
At some point, as they start eating, the thing's going to pass away. So I had to
like
run in
that,
there
I
and
guess.
put these poor animals out of their misery. And that was hard, I mean, I'm quite a soft person. I mean, I have no kind of illusions about life.
You had to.
I had to kill them.
Break
Yeah.
their
Yeah.
necks or.
Yeah,
and
so that was, and it's hard to talk about death like this, but I mean,
falconry
flying Mabel and
drive-bys?
watching her hunt and having to do this finally taught me that biggest lesson about
Wow,
mortality,
okay.
which is
That's
that
a
none of us are here
first.
very
Are
long,
you-
and the boundaries
Next time
between
you
life
run
and death
across
are
that,
tiny. And that was a haunting realization.
email it to me,
And
please.
it was starting to, kind of.
Yeah. So when I was with when I was
become
flying,
quite
yeah.
confusing and,
Yeah.
and brought you
Absolutely.
down.
Yeah. So what happened there is that when I was
Yeah,
flying
probably
the hawk, when
too
she was
deep, roller
flying
skater.
around the
Texas
countryside, I sort
girl.
of felt like identified with her. I wanted to be like
Deep.
this hawk. I wanted to be this.
As a matter of fact, her eyes
solitary,
kind of look
self-possessed,
hawkish.
aerial creature with wings. I mean, I wanted to be her. I didn't want to be me anymore. But then when she
I'm
caught
Right,
stuff,
she
guessing
didn't
I
you
had
have
this
a
don't
huge
want to.
mustache.
responsibility of having to do this,
I'm
you know, the
guessing you don't want
deed.
to piss her
And that
off.
made me feel accountable and human and deeply, deeply responsible for myself. And that was a really
You know,
weird
the
thing.
bird and she
But
will
yeah,
be
so I was getting
rolling
lost
dice
on the
to
wings
see
of this hawk, but
who gets the
I
meat.
wasn't thinking about my dad. I wasn't thinking about my, you know, anything apart from this bird. And I thought everything was absolutely fine. But weird things were happening. So I started to wake up in the morning and my pillow
You
would be
think
wet.
she's
And I'd
taught
been
that
crying
hawk
all
to
night
talk?
without knowing why. I mean, at one point I thought maybe I've got an eye disease. It's ridiculous looking back on it.
I
And
bet
I
that
realized
hawk,
slowly that I was
that
falling
hawk
into a
can
very
talk
deep
like a parrot.
depression because I was so cut off from my own feelings and from my family and from my friends
Probably wants a dead
and from the
man.
person I needed to be, which was a real life, you know, human, not this imaginary hawk. And it was at my father's memorial service that I realized what I'd done. I stood there at the
Yeah, I
lectern
don't
and
know if I
addressed this
could
audience
stick
of his
my
friends
dick
and
in that,
colleagues.
dude. That'd
And
be
my heart
hard.
broke. I
Well,
realized
you
I'd
know,
made
I
this
hadn't
mistake
thought
where
that
I
far
thought that,
ahead, but
you know, that all the nature would say that when you're broken, what you should do
I'm
is go into
glad
the
to know you
countryside,
like the
into the
plan.
wild, and it will heal you. And there's truth in that, but I'd taken it way too far. I got completely lost. And I knew then that
You were
I
a
had to come
planner,
back
bud.
from that beautiful but very dark, hawkish existence back to the world of people.
I didn't perceive it as a mistake. I hear what you're saying. You went a
Yeah.
little bit too far with
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
But in the end,
No, it's interesting. When the book came out, there was a beautiful review by a woman called Laura Beatty, who's a wonderful writer. I don't know if you came across this. It's a good review. And she says in this review something that I never ever thought. She said, look, this is a book about a trip to the underworld and back, and you come back changed. So people sort of, you know, say, you know, this goshawk helps you with your grief. And I'm like, well, it's kind of more complicated than that. It's not a book like I was sad and then I got a cat and then I was happy again. You know, it's a much more complicated thing. You know, I got lost with this bird, but without getting lost, I could never have found my way home. And that's really how the book works. Yeah.
I couldn't help but think, you know, your father would be so proud of you, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And yet this could not have
Her
been
father
done
would be
without his
scared of
loss.
her.
It's really, really ironic. You know, my dad, you know, I was penniless for years. I was an academic historian. I was paid, you know, piecemeal. I had very little money. I remember one day I took my parents out for lunch and I paid. And my father was so delighted that he took the receipt and he kept it on his mirror in the front room of the house, just to say, you know, that was the day my daughter actually paid for lunch for us.
She
So the
looks
idea
like
that
she'd
this book would be a
as soon
success and
kick
that,
your
that
ass
I
and
would have
talk
enough
to
money to
you
kind
or
of pay
look
my
at
bills
you.
now. And he would have been delighted. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, the fact that he's not around to kind of
Oh, you just noticed that?
sharing the
I
kind of
talked about
No,
how
no.
she and her
journey on
hawk
is
I've
rolled the
been
dice.
noticing
heartbreaking.
it,
Yeah,
Stanley.
I miss him to bits. He was a good
The
man.
hawk
I would be
talks.
remiss if I didn't mention that your story
You
is
know,
wound in with
I
the
fear
story
they take
of
turns.
T.H. White.
Oh, the amazing writer. Yeah.
It's
From the
like,
Once and Future,
you
who
know
wrote
what?
Once and Future King,
You
you
had
know,
the
I mean,
last
So
one.
Camelot comes from that.
It's
There's
with
the
mine.
Sword in the
Sword in the
Stone,
Stone.
which I
Yeah.
read, you know, as a
And there's
kid.
the Disney movie. And all that.
Right. Well,
It'll be
he
12
wasn't a
12 man
Camelot.
pad thai.
He was a complicated soul.
And in fact, was a quite tortured person,
yeah.
and in some ways took it out on the birds that he tried to train,
Yeah.
including a goshawk.
A goshawk, so yeah.
And so his story is kind of, it's both an antithesis to the way that you train Mabel, but there is some synthesis as well, because both of you were looking to the birds for some solace.
Right. And you know, he tried to train this hawk. He was buoyed on these sort of dreams of medievalism and glamour, and he was sort of you know, very messed up in many ways. You know, he was gay, and it was like this is like 1930s. It was a very difficult time. He was very repressed, and he somehow saw the hawk as being, he wanted to be more like a hawk. He wanted to be kind of himself. He saw the hawk as something like his true self. And then as he was training it, he was trying to master this himself. And he made a terrible job of it. It's a very, very poignant, he wrote a book about it called The Goshawk. And it's, you know, like me, you know, we're very different characters, but he made this mistake of seeing the hawk as a mirror of himself. And I thought his story was very instructive, because partly it's about how we can cause great harm and great hurt, not because we're bad people, but because we don't have the tools to know how to love either
Or
other people or
because we're
ourselves.
bad people.
And I thought that was his story became more and more important as I wrote the book. And he ended up really haunting me. You know, he's an amazing character.
There
are plenty of joyous parts of this book, and one is where you
I
and
sent you a
Mabel
video
get to
of
sit
that
and watch
owl
TV
rescue,
together,
Stanley.
including a program that many of our PBS viewers
Okay.
are familiar with, which is Antiques Roadshow. That was a favorite. Yeah,
My goshawk has
We're
watched
still waiting on
more
that press
antiques roadshows and how real estate programs than any goshawk in the history of the world. We just had so much fun. And what I love about this book is people sort of sometimes say, but your goshawk didn't have a truly wild life. And I'm like, you know what? In the wild, a goshawk will fly around, catch its dinner, and then go sit up a tree and digest it, and snooze. and
Yeah,
go
I
to
get
sleep.
them here
My
almost
goshawk was the
every
same only
winter,
rather than up a tree.
Stanley.
She
They'll
was
be up
watching
in the
Antiques
trees
Roadshow. I love that.
in the middle of a fall
so
last
excited.
night. It'd be like
How much is that
10
worth?
below zero outside going,
Mabel is no longer alive.
I know, it's sad as hell, I flew her for 6 years, 6 seasons, and she died very suddenly of an airborne fungal infection called aspergillosis, which is the bane of, it kills a lot of wild goshawks and tame goshawks. They're very susceptible to it. It was a freak thing. She died overnight, no symptoms the day before, and then dead in the morning. And I wear
when I had
pockets,
chickens,
She
I had
was,
a great big
people sort
white
of
owl
say,
come down and
that people who have
steal
keep
one
dogs,
of
there's
my
always the one
chickens.
dog of your life. And she was the one hawk. I miss her a lot. And I wish she was still with us. But I did get to train another hawk this year. It's
And
very exciting.
Our PBS viewers will also be able to see that, yes?
You will be able to see me struggling with the stress of training another bird on television. So I've done a documentary with some great filmmakers. It's a BBC co-production. And in it, I train another goshawk for the first time since Mabel. And I can, assure the viewers that
Be doing
it's very
to that
stressful training a
bird.
goshawk,
Good grief.
as you'll know if you've read this book. But it's a lot
Trying to
more
pluck
stressful
its
training a
feathers.
goshawk.
I thought she was about to wring its neck and
And I
fry
think it
it.
might be the first time that the actual, real, moment-to-moment training of a hawk and taming of a hawk has been captured like this. And it's astonishing that it's a beautiful film, and I'm really proud of it.
Well, and
She looks
there
happy.
is somebody quite prominent who has optioned
Excuse me.
your
Cats
book
with wings.
for a feature film.
I know, it's so exciting.
Well, cats are pretty vicious.
Yeah, Queen Cersei from Game of Thrones, Lena Headey, she's optioned it. I've met her. She's wonderful. She completely gets the book. I'm overjoyed that she's on, doing this project. So I'm looking forward with bated breath, falconry pun,
Yes.
to how that pans out. I'm very excited.
Hopefully you won't be
about it.
hoodwinked.
I know. Let's just do the
Oh my
puns.
lord!
Is she playing you?
I think she is. Yeah. What an honor. I know. I'm speechless. It's when I wrote this book, I genuinely thought this is a really weird book. No one's going to read it.
You
When
really
I finished
thought
it,
that?
it took me 2 days to pluck up courage to send it to my editor because it was such a strange book. And, now they had this extraordinary Hollywood person playing me on screen. Amazing.
No hawks
See,
for
what
you right
year
now,
is
right? A parrot? If
I
I
have a
read
parrot.
your Twitter feed, I've seen
7 years
I have a
ago,
parrot,
so
yeah. I have a parrot.
I don't recall seeing the movie.
It's
Maybe
hysterical. People say,
maybe
it's
there
much
is
more
a
emotionally
movie.
healthy to have a parrot than a goshawk. And I'm like, you know what? I have more injuries from that parrot than I ever had from my hawk. The parrot's great. Very, very affectionate, very cuddly, very vindictive, very funny, very clever.
Very vindictive.
I don't have time to keep a hawk anymore. I'm traveling so much, but I'm really hoping that in future years when things calm down, there'll be another bird. Falconry is part of who I am. I'll always be a falconer. And I hope that one day I'll be out there again watching a bird of mine soar through the sky. It's a very, very privileged thing to be able to
Falconry
do.
is who I am.
He
And
would
you
have
have
been
a
a
new book
falconer
that you're
back in the old
writing.
days,
I've
Stanley.
seen it described by you
Oh
as
no,
kind
I
of a love
wouldn't.
letter
Well,
to
I
the
mean,
English countryside.
I wouldn't say.
Well,
I
I'm
mean,
working on some books at
I
the
have
moment.
nothing
some
against
sort of kind
birds.
of,
It's just
very
not
early
something that would
stages.
occur to me. I like
One of the
dogs
things
better.
is a book of essays, I hope, that will involve a lot
Yeah.
of kind of love letters to the English
You gotta
countryside.
get you a
And
little
then I'm going
dog,
to do a book of
Stanley.
essays and then a much bigger book after
Nah,
that,
I
which may not be
actually
about England at
don't
all.
have
So watch
time.
this space. It could be a very
Let's
different
see.
kind of book.
Let's try.
Would it
this
have
one.
animals in it,
It
though?
will
or
have animals in it. And I
relationship?
think, no matter, what I write about, my central subject, we're living through the 6th great extinction right now. And I think the deep subject that all my books are about is about how we see the natural world and how we value it. And we need to know how we value the natural world in order to work out how we can save it, basically. So
I know my dog
that's my
is
subject.
10 years
But it won't all
old
be
now,
misery.
so
I
I'm
think there'll be
thinking
laughs in my
about
new
getting
book.
a
It's not all going to be
puppy
steady,
for him to
depressing
train.
stuff. There'll be some humor and hopefully some fun.
It's much
I don't think
easier
you'll
to
get.
have your
I
dog
don't think
train
I
a
really
dog.
hate books that are
I mean,
about how
yeah,
terrible
I
everything
have
is,
to
or
do some
articles. I don't
stuff
want to
to
read them
train
because
them,
it's
but
so frightening.
if you have
So
another
I'm very interested
dog
in
that's
how
already
we can think
trained,
about
then it makes it a
drawing people
breed.
into a very loving,
Hopefully,
intimate relationship
hopefully
with
Sam
the
doesn't
creatures
know
around them,
he's
with the
training
natural
his
world,
replacement.
that is inspiring to go out and do something to help. You know, we have human spaces and we have the wild, and there's not much interplay between them.
Seen a
And the
dog
further
that
away the
looked
wild
just
gets
like
from us,
him
the less
on
we care
Facebook
about it.
the
It
other
becomes something
day,
on
and
the
he
TV
was
screen.
14.
And one of the reasons I
So
love falconry is because it's one of those very weird
14 years
spaces
old.
where you can interact with a
That's
wild
a long
creature
time
in
for
a
a
very
dog.
enlightened way. And I think we need more animal-human contact. I'm very, very evangelistic about this.
Well, I'm sure you've helped a lot of people with their grief reading this story. So thank you very much for taking the time to talk with me
Kind of
and
like
by proxy our viewers,
the
some of
fat
whom
woman
I'm
with the
sure are
turquoise.
falconers.
Oh, you have some great falconers here. So hello to them and hello to everyone. It's
I
been a
don't
joy.
want no
Thank you
more
very
great
much.
big
Thank you.
dogs, so Stanley,
You've been
'cause
listening
they
to
only
Helen
live
McDonald, a
10,
falconer, the
11,
author of
12
H's for
years
Hawk.
top.
Our conversation was taped at the
Like if they're
2017 Sun
smaller,
Valley
like
Writers
Sun Valley
Conference.
Writers
McDonald
Conference.
was featured in a documentary
they
on the
might
PBS
make it
series
to
Nature called
15.
H's for Hawk, A New Chapter. For more information, check out the Dialogue website. Just go to idahoptv.org and click.
Well, there's all kinds of things happening in Idaho. Let's see what
Can you
else. I
play
think
that
he's got
short
news.
real quick, Stanley? I
Oh,
sent you.
okay. So the conference is like 20 minutes away. Damn, he started early. All right, let's see here.
One I watched the other day, I thought it was pretty cool. It's only a couple minutes long.
He's gonna yeah, I mean that's an owl. He's gonna bite your fucking fingers off. Can't they turn their whole head?
Somehow it got stuck in their car on the back end.
He's pissed. Look.
That's a wild owl.
He's so cute.
They built a little house for it.
I can't believe it's that tame. Is that the same
Look at that
owl?
head.
Oh, is that the so she came back?
Yeah, ended up living there, I think.
Huh.
They built, you see that? They built its own little birdhouse for it. I don't know how it got stuck under their car like that, though. That's kind of weird.
Well, sometimes mice get up in cars, maybe.
Yeah. I was kind of thinking the same thing a minute ago. Probably mice or snakes under there, who knows?
All right. Well,
I've seen snakes crawl up into the wheel well when I lived down south. People find snakes in it because they probably going after the mice, like you're saying, Stanley.
Mm-hmm.
And then the owl would come in there and get the snake.
Well, according to Roller Skater Texas Girl, they come back and nest forever. Then you get general birds. What's a general bird?
Is that
all right?
Like is that a 5-star general bird? Or?
Bro, it ended up taking off, bro. I put some Gibson down in the soil. I made sure I stayed on top of my waterings, you know, and I made sure I stayed on top of my fertilizer. So I use Grow Well fertilizer, That's the first fertilizer I ever tried, and bro, as you can see, it been doing good. Look at the garden, bro. Like, it been doing good. The tomatoes is flourishing out, bro. They going crazy, bro. Like, look at these flowers. These flowers right here, them
I don't know if he's
tomatoes. You know what I'm
handling
saying?
those
Them flowers
flowers.
down there, them tomatoes. So one thing I learned about tomatoes, bro, you gotta have patience. You gotta have patience. You gotta have good, well-drained soil, because all of these plants right here that you see, bro, they was not doing good at all, bro. Like, a lot of these plants, especially this one back here, this my ramen tomato. My ramen tomato took like almost 3 to 4 weeks for it to really start developing new leaves, new, you know what I'm saying, new stems and all of that. But as you can see, bro, it took off, bro. It really took off. Like, at first, it was only like these two that was really growing at first. All these right here was, I don't know, like, it was a stunt of growth that was going on. Like, the growth was stunted. So, you know what I'm saying? I stayed on top of my waterings, bro. And, bro, look at it. You know what I'm saying? This joint is really going off, bro. The garden is really going off. One thing, when you first start growing tomatoes and you germinate them inside, you got to remember this. You got to put them outside to start hardening their leaves, because when I first put my tomatoes outside, bro, the leaves wasn't hardened and they just start flopping over. Like, when the wind blew them, like, they was just all over the place. Like, they was looking sad and all that. So before you bring your tomato plant outside, make sure you bring it outside before
Yeah,
you
just
put
so
it
everyone
outside. Make
knows,
sure you
I'm
bring it outside
right
for at least
about
3 hours,
11:27,
4 hours a
so I
day.
will
You know what I'm saying?
definitely
So
be
the leaves can
gone
start
in the
hardening,
next
because my leaves
15
wasn't
to 30
hardening at
minutes.
all, and I just threw them
Oh,
out here,
well,
and that's
12th
probably
man
one
is
of the
gone.
reasons why I was
That's
having the
gonna
problems that I was
have
having.
me
But
leaving
other than
earlier.
that, bro, long as you got faith and patience, bro, your tomatoes will go. I can't even tell. Will take off.
So, everybody, please make sure that you hit. Oh, is this starting early? You know what? I'm gonna drop this. This is the Idaho shooter. Let's see, Idaho shooter link. Because I may not even be here. I am getting tired. All right. So I dropped the press conference that's going to happen in 15 minutes or so. Well, 12 man's back. Yeah, you're right, roller skater. I do need to do that.
I hit the
What was
wrong
the-
button, Stanley.
Oh, that's all right. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like buttons. Please make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. And if you need a Stanley safe zone, safe from Stanley zone, that would be the Urban Landlord Clips. I will make sure not to stream there so you can be safe from me. And please, if you like me, subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's at Stanley Cross 6000. Make sure you support your host. It will be the weekend one day, and we'll be stocking up for this weekend. There will not be many more 12-hour shows. I just kind of got wrapped up,
Keep
and
saying
one
that,
thing leads to
Stanley.
another.
You keep doing them.
No, I won't keep doing them because this won't be bad. When I did the 12-hour and then I did like 5 hours more, I felt that one. But this will be okay because I actually got enough sleep, and as long as I make sure I get sleep, because I'm not going to be back till 5 in the morning, Eastern time. So I'll be all right. Just
I'd be back from town by then.
let's hope. So this is where we will probably say good. Oh, I was going to say good night. It kind of feels like night. So I will be signing off. I do need to get some sleep, and you know what? Dinner needs to be cooked. So everybody, I enjoyed it. And SKC, shout out to SKC. You know what? We always wind up having good conversations, and NBD2 and 12th Man. Good conversations, and everybody in the chat. It has been a good day. And tomorrow we will definitely get more into Alexander Pope. So I'll have to select a video or two. I promise I will not be reading poetry myself. So y'all have a good night. And I have no clue what Portia, you too. I have no clue what Portia or John have planned. So just stay tuned. We never really leave. We just keep coming back at some point. We just keep coming back. Like a John Galt venereal disease. That is a joke. See y'all later.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard. Put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard. Call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard. Twerk, twerk.